and welcome to the Winter Warfare Invitational here at Shenandoah University in Winchester, Virginia. My name's Chris, the esports professor Scroggins. You can call me Scroggs for the day. And I have the pleasure of being joined by Sed. Sed, how you doing today, man?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, Scroggs. Really happy to be here. Remote it, unfortunately, quite the drive for me coming in from Huntington, West Virginia. Unfortunately, couldn't make it in person, but I am more than pleased to be here with you now, and I'm looking for some fantastic games of Call of Duty coming up over the next couple days.
Yeah, I think that we're in for a treat. We have some of the top collegiate talent from all across the country here today. We'll get into the map pools and the teams that are present in a bit, but Sed, I think, like I said, we're going to see some really good COD gameplay over the next 2 days.
Oh, absolutely. These teams, top-notch facility, top-notch institution. Really impressed with all that you guys have got set up. Everything set up for this weekend is just going to be an absolute blast. Really a big fan of the bracket style and the setup, as opposed to doing something like a round robin, the mix that you guys have going on, especially with 8 teams. I think it's going to keep everyone engaged, allow for really unique engagements across all these different universities, all these teams with different strategies and complexities going on, that I think we're really in for a treat over the next, 48 hours or so.
Yeah, and just because you're going to be spending 48 hours with us, let's give it a little background on ourselves, right? So my name's Chris Scroggins, former instructor of esports here at Shenandoah University, actually, now at West Virginia University, but any chance I get to come back, spend time with these amazing students in this amazing esports arena, I take it, right? This atmosphere is electric. Sed, I'm sorry you cannot be here in person, but there's people all around us. There's such a buzz and energy in the arena today, and I can't wait to cast some amazing COD. But Sed, love to learn more about you.
Yes, absolutely, everyone. My name is Sidorian, also known formerly as Dominic Collins. I am a graduate student at the Jones C. Edwards School of Medicine, pursuing my doctorate in medicine. Would love to provide you guys some healthcare in the future, but right now I can't do that, and it's technically illegal for me to give that advice. So come back in a couple years and maybe I can get you squared away. I've been doing esports casting for probably 3 years now after my good friend Nick Madawa, who works down at Coastal Carolina. He's the director of esports there. He's like, hey man, you should really come out, give it a shot. The new Halo just came out and I think you'd really like it, and I've been hooked ever since.
That's awesome. I didn't know. I should be calling you Doc, Sed. You know, I'm pursuing my PhD. You're pursuing your actual doctorate. Please don't ask me for medical advice either, folks, because I am not qualified to give that. But, you know, back to the action here this weekend. We have 8 of the top teams from around the country. You know, MWIII is really close and near and dear to my heart, Sed, because I used to compete on the original MW2, and these maps are straight from that game. So we're going back over a decade ago to really watch some new talent compete on old maps.
Oh, I think it's going to be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to seeing how all these maps played out, because, and I know it's going to pain you, but when MW2 came out, I was 11 years old, if it was 2011. So time really does fly, and now I'm looking forward to seeing how the old maps mesh into the new ones and how all these strategies have changed, or if we're going to see some of the same things, because I went back and watched some of the old competitive videos, and I mean, solid strats back then, and hopefully we see some solid strats now.
Yeah, Sed, don't make me feel old, but we got the map pool up on the screen right now. So today we're going to be running Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. Terminal Invasion, Subbase, Skid Row, and Karachi for Hardpoint. Similar map pool for Search and Destroy. So really the only difference is we're seeing High Rise substituted in for Subbase. Some of these maps, extremely competitive. Honestly, I feel like some of them are kind of one-sided. So it'll be interesting to see how these players handle as we go through different maps on different game modes. I know right now the players are actually going through the pick and ban phases just before they hop into game.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to hearing what they pick, what they decide on. Personally, I am a big fan, and I know it could be a little controversial, for Search and Destroy. I do love High Rise. I think High Rise offers some really unique opportunities for movement, the verticality, the ability to flank down to the sides, hit those railings and jump up. I was jumping in with a few games from the guys at Marshall University. That's where I'm from, of course, so I know the guys on the esports team. And while I can't compete with them, really not that great, I was able to see High Rise in action, and I'm hoping we get that as one of our options for Search and Destroy. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, listen, I love high rise. Sub base for hardpoint is fine. Karachi, I cannot figure that map out, Sed, honestly.
No.
I ran it with some of the Shenandoah University players a couple of weeks ago. It is our kryptonite. We can win every map but Karachi, and of course, map 3 or map 5, it always comes down to that. So I'm interested in learning some strats from the players here today because, again, we have some of the top talent from around the country for Collegiate Call of Duty here today. So it should be really exciting. Get out your notepad. You should be able to learn a lot. As we say
absolutely.
that, though, let's go to bracket A, Said, to see what we got going on.
Alrighty. Let's take a look here. So bracket A, starting off here. In that very first round, we've got Georgia Southern versus Old Dominion, and then we're going to have Shenandoah versus Army. The Army, guys. The United States Army. Absolutely fantastic. Some really great matchups here in the first round, honestly.
Yeah, and Said, I had a chance to talk to Old Dominion University this morning. Their mental is strong. The vibes are great. I mean, no better vibes than when a COD team is firing on all cylinders, right? They got in early. They said they had a great team meeting in their hotel. They've been hydrating. They have caffeine on hand. They were listening to their pump-up music, and they were shooting bots. So they'll have warm fingers, good vibes, and it seems like the energy is electric for that ODU squad. So I'm really interested to see how they come out against Georgia Southern. Don't know too much about Georgia Southern, but all I can tell them is they better stand strong map 1 because ODU's bringing some energy.
Oh, I can absolutely believe it. I've had the pleasure of watching and tracking ODU at least across Halo Infinite whenever they were doing that. So if anything translates across over to Call of Duty with their expertise, I think it's going to be a really great first map. And as you can see here, we've got the second bracket coming up. We've got Syracuse versus Wright State and George Mason versus Florida Gulf Coast University. I've had the pleasure of competing against Wright State, not in esports, but speech and debate when I was a freshman in college. And I must say, everyone there, incredibly kind people.
Well, Seth, I'm guessing you won because your speech is immaculate, my friend. The voice, everything, you were made for casting and speech and debate, I got to tell you. But, you know, we were talking about energy from Old Dominion. Before we get into bracket B, I got to give a shout out to our sponsor, Glitch Energy. Again, the arena's electric. We have Glitch Energy here on deck. We got shakers that are customized. We got to give a shout out to them for supporting the event. But as we can go back and look at bracket B again, I really want to talk about the matchup we'll be seeing on stream. And that will be between FGCU, and I forget who their opponent was. Sed, do you remember off the top of your head?
I do not. No, I can't. Sorry. I have the attention span of a goldfish.
Same. A lot going on. But FGCU is a really interesting team. I've had the pleasure of coaching against them, playing against them at time, and some of the players here today in person I've known for several years online, but I never got to meet, right? That's kind of the weird part about esports and gaming is you can kind of know someone without knowing them in person. And so it was really cool to walk around, shake some of their hands. Always a very competitive team. You know, an interesting backstory about them is Shenandoah University's COD team, our first LAN event, we went head-to-head with Florida Gulf Coast, and things got heated. Yeah, things got really heated. But through that adversity, they actually ended up linking up on the shuttle back to their hotel that night. And of course, because they're all great guys, they formed a friendship. Over the last several years, they've been scrimming against each other. They've been, competing against each other, but they've also been friends. And so it's really cool to see folks from around the country that people here locally had formed friendships with and have competed in other states, being able to bring them to Shenandoah University and just really celebrate their talent and their friendship here in person.
Oh, I can completely agree, and I 100% echo that sentiment. In fact, one of my greatest friends, I will give him a shout out, my good friend Taylor. I met him online playing Minecraft when I was like 12 years old, and we didn't meet in person until my junior year of college. And he is one of my greatest friends. The ability for esports and online interaction to really foster lasting connections is truly something special, and I hope all the players there get to enjoy the time with each other, make lasting friendships, and just enjoy the game.
Said, listen, I could nerd out to this all day long. This is really my field of research is online connections, right? But we won't get into the Doc and Doc show. But speaking of connections, if you see me glancing down to my left, I do have chat open. I want to see some Pogs or Scrog champs. I wish I would have uploaded my emotes here in chat, but really want to engage with y'all today, build that connection. Even though you're at home, we want to bring you into the action here and really appreciate y'all for tuning in, especially on a Saturday morning. It is bright and early, and I know if I was in college, I probably would still be sleeping.
Oh, absolutely. I can already see now, looking over on my screen as well, about 34 people tuned in. Thank you guys for joining so early on a 10 a.m. While I'm used to getting up pretty early on Saturdays, I do try and take that to sleep in, but I wouldn't oversleep for this. I wouldn't miss it for the world. So go ahead, drop the pogs, say whatever you want in the chat. Well, within reason. Don't say whatever you want in the chat. Be kind to each other. Respect each other. But have fun, get excited, get ready for the matches. It's going to be a great day we've got ahead of us, probably finishing up the day around 5, 6-ish, if I had to imagine. I'm in that ballpark. Who knows?
Yeah, I think, so today we're going to see not every match on stream, but that's okay because we'll be highlighting all the action tomorrow, right? But the action that we're seeing or that we're not seeing on stream will be just as competitive. And I know said if there are some ties throughout the day, that they have the opportunity to play it after kind of the tournament ends this evening so that we can have the bracket established. So we're going to be highlighting certain games this afternoon. Of course, we can't fit all of them in because we could be playing 24 matches of Call of Duty Best of 5 today. If you've competed in Call of Duty, Hardpoint, Search, Rotation, if we go to map 5 in half of these, Seth and I are going to need some some water because our throats are going to be going through it, right? So it's going to be a long day, but we're really excited to be here. Again, as said, let's keep the chat clean, please. But if you have any questions about Call of Duty, about esports, both competitively or academically, please feel free to put your questions in. We'll answer as much as we can. Not only do we want this to be entertaining, we also want this to be educational and informative, right? So if you have any questions about esports, COD, college, whatever it might be, within reason, and if it's appropriate, please place it in chat.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It's always taking the chance to have a learning opportunity. So really, any questions, feel free to ask them. I love trying to answer questions. It might be out of my wheelhouse, and I'll kind of spin you a tale and go on a tangent and circle around it, and I'll be like, yeah, that's the answer. I'll do my best discussion answer, as they say, and we'll keep things lively. We'll keep things interesting, and I'm really just looking forward to getting into some of these games. I've been in a pretty intense period of study here for the past 18 weeks or so. Started back to school middle of July. I've been nonstop until, well, really the day of Thanksgiving. And I'm ready to get the voice back, ready to go, get some games going. I'm really excited for this, guys.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Said, speaking of voices, I've been under the weather the last couple weeks while I've been traveling, and so I've been trying to heal for this event, got the okay to be here, and couldn't be more excited. Speaking of this LAN event, and we're going to have a really impactful final here, there's also some finals going on all around the country, as you were saying, Sed.
Yes.
So I want to give a shout out to all the students and wish y'all a good luck, because I know this time of year you've been grinding for 17, 18 weeks. It's not easy. I know life happens while college happens, and so really just want to give a shout out to anyone that's tuning in that's in college. Hang in there. In the semester strong. I know it's not easy.
And yes, I'll echo that sentiment, guys. I know I have to get on my soapbox for this. I know life can be challenging. I know things can get hard. But always, always remember, you have intrinsic worth, your degree, what you do, everything like that. It does not determine who you are as an individual. Reach out if you need help. I'm going through one of the hardest degrees I could imagine. You're working on your PhD. That is incredibly challenging. And I take time to talk to my friends, because if I don't, you're going to go crazy. You got to take time for yourself. Trust in yourself, and you will get through it, and you will be just fine.
Not official medical advice, but I could not agree more.
Not medical advice.
That's an amazing
inspiration.
Message. Yes. And you didn't know that you were going to be getting inspirational messages, life advice while tuning into COD. So again, really want to make this an impactful experience for everyone, not only the people here in the arena, but for you at home. We really appreciate 42 of you tuning in at 10:07 a.m. on a Saturday. Drink your coffee, drink your glitch energy, and get ready for some amazing Call of Duty.
Oh, absolutely, guys. We should be getting things underway pretty soon. I know you guys have got a lot going on in the background, and I'll say I can do the talent, I can do the talking, and I can stand on my soapbox all day, but I do not wish to understand the complexities of this broadcast. There's a reason it exists as a bachelor's degree, a master's, and probably a PhD. So I know you guys are working hard over there in person, and we're on for the ride. We're waiting and just looking forward to it.
Yep. Hey, Sed, listen, take a swig of your glitch energy, take a lap, take some deep breaths. We're actually going to be right back, but when we come back, we're going to jump straight into the action. We appreciate everyone hanging on tight, and we'll see you soon.
See you guys soon.
And we are back. So, Sed, we got a little info during the break that one of the lobbies crashed, but that's okay because the vibes did not. The arena is bumping. People are excited. We're going to jump into the match here in a second, but I got a point to chat here. I see that someone was saved by Reacts. I'm not sure which team Reacts is on, but apparently they still had a positive KD, so shout out to the talent we have here on LAN today. Again, super excited to see them showcase that talent here in a bit. But Sed, how you doing, man? How's your weekend going?
Hey, it's going really well. I just got up this morning, had to make myself a classic cup of coffee. I'm a big fan of just drinking black coffee, but I get pretty in-depth with the brewing technique and the fresh roasted beans and all that. It just makes for a better morning experience. But fiance, she's off to a yoga class, and the animals are sleeping. They were sleeping behind me. My cat will probably make an appearance at some point. She's very much an attention enthusiast. So
Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad I'm here in the arena, Said, because I got 2 new kittens, and same. Attention enthusiast is a great way to put it. But let's check out the map pool for map number 1 that we'll be jumping into in just a second.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so you'll see that we're starting out in Skid Row Hardpoint, moving to Karachi Search, Karachi Hardpoint, Invasion Hardpoint, and then ending on Terminal.
Yep, and based off of, I'm not sure who exactly did what map picks where, but it seems like they really enjoy Karachi. And I have to say, it's a really interesting map, and I still do not understand it.
Yeah, so I said Karachi is my weak point, so hopefully I can cast Karachi better than I can play on it. We're going to see a great aerial view of the map here as we dive into some of the action, but jumping into Skid Row Hardpoint. I am just kidding. I jumped the gun there. Sorry, production. But so Skid Row Hardpoint said, let's get back to the maps and modes here. We're going Hardpoint Search, Hardpoint Search, right?
Yes.
Really, what's interesting is they say Search and Destroy wins championships, but oftentimes that's when Control is in the map rotation. We're only seeing Hardpoint and Search today, so if you're good at respawns or kill-dependent game modes, you might actually come out on top this weekend.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting starting off with Skid Row on that hardpoint. I've got the map pulled up here, just taking a look at the different hardpoint locations. I always like to have something just as a good reference point. With the P1 starting out right there in the center, the action's already off the rip incredibly intense, because if you got spawns coming in from the north, from the south, you're immediately going to collide right there into the center. But then after that first point, it flips hard. You go straight to the north side of the map, dropping into the second point there, and it's a little box just off to the side, which, I mean, you put a couple trophy sentries in there, anything like that, and it's going to be easy to lock that down until you get forced out. And then it just rotates back around. It's a really intense movement across this map.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Said. I haven't gotten a lot of reps in Hardpoint on this game. I mostly played Search and Destroy when I got to play with some of the competitors here on LAN today. So I don't know the rotations too much, but it's an interesting point you make from P1 to P2. In Call of Duty, a lot of times people think, if they're new to competition or just casual players, hey, we need to secure that P1. But really, games are won and lost on securing that P2 rotation right off spawn. So it'll be interesting to see some of the players, if, depending on what side they spawn on, if they spawn on the side across the map, if they immediately go for that rotation, or if they go to battle it out on P1.
Exactly, and there's always something to be said about picking up a few points at the very end of the hard point. If you're catching the enemy on a rotation over and you do like a 2-2 split or something, you've got your long rifles pointed down in the right areas to catch a few of those guys coming out. If you can pick up a couple points and the enemy's hopping off to go for that rotate, that really counts in. I've seen games won and lost by the few points that you get on that P1 point or the P5 point. It really comes down to the wire for a lot of these games.
Yeah, and speaking of the players in game, we're checking out some of the player camps today. Shout out to our production crew for an amazing setup, an amazing broadcast, extremely high quality. Shenandoah University has an amazing broadcast crew here today. But interesting you bring up the players. You were talking about rifles aimed down at that P1 or P5. Let's inform some of the people at home these different roles and responsibilities that these teams might have within Call of Duty, right? So I know that there's different positions almost. You have what they call your ARs, your subs, and then a flex role. Said, do you know any of those roles particularly for Call of Duty?
Yeah, I could talk a little bit about it. The terminology I use might not be 100% accurate to what other people use to describe it, but the way I like to break up the four main roles is you have two, I call them long guns. Some people say, all right, two long guns. You have what I call a skirmisher, and then you have the flex role. So the skirmisher, that's someone they're going to be using in this mode, especially in competitive. People really like using the Rival 9, super fast-paced SMG, getting right up in your face. And that flex person will often start off with the Rival 9 as well to put pressure on the enemy while your two long guns hold back, take fights with the MCW as they feel fit to try and gain an advantage from a bit afar. So that flex role, you can add in another long gun, or you can keep the submachine gun. Sometimes some people will run 2 flex. I've seen teams run 4 flex players that just pick whatever they want and go for it. So
right, yeah, and
each their own.
What's interesting about this game set is I've been watching some of the pro scrims, and some of them are running 4 AR metas right now. So it'll be interesting to see if we see any of those submachine guns or Rival 9s come into play here today as we get into the action. But, you know, I'm really intrigued to understand and see the pacing in this game. So I was playing the other day, and it's completely different than the original MW2. But speaking of pacing in game, we're going to jump straight into action. Sed, take it away.
All right, everyone, we're looking over here at Sketchy from Jordan Southern. He's going to go ahead and hold down this P1 as you see some kills coming in there. GSU Sports dude dropping MWIII, a few stuns coming in. Going to rotate over to Poppy HC, and he's going to go ahead and set up, try and push it, but does get caught out. Grenades coming in. A lot of stuff pushing for this first hard point right now, and the contestants are coming in. This first 30 seconds crucial as the gunfights are starting to pick up now. Sketchy trying to drop that guy. He does get him down, taking out MWIII and locking down that corner. Looks like a lot of points going to Georgia Southern here in the very first encounter.
Yeah, and that's really tough because if you look, ODU is throwing 4 people at this hill. Number 2 is just now rotating. Number 5 has been anchoring, but actually I believe he gets eliminated, so that's unfortunate. But Georgia Southern does have those tunnel close spawns, so they will have advantage P2. So they picked up a majority of the time on P1. They have that P2 rotation, but they are being funneled through tunnel. They have to get out of this tunnel to really position themselves around the map, or this could get ugly quick.
And right now you can see Sketchy holding down, I believe, rotated already over to P2 real quick in that top area. Some kills coming in here. Huge sweep from GSU. Will and Real Common Fan dropping 3 players, but MWIII responding, taking out another 2. Just crazy trades back and forth. But right now, Georgia Southern is still taking down points in that hard point. Already over 50, over a fifth of the way there to winning this match.
Yeah, and I thought number 8 was actually going to go on the rotation, but he goes and picks up a kill. Number 2 is looking this back alley here, looking to secure those P3 rotations, but he's going to be met here in a second with the full force of Georgia Southern. This is going to be an important gunfight. They're going to be funneling up these steps. Let's see how these 2 players from ODU can handle all of this pressure coming from front steps.
Right now, MWIII putting in some good work. 2 kills off that head glitch on the trash can. But now Love's moving in. Sketchy dropping another one, and we can already see right now Georgia Southern rotating in as quickly as they can, contesting that point, and Love from ODU just holding it down, and now it looks like ODU's finally getting some points on the board, taking it up as slowly as they can, but GSU responding with the force of will, quite literally. 2 frags, a nice nade coming in, and it looks like it's a full wipe on Georgia Southern.
Yeah, but you know, Love there, I believe it was on point, you said, did a great job at not only picking up initial time as he was being flooded by Georgia Southern, but also keeping the time white, as we would call it in competitive COD, meaning that no one is getting points. A contested hill is an okay hill, especially when you're down. You want to reduce the amount of points that they have because, as you can see, this scrap time that Georgia Southern is getting is vital for the success and for the victory on this map. They almost have triple the amount of points that Old Dominion has just from scrap time alone. ODU has to be sharp. They have to keep the hill white even during contest and scrap time. And let's see what they can do on this P4 hill.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at a couple of the stats right now. It looks like our top fragger in the lobby, MWIII, going absolutely massive, 10 and 7. Unfortunately, Poppy still trying to get it going. I'm sure they'll pick it up here soon as MWIII picks up another 2 frags, bringing it up to 12 kills. Looking over at Georgia Southern, we've got Will and Rilla, 2 top fraggers, 10, 9 each. I mean, some good frags coming in from all sides, but I'm looking forward to Poppy heating up. I know he's got it in him. First match of the day, always the toughest, as Georgia Southern continues to push this hard point up even further, but does get traded out. And now it's going to go, contested back in. These games just go so fast, it's hard to keep track of everything that's going on.
Yeah, and this is great time from GSU. Old Dominion committed to the rotation, but they're getting picked apart. If ODU and Love can stay down here, he just needs to stay alive, and a huge kill from Love. That is a great kill that is actually going to swing the momentum in their favor. They have great map control. They're set up. This is really the first hill we've seen that people aren't just throwing bodies at it. ODU has control. They have a great setup. They could get a full 60 here and be right back in it, Sed.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing is out of the question here right now. They're putting up in the point. Looks like they've got a pretty strong lock on that. Georgia Southern looking for a way to push in. 2 players flanking around here towards the back side of the site.
Oh, but Love with 2. Sorry to interrupt,
goodness.
Sed. Away from the action, Love got another 2-piece to lock down the hill. I can't see the names on my screen, but I believe Love might be double positive at this point.
Oh yeah, Love just dropping a multi-kill right in there. 3 frags to their name, an absolutely momentous move, swinging it in their favor a little bit. As you can see those points ticking up, and Scroggs, like you said, they're bringing it back. ODU's got this point locked down hard. If they can hold this for the next 10 seconds, that'll bring them within 30, 40, I believe.
Yeah, so they got a great time, hold there, almost a full 60, I believe. Maybe Georgia Southern got a little bit of white time there. They contested it for a bit, but here we see ODU off that full 60 has the momentum. We see both teams spawning closely. The spawns in this game can be atrocious at time, but ODU is picking up the slaying. Oh, and just like that, though, they do get eliminated. They do still have a strong presence around Hill. Let's see if they can coordinate just like that. 2 down, 3 down. They now have Hill control. However, there's a technical difficulty. We're going to go to be right back. We have some issues that we're going to take care of, but we'll be right back with the action and pick up right where we left off. ODU gaining some momentum. Amazing gameplay thus far, said. Nothing to be disappointed about, and they are not, they're not letting the intensity down at all in those games. So they're living up to the hype that we discussed, but we'll be right back to see more amazing gameplay. Sorry about that, stumbling over my words there.
Oh, me too.
And we're back. We appreciate you hanging tight there. Let's get back into the energy. Brought to you by Glitch Energy, by the way. Said, time to run it back, man. Everyone was just starting to get in stride. They're both warmed up now. Let's jump into it.
Oh yeah, let's see. Right now, off the rip, once again, Georgia Southern taking that point down. Looks like it's starting at the first, like how we saw it at first, but Raw with that first blood, and now ODU pushing to that point. And they've got a solid lock on there. That's a 4-stack right there. I believe one ODU player just went down. But yeah, they're going to try and take up those points, and Will with the double frag coming in. Rilakuma, they are dropping them in, and now it's changed hands back over to Georgia Southern as quickly it was in ODU's hands.
Yeah. And what's interesting is we're going to go to P2 about at the same point we were in Game 1. However, you see ODU rotating earlier and securing P2 with map control. We see MWIII going to secure this anchor. Georgia Southern's going to be flooding out of the back alley. They're sending 3 bodies there. They pick up that essential kill, so they'll be okay. But we see one Raw rotating over. He's going to just kind of sit in a corner, wait for them to overextend. But Old Dominion doing a great job at this point of just staying alive on hills, soaking those points, and really probably getting close to tying this up here in just about 8 seconds.
Yeah, and Raw doing their best to hold out right there, but GSU pushing in really hard, dropping 3 ODU players, and it looks like they're hopping into that point, gonna get a few of those points. Rilakuma fan, once again with the double-double. I'm telling you what, he is turned on for this game, ready to get those frags, but MWIII responds with the double, and Raw cleaning it up, dropping 3 on ODU's side. Absolute chaos back and forth across this point.
Yeah, and that's an interesting challenge by MWIII with only 20 seconds left. And I say that, not that it wasn't a good play, but that could force Georgia Southern to spawn out, which we are actually seeing number 8 and number 6 already on P3. I'm not sure if that was because they were pushing for that old scrap time or not, but you know, we'll move on. It looks like both teams are positioned closely to this P3 hill. ODU flooding this back alley, getting picked off. We're going to see the spawns flip because Georgia Southern kind of overextended through that back alley. Let's see this pinch. This is what we call a split spawn, and it could really change the tide of this game and really swing the momentum, said.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge ODU stack coming out at this point, getting a hard contestation in there, but you can see the 4 Georgia Southern players pushing from that back side, and it looks like they're wrapping around. A lot of trades coming in. Not quite sure who's going to end up with this point at this point. And, my goodness, talk about an execution.
Said, name a better duo than Love and that dumpster in back alley right there, man. I think that he's probably dropped about 20 of the limbs in the 2 games that we've had thus far. But as we rotate to P4, this is where Georgia Southern really shined last time. Even though ODU had this early rotation in game 1, we saw Georgia Southern able to bully their way through. We see both teams rotated. Georgia Southern's beat them there. Let's see if ODU can pick up this pinch. Oh, man. Yeah, but good trade there. He needs to stay alive, wait for them to get back on their feet, and then hit this with numbers because they do have numbers here. And perfect. Poppy HD doing a great job at picking up that kill in the alley. ODU floods in. They still have numbers here. They don't know it, but they do. And they're doing a great job at picking up those kills. And again, Love on time, really doing work with that AR, I believe he has in his hand.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, looking at some of the stats across the board, Rilakuma and Will absolutely going crazy. ODU side, we've got Raw and MWIII. No one quite positive yet on ODU's side. It's looking like they're a little behind right now on the points and trying to get those frags on the rotate. But we know they really started heating up on that 4th and 5th points, so maybe we're going to see a huge swing in from ODU at this point. But right now, Georgia Southern, a convincing play.
Yeah. Will picked up a great 2-piece there, but then he got pinched. ODU did a great job at kind of dividing and conquering there, going 2 and 2 so that they could get those trades on hill. You see those 2 guys made it through. They have great map control in mid and alley over there on that P2 side, but we see Georgia Southern flooding away from those players. They pick up the kill. They're doing a great job at pushing together, ensuring that they're getting these off angles where maybe some of these ODU players aren't looking. They're kind of taking these off routes that allow them to, what we see here, pick up 3-4 kills because they're coming in behind them, and ODU's not expecting it.
No, absolutely not. And right now, score down by half for ODU, but just trying to get some positioning. Doesn't seem like anyone's really on the point right now. I think that a lot of different trades coming in. Looking at Sketchy flanking through the apartments here. He's got looking in the back lines, and Love flanking back behind Sketchy. Just constant chaos as the trades coming in left, right, front, and center as we move into the P5 point. So let's see if ODU can establish some dominance here on this next point. I mean, they're falling behind just a little bit, but I think they could still bring it. Because Will with 3 frags out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. Love.
Yeah, we're heading into second rotation here, and really Georgia Southern was in an incredible position there as we went back to this main hill because that last hill was in the back. I believe the rotation goes, you'll see 5 and 4 here. They're racing for P2. Georgia Southern had the positioning, but they gave it up to flood this P1 hill. Let's see if they can correct for that, and they do that. So they actually pick up that person anchoring from Old Dominion. We see Georgia Southern now coming to set up for P2. ODU deciding to hit that scrap. Maybe not a bad decision. They're going to get into that 100-point mark, which sometimes gives you that motivation and really gives you that energy to start mounting that comeback.
Absolutely, and it looks like they've got some players already on site. GSU's in that in that first hill. Yes, they're in that first hill already. As you can see, Georgia Southern is starting to push back in to try and gain a little bit more control, reinforce their teammate there. You can see their points just sticking up. It seems like it's a very, very powerful position being on that top point. You got a nice overview. You get a trophy sentry down. You're blocking nades coming in, and a big stack from ODU. 3 players pushing through. 1 gets dropped, unfortunately. And GSU holding some off angles to prevent that push in.
Huge beat down by MWIII. MWIII gets through without any of GSU picking him up. Able to pull out the pistol, get the kill on Hill. Georgia Southern recovers, but that was essential. Now Poppy's and Hill. They revive and get some of this scrap time here, right? As you were saying, said P2 and P5 on this map are going to be what we call money hills. They have that high anchor point. You can really look over. You can secure map control because there's only really tunnels or alleys leading to the point. So they're natural funnels and choke points. This is a hill that's going to be scrappy, not necessarily a money hill, but you can pick up some significant time if you can pick up these natural choke points, as I'm saying, because the players have to funnel through. There's no wide open area, right, where they can spread out. But ODU is doing a good job at just bullying their way into this hill. Let's see what they can pick up here. Will again picking up a essential kill on Hill. Georgia Southern looking fairly comfortable on P3. But Raw, as I say that, picks up a 2-piece. Said ODU is just bullying their way into point. Georgia Southern doing everything they can to at least contest it, to not let ODU back in this game.
Absolutely. That setup right there on that point reminds me a lot of games. I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike when I was younger. Pushing down a single hallway, all you can do is throw bodies at people. You try to use your utility, and MWIII's doing just that, pushing in. But I tell you what, Georgia Southern, they've got that middle point just locked down. They're able to hold that point and get a lot of score up on that P2 point.
Yeah, and number 8 with 2 said, you know how to say it. I'm still working on it, but you know, ODU was there early. They got picked off by number 8, but they're able to recover. Let's see if they can stay up. MWIII here. Ooh, does go down, but he has reinforcements on the step. But again, just flooding the hill. They gotta be patient. ODU has numbers at times, but they're hitting ones, right, as we call it in Call of Duty, where they're going in one at a time. But right there's a perfect example of 2 of them pinching, picking up this time. You know, Georgia Southern, 11 points to win. If I'm them, I'm already going to start rotating to P5. It looks like 5 and 6 are doing that. Number 1, Raw, has an uphill battle to fight here.
Oh, absolutely. And with only 11 points left on that clock, there is little room for error on the side of ODU. They're holding down that point, but it looks like it's rotating over to the next one. So let's see if they can get bodies on there quick because they don't have time. But Sketchy's coming in from behind, says no thank you, and then Love coming back. Absolute madness. Double trades left and right. Can't quite get an idea. We're going to get a 4-stack to be able to push this point, as it looks like Georgia Southern has bodies on that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it looks like Georgia Southern taking map 1, hardpoint on Karachi. A lot of joy coming out of Georgia Southern guys right there. You can see the hype. And Will, simple as his name, cool cucumber, just hanging out. Love the short names.
Yeah, I love Will, just casually fist bump. Sports dude, absolutely getting hyped. Let's look at some of these last stats. And, you know, a lot of times people say, oh, if you go negative in COD, that, you know, oh, you didn't have a good game. But again, there's roles and responsibilities. So going negative doesn't necessarily mean that you have a bad game. You could be the one getting all the time on Hill. You could be the one putting out the most damage or securing spawns, right, Said? So looking at those KDs or these limbs to deaths doesn't really give a good indication of how people performed. I really feel like, you know, if ODU comes out a little hot, more hot on P1 and P2, maybe they have a better shot there, because as we saw in the last P5 rotation, when you're down, 239 to around, 140, 150, it's a tough spot to be in. You kind of just got to flood the hill. And so even though they had numbers on that last P5 push, they didn't have time to really orchestrate a solid push or develop any strategy, just because they have to put a body on hill, because GSU only needs 11 seconds at that point to win. And that gets back to your point, Said, about P1 and P5 can be the difference maker. Yeah, they're typically scrappy, but we see P5 being an essential part of GSU's victory.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And one thing people got to remember about competitive games, where they're fast-paced competitive games with 4 players, is you're always going to have that one person that just frags out. Like, that's a guarantee. You've got the guy fragging out. You've got the other person that is going to challenge every fight. We had him on our team, it's him on every team, and they're going to be about equal on their ratio. And then one person that might be going negative, and that's expected from the guy holding the anchors, like you said. Maybe he's the one just sitting in the point, and he's kind of like he's the bait, like, oh, wait, we got to get this guy off the point. Your teammates are setting up a crossfire, holding those different angles. When the enemies push in, 2, 3 of them, if you're that first contact, that guy sitting on the point, your teammates can pick them off. But ultimately, it doesn't matter what your KD is as long as you win the map. It's the plain truth of it.
Yeah. So everyone kind of filling their role there on Georgia Southern. You could really see them start to come into form on that second rotation. Not P2, but that second full rotation of points, right? So kind of filling things out, trying to really understand where the ODU players are going to try to lock down those anchor points and stuff. Seems like Georgia Southern really picked up on that. They were able to pinch those points on that second full rotation of points on Skid Row, and they were able to come away with the victory.
Yeah, it was really solid play across all. And I understand coming from ODU's perspective, they were starting to get that momentum back in that first game, and having a technical reset is incredibly frustrating, especially when you've got the hype, you've got the momentum. I mean, a big part of it is carrying that with you throughout the match into the next game and everything like that, so on and so forth. So the mental is going to be huge. So let's hope that ODU's got that resolved. Coming in, Search and Destroy is a very challenging game mode. I mean, I've seen it get to the point where someone's 5-0 and they just swing back and take it 6-5. It can go any way with that game mode, especially one life. I mean, little room for error.
Yeah. And as we look at the replay, we actually see ODU having that P2 rotation secured. Georgia Southern was able to take control of that, and then on top of that, we're able to get that P3 rotation and really set up. Number 8 there was able to anchor. Love, of course, doing what Love does behind the dumpster on P3, just not quite enough. Being on LAN, as you were saying, said, it can be mentally challenging. I've seen all of these teams play online. I would say the talent is pretty, and the competitive balance is really close here this weekend. It's just about how many reps have people gotten on LAN, because believe it or not, if you've never played on LAN, it's a completely different environment. The connection's different, the atmosphere's different. You're just nervous at times, right? And so I wonder how much that comes into play as we see Georgia Southern kind of always winning these rotations. That was the biggest part of the map. And when they didn't win the rotations, they waited for numbers and they had a simultaneous push, right? So again, LAN experience a little different. I'm going to see how that comes into play with some of these teams that we know better here this weekend. But overall, all these teams are highly competitive. We'll just see who has the most reps, and to your point, who can keep their mental strong through some of these times of adversity.
Absolutely. And as we get ready for the second match, because we've been here for so long, my friend, my wonderful cat, has decided to make an appearance. Hi. Say hi.
Hey.
This is my little kitty cat. She will periodically throughout the day be making appearances because she loves to be on my desk. But let's put her down and go ahead and get back to some of that Call of Duty action.
I love that. Yeah, and I'm reading chat here. People asking other streams. Other streams will be broadcast. Again, we have 8 teams, which means 4 games going on all at the same time. So we will be highlighting different teams throughout today and tomorrow. So be patient. I promise you'll see your team. Want to showcase all this amazing talent here. Also said, I see, man, they need to drink some milk. I don't know what that means, but I'll give you one better. They should be drinking some Glitch Energy, our sponsor for this event this weekend. We want to thank our amazing sponsors from Glitch Energy. As you can see, got some shaker cups and Glitch Energy here on the desk. So if you're interested, should be a link or go to their website to find out more. But said, I don't need any Glitch Energy right now. I am feeding off the hype of the arena. This atmosphere is electric. I can hear just back behind me over here the Call of Duty team from Shenandoah University yelling, one shot, and the call-outs are strong. We have Florida Gulf Coast watching over their shoulders. Again, a good relationship there, but again, electric.
Oh, absolutely. And I can hear it just coming through a little bit on your mic in the background. It seems like everyone's having a really great time. I mean, just looking at you guys have got seating, you've got the big screen, TVs off to the side, all these different setups. Truly, truly a wonderful facility that you guys have there. And I'm looking forward to seeing each and every team as we go through this. I know it's going to take some time. Everyone wants to see their own team, and I totally get that. That was my favorite thing whenever my guys were playing. I always wanted to see them live. But don't worry, every team will get some airtime throughout this tournament, and you're going to get to root for everyone because, once again, everyone's going to get to play on Sunday. This is just to determine the bracket, a little preliminary action on Saturday.
Yeah, this is actually kind of a treat, right? A lot of times for tournaments, you don't really get to see the prelims unless you're watching like the CDL or the OWL, which we won't talk about. But, you know, it's amazing that we actually get a glimpse into the prelims so that we understand that the journey that these teams take into Sunday when really we're going to crown the victor of the Winter Warfare Invitational.
Yo, absolutely. And I'm really excited for this search and destroy match that's going to be coming up. It's such a change of pace from Hardpoint. I mean, one life. You get one life, and it's going to be on Karachi. And I apologize earlier. I did say that we played Karachi first. That would be Skid Row. If I could read, that would really help me out. But now we're going to get Karachi back to back, regardless of who wins. Search and destroy up first, and Scroggs, like you said, this map's a little confusing. It's a tough one.
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting chills up my spine, Seth, just looking at the name of this map. Man, I can't get a victory on it. But, you know, Search and Destroy is really interesting. The sites are, if you can get there on offense, right, it's really hard to overtake and retake as a defender. So if we see the bomb get planted, I'm assuming that it will be an offensive win. But that's if the bomb can be planted. There's so many sight lines. There's so many nade spots. You can stun check to see if people are coming. It's really difficult to get to those sites. But if you do and you get the bomb down and you have numbers, most of the time you're going to win. Even if you're at a man advantage or disadvantage set, there's so many corners once you get the bomb down that defenders are going to have to really check every angle, every corner as they move into defuse. So if we see the bomb go down, don't quote me, but I'm betting that it's going to be an offensive win, but that's a big if because the defense is going to have crazy sight lines as they're pushing for those sites.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's always hard pushing in on long hallways, tight corners, and things like that on these maps, especially when it's a rapid transition. If you're pushing down left side, you've got this huge field of view, and all of a sudden you're transitioning to close quarters combat. If you get stopped by the guy that's got the Rival 9 and you're using a long gun, he's probably going to be able to drop you quicker just because of the rate of fire on the weapon.
Right.
And I'll be really interested to see what type of set plays they have for this. You know, like what angles of attack, what predetermined moves do they have to try and gain the advantage on defense and on offense?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because on this map, I believe it's B-Bomb that we'll see over by Statue. There's what they call chicken coops. And to your point, you want to send someone with a sub in there most likely because they can sit at an off angle and just kind of fry as people come flooding in or funneling in. But at the same time, if you send someone over to chicken coops, you've completely kind of cut them off from the rest of the map. They have no vision into mid. Really, to B site, if someone flanks, they're only watching one place. And so there are some areas where if you really dedicate that person and it works out, then it's going to work out big for you. But you also have to consider the mid push. You have to consider all of these weird angles that they're coming from on Karachi. And so it'll be interesting to see their initial setups, if they're willing to overcommit that person, or if they're going to pull them back and kind of have them sit at a general angle, maybe overwatching mid and B site. It'll be really interesting. I think we're going to see a 4 AR meta for defense on this, and maybe one submachine gun on offense. Again, I could be wrong. I haven't competed in a long time, but there's a lot of rooftops. There's a lot of hallways to look down. You're going to have to pick a few people off before you can either advance on defense or plant the bomb on offense.
Oh, absolutely. I'd have to agree with you about the 4 AR meta. I mean, if you're on defense, the best thing you can do is keep those people at arm's length. Like you said, it's going to be an offensive victory if they can get in there just because of how back onto that site. So if you can just stop them from getting there in the first place, that's going to be absolutely massive. And it's going to be really interesting with just how unbalanced this map can be at times. Who's going to take that advantage as we're loading in right now? And it looks like we've got
ODU on defense.
Yep, ODU on defense.
Yeah, and so we're going to see Georgia Southern actually just committing to B. You can see they're in chicken coops. That's the area I'm talking about. Number 7 sitting this corner. Again, if you can get to the site, you win. But you see Poppy here, number 6, getting an early pick from that deep rooftop. Georgia Southern down. First blood in Search and Destroy is going to be vitally important. You can see number 2 here, Sketchy, kind of sniffing out Raw. Not quite sure if they're there yet, but ODU going to pick up a second kill. They're sitting pretty, a 4-2 advantage. That allows Midnight to really advance here, get a flank, pick up that last kill. We see Sports Dude in a 1v4 situation, but picks up a kill early, or late in the round. Let's see if he can 1v4 this. There are not many chances to 1v4 in COD anymore. It would be spectacular if he could pull this out.
Absolutely. You can see a one player holding back A quite far, but those 2 right there on B. Sports is going to sneak up behind. Oh, nice kill coming in, but I don't think he knows where the other one is, as you've got that support player rotating back. He's going over to the brick house, looking for the bomb. And like you said, over there in the chicken coop area, he's pushing in on that. Pick it up, but with only 8 seconds left, he's got to convert now. Nope, no time to get that plant. Yeah. And unfortunately, go down.
You know, I like and don't like that play right there out of ODU at the end. If I'm laying in there in the corner, if I just let him run by and maybe don't shoot, then they don't know I was there, right? And I can play that in future rounds. But they're going to know that Raw's there in future rounds, so we'll see how that plays out. But I do want to give a shout-out to Poppy HD over on the side of ODU. Had a tough hardpoint map, but starting out 2-1 in Search and Destroy. Again, KD doesn't always determine performance. Poppy clearly a strong player and leader on this team. Let's see how the rest of this Search and Destroy plays out for them.
Absolutely. You know, some players, they're better at just playing it a little bit slower, taking their time. And those are the guys you need for these maps. You can have someone that run and guns all day, but on Search, I mean, there's just so... Ooh, through the smoke. And Raw taking off Sketchy.
Poppy able to get it down. There was a stun, there was a nade. They were trying to wallbang through the bomb to kill Poppy, but as we're giving Poppy premium gas, they put the bomb down. ODU is getting picked off, but Love in a 1v3 situation with bomb down, they still might be able to pull this out.
Be interesting to see. They're looking for that player. They don't want to commit to it. Ooh.
Oh, they found him, though. And so this is the advantage having a leg up for Georgia Southern gives. Because they have more players, they're able to just flood Love there. Love doing a great job at defending themselves, but Georgia Southern doing a great job at getting trades. They send 2 for 1 there in chicken coops, and we see Georgia Southern knotting it up 1-1 on Karachi Search and Destroy.
I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth on these maps. That's for sure. I mean, it's a slog through some of these Search. If you can get 2 in a row, it definitely feels pretty good. But trading back and forth, especially on this map, that's kind of where you want to be, and you just gotta hope for those last couple rounds that they go in your favor. I mean, trying to get those set plays, you can see. Oh, really? With a nice grenade taking out Raw. And Sketchy's he's looking out that bomb site. As you can see, Georgia Southern setting up for this B site hit.
Oh.
But
ODU with only 2 players remaining. Again, we see nades being able to pick off these players. Georgia Southern doing something really interesting here, taking their time. They're actually going to rotate back to A. Sports Dude picking up another kill mid. ODU rotating, overcommitting to that B push. But I think Poppy can kind of sniff out that there's something awry here, right? They're making that rotation back to A. They might actually be able to catch ODU or Georgia Southern off guard. They do, but 4v1, it's almost impossible to get a player without getting traded. Again, trading in Search and Destroy is vitally important. If you have a man advantage, you can stick together, get that 2-for-1 deal, and come out with the win, right?
Absolutely, and I really like the play from Georgia Southern there, where they decided, you know, we're not going to go for this B hit. We've kind of already shown our presence here a little bit too heavily. We're going to rotate over and hit that free bomb site, even though there was only 1 player left. It's a really smart move on their point. their part is they're going to take a second point in a row. And let's see how this goes now. They're going to be switching over to defense. If they can pick up one more, that's going to be absolutely massive for them. Having a 2-round advantage in search is insane.
Yeah, yeah. And Georgia Southern there with that first blood with the nade or the Simtex, huge moment in that round to go up 4-3 and then have the luxury to kind of sit back, get a second pick. Then you can really do whatever you want when you're on offense on this map. We saw them rotate from B to A. We see ODU with our first commit to, oh, no way. Good trigger discipline. Should know bombs down there. Wow, Rilakuma fan, just absolutely great trigger discipline. Huge play. Wrap back, get a 2-for-1. GSU up 4-2.
Oh, and he almost was able to take out one more player there. Love barely getting away with their life. If Rilakuma could have converted 3 kills, that would have been insane. Really great positioning on their part, you know, hitting that first player, like you said, great trigger discipline. And as much as I like flashy stuff, it was nice they decided to not do a finisher on them, because then you're standing there in an animation and you're just locked.
But so, OU here, nodding it up, Sports Dude is going absolutely insane. 7-2 on this Karachi Search and Destroy. Let's see what Midnight can do. You know, they're kind of in a tough spot here. Bomb is down. Georgia Southern knows where this bomb is at, right? So they're just going to be able to sit around. They know that they have to commit to A. Let's see how this plays out. Sports Dude, I think maybe got an audio cue from the bomb. And, yep, going 8-2 through the first, 4 rounds here? Incredible performance from Sports Dude.
Absolutely impactful kills coming from Sports Dude. I do have to say I'm a big fan of ODU's consistency. I mean, everyone's fragging out, but it's hard to compete. Sports Dude's 8-2 already. I mean, that's their power player for this match right now. It's really quite impressive to see someone frag out that hard on Search and Destroy, because normally you expect, like you said, you're playing for trades. When your teammates goes down, you trade for them, someone trades for you, so on and so forth. Repeat ad nauseum. Now, on the attack, if they can get this down, I mean, they stand a really good chance at improving their lead even further.
Yeah, this is a huge round for ODU, and we're just going to see each team kind of muscle their way into B, I think. But a huge kill from Will. This is going to open it up. But Georgia Southern, again, being extremely patient. I've been impressed with their patience. They get that opening kill, that first blood. Rather than flooding into B when they know that it's probably open, they're being patient. They're trying to look around, see if anyone's on an off angle, but we do have bomb going down here in round 5 on Karachi Search and Destroy. Let's see if ODU can retake this, or if Georgia Southern will go up 4-1, said.
Absolutely, and it looks like we've got bomb down right now. Unfortunately, Sports Dude dropping, oh my goodness, Sports Dude is on a tear right now.
Oh, man.
And that's just, wow.
Yeah. If I'm ODU, I'm finding Sports Dude and I am eliminating him off the map, right? Like, he's 10-2. He might have gotten that last kill. He might be 11-2 at this point.
He is a menace on this search. It's 10-2 right now. Sketchy cleaned up that last frag, putting himself on the board for that frag, and I mean, cleaning up that round right now. 4-1 in favor of Georgia Southern. Only 2 more in a row, and then we'll be going to Karachi again.
Yeah, and if I'm ODU here, you're okay, right? Like, don't get too flustered. You're just getting picked on defense. You got to stay down, you know, hold a different angle. They get first blooded again on offense. I don't know. That was in chicken coops. It seems like they just need to slow down, play for that first pick. They're getting first blood in most of the rounds, which then puts them at a disadvantage as far as numbers. We see them go down 4-2. When you're on offense, it's really hard to retake and plant the bomb when you are down 4-2. But they still have a chance. If I were them, I might rotate over to A, right? It seems like Georgia Southern is all here at the B site. If you're able to sneak out, we now have number 1 kind of anchoring for Georgia Southern. But if they're able to pick them and rotate, that might be a good play, Sed.
Oh, I agree. You know, they've got B locked down tight, and it's a tough call because they've got Rilakuma just sitting there on the wings, and he's going to be pushing up a little bit, kind of closing in a little bit of a pincer maneuver here. And it seems like ODU's just they're kind of stuck. Like, they know one player's definitely going to be watching from behind, and Rilakuma with that off angle, watching into that hallway as they run by, unless they can quickly clear that, they'll be able to get through. Sketchy, unfortunately, got caught while moving, but it is trading out, and Will cleaning up those last 2 rounds for Georgia Southern.
Yeah, again, strength in numbers on defense on this map. There's just so many angles to watch, and when you're down a person, there's a corner, there's a statue, there's a rooftop. It's like, where do I look that's going to be most impactful for our team to eliminate a player? Well, the answer is all of them, right? Said you got to look right, you got to look left, you got to look up on this map, or you're getting picked off. And if you're at home and you were listening before, and you can probably understand my frustration on Karachi now. It's like, once someone gets the momentum, it's really hard to regain that. And ODU's not playing this poorly, right? All of them are kind of, 2-5, 2-6, 2-5, 3-7. It's a tough map, but they're just getting that first blood on the side of Georgia Southern, which there again it happens. Now they're going to flood into A. But ODU able to even it up, but said bomb is going down.
Yep, and with that bomb going down, I mean, that's the one thing I got to say with these maps I'm not used to. I played a lot of that MW2, and everything was very, very long, but not tall. The verticality in this game with these maps is absolutely insane. There's so many more places to look. So we'll just have to see. I mean, only Poppy left alive right now, doing his best, and unfortunately does go down. And Georgia Southern with a pretty dominant win on Search and Destroy here.
Yeah, so Georgia Southern is going to go up 2-0 in this match. We got Karachi, Hardpoint. Could be a completely different map, right? I mean, Search and Destroy played completely different, so we're not counting ODU out yet. They did start to find their stride in map 1 Hardpoint. So, I think that ODU does have a good chance here. First bloods and stuff don't come into play. It seems like they know the map well. They were holding the angles they needed to hold. They were just getting naded and picked early on, and so I do think it's going to be a more competitive Hardpoint on Karachi than we saw in Search and Destroy.
Oh, I absolutely believe. I mean, we've seen the ability of ODU to run and gun. They're quite good at that. Search is, it's an entirely different beast. I'm wondering what the map picks were, because I could definitely see GSU having picked Karachi for that search. I mean, they seemed like they really knew that map quite well. It's anyone's game here from this on. I've seen people come back from a 2-loss deficit and swing the series in their favor. And, I love long games. I'd love to see us go to 5. So it's still anyone's game. That map. There's 3 potential maps left on the board, so anyone can take them.
Yeah, listen. I mean, especially in this game, I've seen you're down, but you're not out. I mean, the momentum swings are so huge. I will say from the original MW2, I know this is MW3, but we're playing MW2 maps from back in the day. They play a lot faster, a lot more fast. I don't know which one's grammatically correct, but I mean, people are flying. The time to kill is way different than the last several CODs, so people can eat more bullets. I mean, there's just a lot of things that come into play that if you can figure one of them out, the momentum can quickly swing to you, and we could be heading to a map 5. So I think ODU, take a deep breath, take a lap around, maybe take a few minutes here between maps to gather yourself, come back for Karachi Hardpoint, and just the big thing that we saw in map 1 from them is they were even when they had numbers said, they were hitting solos into the point, right? They just need to link up, kind of run 2 and 2, overpower Georgia Southern when they can, and I think that they'll find a victory here on map number 3.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that strength in numbers really is true. Coming from a background doing Halo, no push would succeed unless you had a full stack of people going in to that point. Yeah. So, we've got some replays coming in here pretty quick. You can see Sports Dude, I mean, just absolutely commanding the battlefield here on Karachi. Just a true menace to ODU. It's whenever one of those players is turned on and they're ready to play, it's hard to deal with someone that's switched on like that. Yeah, because they've got the positioning, the movement, and the shots. Yeah, and Rila Kumafan there in that round number 4, I think that's really where we started seeing the momentum swing. That triggered discipline, and then watching that kill cam back as an ODU player and knowing that they were there, they just walked up behind you, kind of got a free kill, and to your point, said they didn't do the flashy kind of elimination. They were tactical, and just watching that can be kind of disheartening that they were hiding in a corner, they snuck up on you, they got that elimination. Not only could that be demoralizing, but GSU also pulled out that round. And so I think that round number 4 is really what swung that map for GSU over ODU. Again, ODU, put it behind you. Let's move on. Let's get back to the basics here. Let's really fill our roles that we know we're good at. And you got a good shot. There's no one's out yet, right? Yep, absolutely. I mean, this is still anyone's series at this point. The only time it's not your series is when, you don't have the 3 maps at the very end. So you can swing it any way. push this hard point, show your dominance, take that next S&D and wrap it out with a final hard point, it's definitely doable at this point. I mean, we've seen great performance from both teams, and I'm looking forward to Karachi hardpoint. I mean, I think it's going to be very fast-paced, but there's going to be a lot of unique angles that people are going to be taking to try and infiltrate these sites and try and get the upper hand.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember the rotations in my head for Karachi hardpoint. I've played it competitively once, very close game. We ended up getting the dub, which was awesome, but it was stressful because all of the hills are just not really money hills, right? Like we talked about on Skid Row, P2, P5 being money hills. You get there first, you have this high ground, you have these vantage points that give you an advantage. But in Karachi hardpoint, it's kind of a mad dash. I mean, there's mid hill, there's one in the bottom of B bomb base, in the building. It's just you're flooding hill. Really playing with a partner here and not just flooding through doors solo is going to be essential for both teams.
Oh, absolutely. And I've got the map pulled up here with all of our hardpoint locations. I like to think of it as a cardinal direction. So looking at it from a top-down view, that first point, it's going to be smack dab in the center of the map. You've got sight lines coming from 1, 2, 3 different alleys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different buildings, and then it drops back over, goes to the northwest, rotates back over, goes to the east, drops down to the southwest, and then finishes up in the north. I mean, you're going to be moving around the map really fast. A lot of stuff going on, but I think the hardest points to hold, definitely, it's got to be that P1. I mean, there is so much exposed area. You can set up the best crossfire of your life, but someone can just pick one angle you're not looking at. You've only got 4 guys, unfortunately.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing here on Karachi is, they got to move fast. They got to really have their stuff together. I bet if they had some glitch energy, they'd be able to move faster. Said, shout out to them again for the sponsorship. But we have to look at the map results for map number 2. Sports Dude 12-2, a 6.0 KD. But we can't also really forget the rest of his team, right? 5-2, 4-3, 5-3, positive across the board. Anytime you're above a 1.0 in Search and Destroy, that's a good map in my opinion. And so Georgia Southern, just overall, to your point, said, I think that might have been their map pick in the pick and ban phase. And then we also see Skid Row 250 to 149. I think that map is closer than what we're seeing on the screen here. So I do think that this will be closer. I do have to believe Georgia Southern picked Karachi Search because of just how strong they were in it. It'll be interesting to see who's the strongest team here in map number 3 on Karachi hardpoint.
Absolutely. And Scroggs, I'm going to have you take it up for just a second. The battery in my camera died, so I'm going to have to switch that out real quick. So just give me a moment, and I'll be right back on the comms.
Sure, yeah, and I apologize for having to pull the mic away at times again, getting over a cold that I had before, but I appreciate everybody tuning in here today. Looking at chat, I really appreciate just everyone communicating, and we see some bold predictions here for map number 3 on Karachi hardpoint, right? We see some 100-point club predictions. We see 3-0s. Again, ODU is not out of this, folks. While Georgia Southern has performed well through the first couple of maps, I do believe that Karachi might actually play more to ODU's playstyle during this hardpoint. Invasion, that's a toss-up. Again, only played that a few times, but I think if ODU can pull out these Karachi, we have a chance of seeing a Terminal S&D, which Terminal S&D, very interesting map in Search. I mean, on this map, it's a very strong defensive map, I will say. It's hard to get out of your spawn as a bomb planter on the offensive side, so it'll be interesting to see their strats. I know when I've seen teams play, you either commit one or commit the other. You can't hesitate, because if you hesitate, the defense is already in position. And so, again, Karachi Invasion, Terminal to end this off. We'll be right back here in just a few minutes. We appreciate you tuning in to the Winter Warfare Invitational here at Shenandoah University. welcome back. Thanks for being patient here at the Winter Warfare Invitational. I keep wanting to say Warzone, man. I mean, Warzone's near and dear to my heart. I used to play the OG, but it is the Winter Warfare Invitational. We appreciate your patience. Said, buddy, great to see you again, man. Welcome back.
Yes, sorry about that, guys. I had to change the battery out of my camera. Unfortunately, a little bit behind on everything. I'm just using a EOS Rebel T5i, and I did not have time to get a power adapter to plug it in to use as the webcam. So we'll keep charging it. I think it's a little bit blurry, so I'll calibrate that a little bit. But right now, you guys will just have to deal with it. Now keep the batteries on the charger, and we'll have it set up to go. And at the worst case scenario, you can look at my beautiful 1080p regular webcam. So.
Hey, listen, I'm looking right now. It still looks great. We appreciate you rushing around and hustling to get that new battery in. Really looking forward to this map, the Karachi Hardpoint. Said while you were changing your battery, I was talking about this might play better to ODU's play style, and I think if they can pull out a map 3 victory here, we might see a map 5 terminal S&D, which is a toss-up because it's such a defensive strong map, right? It'll be interesting. I will say, based on the way Georgia Southern played map 2, they might have the upper hand in terminal. But again, I believe if ODU can pull out a win here on Karachi Hardpoint, we'll see a map 5.
Yes, I would completely agree. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing this coming through. It's it's a good time. I mean, it's a lot of great competition going on. Yeah, I know. I'm just sorry. I got some messages coming in just about the little bit of that camera blur. So I apologize for that, and I'll get right back to that great commentary. Unfortunately, because of the application I'm using, you guys get to watch me take a pencil. Tell me how it works.
Well, yeah, Said, while you adjust, I mean, I'm looking at chat here, and people are gassing Sports Dude up, and I think it's well-deserved. I mean, a 6.0 KD in Map 2, that's incredible. And so continue the premium gas for our players here on LAN today. Again, they have a great opportunity to maybe compete on LAN for the first time, which can be nerve-wracking. And so any support that you can give your friends, family, colleagues in chat, we really appreciate that here at Shenandoah University in the esports arena. But
oh, absolutely. Make sure to show some love to everyone, guys, not just the people on your team, but on the other teams. Everyone's out here doing their best, trying their hardest. I mean, college students, after all. I don't think anyone's getting paid a premium to play Call of Duty.
Said, I know looking down on when you're on camera is bad in broadcast, but I gotta say, the camera's looking sharp, man.
All right, fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. Tried to get it at a good angle when I set it up. Unfortunately, the way my room's oriented, this camera is crammed in the corner. I've been looking into getting a little bit better stream one for the future, so maybe if you guys will have me back when the next time you do a tournament, have something just a little bit better for you.
Sure thing. You're always welcome back, Said. Absolutely crushing it on the desk. But we see the fly-through of Karachi here. This is one of the hills that we're looking at currently. Again, this map is going to be scrappy. They're going to have to hit it in duos. Even though they're tight, entry points, you're going to want to hit it solo. But we saw that really be the weakness in map number 1. They have to wait, they have to hit it with their teammates, and they have to coordinate that push if they want to be successful. Let's see if ODU can correct some of that gameplay that we saw in map 1 to take home this map number 3.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be a really good, really nice cinematic fly-ins that you guys have here. Absolutely. Once again, I just got to give a shout out to the production crew. We love everything you do. You guys are the ones that let us get up here, talk about the game we love, and have a great time. So everyone, if you're there in person, thank the production crew. They're doing a really great job putting this all together for us. So once again, just a round of applause for those guys. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. And I'm going to be interested to see which side each team spawns on here. Again, we have to be thinking P2. If you're a casual COD player at home or a new to competitive, be thinking P2 in Hardpoint. I can't say it enough. And also Said, as we enter into map number 3 here, oftentimes people just want to get a ton of eliminations. But in Hardpoint, you really have to get that map positioning, then secure the point, then start eliminating players. Because if you don't block spawns, that you could get split spawns, they could spawn behind you, and so securing spawns, securing objective, then eliminating the other team is what I always teach the teams I coach. let's see who can do that best here on Karachi. And I believe if they do it well, they'll pull out the victory.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be really interesting. I'm not sure who's starting on what side here. Still, like I said, Karachi, I haven't had too much experience with the spawns and if there's an inherent advantage to one side or the other, or how we're locking down certain regions to force spawns. Because like you said, Scroggs, sometimes the spawning in this game can be pretty brutal, especially if you spawn far out from the point and you just got to hustle across the map. You know, do you sprint to the point, or do you take time clearing all your corners? Because if there's one of those skirmisher players roaming around the map and you get caught off guard, you could be sent right back to where you were at.
Yeah, and not to pivot away from the gameplay, but Big Rich with 5 gifted subs in the chat. Shout out to Big Rich, and just so you know, I think you'll get a chance to see Big Rich on stream as well today. So shout out to Big Rich for the support, not only in chat, but with the broadcast today. We really appreciate all that support.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll go ahead and throw in my Prime sub there as well. I always keep that for a good time. Hype train incoming. Everyone thank Big Rich. No thanks to me. That's covered in my Prime subscription. I get to do it every month, but really love what you guys are doing here, so go ahead and throw that out for you. And everyone, you're in for a treat later. Big Rich, fantastic caster, along with Virgil. You guys are going to have a lot of fun as we get started into this third map, Karachi Hardpoint, ODU versus GSU. Let's get it started.
Yeah, and I think GSU is actually spawning on the preferential side here, Seth, if I remember correctly. I think P2 is going to be where the A-bomb side is. Not sure about that completely. Only played this a few times, but we see ODU with a hot start. Again, the strategy to kind of flood this middle hill. We don't see anyone really getting map control outside of mid. 1-to-1-to-1 exchange. Midnight with that vantage point up high to get that trade. Keep it blank, keep it contested, or white, as we say in competitive COD, so that no one here is getting points. ODU could have the lead as we go to a P2 rotation.
Oh, but Sketchy coming in with a nice rip on that rival. Going ahead and switch over to that sidearm, waiting for that next encounter. Did Love find him out? See him? Ooh, Sketchy coming back again. That's 3 kills to his name on this point, ticking it up just ever so slightly. But I think he did get pushed off, and now we've got it in ODU's favor. But Rilakuma pushing in real fast, dropping down. Absolutely breaking some ankles out here as they rotate over, and Georgia Southern is going to hold down this second point really fast. A lot of action coming in here.
Yeah, and Poppy, love to see that first kill. Got off to a slow start in map 1. I think they're going to get off to a hotter start here. Said, I think I have the caster curse. Every time I start gassing ODU, they get picked off point, and then GSU wins the rotation. So I'm going to stop caster cursing ODU here, but then again, I can't help it because Love, again, 6-2, starting out with a 3.0 KD, absolutely frying around that hard point. We see GSU storming in. Rimakuma fan, of course, fragging out per usual. We're going to see going to a P3. Although GSU has the lead, not a huge one. I believe ODU can pull it back on this P3 hill. They looks like they have good map positioning if they can snip out number 6. Oh, they just found him. Let's see if they can get this trade and really set up for this P3 hill.
Absolutely, and right now, still very, very close game. GSU, I don't know, are they on that first point? Looks like they're in position to lock it down. No one putting a body on it quite yet, and really exposed down there in the cafe. But you can see him circling in, taking some shots over there. Poppy putting a few out, you know, peppering a few players, forcing them back. And it looks like GSU is on the point just ever so slightly, holding that pillar to prevent anyone from getting lines on them. And they've got a solid 4-stack here, but swinging in a lot of trades coming in. And oh my goodness, a lot of sports dude. Rilakuma, I mean, that's like a full wipe, but the spawns are coming in so quick, it's hard to keep track of everything. But in the end, when the dust settles, Georgia Southern holding behind that counter and taking out these last 20 seconds.
Yeah, and again, I cursed ODU there, but Georgia Southern had a great setup. You saw people not peeking even when they had the chance to eliminate players, holding their positions to block those spawns, to pick off players. A coordinated push, you know, Rilakuma and Sports Dude seem to be the two OBJ players here for Georgia Southern. ODU gets the P4 spawns. We see trades going down. ODU here with the early advantage. Let's see if they can hold off GSU. But just like that, we have 2 down for ODU. We do have a team kill coming in from GSU. However, they're able to keep close to point. Not on it yet. There they go, entry. But GSU advantage, trading out. Looks like 4 down. ODU going to be spawning out. Hit reset, regain. ODU, you're not out of this yet.
Absolutely. Georgia Southern with a massive sweep coming in there. I really liked ODU's setup. They had a good lock on that point, but you just can't anticipate what Rilakuma's going to do. Dropping in from the ceiling, taking out 2 players. I know there was a TK there, but looks like ODU's getting a good pushback in. Raw with 3 really nice kills, but unfortunately does get caught out by Will. And trades coming in left, right, front, and center as always, but still Georgia Southern holding that point. And it did get taken out. It looks like we've got ODU on it, but now the second one, the next point's already open. So many trades coming in right now in this close quarters environment.
Yeah, Sad. And if I'm ODU, I know it's frantic. I know it's chaotic. You have to regain here, and even though we're on P5, be thinking P2. This hill's scrappy, P1 scrappy. You can afford to not have great map positioning. You cannot afford not to have P2 hill. But just as I say that, GSU storms their way in. ODU's kind of flooding here. Again, they have to regain, just adjust, take a deep breath. They're okay. It's not out of hand yet. GSU effectively trading here, but ODU has to stop them from getting a ton of time on this hill and then be thinking P2 rather than P1 to really get back in this game.
Absolutely, and now we've got GSU once again locking down that point really hard. I mean, this is definitely a tough one to break into. Only a couple points of contention to push through that area, and GSU just all over the map at this point. Sports Dudes, Sketchy, Rilakkuma, they are just dropping frags all over the place, really soaking up as much time as they can on this point. I think effectively getting all that they could from it. But Raw is responding really well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a best case scenario for ODU, or it was. They had the P2 rotations, but you see number 8 and Rilakkuma fan popping up back there. GSU is going to recognize that, and you see number 7 going ahead and going to secure those P2 spawns. Okay with this contest on P1. Even though they're trading and no one's getting points, they have this advantage. They can afford to wait, and there you see it. They're patient. They get those trades on point. They're going to soak up the rest of this time, most likely. ODU in a tough position. Do we hit P1? Do we commit to P2? GSU now has the spawns. This is looking tough for ODU. They're going to have to hit pause. They're going to have to start securing some spawns if they have a chance to get back into this game.
But it's looking like Love right there on the 5-kill streak, and they do have a UAV, and I think a cruise missile they're going to be able to bring up. Right now, if Love can stay alive and try and keep training those up, and unfortunately they did go down to try and get some of those streaks coming in. That's one thing we haven't seen a lot of on that first hardpoint match with streaks coming in. That can be absolutely massive. You know, a well-placed Predator missile or something like that can clear out a lot of players. Yeah. But now ODU, they are starting to tick up on that point. It looks like they've got a pretty strong lock. And I say that Caster's Curse, GSU pushing in real fast with 2 frags and popping on that hard.
Yeah, we saw Raw get a huge 2-piece on Hill and secure a lot of crucial time for ODU. However, it didn't seem like ODU had a strong setup around point or much map control. We do see them again bully their way in. GSU, though, we see P3 is where they're spawning. So again, spawns are crucial. That's why I was saying before, Matt, secure spawns, secure objective, then eliminate team. And right on cue said, not a lot of streaks you said. I think that was a streak that we saw just come in.
I think so. I think it just took out that poor car right there in the middle, which in an earlier match we did see one of them blow up and well, disregard that statement. We've got 3 frags coming in quick succession from GSU as they're pushing onto this hard point, and it looks like they're locking it down, just ticking these points up almost 4/5 of the way there here in just a second. Insane plays from both sides right now, but GSU, they are commanding this hard point.
I don't mean to chuckle, Seth, but you can tell you're a med student, man. 4/5 of the way there. That was quick math, folks. But you're not wrong. They surpassed the 200-point mark, 209 to 95. Okay, ODU, listen, take a deep breath. Get 100 points. That's the first milestone that you need to secure. You have P4 setups if they can sniff out number 5 in Sketchy. Secure P4, work towards P5. This is going to have to be one hill at a time. You're going to have to take it slow, gain composure. It's not going to be something that's going to be easy, but if they just slow the game down and play to their strengths, they can get back in this.
Yeah, but that flank from behind, absolutely devastating, catching those 2 players out, and it's so hard to hear what's going on sometimes with all this action, and Sketchy really coming into his own right here as they pushed into that site, dropping 3-4 players, and Will once again showing his dominance with that long run. And now it's only 10 points left to finish time on that hard point. GSU's just got it completely locked down. ODU's trying to throw as many people as they can at it, but they're spawning so far out that it's going to go to Georgia Southern.
Yep, GG's to both teams. Georgia Southern with a strong opening performance here. With a 3-0 victory over ODU. We see fist bumps all around. Looks like a Rila Kuma fan taking pics. I don't know if that's for the tournament staff here or just to shout out on their socials, but strong showing from everyone on the side of Georgia Southern. Just overall, great team effort. Definitely coordinated. You can tell that some of those maps are ones that they have a lot of reps on. GG's to them.
Absolutely. Really great play from both teams. I mean, it was incredibly hard fought, but GSU, I mean, they had some really powerful impact plays throughout that game, especially, looking back in Search, they had Sports Fan just absolutely dominating the battlefield. And on that last hardpoint match we just played on Karachi, every player contributed equally to those frags. It was just really, really impressive.
Yeah, and so impressive match. GG's to both. Georgia Southern coming out with the win. ODU still a really great effort. I know here in a second we are going to be hopping into another match. We're going to give the fans what they want. We're going to go to another broadcast. Not quite yet, but I believe we're going to be hopping into Shenandoah University's match. I believe that said when we hop in, they'll be in map 4. So it'll be interesting to see where they're at. It sounds like Army's up 2-1 at currently. So home team facing a little adversity early on here in the Winter Warfare Invitational said.
Absolutely. I look forward to getting in, seeing another match. Everyone gets to see the people they love, and it's going to be great. Got a couple replays coming in for you real quick before we do that. Sketchy taking that point really early on. That was a solid play from him, and I gotta say, Rilakuma is great at navigating this map. They know how to run around, and those people, they make my head spin. I try to play kind of slow and lock down angles. The people that's got that mobility, it's a game changer for your team. It really is.
Yeah. It's a name and better duo than Love and that dumpster on map 1 on Skid Row. I think it's Sports Dude and Rilakuma fan, honestly. The way they play off each other, as you were saying, Rilakuma just really understanding what Sports Dude needs as they're playing around the hill. That duo was a really strong pairing here. We see Rilakuma in this highlight. Double positives, Sports Dude positive. The other players on Georgia Southern, both even. I mean, just a really strong performance overall. And again, we see on the side of ODU, no one just playing super bad. It's just Georgia Southern just clicking on all cylinders, right, Sen?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, those guys were in sync. I mean, I can only imagine what those comms sound like. They must, the way they move and their efficiency, they've got to have great communication, great call-outs. And, these guys have probably played with each other for so long. I doubt this is their first Call of Duty together. So, it really does help to, have a great group of guys, not only that are great and competitive, but that are your friends. So when you're having a good time, it just helps that energy flow even further,
Yeah, and as you're saying, Georgia Southern takes that 3-0. You do have to wonder what gave them that advantage. In competitive Call of Duty, it's teamwork, it's communication, it's chemistry, right? Like, as you're saying, Seth, I wonder how many reps they have in game, what their comms are like. A lot of people at home that are watching that don't know competitive Call of Duty might just think, oh, these guys are eliminating each other in game. There's so much more to it. There's so much strategy. The communication and teamwork is crucial. I like to call it chess in a video game, right? I know chess is an online video game now that you can play, but the strategy that is in competitive Call of Duty is unmatched, and it's nothing like that you find in like a casual game in a public match, right? And so a lot going into that, but as we're saying that, let's see who has the best chemistry, comms, and teamwork as we dive into map 4 of Shenandoah and Army, Sid.
Absolutely, and I saw some people in the chat saying they want to see reacts. And well, guys, we've got the stream up for you now, and it looks like, why are we not watching reacts? Well, I'm sure we'll get over to him in just a second. He does have that first frag, and up, guys, there he is. It's the man you want. It's reacts, and he's going to come in and get a really nice frag, potentially in the second one, and push into this hard point and start getting points for Army. As Shenandoah is flanking in the back, is he able to get this kill over the counter? And he does. Phenomenal kills coming out, pushing towards that kill streak as well.
Yeah, we saw Shenandoah come out strong here, but Army really putting it together here. Again, regaining. Everyone always laughs at me. I always use the word regain, but they regain. They're going to actually have the advantage going into the P2 rotation, and it also looks like they have that initial setup set.
Yep, it seems like they had a really nice set play. I mean, some sweet kills coming in from Shenandoah right now as they're pushing up in a very methodical manner. You know, it's really interesting to see the difference between two teams. In GSU, they move fast, they move quick, they move really quickly around that map. But it looks like, you know, Shenandoah, they've got some nice, like, pushing up, providing each other covering fire to try and get up on that point, and they're able to get some bodies on that. Steve-O wrapping around that wall, taking out one player. He's going to flank from the second side. Maybe he'll drop the other one, boosting up. And that one does get caught out. Can he catch the second? And he does. Woo. Can he get a third? Not quite. But some really great frags coming in from Steve-O.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of coaching this Call of Duty team from Shenandoah for several years. And I have to say their keys to victory are Steve-O, while being a top fragger a lot of times on the team, needs to slow down at times. Toxic, if he can get hot here, is unstoppable. And then Relic and Moss are really that duo that are going to be playing that OBJ and locking down these points. So let's see who can catch fire on the side of Shenandoah. They are extremely a momentum-driven team. If they can get that momentum here set, Army's in trouble.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting seeing how this shakes out for him. Army already getting up in the kills right now. I mean, I see why people want to see its reacts. He's pushing for, he's got Juggernaut set as one of his kill streaks. I mean, that is some gall. And I'd say I'd love to see a Jug get dropped in a competitive game. I didn't even know that was allowed in competitive games.
Yeah, and Shenandoah in a tough spot here. They're trying to all run down this road. Army has such a good map set up here. You can see Shenandoah really readjusting their strategy, going to start thinking about that P4 rotation and maybe giving up the rest of the time here on P3. I know that's a tough pill to swallow at times. You're down 108 to 24 at this point, but this might actually be the better strategy. You see they now have the control. They're going to be able to eliminate these Army players, hopefully, as they rotate. Oh, but as I say that, Army gets a pick. Gets 2 picks, and 3. Actually, Army does an immaculate job at rotating. All 4 down. They win the rotation. They have the advantage. SU needs to adjust something here. You can't rotate early and lose that. But I believe that they can make that adjustment. We still have a lot of time left, said. Let's see what they do.
Absolutely. You know, we got Relics right here. He's trying to push him, trying to catch some of these guys out. And unfortunately, he doesn't do so. You know, just that nature when you're coming off the slide, it's really hard to get guns online. I know they changed it in this game to where you don't have to commit to the full slide, but it's still not quite like MW 2019 where, I mean, you could just watch those guys hop, skip, jump around no matter where you're at in the animation. So you've got to have a little bit more timing on this. And you can see that really playing Army's strength right now. These guys seem to just have lightning quick reactions. I mean, it's really quite impressive, and they're locked on this next point here, picking it up away from Shenandoah. And Shenandoah, they're getting caught in that unfortunate loop of spawning out and getting stuck trying to push into the point. But maybe they've got a lock in there. They do. It looks like they've got that next P set up. Because sometimes it's better, you know, we're not pushing this objective. We're just going to take the next one.
Yeah, and what's tough for Shenandoah is they knew something was wrong because they had the point, but 3 spawned all the way across the map set, and so they know 8 is somewhere. I don't think they've been able to really pinpoint where he's at. Yes, they're picking up time, but they're slowly losing their man advantage and spawning way out. They need to pick up number 8. They need to pick up this corner that number 6 is coming around, or else it's going to be a constant battle. They're going to be way out of position for this next rotation. They have to secure this, and they actually do as I'm saying that. Although they're going down and Army's effectively trading, SU kind of stops the bleeding for now. They take a deep breath. They're going to get this hill time, and they're going to reset for the second set of rotations here on map number 4.
Yep. You know, back to that first point. I mean, this is the challenging area to lock down. You think it's like, all right, I'm going to sit behind this counter, but you know, playing off of those head glitches is really challenging. And Army coming to Merc, I think it just went on a massive streak there. Was that 4 frags in a row? I couldn't quite see it. It's a little bit blurred out for me. But, I mean, these guys, they are fragging hard right now. I mean, this is really impressive play from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we got Reacts at double positive, Jukes at double positive, MWIII nearly there, and MWIII not far out of being even, right? And so Army with a strong showing here. Some folks on the side of SU starting to pick up steam, though. This is a great hill. We see number 4 rotating. Again, if Toxic can catch fire, Army is in trouble. Let's see if he can pick off number 5 here. Good job by Toxic not to overextend here. He's just playing life, but unfortunately he could not sniff out number 8, MWIII, getting that split spawn coming behind him. SU needs to close in on this. They pick off MWIII. Let's see if they can secure the spawns and win this P3 rotation. Or is this P2? This is P2.
Yeah, I believe this is P2 right out here out in the open. Not a fun position to be in. I would not want to be holding this down. You can get some trophies in, try and block some of that utility coming through, but unfortunately, bullets aren't stopped by the trophy sentry, so you've got to just try and take positioning the best you can, get as many points as possible. And we can see Army sitting up in this building, the JP Apparel building, and getting ready for a stack. And ooh, the red missile comes in. Unfortunately, Steve-O unable to get out of there in time, and it's hard to react to streaks like that.
Yeah, and if you're Relic here, you have to stay alive. And as I say that, he does. No caster curse here. Relic with a crucial play to keep the time. From Army, Army with that extra 10 to 15 seconds would be over 200 points, and it's a drastically different game. Relic will go down. However, SU has the P3 rotations, so I was wishing it into fruition, I guess. I kind of manifested this when I said they had P3 rotations, but SU does have control of the road. They're on time. Let's see how Army responds. They pick up a quick 2, but SU still getting preferential spawns close to hill here.
Yes, sometimes some of this movement's so abstruse, I don't know where they're planning on going. It's just the routing that these guys take makes my brain hurt. It's like, man, they built the lanes in the map for a reason, but you're zigzagging all over the place. And I mean, it really does give you quite an advantage to know the map. And Reacts coming in, I don't think Toxic realized he was that close. And Army absolutely flying into the point right now, but Mossman doing a really good job of keeping him off, and Shenandoah is able to, they're starting to bring this back.
Yeah, Steve-O with a crucial 2-piece, Moss with the support on Hill. I'm really questioning Army's decision to push P3 there. They could have scrapped it. I know, again, that's hard to get into your mental, like, oh, let's just give up all this time. But they have such a large lead in that position that they could really secure P4. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be hurting them here. They do win the P4 rotations. SU close by, though, but a nade and a kill by MWIII takes 2 down. Let's see if Toxic can respond. 3 down for SU. Close all 4 down. We're going to see them spawn close. Let's see if they can flood in and stop Army from winning it here on P4.
And this is such a challenging hill to push into. Mossman really doing a great job picking up 2 frags, and it looks like they're able to get in, but unfortunately, Jux just popped right into that site. And I don't think, well, there's no points for anyone. Steve-O trying to play his life the best he can, and unfortunately, Army does have 1 player up there. Huge amount of nades coming in, but those trophies doing a great job of blocking them out. And now, I mean, with the time left, I think there's enough if Shenandoah can get to this last point. But you see Army just 3 guys already in position.
Yes, Jukes had a huge kill on that P4 hill. I mean, him picking up that kill on Steve-O just won them this game. SU had to commit to that P4, weren't in position for P5. A tough loss here for the home team, but great game by both. I think that score doesn't really indicate how close it was at times. SU started cold, started to heat up towards the end of that map set, but just wasn't quite enough to overtake Army on map number 4.
Absolutely. I do have to say, both teams played incredibly well on that. You saw some great moments from both sides, but at the end of the day, I mean, Army's rotation, that's the one thing that it's so challenging to get, especially when you're behind, and that's the issue the Shenandoah ran into, is it's like, well, we got to get time on these points, but then we can't commit enough people to that rotate. So when Army had that lead of about 50, which in most games, I mean, that's 1 point to just hold down if you get it the whole time. It's hard to beat someone that's already got a 3-stack rotation over onto the point. I mean, it's a very, very challenging thing to do, and Shenandoah put up an amazing fight. But at the end of the day, I mean, Army, they just had the positioning they had was absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I understand why chat was saying we want to see Reacts, we want to see Army. I mean, Reacts had an amazing map there, Jukes as well popping off, but MWIII and MWIII, nothing not be proud about, right? Everyone on Army just clicking on all cylinders. Again, Shenandoah really pulling it together there towards the end. That first set of rotations, they were just down so much, it was hard to come back from that. But I do think that they'll be able to recover here as we go throughout the weekend. Again, this is just one match of many throughout this Winter Warfare Invitational. So if you're SU, shake it off. Army, GG's. You played a heck of a map. The chemistry and teamwork there was unparalleled and unmatched from what we've seen in the couple games we watched thus far. But yeah, overall, great Call of Duty so far this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it'll be really interesting to see that next matchup. If you look at the brackets that we have, Army should go up against GSU. I think that's going to be a very, very close game. It's going to be very neck and neck. And then you've got Shenandoah should be going up against ODU. I mean, these are some fantastic combinations of games. I know everyone won't get to play each other, but I mean, if you get a chance to go up against as many people as you can, I mean, that just adds to the fun of it. I always love playing against different teams and stuff like that. So, I mean, there's so many more. We've only seen a handful of maps. We've still got a couple more. I think half the maps left to view. So I'm looking forward to Terminal. I love the layout of Terminal. It's such a classic. And I really do want to see that one on a good old-fashioned hardpoint.
Yeah, Terminal. We haven't seen High Rise. I believe High Rise is in the rotation as well, right? And so we've seen Karachi, Invasion, Skid Row. I think we're going to see a lot of those maps here this weekend. But yeah, to your point, Seth, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams perform as some of their best maps and teams learn those best maps start getting banned as we progress.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one thing that each tournament develops its own little meta as you go through. You know, you see one team is doing this, one team's doing that. So, I mean, there's a lot of great games to come. And, you know, we'll be hopping off here in just a few moments, guys. And you're going to get the absolute wonderful time with Big Rich and Virgil. And it's going to be some more great games for you.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see the rest of the games this weekend. You know, Seth, you mentioned that GSU and Army matchup coming up. That's really interesting. I mean, GSU and Army, from what we saw on that one map, both have such great team chemistry. You can tell that their comms are really on point. Their movement, the way they're looking, the rotations, you can tell that they have a lot of reps in this game already. And so I think that's anyone's game when it comes about. But, you know, I will say the one thing I saw in Army that was really impressive is they do have those impact players that have the ability to just go off, right? We did see that in Sports Dude and others from GSU, but we'll see how, you know, those players can come into play for Army throughout the weekend, and if it is going to be that kind of momentum or that hot streak that carries them through, or if the whole team chemistry will get them by and ultimately crown them the victors of the Winter Warfare Invitational.
Absolutely, and that's always the interesting part to see. Is it the team that'll take that has the even frags across the board, everyone's pulling, you know, just the best they can with the good comms, or is it going to go to the team where you've got one or two guys that go absolutely insane? So we've got a lot of Call of Duty coming up, and I look forward to seeing how this plays out for the Winter Invitational.
Yeah, Ed, really appreciate being on the desk with you. Look forward to commentating more COD with you. Chat is electric right now. I'm looking over at it. It's so hard not to just read it out loud on stream. But we appreciate all of y'all's input and support. Bring good vibes, bring great energy. We have good vibes and good energy here in the arena. We're going to go to a quick 5-minute break, but when we get back, we're going to jump back into the action. We look forward to seeing you here back after break at the Winter Warfare Invitational.
See you guys around.
Afternoon, good morning for some of you. My name is Big Rich X. We are here at the Winter Warfare Invitational. I am joined by the venerable, the vivacious Virgil as my co-caster here today. Virgil, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm doing great today. I'm really excited to see some of these matches. I know we already got to see a little bit earlier with Army and Old Dominion playing, but I'm excited to see the Eagles and the Patriots face off. That's going to make for a great match coming up, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I've already seen just some of the intensity here. It's my first LAN of the season, ladies and gentlemen, and I couldn't be happier to be here in the Shenandoah Valley, just ready to have a great time with Virgil. He will lead me through the 9 circles, and I will be with you every step of the way, ladies and gentlemen of the chat. Just really excited to be back to some of these classic Call of Duty maps. I know we've seen a few already, Invasion, Karachi, Terminal. Terminal's got to be my favorite, Virgil. If I'm just picking at one of the maps out of the competitive rotation, Terminal's got to be my go-to.
I think I can agree. Terminal's definitely an all-time classic. Whether you love it or hate it, you have a soft spot for it in your heart if you've been playing Call of Duty for long. But I think on top of that, High Rise is definitely going to be my favorite of these maps. I have to agree with Scroggs from earlier. Karachi is just one that I cannot get a grasp on. So I've got my favorite, I've got my least favorite. We'll see where we fall on how they play today. But I'm really excited to see how they play. Obviously it's such a high level to see how they execute this game.
100%. It should be an incredible time. If I remember correctly, High Rise should have some nice little peak spots. I don't know if we'll see any snipes today, but if someone is leading by an extraordinary amount, then I certainly hope we start to see some snipers come out, maybe go for some nasty little trick shots. As we take a look at Bracket B, we got Syracuse versus Wright State, and our game coming up, George Mason versus Florida Gulf Coast.
Well, so obviously this game is going to prove to be both of these games are going to prove to be really interesting. Syracuse, obviously a very well-known esports program at this point, has some teams among a lot of different titles that they represent pretty well, so I definitely can expect them to show up and show out today. I talked to a lot of my team at Ferris and, asked their opinion on the players, what do they think these teams, how they sit, and I heard a lot of good things about the 8 teams that are here today, and Especially, I heard some good things about FGCU, so I'm also really excited to see the Eagles today when they face off. But it looks like for maps today, we're going to have Skid Row with Hardpoint first into Search and Destroy on Karachi, and then Karachi back-to-back, a 2-night stay for a Hardpoint, and then another Hardpoint map at Subbase before we head to Skid Row again for Search and Destroy. So opening and closing on Skid Row, definitely a fast-paced map, so we'll make for some interesting gameplay today, I think, for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited to see these teams play in Hardpoint on Skid Row especially. It's a lot of close quarters combat with plenty of long lanes. Those alleyways can be tricky, but if you know how to hold your angles, especially on that head glitch and stairwell, it should prove to be an interesting matchup, to say the least, as we get a look at our squad from George Mason, Perceps, Omtuna, Cammy, and Starboy. Someone call the weekend, please. I found the Starboy, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, and then we get a chance to take a look at the FGCU roster here. Obviously, Justin, Kirch, Wheels, and Beast are all going to make for a really good match coming up as they face off against the Patriots.
Yeah, I'm just excited to be casting a LAN. I'm a little nervous, as you could probably tell, ladies and gentlemen. Virgil, once again, will be my guide, and we will hopefully provide some beautiful, beautiful commentary and some just top-tier Call of Duty content coming your way as we get a nice little preview of Skid Row. Burnt out buildings, just torn up city streets, plenty of little angles and corners to peek. I am just excited to get this matchup started, Virgil. I don't know about you, but I am quite literally sitting on the edge of a seat that does not exist behind me.
I'm really excited. I'm stoked even to see this match. Skid Row, another map that I really enjoy casting as well as watching and playing on, is all around a really fun map. Very fast-paced, I think very true to the nature of Call of Duty, which has always been this compared to every other FPS and game that you see. It's very fast-paced. There's a lot going on. The perspectives are constantly changing, and everything you see is going to be constantly up in the air about what fight could change next and how quickly a coin toss could change a fight, especially down a lot of these long corridors like you were saying.
Mm-hmm. And I was talking with some of the production staff earlier, and you got to play the objective. I've seen so many games, both pubs, LANs, you name it, where players, you have your hill kittens, but you also have people who are just running around lone wolfing it. I still think you should at least have, at a minimum, 20 seconds hill time between all four players. That's just my personal preference, but I understand some people don't see it that way. Play the objective, people. Play the objective.
I appear to be having some connection issues. Doing this remotely obviously has some downsides, but hopefully that sorts itself out here in a second.
I understand, Virgil. It is no issue. A quick shout out to our sponsor, Glitch Energy. We appreciate all of the support. Be sure to grab some of your own, ladies and gentlemen. I just can't get enough of the stuff, and I take my morning dose, my morning cup of Glitch Energy with a nice cup of water. Mix it up real quick and down the hatch. Too easy. Pitter patter. Let's get at her, ladies and gentlemen. I am waiting eagerly for this matchup to begin as we get things set up and situated here in Shenandoah. Virgil, are you still with us?
Here, but somewhat robotic, I believe, as I'm trying to see if my internet will fix itself. But
you sound crisp, clean, and clear on my end, sir.
Well, that is good. I'm glad to hear that. So I will do my best to work with our, it's a new age of AI, so maybe I should embrace the robotics,
Potentially. Not just yet. Now, typically we have a bit of load-in time before the matchup begins, and some players have a pregame ritual. Do you have any, Virgil? I know we see some YY, some spinneroonies, some teabags. What's your pregame ritual to get in the mindset, get set for Hardpoint or SMB?
Pre-game ritual for me, any game I'm playing, it's just music. It's sit there and maybe hit some training dummies, call it a day in whatever game it is. But it really is just sit there and play a couple different songs. I've got a small little playlist of I call it all the locked in playlist. So definitely got my long time ritual. I use that for a lot of things up here at Ferris. So I know I'm a student at Ferris State University during this. For this, and it's a great experience to be able to take part in this Shenandoah event as well. So tell me a little about yourself as well.
You spoke to chair.
Well, I've just been a caster for hire, wandering the wastes, trying to find my place in the booth, and luckily Shenandoah gave me safe haven and have allowed me to enter the booth here today, joined by a wonderful co-caster. And I've been casting many a games throughout my Call of Duty history, but this is one of the more professional settings. I just got to say a huge shout out to the production team and everyone here that set up this event. This is just downright incredible, and I wish you were here with me, Virgil, but sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. But I am just excited for this matchup to begin, and I'm really just incredibly grateful for the opportunity. It's been a while since we've had Call of Duty in the rotation, and getting back to the competitive scene, getting back, to S&D. That's my bread, my butter, my sugar, my cream, my everything when it comes to casting. So I'm just really just excited to be here. I can't contain myself, truly.
Absolutely. It really is a shame. I wanted to be able to make it out there. The event looks like an absolute blast. Like Scroggs was saying earlier, it feels electric in there, and it looks like it as well. Obviously, nice ambient lighting, everything. Everyone looks like they're having fun behind you. So definitely upset I couldn't make it this weekend, but a future event perhaps.
One day. We'll get you in here, Virgil. Now, I've been hearing a lot of talk about the AR meta, and the MCW seems to be the pick amongst the pro players. Is there any subs or substitutions, I should say, you'd like to see in place of the MCW, or do you think that's going to be the go-ahead for the foreseeable future?
I think the Wasp is kind of an invariable. You can't fight against it. It's too fast. There's too much damage up close. Personally, when I play Call of Duty, my entire kit is GA'd by competitive standards. So I do a lot of knifing, and that involves getting very close to people. And so I have to say the Wasp has been hands down my biggest equalizer. It punishes me close range, it punishes me long range, and it does it faster than a knife can. So definitely going to prove to be, I think, the SMG of choice alongside, like you said, the MCW will definitely be a favorite pick here.
Yeah, I've had some difficulty, I'd say, narrowing down my class for the MCW. I run a few in pubs, but I'm excited to see what these players can do. I can't hold a candle to them, obviously, in terms of skill. That's why I'm behind the booth and not on one of the chairs behind me, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully we see just some top-tier Call of Duty content, as I was mentioning earlier, and I'm excited to hopefully see someone bring out the CAT AMR, maybe some form of sniper action. I don't think we've seen too much of it today. I just think one of the other major cornerstones of Call of Duty has been, trick shots, and High Rise being a classic map for it. I don't think we're going to go as far as trick shots. This is a professional setting, but it would be exciting to see if a team is up 5-0, maybe to get a little risky with it and bring out some snipers.
Absolutely. A sniper is always it's iconic to Call of Duty at this point, especially like you said, the trick shots, the 360s, the things that helped birth Call of Duty into the esport that it is now. Long ago with teams like Optic Gaming doing things like that. You had maps at that time. That's when maps were being played, like High Rise, like Terminal, these maps that we're now seeing come back in the rotation finally. So that'll definitely make a very nostalgic feeling, as well as I have to agree, my controller capability is not exactly that high, but definitely it's why I'm here and not sitting in the chairs behind them, like you said. Well phrased. But I think something to address about Call of Duty is that it's a unique esport. Not really many esports still are dominated by a controller, while Call of Duty enforces it as the only option for input. So I think that makes it creates a different learning curve for the gamers and the players behind us.
Definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back, but don't you dare go anywhere. Don't touch that dial, because I may be wearing glasses, but I will cry if you leave our stream. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Mike Hot.
That premium matchup and premium Call of Duty content that we were talking about before the break. I am still, of course, joined by Virgil. Virgil, how you feeling? We still ready for this Call of Duty matchup coming up?
Absolutely. Had a chance to have some water. I'm in the same boat as Scroggs once again. I'm getting over a little bit of a cold, so choked down one more cough drop, had some water, and I'm ready to go. And I'm really excited to see this matchup. I've done a little more research on FGC youth from what my friends had told me, and like I said, I'm really excited to see those players get out there and start playing, because this has absolutely been an event that I've been looking forward to for almost months on end at this point.
Yeah, and as we get started, we go back to Skid Row as our starter map. If my memory serves me right, for the hard point, it's going to be an interesting matchup just because all of the tight corners and angles in the mid building, in those apartments, it's going to be hectic, and I am looking forward to the chaos, to say the least. Hopefully we get some funny nade kills, maybe a trophy system takes out a player or two. I just want to say, and I'm a shout out to my boy Rarity, trophy system has the best KD in Call of Duty history. It's undefeated, ladies and gentlemen. You can't take out a trophy system, but it can surely take out you. As we get a nice little fly through of this map, going through the rental store, people are gonna get block busted, hopefully, all through the rental video store, cutting through to Barber. Watch the hairlines, ladies and gentlemen, but hopefully plenty of headshots. Virgil, what's your go-to spot in Skid Row? Where do you like to post up in Hardpoint, other than
Big
the
fan of
point
playing
itself?
Big fan of playing right here inside the barbershop itself. Like I said earlier, I'm very much, everything I use is GA'd, so the knife tactic, you got to be playing in close surroundings, tight corners. I'm a big fan of Skid Row, which is unpopular among my friend group, but having that comfort inside Barber to run around, find kills easily is absolutely my place to go to. But speaking of go to, they're trying to go to the point right now as the match will kick itself off. George Mason right now, we're currently taking a look at Starboy as he's looking for an opportunity to find an early pick. An opening pick would set them up to clear out point. And we see an opportunity as Wheels and Kirch both find one. Wheels will find another one actually on Starboy. So
yeah, nice.
A three-piece to start. Very, very good opening.
Yeah, absolutely. FGCU getting on point and getting good P1 pointage as Tuna tries to break through. Now the Tuna are on the land, ladies and gentlemen. They have used kelp to form an oxygen breathing system, and they will stalk you, ladies and gentlemen, on the land as FGCU Wheels holding with a 3-1, 22 seconds on hill as we start to slow down a bit on P1 and we rotate onto P2. They aren't going for no scraps. They want the whole pie. Wheels with yet another headshot. I'm seeing streaks of 3, 2, and the 1. FGCU is getting it done, Virgil.
Absolutely. And right now we're taking a look from the point, seeing where they're playing and holding down. And Starboy able to find a kill on Kirch, but Wheels able to find two in return. Cammy and Tuna will both fall, and that sets Florida Gulf Coast at the advantage for this play. But Starboy trying to return the favor, brings down Wheels, he gets traded out by Kirch, and Kirch able to find a second, a follow-up. And that KD making sure it stays positive. Tuna able to find another one to return on Kirch, though. Trying to make sure they find that even trade every time somebody goes down. You got to make sure you find a returning fire. Wheels 7-3 right now, off to a good start for his team. Double positive and then some. As we're keeping an eye on Beaster here. Wheels able to find another one elsewhere. Currently only on a 1 streak, but 8-3 is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, beautiful job from FGCU locking down that entire P2. They currently lead by 60, an impressive start to say the least. And Justin's just picking up some scrap time and are already dominating on P3. My goodness, what a beautiful job from FGCU just locking down this alleyway. They own the alleyway. Somebody call Batman. He's going to need backup on this one. The Starboy trying to break through, trying to go supernova as Cammy protects from the outside. Starboy contests. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. FGCU going at it point blank in the trash, ladies and gentlemen. Had to hold my tongue there. This is a professional setting, not just Bubs, as Wheels continues to hold on point. FGCU dominant to say the least, Virgil.
Absolutely. Already we can see an early lead. Wheels has definitely got the car moving for Florida Gulf Coast. Beeser, Justin, both able to find one as well for their team. You can see the synergy between these teams. The teams themselves is beyond anything I've ever seen. Starboy able to bring down Wheels, finally shutting him down and getting another kill streak started, but fortunately, Florida Gulf Coast has taken an early lead here, 128-11. Definitely not the start you want if you're George Mason, but Wheels able to find another one alongside Justin before they're both traded out by Tuna and Starboy. Kirch able to find one. Beeser, there's one of those nade kills we were talking about earlier, Rich.
FGCU, my goodness, they are... I don't think I've seen this dominant a performance in a LAN setting, and there's the team wipe. Wheels and Kirch and company getting it done. FGCU, my goodness, they are just dominating and owning these points. They are leasing out these apartments. They are running the barbershop and just taking it to George Mason. Someone called George. He's going to need backup, and real quick. Beeser holding on the point. Perceps is trying to contest. It started at 0-9, starting to get some kills, but Beeser shutting it right back down. FGCU still getting some scrap time. Starboy able to get something going for George Mason, but quickly gets taken out. FGCU is leading by 160, ladies and gentlemen. It's unprecedented. Absolutely just, the only word I can describe it as is dominant, Virgil. That's just plain and simple dominant.
I would definitely say at this point, I'm familiar with the 100-point club. I don't think I've ever personally been able to witness a 200-point club, but current track record would show that that could be an option here. George Mason finally on the point, able to start racking up a little bit of points here for themselves. 40 seconds to go on this P as well. That's definitely going to give them an opportunity to really start moving towards that magical number of 250. Starboy finally able to find one on Wheels, but gets shut down. Beeser able to deny that play. George Mason still able to hold on to the point, though. Beeser looking for the opportunity to find one, able to bring down Perceps. Tuna able to bring down Beeser in return, though. Unfortunately, George Mason able to hold on to the point for themselves. Definitely a benefit here, as Kirch will be brought down.
Yeah, 100%. George Mason needed this point. I don't know how much it's going to do for them in the long run as they try to clear out for the P1, but Wheels is just keeping the wheels turning. The wheels on the bus go round and round, and FGCU is running circles around George Mason right now. An incredible start for them in this series. Justin on the point as he starts to get some picks, and Wheels with the finish. Starboy and company trying to break through, but the defense is too good. Tuna and company finally breaking through. I think that castle curse is haunting us as well, Virgil, as George Mason finally breaks in on this P1.
Absolutely. We see George Mason finally starting to make some headway into these points. 184 for Florida Gulf Coast, so definitely a large gap to cover if they're going to manage to come back here. But George Mason doing their best to make sure this is a return that is fathomable. Unfortunately, Starboy brought down right away in return to that. Cammy goes down as well. Perceps finding the only blood there for George Mason, but it is on Wheels. A definitely important factor for Florida Gulf Coast, but Florida Gulf Coast still just showing a ever-present force on the field here. Kirch able to find two in return as well. Cammy going down and holding on to the point here. 195 and counting for Florida Gulf Coast. Definitely a strong performance here to start out the day.
Kirch!
Kirch with 3! 4!
Oh.
Able to clean up a huge fight there. Exactly what you're looking for if you're Florida Gulf Coast. An 8th streak from Kirch. Like you said, I heard you talking about it earlier. Absolutely. Kirch coming in, working towards these kill streaks, and much closer and further than I would have ever imagined before.
Oh my goodness! I'm gonna lose my mind if someone drops a juggernaut in hard point in a LAN. Are you kidding me? Kirch still going. He's at a perfect 10, making 11. 22 for 11. My goodness, Kirch, the killer, absolutely dominating this lobby. We're gonna run out of time before he can get more kills. It's 241 and ticking for FGCU. My goodness, what an absolutely insane start for FGCU, winning this one 250-77 behind Kirch, the killer. Just dominating on the outside, preventing anyone from getting to that point. Oh, wow. That's insane, Virgil.
Absolutely. I've never seen such an overwhelming lead for one team over the other as we saw there. Kirch and Wheels. Wheels getting that early momentum going, obviously getting the bus started so they could get an early lead. And as we saw, Kirch just took that and ran with it. As you said, Kirch the killer, absolutely taking one after another, back to back, and still holding those angles, not winning ones, but 2s and 3s as well is just I mean, that was incredible what I just watched.
I'm sweating from that. I can feel the energy emanating from Kirch behind me. That was just impressive. There's no other way to put it. Dropping an 11 streak in hardpoint, especially Skid Row, it's just, I mean, they played that perfectly. The rotations were there. Justin was already on that point. Go ahead, Virgil.
No, I think 11 streak might be the largest I've ever seen. So I have to say kudos there for Kirch's. That was definitely a run for their money. Florida Gulf Coast clearly presenting themselves as a front dog today at this event.
Oh, absolutely. That should put everyone on notice. If you drop a 250 to 77 on a hard point, I mean, that's I'm still flabbergasted, okay? I've never seen that at a LAN, ladies and gentlemen. It's just such a massive differential in pointage, and I got to give it up to Kirch. That's got to be an MVP performance for that game alone.
Well, let's also take a minute and talk about George Mason. We saw Starboy there also able to come through, find some plays. Anytime there was a shutdown happening against Florida Gulf Coast, Wheels, Kirch, every time they got that momentum going for their team, we saw immediately after Starboy would swing in and was rapidly shutting those down back to back. So definitely somebody to keep an eye out for. I think an X factor maybe for George Mason in these upcoming rounds.
Definitely. They were able to get a bit of that P5 towards the end. We saw them climb from just 11 points for a majority of the matchup to 77, but then cut off by Florida Gulf, and just an incredible game from FGCU. George Mason had something coming. They had some momentum, but it was sadly too little too late, Virgil.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like after going to Skid Row for map 1, it means the next time we'll be headed to Search and Destroy on Karachi. Like I said earlier, not a map I'm a fan of personally, not to play, but watching it, definitely a lot to keep an eye on. Like you said, similar to we had on Skid Row, lots of long corridors. These angles will be important to hold, and especially for Search and Destroy, I think we're going to see a lot of patience and some slow play here. I think I heard that snaking was GA'd, which means that I think there'll definitely be some more aggressive play behind what we might normally see coming up on Karachi. But looking back, we can see right here Kirch hitting a crazy 11 streak at one point. Him and Wheels were able to swiftly lead their team to a comfortable victory on map 1.
100%. I mean, George Mason just had a tough start, and FGCU did not let off the gas, not for a moment. Starboy and company were flying at light speed, pun fully intended, ladies and gentlemen, as they just rocked this hard point. You see Beaster and Justin both with a minute plus on Hill, doing an excellent job on these rotations, and then this beautiful play from Kirch that set up this 11 streak. Able to hold it, might have been able to get a 12 streak there, finally went down, but what an incredible game from Kirch. That's definitely got to go on his highlight reel. I am excited, though, for little S&D. Like I said, it's my bread, my butter, my sugar, my cream, my everything when it comes to casting. It is a cornerstone of the competitive Call of Duty scene, and I am just ecstatic to be casting my first S&D LAN of the season here with you today, Virgil.
Absolutely. We saw a minute ago that last fight that Kirch was able to hold down the Florida Gulf Coast and able to basically grab the entirety of that last hard point. And when you take that 60 points and you take an already large lead and tack another 60 points on top of it, there's not a lot you can do when you're George Mason except try and preserve a strong mental. I think one thing in esports that gets talked over and ignored sometimes is the mentality that you have to have as a team. Chemistry is something that plays into a coach's mindset when they pick a team and they pick who's going to be on that roster. And in that scenario, we can see that there was a lot of synergy from Florida Gulf Coast. All of them were able to perfectly hold the angles. Like you said, 2 of them were performing. They were finding the kills that they needed. And then the people on point, Beaster and Justin, absolutely being a cornerstone for them. They could not win a round without somebody being willing to be that anchor, the cornerstone to work with. So absolutely a phenomenal job in the synergy there from Florida Gulf Coast. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how differently it'll have to be played for Search and Destroy. Not really the same roles in that position entirely.
Definitely. That's what I love about S&D so much, is it slows everything down for the most part to almost a snail crawl. You have to get map control, you have to set things up, you have to decide which objective you really want to focus and push, and who's going to be protecting your flanks. I feel like just so many other other questions that have to be answered in S&D as opposed to a hardpoint matchup. Not to disregard hardpoint in any way, but I feel like S&D is just a way bigger, badder animal to tackle for a team. And ideally, we can see George Mason, step up and bounce back, like you were saying, take it one game at a time kind of mentality, and hopefully bounce back from this and carry some positive energy going into round one.
Absolutely, and as we can look back at the results from this past map just a moment ago. We saw 15 kills coming out from Beeser and Justin, 12 from Justin there, and Kirch and Wheels doubling down on their teammates' kills there, 22 and 23, with only a couple more deaths apiece. So really, and still getting hill time as well, a 2 KD even.
Yeah.
So going not only positive, but a double KD is, I think, beyond impressive to open up the day.
Absolutely. There's no other way to say it. And someone better print me a shirt that has Kirch the Killer on it. I want it printed, shipped, and sent to me ASAP. Trademark it, please, and thank you. Just an impressive, and I say it again, dominant game from FGCU, ladies and gentlemen, as we get things set up and situated here. I just want to say a huge shout out to Shenandoah for inviting me down here, and Virgil, thank you for co-casting with me today. It's an honor and a pleasure. I can't say it enough.
Absolutely. Huge thanks to Shenandoah for hosting this event. It looks like it's a lot of fun there, as well as I'm still having a good time in my dorm room up here in Michigan. It's snowy and cold outside, so I'm warm and cozy casting this match for y'all, and I could not be happier to be alongside Rich.
I appreciate that very much. Another quick shout out, ladies and gentlemen, to our sponsor, Glitch Energy. Please be sure to pick up a flavor of your own. I personally like the Cherry Bomb. It has a nice sweeter taste that you don't get from most energy drinks, or it's not the right kind of sweet. That Cherry Bomb hits just right, and I would highly recommend it to any of my fellow gamers out there, if you please. That was terrible, and I apologize. we have a good time.
Those double XP weekends coming up again soon, I'm sure. 24/7 Terminal, Rust, High Rise, wherever you're playing your Call of Duty needs. Feel free to grab yourself some Glitch so you can make sure you're ready to go for that.
Definitely. Now, S&D, like we were saying, it's a bit of a different animal, especially for Karachi. There's a lot of what I consider different heights you have to contend with, especially on that midpoint. And we get a look at the map here, flying through. It's such a difficult map to contend with, just because I feel like it has, like I was saying, so many different heights you have to contend within that midpoint to the left of your screen. People like to post up there. You can see just so much of the map and garner so much map control from just that one place of height. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams play this. As you can see, it's already getting a little intense in here. And it's just a really, really good energy here today at the LAN, Virgil.
Absolutely. The best part about a LAN always being the energy provided by the players themselves, and I can hear it in the background periodically. Sometimes the passion, you get a little caught up. I know I'm very familiar with the idea of not being able to hear my own teammates' communication because of a nearby team, and absolutely, I think a instrumental part of esports leaving that intact and in the game is healthy and allows for it makes for a lot of great interactions with your teammates and friends, as well as you can make those new friends. And here we're seeing, as you said, flying through the map right now, an opportunity to see some angles that personally are going to be corners. I think will be big deciders for this upcoming round. A lot of these corners, these angles, these corridors, these rooms, things you're going to have to check when you're sweeping for S&D to move towards the point. I think it's going to be a very different game compared to what we saw on Hardpoint. A lot faster paced on Hardpoint, unlimited respawns, nothing to worry about if you die aside from a couple of seconds on a respawn timer. As opposed to S&D, you're done, you're out. Once you die, you're going to be gone until the next round starts, and actually that's going to be detrimental or beneficial to the start of a fight for either team. So if George Mason can have a scenario like Starboy popping off, it could very quickly turn the tide of the match. Absolutely for George Mason over Florida Gulf Coast here.
Yeah, I'm really particularly excited to see some clutch moments, maybe some 1v2s, 1v3s, and dare I say a 1v4. We get those matchups only in S&D, And to see a player, beat the odds, be the underdog, and really just, make one of those memorable moments in a 1v what have you is just fun to see. As we get loaded up and started here, it's going to be George Mason on the attack first, and it looks like they are going to be pushing that alpha objective. Justin, though, already has a nice angle on their flank, Virgil.
Absolutely. The bomb in the hands of Justin, but brought down right away. Kirch able to find one, can't quite find the second. Perceps will find the trade on his teammate. We see George Mason trying to run in and get that bomb planted. A 1-for-1 trade means we're still in a 3v3, but it can rapidly turn into a 3v2. Beeser able to find one on Tuna. That sets him with an upper hand as Cammy's able to find the trade for his teammate. Brings down another one. We see Justin will fall. Beeser and Wheels, the last two standing for Florida Gulf Coast, back to back. We've got to try and deny the bomb, which is down over on A. We see Cammy making a run for it, looking for an opportunity to find a kill. Can't quite find it. They narrowly make it out. Perceps able to find the final blow on Wheels, though, and Beeser now in a 1v2 situation. Cammy has the bomb, and we'll likely see the plant moments away as we see Beeser now pushing, trying to find an opportunity to even the playing field here. Waiting for the Q to drop in. Beeser able to run in, find a kill on Cammy. Now he's turn and find Perceps. Is it looking the right way? And the round is over. George Mason comes out strong to start the search and destroy on Karachi.
Absolutely. They needed that round. They set the tone. They clutched up in a 2v1, and a beautiful job from George Mason, especially Perceps dropping a 3-piece, almost getting that ace. Cammy, though, you ain't going to kill from him. Either way, it's a dub for George Mason. As we get into round 2, we'll see how FGCU responds on the attack.
Yeah, we see Wheels here, bomb in hand. Looks like they're pathing towards B right now. Is probably at a really aggressive help. We've seen a lot of good aim at long range, and that's going to be something you're going to need on B. A lot of these high balcony angles that you have to cover and clear. But the bomb is planted already. A really fast rush plant. And Beasts are able to find first blood in return. Perceps will go down. As we watch Tuna try to find a trade for his teammate, he will. Beaster will fall as well, so Perceps and Beaster both traded out, but the bomb being down means there's only 30 seconds remaining for a play to be made. Wheels.
Oh, yeah, Wheels stepping up big time. It's a 2v2, a classic gunfight situation. Tuna trying to stay in the water and going for the hunt. Starboy on the high ground, able to get that wall bang and secure a 2-0 lead for George Mason. What an incredible bounce back for George Mason, taking it up 2-0. Well done, gentlemen.
Absolutely. George Mason clearly coming out different breed of dog. Obviously may have been a little rattled after that hard point start. I know I would be going into a match and coming out after that Skid Row hard point. I have to say George Mason looking like a different team here. Just simply more powerful in the gunfights, winning their ones better than they were before. And Florida Gulf Coast probably needs to step it up if they're going to turn this round around for themselves.
Would have to agree with you there, Virgil, as they go for the B push as well. We saw those smokes coming in clutch, providing plenty of concealment for FGCU, but sadly they drop the round. George Mason just able to win those one-on-one gunfights. Wheels rotating up, going for the kill, got the 2-piece, and a beautiful, beautiful job from Wheels securing that as Beaster gets another, and now a 1v4 Cammy all alone. Wheels trying to track him down. Cammy rotating up the bomb and getting taken out. FGCU is on the board, Virgil.
Yeah, George Mason absolutely running away with those first two rounds, but FGCU looks like they took a little bit of a play out of the handbook from George Mason, going for that early rush plant, and it almost looked it rapidly changed place like that. We saw George Mason just rushing in there. FGCU lights up 1-2 and then cleans up the third, and a 4v1, like we said earlier, would be phenomenal to watch, but so rare and uncommon to see one that it looks like now they're headed back to A. Starboy leading the pack in the push to deny the play early from FGCU. Wheels, the bomb in hand, and George Mason sent their team A to try and deny some space, but Tuna appears to be the only one covering B where the bomb is planted.
Yeah, that was a bad misread from George Mason. They're now going to have to break through and contend. We already get a headshot from Justin looking for some more. Wheels and company protecting. Wheels has the high ground. Someone call Obi-Wan Kenobi. He wants his money back. Beats are able to get one. Tuna strikes back, but Tuna now all alone in a 1v3. Can Tuna clutch, grab the ace? He's down some HP, and Kirch, the killer, lurking in the shadows, able to take him out as FGCU ties things up in a pretty little bow. Beautiful job from FGCU.
2-2, which means we're almost halfway through the round. First to 6 in Search and Destroy. So 4 rounds in. Round 5 now. We're looking to see which team will be able to turn this one around. The bomb in hand for George Mason here, as Tuna will be the one to pick it up and head towards A. Looks like a play here as we're watching Kirch. And this time a correct read as George Mason takes the bomb A and looks for an opportunity to possibly plant early, but it's not as easy to rush that plant over on A, and an early kill. Starboy brought down by Justin. Percepts able to turn it around and bring down Beezer, but the return as Cam down. Kirsch able to find another Tuna, leaving Percepts as the only one remaining for the team. A 1v3, not impossible, but will prove to be difficult, but he finds one. Percepts with the early start can't quite hold on as Florida Gulf Coast will take another round in their favor. Now 2-3 in the favor of the Eagles.
Yeah, that's 3-0 right now in those past 3 rounds in favor of FGCU. A dominant bounce back as they seem to figured out what George Mason is up to on their pushes and on their holds. So well done, FGCU. We'll see if they can keep up with it and keep it going. Wheels on a 4-streak, Kirch on a 2. We'll see if they can get something going for themselves. Trophy systems going out early as George Mason and company rotating through Bravo, but once again, FGCU has tricked them. They're going to Alpha, and you see Cammy all alone. FGCU should take the chance and just grab this point. They are surrounding Cammy, ladies and gentlemen, and Cammy's got to be careful, or at least try to snuff out this push, Virgil.
Bomb in hand for Kirch here. Wheels looking to close in on maybe another kill streak here. 4 kills back-to-back, a 4-streak, but Kirch makes it a 3 for himself, brings down Tuna, and now it's a 3v4 for his team, a 2v4 as Kirch finds another one. Cammy goes down, Kirch clearing the corners before he goes to plant the bomb. Start planting. His team now has to cover all the other sides and the entries to this point. Percepts and Starboy nowhere near point. There's plenty of ample space to get the bomb planted, but Percepts able to find a kill. Wheels goes down. It's a 3v2. A 3v1 as Percepts will be traded out as well. Looking for the opportunity. Beezer cleans it up. And Florida Gulf Coast back-to-back-to-back-to-back. 4 rounds in a row. Unhappy with George Mason's comfortable start early on. The Eagles have turned this one around for themselves and are now have doubled, the score of George Mason.
Yeah, 4 in a row. Like, once again, I'm going to use this word a lot for FGCU. It is a dominant S&D game for them as they fall behind. Beezer sitting at a nice 8-3 KD at 2.0 plus. Beezer, the bad boy, looking to get things done as Wheels rotates in through mid, snuffs him out through the smoke, through the fire, through the flames. Cammy getting the trade as Tuna grabs another, and now the walls start to fall for FGCU. Can they maintain it on the defense side of things? Justin and Kirch in a tough 2v3 as George Mason starts to push into Bravo. Kirch here, sneaking through the apartments, trying to find a pick, and I don't think he's going to see anyone up there as George Mason gets the plant on Bravo. Kirch looking for something. Kirch grabs the headshot on Tuna, now a 2v2, even in the odds for FGCU.
Percepts and Cammy, the last 2 standing for GMU versus Justin and Kirch, and we've seen Kirch put up such a good fight against everyone today. Currently on a 5-streak as a lot of damage being pumped out here, but no one quite going down, narrowly escaping. And Kirch finds one with the pistol, and Percepts goes down alongside Cammy. And it's enough for Florida Gulf Coast to turn it around. They'll defuse to grab another round. I guess it's not a reverse sweep at this point, but going 5-0 back-to-back after losing 2 off the start is definitely a way to display that you guys are here to play and win, because we saw this earlier on Hardpoint as well. George Mason came out, grabbed 10, 15, 20 points pretty early, but Florida Gulf Coast then absolutely turning it into their own favor with a heavy lead, and we're seeing the same thing here in Search and Destroy.
100%, and of course, Kirch the killer still behind Beezer at 8-4, but a 7-2 6-streak. Kirch is dominating. Wheels with an aggressive push, trying to get in on this high ground over Alpha as players push in. Perceps and Tuna scoring a big two-piece and setting up George Mason for a round stop in the momentum, but can they clutch up? Can Justin and Kirch find a way to win this 2v4? Starboy stays up, just 45 HP and begins to give chase, but can't seem to track down Kirch. Cammy here.
A 2v4 here. Kirch has the bomb in hand, and we see George Mason essentially just setting up and playing that defense, buying themselves as much time as they can, because eventually it'll force Florida Gulf Coast to make a play. And forcing that play could turn it into a sloppy or bad decision, and that's all they're looking for. But Justin looks to trade and find the even playing field for his team, brings down Starboy, leaving only 3 of George Mason's players remaining here. Justin and Kirch, the only 2 for Florida Gulf Coast, looking for an opportunity. Kirch checking all of these corners, and this is what I was talking about earlier. So many angles you have to clear before you can safely decide you want to plant, and as he does, Cammy comes around the corner, brings down Kirch. Tuna both traded out by Justin, as Tuna finds another one. Now it's a 1v1, but Justin can't quite find it, running to the point. Can't make the play. George Mason shuts down the 6-0 reverse sweep and grabs himself a round 3.
Yeah, beautiful job from George Mason there. Not letting the match point get to him, and they clutch up big time. Cammy got a nice 2-piece to clutch up that 1v1. Pressure was on, but pressure, ladies and gentlemen, creates diamonds, and we just saw George Mason shine. A beautiful job. Can FGCU put this one away? I don't know how superstitious you are, Virgil, but a 5-3 is the last thing you want to see in an S&D. As Tuna gets the first blood, things start to swing in George Mason's favor. Perceps with another, and another similar situation, a 2v4 for FGCU, but Wheels is there with the headshot to bounce things back in their favor. Wheels and Justin now trying to clutch up in a 2v3 situation. George Mason rotating up to Alpha, looking for the plant. Justin here holding the back. Tuna is pushing, he's swimming up, coming in for the kill. He whips a couple of shots, there's pressure on the corner, the re-peek from Justin, a beautiful play right there. Starboy and Cammy now in a 2v2, and the pressure is on. It must be mounting as they start to see their teammates fall like flies. Justin on the hotel desk. Someone called Mr. Mosby. Starboy just took him out, and there you have it. George Mason with another round. That's 2 in a row for George Mason, Virgil. What a bounce back we are seeing right now.
I mean, that was incredible. So first we see George Mason come out really strong, take 2 rounds, and it just looks absolutely like this could be a totally different game from what we saw on Hardpoint. Florida Gulf Coast, unhappy with that result, turns it around, grabs 5 rounds back-to-back, and then George Mason immediately grabs 2 more, so we're almost at a tie game here.
Cool.
At this point, it would be unheard of to see it not go to match 11.
Yeah, I would be ecstatic to see it go to around 11 as a nice nade kill from Wheels, taking out the Starboy to start things off as they make their push to Bravo. Tuna on the high ground looking for a pick as FGCU slows down their push a bit and just waits for George Mason to make a mistake. They pop up, take the high ground, and Justin has to rotate back. Beautiful rotations here. Perceps now rotating up and getting taken out just as quickly. Justin taking out Perceps and Cammy now, evening things up. It's a 2v3, Tuna in the back, evening things up now as FGCU grabs the bomb and might decide to flip this push over to Alpha. And it looks like they're going to do that. That's a smart play. Get out of this pressure, Virgil.
Absolutely. This fight has been back and forth every single time. Starboy went down early and the trade's back and forth, but Cammy finally giving the upper hand to George Mason once again. Kirch, the last man standing with the bomb in hand, but if there's anybody that we think could probably turn this fight and take it so quickly, it might just be Killer Kirch himself. 8-4 right now with one of the plants, the bomb in hand, and he's headed to A.
Oh, he's got it.
He's able to buy himself enough time. He gets the bomb planted, 45 seconds now. And we see George Mason start crossing the map in an attempt to find out where Kirch is playing from, but can't quite find anything yet. They're going to have to clear all these angles, make sure they don't get themselves picked off for an even playing field. Kirch looking for that advantage, that opportunity to get that upper hand or even playing field that he just wants for this fight. Kirch now looking for a fight. Fighting one, Tuna able to deny it. Brings him down quickly, 16 seconds to go. And the bomb, the fuse in the hands of George Mason. What looked like a rough round for George Mason. They are losing 2 right away. Was quickly turned around into the favor of the Patriots. And now it's 5-5. We're headed to a round 11. I'm excited to see how this last one is going to go. It's sudden death, folks. What do you think we're going to see here, Rich?
I can't possibly predict what we could see. A huge bounce back from the 5-2. We saw the 5-3. I don't know if you believe in curses, but I sure do after seeing this one. I like to see a nice little bit of synergy from FGCU. They're all rocking 8 kills apiece, but George Mason has bounced back in a big way like a kid at a trampoline park, and here we go. Nades are being tossed. Trophy systems probably being set down, and here we go. Starboy and company looking to push up through Hotel. FGCU trying to get set up on Alpha side as they have discovered the push from George Mason. Starboy with the bomb has to sneak up. First gunfight of the round, and Justin goes down. Starboy takes out his teammate Tuna. Oh no, disaster could strike for George Mason. They're in a 3v3 now. It's luckily still even, but a costly mistake from Starboy. Beasts are peeking here with Kirch. Can they pick off another? Can they find a way to shut down this momentum from George Mason? Starboy pushing up now and going for the plant, Virgil.
The plant definitely going to be a huge play here. Gives you something to play around and work around. And now Starboy, after getting implanted, able to rotate back, find himself some space, gets lit up and brought down. Kirch finds the kill. Cammy finds the trade, but traded out again as well. Wheel back to back. It's 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1.
Oh no.
And they find enough. It's a 1v1 as Kirch facing off against Percepts. And now we look to see
In the
who will be
hotel.
able to take this fight. Percepts has been a rolling force so far for George.
Doesn't see him, Kirch!
Fight, but Kirch swings down, finds the kill. Kirch
In the 1v1!
Storming through hardpoint, Kirch able to hold an 11 streak and then wins the final round in a 1v1 scenario for Florida Gulf Coast to take it away. George Mason, a threat
Ladies and gentlemen, Kirch, the killer, clutching up in the 1v1 in S&D, coming down to the round 11. Oh my goodness. Just impressive. We didn't get a 1v3, a 1v2, or a 1v4 clutch, but we saw the 1v1 when it came down to the wire. Everything on the line to take the 2-0 lead. FGCU's Kirch stepped up. Woo!
Absolutely.
I love Call of Duty.
Phenomenal. Yeah, that was absolutely heart racing. That was the fastest paced S&D match I've ever seen. Constantly fighting, early fights, nades thrown, and we saw lots of diving pistols, everything that you want to see in a down to the ground search and destroy match.
I'm gonna need 5. Someone get me some air. That was someone go to a camping store because that was intense. 6-5.
Don't worry, we're headed.
Go ahead, Virgil. I'm flabbergasted.
Karachi. Headed back to Karachi. Coming up next, we'll have Hardpoint again, where Florida Gulf Coast will look for the 3-0 opportunity, and George Mason will start to look for their opportunity for a reverse sweep at this point. 6-5, much closer than we saw in that Hardpoint match. We see lots of crazy plays here. Beaster able to find 1-2 kills back-to-back for the team. We saw lots of opportunities. Denial of the plant there from Beaster as well. What a game from Florida Gulf Coast, and you can energy still kicking the gears, still spinning. I mean, it was a phenomenal game from both teams. George Mason makes a great start and then a great return when they were behind, but Florida Gulf Coast manages to turn it around, and clearly this was an insane play. The 2 through the smoke and the 3rd from Beaster elsewhere was absolutely beyond anything I've seen in the search and destroy since Modern Warfare 3 came out.
Yeah, they're just a downright incredible game. Just so much fun to watch. That right there. This game should be proof enough why S&D is your go-to mode in the competitive COD scene. It came down to the wire. We had drama. We had intensity. We had clutch moments. We had comebacks. And it all came down to the last round in a 1v1. And Kirch, the killer, coming up with some impressive plays, impressive kills, impressive defuses, and just an impressive all-around game from FGCU. We saw in the closing rounds that they all had 8 kills. The team synergy was there. Percepts and company were fighting valiantly. They were down 5-2, but did not give up hope. It just came down to the wire and placement. We saw Kirch drop down, panicking, whiffing a couple of shots. A few seconds of difference could have made it go the other way, and just an incredible game all around from both these teams. My hat off to you both.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing now as we're going to head back to Karachi shortly. We're going to see a hard point now. So what we saw on the first map was a very strong performance from Florida Gulf Coast on hard point. And this clutch was beyond anything I've seen. Dropping down, catching them unaware, and able to clean up that last kill for themselves to bring it home.
Another 2.0 KD from Kirch. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my.
Back-to-back twos? Sorry, Virgil, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
no, absolutely. That is an incredible feat. 2 KDs being something crazy to see of once, even twice. So seeing it twice before the first game is even over. Kirch, he's here to play. He's here to show that Florida Gulf Coast, the Eagles, they drove all the way from down south for a reason. They're here to win.
Yeah, Eagles and Patriots have a long, storied history in all platforms of games, esports included, ladies and gentlemen. And just, I couldn't ask for a more perfect S&D game to start a series with, and I'm really just excited to see this hard point. Can George Mason step up and come back, maybe potentially even reverse sweep? We don't know. We saw it come down to the wire in S&D. Hardpoint was a completely different animal, though, so they're going to need to adapt quickly, Virgil.
Absolutely. We saw earlier on Hardpoint a very quick lead and holding that lead as well from Florida Gulf Coast. George Mason struggled to make any kind of return. They made a short burst comeback for 1 point, but it right away went back to Florida Gulf Coast, and I think we have to be careful what we're going to see. George Mason put on a better performance on that last search and destroy than we saw on Hardpoint, but they're going to really have to step up their game from both of those matches if they want to be as decisive a winner against Florida Gulf Coast here and turn it into a reverse sweep.
Absolutely. I mean, this hard point on Karachi, like I was saying for the S&D, there's so many different height points, especially on P1, that you have to contend with. A lot of places players can peek from different nooks and crannies you got to be careful with, and I'm frankly just excited to be here. I know I keep saying it. I'm a broken record, Virgil, but you're going to have to deal with it. I'm on the mic. Deal with it, people. As we get things set up and situated for Karachi, what's your take? Who's taking this next map, Virgil?
I'm gonna go confident. I'm gonna get gutsy with it. My home state is Virginia. I lived there most of my life. I'm gonna say George Mason might be able to turn this one around and do a 3-2 for themselves. I'd love to see it. It would make for a great watch, as well as it would make for a great story in future lands and even later today at dinner. But I think realistically, Florida Gulf Coast has shown that they're very strong, so they're definitely going to be a contender going into this next map.
I'm really just excited to see Kirch, the killer, go at it again. We saw him dominate with an 11 streak in the first hard point on Skid Row. I don't know if we're going to see that again. That is a rarity in and of itself, at least for me. When I'm running pubs, I'm lucky if I hit a 5 streak to get my cruise missile. So to see an 11 streak in a LAN against these teams is just impressive. And I couldn't be happier. Once again, thank you, Virgil, for being my co-casters. We get things set up and situated for Karachi. Couple of YY spams, spinneroonies as these teams get set up. It is match point for FGCU. Here we go, Virgil. It's going to be a fun one.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing what Beaser can do. We saw a lot of clutched up rounds from Beaser last time, bringing down the bomb as it was planted and more. So right away, running out, pistols in hand. Looking to see what they can do here in terms of a play. We're going to see a nade thrown. Could be an opportunity to find an early pick, but Wheels finds it instead. Perceps goes down in an early first blood in the hands of Florida Gulf Coast. We see Wheels, 1 kill right now. Another one in the hands of Kirch. Starboy goes down, but Tuna able to find 1, and it's returned with Cammy. Tuna shut down, brought down off that roof. No high ground when you're fighting against Florida Gulf Coast, and Florida Gulf Coast able to find 2. Kirch and Beast are able to find 1 apiece. Storming out the doors, they're able to be shut down. Starboy finds 1, but traded out by the Eagles. Right now, we're seeing a crazy amount of fights going back and forth, but not really a whole lot of points actually being captured for 11 points, 13 points and counting with 10 seconds to go on the first point. Wheels able to bring down Tuna, but we're seeing a lot of fights going on off the point. Nobody's actually gathering the points you need.
Yeah,
Rich, what do you think we're going to see going forward then? Do you think it's going to be this slow for the rest of the match?
Absolutely not. I think it was just the P1. There's too many angles to peek, and you don't want to risk the rotation to P2, and we see how that we see how FGCU capitalized on that rotation. They didn't play too aggressive on that P1, and they were able to set up well on this P2, and we start to see the points tick up for FGCU. Tuna trying to make a push in, but getting dropped. Wheels on an impressive 4 streak to begin with as Percept pushes in on the outside. Wheels trying to hold and staying up and staying alive. Someone call the Bee Gees. George Mason trying to make a push, but Wheels on the 5 streak is just locking down this point as the rest of FGCU protects on the outside and makes their way over. Beaster here taking the high ground, or trying to get the high ground. He's having a bit of struggle there as he rotates through the mid lane and taking this high ground to set up for the P3 rotation, Virgil. And we already see the point differential in FGCU's favor at 73-2.
Absolutely, a huge early lead by FGCU, and this is exactly what we
Kirch!
saw on Skid Row. Kirch with another set, back-to-back, a 3 streak from Kirch, a 5 from Wheels, and we're just seeing an unstoppable force of the Eagles here. A minute of time for Wheels here, as well as 6 and 2, is unheard of, but finally shut down. The streak will be ended as we look at Justin able to find 1. Starboy goes down, finds a 2nd. Cammy will fall, and the opportunity for George Mason to turn this into their favor is shut down. Beaster able to find another one, a 3-piece coming out from the Eagles. Starboy shows up to fight one more time, able to make it out alive, but was sent a warning shot from Justin. No, you're not swinging that corner. He's there. Percept's able to find 2 back-to-back, shuts down as many of the Eagles as he can. Looking to find any more, climbing up the ladder, looking for an opportunity to clear out any extra picks. Justin on the rooftops across, but no fight quite yet. We see Starboy covering the other angle. Percepts is not. Tuna able to bring down Wheels, shutting down another one of those top killers. And the hard point rotates over one more time. We're going to see Justin still playing on this roof, and he's got a good angle on the hard point now as he pushes in. Cammy able to bring down 1, but traded out for his team. Tuna able to find the trade on Wheels and return after, and then brought down by Beaster. Beaster then traded out by Percepts, and Percepts able to find another one as they're traded out. 1 for 1. Everybody's getting their teammates' backs. And absolutely a hectic fight as we see Kirch getting a little bit of a taste of those Modern Warfare 3 spawns. Percepts now looking for an opportunity in a 1v1 gunfight. Climbing out, swings out, and can't quite find it. Percepts brought down. Rich.
Oh, just what an insane start for FGCU. Already in the 100-point club. Wheels is on it for a moment, but George Mason is able to break back through. I don't know if the rest of FGCU realizes. I think they might just give this point. They have a very comfortable lead of about 80 points or so. Math wasn't my strong suit. Don't judge me, ladies and gentlemen of the chat. Tuna currently holding on the point. FGCU getting set up for P1 and the rotation, but are able to get set up on Hotel, as Cammy and company try to get in. FGCU once again locking down this point. Tuna, though, with a nice two-piece. Tuna coming in and securing the point. They are down, but certainly not out in this hard point, ladies and gentlemen. Tuna now holding once again as Justin and company try to rotate through the Hotel. They want to stay. They want to have a nice vacation, but I don't think George Mason is going to let them.
Absolutely. Cammy able to find 1, but gets traded out by Kirsch. Justin able to find another for the Gulf Coast Eagles. And swinging in, Tuna able to deny the option. Pushing into this point. Florida Gulf Coast, while getting all the kills, not able to get the points anymore on the board. 70 points almost for George Mason and 136 for Florida Gulf Coast and counting. Finally grabbed the point back. 8 seconds remaining on this one. It looks like they'll hold out all the points they can get. Percepts now the one to possibly contest Justin next, but it looks like they're going to give up that point as it rotates over. Starboy brought down by Beaster elsewhere, and now we're at the central point. Beaster brings down Cammy, looking for another one, looking to find 3. Beaster, unstoppable, finds himself a 3rd.
Bad boy
Beaster like a swarm of bees. Nobody can stop him, and we see another one swinging around the corner. Starboy able to be brought down. Cammy brought down another one by Beaster with 4 now back-to-back. Looking for a 5th. Tuna able to shut down 1 finally, but still a crazy fight here from Wheels as he finds 1 on Percepts. Beaster back in the fight now, reloaded, ready to go, and the Dead Silence is online. Could see a crazy play here as Tuna is able to find 1 for George Mason. Cammy holding an angle, but nobody really over there. Could be watching for nothing. Beaster now waiting for an opportunity. Swinging around the corner, could be a play here to be made. Wheels, the one to watch now.
Yeah,
headed down the stairs, clearing towards the point. 8 seconds to go till that point will open, but having it at halftime would be good. Wheels able to find 1, but brought down. Beaster, Wheels both gone. And the point this time where we saw Wheels hold down for so long, now in the hands of George Mason. 83 points and counting for the Patriots, 180 for Florida Gulf Coast.
Yeah, Tuna on an impressive 5 streak with a minute-plus hill time and holding in the cafe. FGCU might be sweating a little bit as they were able to, shrink down that point differential by a significant margin. George Mason was sitting at 3 points for the longest time and now have dropped that gap to just 60, if my math serves me right. 70, excuse me. As Beaster and company try to rotate through. Kirch, the killer, and company might be disrupting the cafe, but Tuna says, no, go. This is my aquarium, and I ain't giving it up. And the caster curse comes back to bite him as Justin breaks through the point. Beaster is floating like a butterfly, stinging like a beaster, finally going down. Cammy taking him out as trades happen back and forth, but FGCU climbing with the points. Justin sitting on objective for the scrap as Starboy has already rotated to P3. If I am not mistaken, Starboy here sitting at 30 seconds hill time. Rotated off. They need to stay on hill, stop that clock, and gain some pointage. I don't know what George Mason is thinking, but they need to get on that point ASAP, Virgil.
198 points for Florida Gulf Coast. They are merely 52 away, but currently George Mason giving Florida Gulf Coast a little bit of a taste of what we saw from Wheels earlier, playing behind that counter safe and not even having to sneak to get away with it. Able to find kill after kill in their favor. Justin, one we're watching now, looking for an opportunity. If they swing out that door, it's going to be lights out for Perceps. Looks away for a moment to watch Pot Never Boil. Swings back around, finds Cammy. Justin able to find one. Wheels able to cover his teammate, brings down Perceps. And inside the point, Cammy! Starboy able to find 2. Wheels and Justin shut down from behind the counter. And Cammy, the one to be brought down by Kurt shortly after. Now we're playing on the point. We see an opportunity as 3 seconds until the new point will unlock, and we're looking for a play to be made. Cammy getting in a fight with Kirch, and Kirch will go down.
Big comeback from George Mason. Sorry, go ahead, Virgil.
Cammy, Starboy, Tuna, all able to find 1 for George Mason. Now playing on the point, we'll see a trophy system drop. George Mason looking to finally get some points on the board. A much closer hard point than we were seeing before. 200 points for Florida Gulf Coast and 175 and counting for the Patriots. Tuna, Starboy both able to find 1, but Cammy traded out for their teammates. Tuna as well will go down. Fight breaking out inside the house. Tuna brought down. Florida Gulf Coast still looking for the opportunity to take a lead here. Wheels up on Starboy. Perceps will go down to Beaster as well, and we see 2 more. Cammy and Tuna able to find 3 as a team. Tuna brought down, but Cammy's still fighting. Finds a 3rd. 19 and 20 doesn't matter when you're able to find them when they count. 193 and counting. George Mason closing in on the lead now. Could see a crazy play coming up. Beaster able to find 1, brings down Tuna, but Starboy able to bring down Beaster. We see a crazy play coming up from Wheels. Fights out Starboy. Perceps able to bring down Wheels in return for his team. 204. We're tied. The first time we've seen George Mason this close in a hard point. Kirch able to bring down Perceps. Cammy able to find a kill there. Cammy brought down a return by Justin. Beaster able to show up and bring down Starboy. We're seeing a crazy fight break out. 211 for Gulf Coast and counting. At 250, that sweet number that both teams are looking for. Perceps able to find them before they're traded out by Wheel. Playing now behind that counter, we're going to see a rotation coming out from Starboy. Starboy looking for the opportunity to find a fight. Cammy swinging in to detect this point. 226 and counting. George Mason has to get in there soon.
Let me get a moment in. You're running out of oxygen, brother. Justin holding on point. 235 to 205. It's coming down to the wire, Virgil. Justin holding on point. Kirch on the 3 streak, bouncing back in a big way. George Mason is keeping this one intense, but FGCU looking to shut it down. Perceps tries to slide in, but gets shut down. Wheels and company are there, and Cammy unfortunately cannot break the point. FGCU with the win and the 3-0 sweep. My goodness, what an incredible game from George Mason, but sadly it was too little too late. They bounced back from a 120-3 deficit, but sadly it came down to that final point, and FGCU just won out on the rotations, won out on the gunfights, and are your winners for this series. Incredible.
Absolutely a crazy performance to see. If you had looked at map 1 only and then told me it was a 3-0, I would have said it was a decisive, swift match between the two teams. And then you look at map 2 where it was around 11, and you look at map 3 where they were within 50 points of each other, fighting constantly on those last couple points. We saw a much closer game. George Mason showing that they're not here for no reason. They're here to hang with the big dogs. While the Thunderbirds able to take away a 3-0 victory to show clearly they're a strong performer here in this match.
Absolutely. And we just take a look at this score sheet. While George Mason put up a good fight in those latter two, I think the decider was that opening hard point, and they just could not recover enough. Again, it was an intense fight. It came close, but sadly, it was just too little too late in most of those situations. Timing was in FGCU's favor, and George Mason sadly lost this one as we get a nice replay of some of these impressive kills and holds from FGCU, as well as George Mason from that incredible hard point. But we see the score on this one, Virgil. The lead that FGCU built on these first couple of points was just too big a hurdle for George Mason to get over.
Absolutely. I have to agree. Florida Gulf Coast had a great start to the match, like we saw on the first hard point as well, where they take this early 70, 80, even more point leads. We saw point club happening at 125 to 25 at one point even. So George Mason having a really hard time, able to make good streaks. We saw huge plays from George Mason going on nearly 150 point span, but it just wasn't enough when you've already been down by such a deficit. And that's really unfortunate to see the Patriots go down in that fashion, because they did the same thing to themselves on Search and Destroy as well. So perhaps in the future we'll see a little bit of a stronger defense to allow this capability for Florida Gulf Coast or whatever team they play next to be a less early advantage. It's heavy. Words are hard sometimes. Have a smaller lead to work with for George Mason to take away those games.
Yeah. You could just see the score differential as we were watching these replays. They are impressive gunfights, but I'm paying attention to the scoreboard and just how much George Mason was outscoring FGCU in the middle of that matchup. But as we keep saying, ladies and gentlemen, the comeback once again falls short. It was too little, too late. We do not see a 2.0 from Kirch, but 3 players with a minute-plus hill time. I think it balances out for FGCU, and just congratulations to the team. I think Kirch has got to take that one for the clutch in the S&D and the dominant performance in that first hard point. Just what an incredible game to start off this Call of Duty season, at least for myself. And I'm, again, just excited to be here, Virgil.
Absolutely. I've been having a great time with Modern Warfare 3. I know with Modern Warfare 2 there was a lot of kind of back and forth opinions about how the game was being played, everything involved with it. But Modern Warfare 3 has been nothing but electricity since it came out. We've seen fun lands all around the nation. We're seeing this one, obviously, which is an absolute blast. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how more of these events can come. But, I mean, we're seeing some really great performances from Team today. We saw Army, obviously, with strong players like Flight, really doing a great start. And we're seeing teams like George Mason have players like Starboy come through, Cammy, able to fight some crazy fights there, winning 1v3. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how the rest of these matches are going to go. I think in the meantime, we're going to shoot to a quick break, and we'll be back shortly. So get comfortable, grab yourself another cup of Glitch Energy, and we'll be back for another game shortly.
And we're back here at the Winter Warfare Invitational. I'm your host, Chris Scroggins. Sorry, I'm trying to decide whether I do my Twitter handle, I do my in-game name, I do my Discord, but I'm joined here with Sed. Sed, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well, everyone. Sidorian back. I'm ready for some more games. If you want to follow me on X, I don't use it, but subscribe to my Twitch. It has 6 followers. I will give you a lot of medical information, and you can listen to me rant about whatever's on my mind that day. So we're back again, round 3. I'm really excited. We've got some great matchups ahead for you. So, Scroggs, what do you got for us?
Yeah, man. So you saw the beautiful arena. First of all, we got to give a shout out again to Shenandoah University for hosting us this weekend. One of the first of its kind arenas in Collegiate Esports, right? Said back in 2019 it was constructed. So before we move on to the action and the gameplay, want to give a shout out to them for hosting and for the immaculate arena that we're in as we speak. But hey, we're going to take a look at the overview of kind of all the matches that have occurred thus far. But Said, you and I are going to be enjoying the company of Wright State and FGCU. We just saw FGCU handle George Mason quite quickly. I believe that was a swift 3-0. It'll be interesting to see. We haven't gotten a chance to really get a glimpse at Wright State. I'm really looking forward to that. But Said, what do you have about the bracket here as we look at it?
So yeah, looking right here at the Group A bracket, which was the games that we were fortunate enough to cast, we had Georgia Southern, very strong performance beating out ODU and ending up taking that series 3-0, and they will be going up against Army here in the next round. And second to that, we had Shenandoah versus Army. Fortunately, Shenandoah unable to convert it over, and Army did take it as a 4-1. Outstanding performance on that final map on Invasion Hardpoint. So we've got ODU versus Shenandoah. That will be going on at 3 p.m. And we've got Georgia Southern versus Army, which is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. Both of them will be very good matchups.
Yeah, and we were actually talking about that Georgia Southern Army game at the end of that last round that we casted, and I think it's going to be a tight matchup. But as we move to bracket B here, Wright State versus FGCU, which we'll see in a bit, and then Syracuse versus George Mason. Haven't gotten a chance to watch Syracuse. We were seeing George Mason there really come into their own and get some momentum at the end of that FGCU match. I think they're going to take that momentum into that Syracuse match and be a pretty tough opponent to handle.
Oh, absolutely. I'm looking forward to this Wright State FGCU matchup. I mean, like I said, FGCU, they had a very, very strong performance. As I was taking my break, I was checking in periodically to see how it was going on. And I mean, that Search and Destroy, it was definitely a little bit more back and forth than what we had going on for our match. But overall, they put out a very, very strong performance. So I'll be interested to see how Wright State matches up to them.
Yeah. And then with George Mason, I mean, to your point said, tough loss in a round 11 in Search and Destroy 1v1, a really tight map 3 in Hardpoint. So hopefully we get to see a glimpse of that game because, again, I think that they leave, they get right with their mental, they come back, and they're a really tough opponent here in this bracket B in the second round. But yeah, I mean, amazing competition thus far at the Winter Warfare Invitational. We want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Glitch Energy, first and foremost, for really making this event possible. But said, we've now seen everyone, for the most part, perform. I don't know if we have many surprises left, right? I'm wondering if we continue to see the consistency throughout these teams, if the performance plays out the way we think it will, or if someone's going to surprise us here in the second round.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I mean, obviously, out of the gate, Army a very strong contender for that #1 position. I mean, they had a very dominant performance. Even with Shenandoah taking off a map on them, that shows just the prowess of both of those teams. But Army, very, very strong. And GSU had a great performance, but some of their performance was isolated to a lot of singular individual moments, such as a sports guy going absolutely massive in that Search and Destroy game. So it'll be interesting to see how those teams play out and what the final distribution will be today whenever we get ready for the final tournament tomorrow.
Yeah. Individual performance can only carry you so far. To your point said, it has to be a team effort. One person can pop off one map and then struggle the next. And so it'll be really interesting to see as we progress who will continue to perform consistently, who might experience some of that land fatigue we often see, right? Emotions are high, times are stressful, and so everyone seems to be calm, cool, and collected here, though, in the esports arena at Shenandoah University. I mean, there hasn't been too many moments where I'm like, oh man, someone lost their cool. Definitely some hype moments. There's people getting loud in here, and I'm sure you'll hear it because I got a team right here off camera about to play, but and that's actually Army. So it'll be interesting to hear if we can overhear some of their comms as they hop into the game. But again, who can stay consistent over the course of 2 days? A lot of times, online tournaments, it's kind of a sprint. You play 3, 4, 5 matches online, you're crowned the victor, or you lose and you go on to the next event. Here on LAN, they have a full day today, a full day tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see who has the experience to not get fatigued and really be crowned the victor of the Winter Warfare Invitational.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, it definitely is an entirely different beast playing on LAN, being there physically in person, new setup, new environment, a lot of energy going around, and you've got to keep that in check. It's not as long as the Gary Kasparov Deep Blue IBM chess match in the 90s where it went over a week, but I'll tell you what, 2 days, even just sleeping in a hotel, your body's not used to that. So it's being able to get that rest, keep that composure, and work with your team to keep that mental steady so you can carry through, because I've seen even the best teams crumble on day 2, getting poor rest, not communicating effectively, not eating enough. You got to drink your water, guys. It's probably pretty hot in there right now with all those PCs revving up. Yeah, and you bring up a good point, said that these teams aren't all local, right? We have Syracuse, we have Florida Gulf Coast, we have Wright State, we have all of these people traveling from all over the place. How does that, in your experience, really impact your performance? Oh, I think it has a major, major factor in play. Being a former athlete in high school, having to travel quite a far distance because in West Virginia, none of the schools are close together. You're sitting for a long time, you get all sore, you get all crampy, and then you finally get there. It's like, oh shoot, we took the bus that morning. We've got to get on these, get in the pool or get on the court. And for these guys, they got to get on the games. They got to get their settings loaded. They've got to get used to the peripherals if they didn't bring their own. A whole litany of things that it adds in those extraneous factors that you're not entirely prepared for. So your ability to adapt and still try to play your best is definitely a major, major impact to the game.
Yeah. And as we start to ramp up for Wright State versus FGCU, let's look at the maps and modes here. We have Subbase Hardpoint. That's going to be the first subbase that you and I have seen said. We then head to Skid Row Search, Invasion Hardpoint, Skid Row Hardpoint, and wrap it back up on Invasion for Search and Destroy. What are your thoughts on this map set?
This is a really interesting map set just with the lone subbase. I want to know who ended up picking that as the first map, because then it's a double-double. It's Skid Row Invasion, Skid Row Invasion. So you get to play both of those maps on the 2 available game modes for this. So it seems, the odd one out is that subbase. So if one team's really good at Skid Row, well, they could get 2 there, and one team's really good at the other one, they could get 2 there. So this leaves that first map as kind of, this could be a early determiner who's able to convert, because if you win both of your best maps, well, you hope you do that, and this seems like the odd one out.
Yeah, interesting point. We saw Wright State there setting up. They look calm, cool, collected, and confident. So looks like the players are getting geared up for this match. Yeah, I mean, Skid Row and Invasion are just such scrappy maps, right? To your point, Invasion Search and Destroy will be able to slow that pace down a bit, but Subbase and that Invasion Search, I think, are going to be the ones that really stand out here today. And look, we got FGCU. These guys have been playing with each other together for so long. Beeser and Kirch have been around for years at this point. Justin and Wheels have great experience with them as well. You can see the vibes are good. They're laughing. They're smiling. I can tell you for their first match of the day, they were getting loud. They were hype. That close match with GMU, they were definitely letting people here know how they felt about pulling out that victory.
Oh, yeah. I mean, those guys, they look like they're having a great time. Really a big fan of the jerseys. And I always respect the guys that can sit there at the computer and wear a beanie with the headphones, because, even just this headset I have on right now, it's making me sweat. I know I'm in full dress-up attire, but hey, more power to it, whatever makes you comfortable. I know guys that used to wear flip-flops and 5-inch booty shorts to sit in the lawn because, it's whatever makes you perform. Replicate the scenario best you can to what you do at home.
Right. And it's interesting you point that out, because a lot of people here are, dressed comfortably, but they're all rocking their team's jerseys. And so multiple layers on, as you said, would definitely get a little hot and uncomfortable, but they're making it work. A lot of great Call of Duty being played here. Another great thing that I see here said as I walk around the arena while we were on break, most of these teams have someone creating content or collecting content for them. I mean, what an exciting experience to travel to LAN, have someone with a camera following you around and really documenting a great experience, right?
Oh, I completely agree. And at the very least, even if you don't, decide, well, I finished my degree, I'm going to go pro, you've got something that you've just spent time making some great memories that you can relish in the future. I mean, you've got these videos, pictures with your friends, action highlights, the things you can share that everyone's like, oh, that's really awesome. I mean, you did Collegiate Esports. That's something to be super proud of. And all these guys should be proud of what they're accomplishing. I mean, it's a sport in and of itself, and it takes a lot of time, especially if you're trying to maintain your studies. So it's great to see that they've got the whole team out, the content creators, the players, the managers, and everyone's just working together to create a great experience for not only the viewers, but for the athletes and the players themselves.
Yeah, and talk about not going pro, but going into the industry, those transferable skills they're learning, whether they're competing or they're capturing content, will transfer to several other industries, right? So to your point, not only an amazing experience that they're documenting, but the skills they're learning through this experience are really unparalleled, and this is an experiential learning opportunity for a lot of these participants here today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they always say the best way to learn is by doing. So, getting these people out there, getting really nice photos and then taking them into Photoshop and editing them up, or making the videos in Premiere Pro and all that stuff. I mean, it takes time, it takes practice, and it takes commitment. And they're volunteering their time to be here to do that, to keep refining their skill set. So, as always, more power to them. We couldn't have some of the greatest content that we get out there without people being willing to give up time in their day to go do this for something that they love.
Yeah, and as we still wait for the action to start, we've talked about a lot of the teams here on land. I don't want to forget about that Shenandoah ODU matchup that's coming up, right? I mean, that's an in-state rivalry. They've played each other a ton. They're in the same NACE division, I believe. I think they've played each other in the CCL. I know that there's been some banter and smack talk in past seasons. I'm really excited to see that game as well. I know that it's coming up in a few hours, but I have to give that some attention because that is a storyline that has been developing over the last several years.
Oh, I always love a good rivalry. Being a student of Marshall, being a son of Marshall, our de facto rival is supposed to be WVU. It's not really the case in football. They're just a way bigger program. But for esports, we went back and forth with WVU, and it's always good fun because you're both here for the same thing. You're playing. Most players aren't on like scholarship or anything like that. You're just doing it because you love it, and having a little bit of playful banter and being like, I'm gonna get you. It's a lot of fun, especially at the tournaments. Like, you probably scrim against a lot of these guys or just run pubs with them in your free time anyways. They just happen to go to a different school.
Right. And for those of you at home, just a reminder, I'm at WVU, Sed's at Marshall, so that rivalry is active here in this commentary. But no, to your point, Sed, I mean, we at WVU really enjoy our local rivalries, whether it's with Marshall. I know we have a lot of rivalries both in esports and in traditional sports with Pitt. Like, those kind of rivalries create amazing storylines for events just like this. I mean, okay, we've been playing each other online for years. Let's actually get on land together and compete head-to-head, face-to-face.
Oh, yeah. And then the best thing to do is, both teams, what you love to see is everyone's performing at their best, and it really just is a fantastic series. A really long series goes to 5, and whoever wins, everyone says "Ooh, yeah, great," it's, unfortunately, we lost, but then you all go out together, and you get a bite to eat, and you go back, and you get on pubs, and you just play with your friends again. It really is the wonderful part about esports, is the ability to form that community with people across all kinds of different teams and just have a good time in the game you love. I mean, even if you stop playing, you've always got those guys to call up if a new game drops and you're like, oh, I think I'll get back into Call of Duty. It's been a few years, but I think it's time to do it again.
Sure, yeah. And it seems like the camaraderie is also active in chat. I'm sitting here watching it. I mean, we have Go Army, Go Wright State, Go GSU, all of them. There's a ton of Army folks, a ton of people supporting Wright State. We appreciate y'all being here in chat. If you don't mind posting your favorite team in chat, everyone cheer for your favorite team right now. Let's see who has the most representation here as we get ready for our matchup.
Absolutely, guys. Get the hype train rolling. I see there's about, we're getting around 60 people on here. It's fantastic to have all you guys tuning in. Loving the chance to get to talk about some Call of Duty for you as we load into sub base here, Hardpoint. First matchup between FGCU and Wright State, and I think it's going to be a great one.
Yeah, and we're looking at the overview of sub base, and what's interesting is some of these hills that we'll see in this Hardpoint are right by one another. So there's very few hills in this map that are actually kind of what we would call a money hill. One of which is kind of by this tank here. If you can secure that, that's great. But also underneath mid, almost right on cue, I thought we were there. But underneath mid is a hill that I've seen a lot of teams either win or lose this map on. All the other hills are kind of a toss-up, but those two are really key for success on this map.
Absolutely. In the layout of sub base, it's really interesting how the points rotate. You've got that first one is always in the center, but then you're going to rotate to the bottom left and then up to the sub, and then cut over to the right, and then cut back down. So it doesn't quite form a star pattern like a lot of the other maps. So you could see this one potentially getting a little out of control for certain sides. If you're able to lock down one half of the map, then you can kind of dictate positioning on P1, P2, and P3, or vice versa, if you spawn on the other side, control P1, 4, and 5. So it's really interesting to see how the spawns are going to play into this matchup. Because, I mean, it's a pretty large map by and large. I mean, this is a, they've got all kinds of little sections running off to the side. There's the bridge section, the cubby section and stuff that you can get really weird spawns at. So it'll be interesting to see how people can keep up the pressure and push for better control of the map.
Yeah, and on top of that, with spawns being so important, with like P2 and P3 being so close together on this map, you're saying, here in the room and then you push over to sub, those are side by side. So whoever secures P2 hypothetically should maybe get P3, but there is kind of a squirrely spawn there where they spot off to the side, and so we'll see who can adapt and overcome that kind of untraditional spawn that we see on this map to really take control. But P2 to P3 can turn into one money hill together, but really, as you said, it's all going to be about map control, consistency over the duration of the map, rather than just getting streaky here for 1 or 2 hills.
Exactly. I'll be interested to see if we're going to start seeing more of the utility come out insofar as the kill streaks. Some people have been getting some pretty good streaks, and it's really, really fun to see when someone goes on a rip like that, and it's pretty rare. I mean, these guys, they're taking their gunfights, and it's really impressive to get 2, 3 kills, but I mean 4, 5, 6 plus going on multi-kill range. It's a very, very hard thing to challenge. You've got to play your life. You've got to have great movement, great use of your smokes and your frags to keep people away from you. If you're trying to train for that Pred missile or the UAV, or I think you can do like an SAE or something like that at the upper end of things, and that can definitely impact an open map like this. 1 Pred missile on top of 3, if you've got people on the point, that's an easy 1, 2 kills to allow your team to push in. So be interesting to see what strategies they adopt, if they're going to try and farm for kill streaks or if they're just going to push the objective as hard as humanly possible.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about map positioning, securing the objective, and then ultimately eliminating your opponent. But said, you're exactly right. It's all about the utility usage, whether that be the equipment or your auxiliary stuff like grenades, Simtex, and stuns, and your kill streaks, right? I mean, people think, they have a kill streak, that's an advantage, but there's also times that we've seen even in the pro leagues where those kill streaks are detrimental to a team. You can accidentally eliminate your own players, you can eliminate a player on the other team at the wrong time, and they can have an advantageous spawn, and so really there is a lot that comes into play, including map positioning, but auxiliary use, equipment use, streak usage, map positioning, and ultimately elimination, and everything comes into play when you have teams that are this evenly matched going head-to-head on LAN.
It'll be interesting to see what type of strategies they employ to eke out a little bit of that advantage. I mean, and it's just like with any other sport, the basis of the game, I kill you, and I win. Soccer, I kick the ball in the net, I win. But the depth that it goes to, if I, have this set nade here and I can get one person off this, that forces them to spawn over in this point, and, just further reinforcing, like you said, it's going to be really interesting to see these two teams go up against each other. And I'll be really excited to see what type of opening plays they take and what stances they want, and what are like kind of the power positions to lock down. Not necessarily a money hill, but where can you dictate control of the map?
Right. I think another important thing for this match that we're about to watch is, can Wright State control Beaster and Kirch, right? In that last match, we saw them go on kill streaks multiple times throughout the series. Again, we were saying kill streaks, just because you have them doesn't mean that you're going to win, but they can be advantageous, and so can Wright State control these FGCU players that are known to go on these hot streaks and really eliminate a lot of those advantages that they could get from those hot streaks?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they're able to do that. I know a lot of players get used to seeing how certain players move throughout the map, and they can kind of, not necessarily before they see the name, but movement. I've seen it a lot, especially in Halo. It's like, oh, that guy has the plasma pistol, I know which player on that team's using it. So can they tell based off movement? Have they watched film? Or is there a lot of information out there? I mean, there's so many different factors that go into the prep for a game like this, but ultimately what it comes down to is who can get to these points first, and we're getting right into it real quick. FGCU versus Wright State, sub-base, a little hard point action for you guys.
Yeah, and we see Wright State starting off in the hill here. FGCU, though, getting that first kill and swiftly moving up. 2 down for Wright State. Let's see how they respond. FGCU with 3 down. They're going to hop on point. Wright State playing live, just waiting for reinforcements as we see FGCU about to tie it up here early on.
Really nice moves coming in here. Dunk pushing into this point, going to go ahead and lock that down. For Wright State, solid 20 seconds left on the board. And there's a lot of Wright State players.
Yeah, and we see number 4, that's Justin from FGCU, already securing that P2 spot. Again, we talked about the importance of P2, but we do see 6 and Starbot sneaking around back. I don't think FGCU knows they're there as they battle it out on P1. A lot of focus there. FGCU spawning out. Seems like Wright State has an advantage for P2, even though FGCU beat them there. Let's see if number 4 is able to hold him off, and just like that, 2 down for Wright State. Here comes FGCU swiftly moving in. Number 7 having to play life wait. Picks 1, but also having, again, to wait for his team. So a lot of time being killed here, but what's good for Wright State is no one is on the point currently.
Absolutely, and we can see a lot of those guys collapsing in on right there. FGCU with some massive kills coming through, looking like they're about ready to collapse onto this point. We got Beecher coming through, trying to figure out where this guy is. Unfortunately, does get caught out by Snakelet. 2 kills, 3 kills in favor of Wright State, and they're locking down this point now. 20 seconds left, 22 seconds left on this hard point, and they're going to hold down the angle on some of these doors to prevent the enemies from coming through. And it looks like right there, ooh, a nice pre-aim. Looks like he gets traded out, though, by one of his teammates. And now the point is open, and they're going to already take positioning over onto this P3 because, you know, Wright State, they're just going to grab a few more of those points, but it's for, I believe, yes, Wright State, my apologies.
Yeah, no worries, Seth. And this is the spawn I was talking about. That is really not a common spawn until you see this map, right? Wright State was on point. FGCU knocked them off P2. However, one of the Wright State players rotates over to where number 1 is right now. They secure spawns for P3. But FGCU able to bully their way through. They're getting good map control here. They finally hop on point. FGCU up until this point has had significant map control. I would say they've had the advantage. However, they have not had anyone playing time. But with the P3 wrapping up, it seems as FGCU might take the lead here. But as I say that, Wright State hops on the board. Number 4 here trying to play life, and Justin, his teammates are here to reinforce. FGCU going to potentially have this game tied up heading into a P4.
And it's really interesting to see the different strategies that the teams are employing right now. FGCU, they are, I believe, out fragging Wright State at this moment, but they're not getting the points. I think they're trying to set up favorable spawns for themselves, trying to lock down certain avenues, but Wright State's putting up a heck of a fight getting on these points. Wheels, though, is taking this engagement. Got a couple guys coming in. Shots on a few of them, calling for backup from his teammates, and these Wright State players are going to push up, try and clear him out of this corner. Got that pre-aim trade out coming in, and now we've got FGCU holding down this point. A solid 40 seconds left. Ooh. And a nice change out from Starbolt. Right there, a nice frag grenade. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Starbot actually turns on him with the pistol. So this is the hill I was talking about, is a money hill, and FGCU did a good job at locking it down. Wright State had numbers coming into the point. They were hitting ones early on, but then you saw them all group together and just with the numbers push in and be able to eliminate FGCU. Wright State doing a great job at recovering. They will actually take the lead as we head into P5. They can make this scrappy, and as we head into the second set of rotations, I believe Wright State will have the advantage here.
Yes, Jerem did a great job holding down this position on that point. You saw a lot of FGCU players coming in, a lot of frags trading out, and he swung back, snagged a really nice double kill, and still maintained control of that point. Really, really close game right now. I mean, these guys are trading back and forth super efficiently. 2 different strategies facing against each other. Let's see if Dunk clears this guy from the corner. Unable to do so and does get taken out by Kirch. A few more trades coming in. Starbot, 2, 3 frags. Can we get the 4th? And unfortunately does get taken out. And never mind. Starbot back on it again. This guy is an absolute menace on this point. But we do have it ticking up in favor of FGCU.
Yeah, Bisa really did a great job at playing his life there. He kind of hunkered down in that corner and just didn't peek, right? And so got some good time for FGCU, but Starbot was crucial in this retake. He took time to wrap through mid. Not a lot of players will take the time, the extra 2-3 seconds, but sometimes that pays off, and we see here Wright State is going to be tied again going to that P1 hill.
Really, really, really good moves coming in from Wright State right now. I mean, this is just such a neck-and-neck game, the closest we've seen so far in the series. This is going to be a battle right down to the final 250 point. I mean, unfortunately, there's only 3:15 left, so not a whole lot of time. So we may actually get timed out before we reach point score.
Yeah. I mean, I talk about the positioning by Starbot being, great, and FGCU controlling the map, but that doesn't mean that they're always on hill, which means that time is ticking down, and we've had a lot of contest time as well. So said, to your point, we have to watch that overall game clock. This might not reach 250. We might actually just end prior to that because we run out of time in game.
And it's really interesting to see the players getting a lot of these impact throws. We've got Germ on Wright State getting some insane ones, along with Starbot. Starbot really focusing on getting those frags in the objective, whereas Germ's, rotating out a little bit more around. And Kirch and Wheels, I mean, they're just tearing it up for FGCU right now. You can see Germ right there, playing that off angle, catching those two players on rotation, and helping take that strain off of his teammates pushing towards the point.
Yeah, and as we see FGCU 2 down for Wright State, they're going to make a move on P2, just like rotation 1. P2 has set untouched for 15 seconds, but FGCU has eliminated all of Wright State. They should know where they're spawning now, but it looks like number 7 may have given him a split spawn. No, they're still spawning in the back, so FGCU is going to be able to, should know where they're coming from, and really lock down a lot of time here on P2.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath trying to get into that point. You can see already 4 frags coming in favor of FGCU. Wright State looking like they may opt to just rotate over to this third point and have early control of it, give up those points and try and hold this one themselves, because FGCU, that P2 point, it is hard to break in there when people have got those doorways locked down.
Yeah, we see a huge kill by Germ there to lock that, or to eliminate that player that was rotating on the side of FGCU. Wright State does have control, but just like that, 3 down, they still have the close spawn. FGCU, though, just outside of the point, we see Wright State spawning out in that spawn that sometimes you don't know where they're coming from, right? And it looks like they're electing to just flood through this door. Kirch has sniffed him out. He has backup up here. He's going to be able to effectively trade, and there's 3 down from Wright State. Unfortunate turn of events from there where they're spawning out, having to hit through that door, and just getting eliminated by those 2 players from FGCU up top. But we do see them coming with numbers here. They're going to make a late push. They don't want to give up this scrap time. They're, giving up 25 points at this point. FGCU would be close to 200. Wright State about to get time, but Justin keeping them off of it. It looks like it's going to be a toss-up for this P4 Money Hill, but Wright State will beat FGCU there.
This is definitely going to be a slog for Wright State trying to get on there. Only under 2 minutes left. No one's, everyone's ignored that last point, just the last few seconds. They can just let it bleed off to try and get better positioning here. And Wright State's got to get on that. And it looks like they do have players on that point going to try and tick some of those points off. But Kirch is locking down that outside area, preventing them from getting any more close to that point, as it looks like they're going to start moving in. Nice trigger discipline on Kirch's part, and unable to connect that frag. He's going to slide in, potentially get 1, get 2. Can he get the 3rd? He gets the 3rd. Is he going to go for the 4th? And the 4th is taken out. Really nice play by Kirch there.
Wow, yeah, Kirch just completely took over the game. He's up top. No one expects him to be there, right? Wright State is already set up, expecting FGCU to be sprinting at the hill. That's just a great example of having map awareness. And as I'm talking, Beaster with the 3-piece. Kirch finishing up the 4th. Beaster and Kirch are continuing their hot streak. Kirch had 34 and 17, going double positive. Absolutely taking control of the game for FGCU.
Wright State trying to get a few more of those points right there at the end. I mean, 10 points, 10 seconds, 10 points, that's massive in the position they're in right now. But the other problem is, can they get to that main hill? Can they lock that down? We've got Dunk flying in. He walks right past them. Ooh, what do we do? Oh, and he does trade him out. I've been there. Unfortunately, he does get caught out. The perfect timing where you slide right behind someone and they don't look your direction. Beaster with the 5 killing spree, can't convert it into 6, but a really nice one from him should get him just in range of one of his kill streaks, I believe.
Yeah, and we only have about a 60-point differential here, which typically wouldn't be that big of a deal, said, because that's literally 1 hill. But these teams have been playing and controlling the map so well that 60 points is so hard to come by in this sub-base on map 1. But we have FGCU controlling the hill, having a commanding lead at this point. They are starting to gain that momentum. Beaster and Kirch really starting to lead their team, but we can't ignore Wheels at 26 and 17. You see Kirch with a 2-piece. He's starting to have that rotation for his squad. It looks like this P1 rotation is going to be a toss-up. 2 players on the side of Wright State, 2 on FGCU, but just like that, FGCU able to eliminate Wright State, all 4 down, spawn them out. FGCU might secure it here on P1.
It's looking that way, Scruggs. I think they're going to take this one home. It's going to be really hard to break FGCU's lock on this. Snake's trying his best to push in there, but he does get caught out. And now there's only 13 points left on the board, so if they can get on this right now, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath on this final point. I know FGCU wants to lock this out. They want to get that 250, and unfortunately, it looks like Wright State just spawning too far out to get into contention range. We got 3, 2, 1, and that's the first match to FGCU. I hear the hype in the background.
It is electric here in the Shenandoah University Esports Arena. You see a smile on Beeser's face. You see Kirch, cool, calm, and collected. Wheels with the comms. Oh, people taking pictures of scores. Just another day in the office for FGCU, right? But again, we talked about that hot streak that Beeser and Kirch were bringing in from their last match, and I don't know if Wright State was ready for that momentum. They were coming off of that game where they 3-0'd George Mason, and they continued those kill streaks and that dominant performance here in Map 1 against Wright State.
Oh, absolutely. That was a phenomenal performance from both teams, but FGCU, I mean, they were hot. They were ready to get into that match. They played so heavily for those frags, trying to prevent Wright State from just getting to it. Even if they had one person on the point, it's like, not important, we're going to mess up your spawns. And then once they got past that 3rd point, they capitalized. They pushed so hard, locked it down, holding every corner, looking through the doors, because like the worst thing to do is to push a closed door in this game. And when you're doing that on P2, when you've got 3 guys holding every possible angle, it's almost impossible to get through that. And you can see that here. We've got Wheels and Beecher opening this up on this first point for us.
Yeah, and at this point, it's a close game, and Wright State actually has a pretty decent lead, right? It wasn't until the end of this first rotation where we started to see FGCU kind of pull away, but here it got really scrappy. Wright State was actually able to do a good job at holding this P3. This P4 hill, again, this money hill, is where it was really won. Not on this first rotation that we're watching now, but when Kirch was able to wrap and eliminate those other players, which I'm sure we'll see here in a second.
Yeah, it's definitely seeing the rotations and the styles between the different teams. Like, it's very apparent FGCU, their goal is attrition. They want to bleed the enemy dry before they move into this point. But Wright State's, I mean, it's a very solid strategy. Try and get as many people as you can on there too. Be scrappy, get those last few points. It's just, at the end of it, those spawns were so far out, it put them at a severe disadvantage.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. At P2 on rotation number 2, it's 115 to 110. To your point, that's something I also noticed. FGCU just playing that war of attrition, just wearing down their opponent. Wright State often had numbers. FGCU, though, playing around the point, securing that map positioning, and just really wearing Wright State down over time because they had to continuously just throw bodies at the point as FGCU started to pull away. And this is the play right here with Kirch. Flanking, he already had 2 up top, got 2 on that, slides in with the pistol, make it 3.
I mean, just an absolute bloodbath on that last point. They locked those spawns in just the right manner to keep Wright State from having the opportunity to push. I mean, look at Kirch, 42 kills. I mean, that is insane. This man came to slay, and Justin, that was their linchpin. He may have not had the most frags, but 9 minutes of hill time, almost 10 minutes of hill time. That's
is that even possible? That has to be a glitch, right?
I know. Seriously, that's got to be something. That's got to be a bug. 9 minutes? No
but
way.
Even still, Justin and Wheels, to your point, have a ton of time on hill while Beeser and Kirch are able to kind of frag out around the point. So FGCU with the demanding and commanding win on map 1, 250 to 143. Again, it seemed a lot closer. I've said that about a lot of the maps we've seen here today, but it wasn't until the second half of that second rotation on subbase that FGCU really started to pull away.
Really, it's really true, and I'll be interested to see what strategies they've got lined up for Skid Row Search, because if I had to guess, FGCU picked subbase for that first map. If they had the first map pick, because it seemed like they were really big fans of that. So, well, that means I'm gonna guess maybe Wright State has picked this Search and Destroy on Skid Row. So I'm gonna be interested to see what they have prepped are they going to go for just a blitz B rush, a classic B rush, or are we going to play it slow, try to get some frags, a few picks, set up some smokes, set up some flashes, some frags? It's always interesting to see how people approach search and destroy, because with 4 players, 1 life, I mean, there's not much room for error.
Right, and I think what we saw with FGCU, one of their strengths is like their slaying ability, right? Their map control and being able to eliminate the other players. We saw against George Mason, it kind of was negated in search and destroy. I mean, we went to a round 11 and it came down to a 1v1 where they ended up pulling it out against GMU, but kind of their strengths that we see in Hardpoint maybe aren't so relevant in these search and destroys. And to your point, I think this might have been a Wright State map selection. So we could see FGCU's back against the wall late in this game. It'll be interesting to see how Wright comes out of this. Is it the right play at the right time for Wright State? Am I right?
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it any more right than you did. It's a dad joke extraordinaire over here, but this will be really good to see. Like you said, the fast-paced nature of FGCU can be pretty heavily countered whenever you go into search, because a lot of those plays that they were taking, they were pretty risky. You're exposing yourself, getting up into a nice vantage point, but being able to take shots from anywhere with no recourse, it's not an issue in hardpoint. But in search, I mean, you're gonna be playing these tight angles, especially on this map. There's some open alleyways, but it's not that wide horizontally, but there's a lot of vertical depth, and there's all kinds of these little places to sneak in. So I wonder how that will play into the weapon selection, because of how close this map is. Are we going to see a lot of rivals, or are we just going to stick with our long guns? And we're going to get to find that out right now as we get into this map.
Yeah, and so we're going to see this aerial view. FGCU gets first blooded here by Dunk. I was going to say that they were making a very decisive play. They just stormed straight into mid, but again, I think that what we see that working in hardpoint, they might have to just take a deep breath and slow down a bit here in search and destroy. They have to play slow. They have to get those first bloods, because we see them playing fast, pushing into mid, and just like that, it's a 1v4 situation, those 2 players in mid dropping early.
FGCU only 1 player up right now. We've got Kirch, and this is going to be a tough one to bring it back from. Already a 3v1. Wright State getting some really good opening frags there, and already closing it out. That's a nice 4-stack kept alive. So really strong work from Wright State, showing, all right, guys, we mean business. We're ready to play.
Yeah. And I've coached against this FGCU team in the past, and I will say, if you play at their pace, you're probably not going to win, right? And we see this a lot in traditional sports like basketball, where if people are flying up and down the court and you're trying to match their pace and you're not used to it, you will lose. It seems like Wright State is doing a great job at slowing the game down, playing at their pace that they're comfortable with to take that lead in round 1.
Justin with some insane moves, got trapped in the corner there, able to wiggle his way out. Now Beaster picking up that first kill on Starbot. So already 1 down for Wright State. Let's see how they're gonna maneuver in here, try and get this bomb down.
Yeah, and Beaster picks up his second kill. Yeah, and I think that kill on Starbot is going to be really crucial. We saw Starbot come out strong with 2 kills in the first round, and we'll keep an eye on Starbot as we progress throughout the game, because they might be kind of that in-game leader for search. But Wright State is able to pick up Kirch here. They do know where another one is. They tie it up 2-2 here. Snakelit and Dunk doing a great job at communicating, playing their lives, just being patient. Let's see how this plays out. We actually have bomb in number 5, and just like that, it's going to be a 1v2. FGCU loses their man advantage. Snakelet's going to go ahead and put bomb down on A.
Really nice map awareness, getting behind that bomb, because he knew Beecher was going to be moving from that other side, jumping off real quick. So now Beecher, he's got to figure out where these guys are. Ooh, catches 1 out, but unfortunately does get caught out. Really, always tough taking on 2 people, and especially a close quarter scenario like that.
Yeah, it said, I thought that Beaster was just going to crawl up and start the defuse, honestly. Wright State plants the bomb. They have no idea Beaster's that close. Beaster's trying to figure out where they are, but Wright State both has their backs to it. They're looking for him, obviously coming from another part of the map, not right on top of bomb. I wonder what would have happened if he would have just stuck it there.
I know, it would have been really interesting. They had really good bomb positioning, placing it there, so they had 2 angles of attack. So he had to come around that bomb, and he's got the door to his back, and he's got the other door off to the side. Wheels opening it up already. Real quick kill with that rival And now we're going to see if Right State, you know, they're holding some angles. They're taking it a little bit slow. And I wonder if they're just going to plan for a retake here.
Yeah, I mean, they even it up. Yeah, and you know, Will's getting that kill is really important because if you look on the side of FGCU, Beeser's really the only one that has had an elimination up until this round. Just like that, though, Beeser goes down, but Kirch able to knot it up at 2 versus 2. It's important that Kirch gets hot here. We see that he goes on streaks in hardpoint. He needs to do that same thing here. Justin with the elimination, a 1v2 situation for Wright State. Let's see what Snakelit does. They haven't died up to this point yet. They could play for their streaks here and not really overextend. They might just really hide in a corner, right, and let this one play out.
Yeah, I see playing it real safe, clearing through, and he does. He's able to drop. Oh, pre-firing that. He's going to go ahead and get out of there. They've got to get that bomb down here in just a second. He is running for his life at this moment because Justin's got to figure out, do I push this guy? And,
they just jumped over each other. Oh, Snake knows where he's at now, though. He just needs to get out of there. Oh, Snake's running away. Oh, Justin is running to bomb.
Oh my goodness.
They're wrapping around each other. It's a game of cat and mouse, and I think they're both acting as the cat right now, or both the mouse. I don't know, but both of them are just running for their lives. Justin ends up getting the plant down. Snakelet is trying to figure out what corner he's hiding in. This A-bomb has so many different corners. You got to check all of them. He might have just spotted them there on the cross, though.
The jump in. Oh, Snakelet. Just a few more shots, and he goes down 27 HP. Really nice flash, and he's able to get this defuse off. What a tight round that was.
Yeah, and shout out to him. With that slide across to bomb, he actually saw him in the corner there, which is an incredible play. I mean, I had to have just been a millisecond that he could have seen that doorway. And so both game sense and just awareness there. He's actually one off of streaks here, I believe. And a cruise missile on this could be a good play. They could end up playing it B and dropping a cruise through that window in later rounds if he can secure this streak.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, insane perception on these players' parts. I mean, I swear sometimes I run around, I'm like a horse with blinders on the side, and these guys pick up just the pixel of an enemy, and they've got him locked in. So let's see if they're able to replicate this. I mean, Wright State with a really strong lead already, 3-0. I think this may have been their map pick. They are feeling themselves this match.
Yeah, and Beeser gets first blooded there. That's going to really hurt FGCU, but we do see Kirch able to tie things up here, 3 versus 3. Wright State playing extremely patient. We see this bomb just sneaking behind B. They don't know that they might have an open there. They might wrap it to A, but also at the same time, FGCU does have the guy top mid starting to peek out, looking at that B bomb site.
And it looks like they're getting ready to go for an execute on this site. Well, they're going to pull back. Germ just holding his angles. You know, they're looking for an opening. They pre-nading that bomb site, and I think they're going to execute on the B over here. It looks like FGCU, they're kind of holed up over on A, so this is going to work out really well for Wright State to get this bomb down where they don't expect it.
Yeah, and FGCU just has completely given up the B bomb site, and Wright State's playing so hesitant because I don't think that they can believe that, right? Like, there's not one person watching this or sitting in a corner, but they do get bombed down. We see this player sitting back alley. He's going to be met with 3 FGCU players. I'm going to hear the call out here in the arena. He says they're all there, they're all there. You see the rotation coming in. This is a huge play out of them if they can headglitch this bomb and get 1 elimination, but they are picked off. Number 7, Germ, just laying and waiting. They can't see the person sticking the bomb, though, I don't think. Germ's eliminated. FGCU's going to get their first round on the board.
That was a really well-played round. I mean, Germ holding that outside angle, trying to look in. Almost got one until he dropped down, and just really great execution from FGCU's part, moving in from 3 different angles to catch those Wright State players off guard. Solid communication, solid movement through the map, and let's see if they can extrapolate that just a little further.
Yeah, I think if Wright State just goes ahead and makes a play on B when they get there, they win that round because they will have the man advantage and FGCU's out of place. But they gave FGCU time to set up. But again, Wright State couldn't believe that there just was no one there.
It's really interesting seeing some of the positions they take. Like, we've got Kirch holding that really far angle there in the back, looking right over to the B bomb site. You see Wheels. He's going to consider taking this engagement. Semtech's coming out. I don't think he's going to be able to catch him, and he's just going to stick the plant. I mean, he says, well, I'm on it. Might as well.
Yeah, so bomb down, 4v4. But Wright State with that first elim, 2 down quickly for FGCU. Wright State with a 4-2 man advantage, looking to retake this site and take a commanding 4-1 lead.
All right, we've got a couple. Oh, not quite. Kirch is able to take him out, but he does get traded up by Germ. And now we've just got Justin left. He's fighting for his life, and he does go down. And now we've got Snakelet going to go ahead and get that defuse and give Wright State their 4th round.
Yeah. I mean, Wright State here is just playing flawless search and destroy, honestly. To your point, it seems like FGCU is trying to get cute with it maybe a little bit. They have people sitting way at the back of the map watching these off angles and stuff. Meanwhile, Wright State's just like, okay, we'll take what you're going to give us, right? And so they're just playing fundamentally sound here. Not that FGCU's playing poorly. It's just Wright State has really not made any mistakes up to this point.
Now they are, when they have space, they take that space, they fill that space, they get that information, so they are able to deduce where those enemies are. I mean, that information's a huge thing. You would get a stick? Maybe?
I think
unfortunate.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Seth, but you see Wheels peek over the ledge, and then there's 3 Wright State players just as he's holding a Simtax. He's like, where do I throw this thing, right? And somehow throws it in between all 3.
The worst kind. I was hoping for a stick, and that's the worst situations when you pop up with a grenade cooked, and you're like, I wish I had my gun out right now.
and we see Beaster trying to even this up. FGCU is down 2-3 here, but just like that, though, 3-1 advantage for Wright State. Bomb is going down on B. This is going to be a tough spot for Justin to be in. Maybe peek out the window, get a pick, and then maybe try to wrap. This is just a tough situation to be in, almost an impossible task.
Drops right down on top of him. Hard to know that he'd be right under. He's trying to jiggle peek that window because he knew a player was off to the left. I'm really just looking for a pros don't fake defuse with some people left, just sticking it all the way to the very end. Yeah,
and so game point for Wright State. FGCU, they got to find an answer here, right? I mean, again, Wright State has just made 0 mistakes on this map number 2. I think you were right, Sed, when you said that this was their map selection, because they seem to know it like the back of their hand. And just like that, Germ with another first blood. It looks like Starbot's going to get 1 and 2, a 1v4 situation. It looks like Wright State's going to be able to take this, and just like that, they do. Map number 2 goes to Wright State. This series is tied 1-1.
An absolutely dominant performance from Wright State. Those guys, you can tell they love some Skid Row search and destroy. I'm sure they pull up to the regular lobby and they're like, well, hello, we're here. We're going to go ahead and get this win for you guys. Really great performance out of Wright State on this. I mean, FGCU tried their best to handle it, but Wright State's ability to take space, gather information, and push, in those weak angles, the pressure points of FGCU's defense or split apart their offense, it was unparalleled. I mean, that was a phenomenal performance from Wright State. Hardly any errors in their execution of this entire match.
Yeah, and the only really mistake they made is not putting the bomb down as quickly as they should have on that B bomb site the 1 round, but other than that, flawless search and destroy. And then as we look at the player cams there after the match, calm and collected. I mean, no real cheering, smiles, anything. You can tell they are locked in. This map 3 they know is an essential win, a vital win for them to take this series. It's going to be interesting, though. Can they slow down FGCU in hardpoint? We haven't seen FGCU drop a hardpoint yet because of the pace in which they play.
It'll be really interesting to see. I mean, they're going to have to, even if they don't get this next one, they've got to win at least 1 hardpoint match to take this series home. I mean, it seems like search is kind of their game, but like you said, when those cameras pan back, it really is the thing. I love seeing the hype. I love people getting excited when they win, but the most terrifying team to go up against is the one that is cool and isn't getting loud. That's the scary one. And they're locked in.
Yeah, and as we watch the replays, these rounds were the ones that meant the most. Snakelet starting off 5-0, 1v2ing theirs, being able to identify that player was in the staircase and win that crucial gunfight. We then see all of these different trades. Again, just 2 really good teams trading. Wheels missing the stick, just 1v3 trying to figure out who to shoot first. And then Starbot in this last round, just the dagger to end the map and win it for Wright State.
Snakelet with an amazing performance. 7 kills, 1 death. Starbot, I mean, the whole team put in work for those search matches. I mean, that was just a fantastic second round. And I'm really looking forward to popping on over to Invasion for this hard point. And we're guaranteed at the very least to be back on Skid Row for hard point. So if we want this to go to a full series, Wright State's going to need to take one of these 2 hardpoint maps off of FGCU, and that's going to be tough. FGCU, you could tell they like that fast pace, they like that action. They move fast, they frag hard, and they control the map with those kills.
Yeah, if there is a chance for Wright State to take a hard point, it is on map number 3. I mean, the Invasion hardpoint said it spread out enough that Wright State may be able to manipulate the pace to their advantage. I think if they drop this, if they go to a Skid Row hardpoint and they have to win it to get to a map number 5, it's going to be tough against FGCU. I know we saw FGCU struggle on Skid Row Search, but the pace at which Beeser and Kirch play at, it's just unbelievable, right? And so they have to take advantage of the larger map on Invasion hardpoint and really control the pace and make FGCU play at their pace rather than trying to play at FGCU's pace.
I completely agree with what you're saying. Just the 2 different approaches from the teams, it's always an interesting dichotomy to see because each has its strength and each has its weakness, you know? And with only 2 game modes, there's not a lot of room for, oh, well, we'll chuck in the 3rd, we'll do control, or we'll do some other type of, you know, game mode to diversify it. So, it's, I mean, the way it's looking is Wright State, Search and Destroy is their thing. Unfortunately, only 2 search maps. So, got to pick one up here, and I'll be interested to see how they're able to adapt to FGCU's game plan. You know, they obviously adapted in Search and said, we slow them down and we take control. If they're able to do that on this next map, I think we could stand a really good chance of seeing Wright State take this next map.
Yeah. And, you know, I say that this is their chance because as you look at Invasion, as we're doing this fly-through, there's just so many long alleys. So it's not like you're going to stack up on one another, right? Like we saw on Subbase, FGCU doing a great job at controlling the map, but also just bullying their way into that P4 point, which was the money hill on Subbase. You can't really do that here, except on the far left hill as we're looking at the map here. That's the only one that you can really bully your way in. Otherwise, they're going to have to play more methodically. It's going to be almost like a search and destroy style as you approach and get those map controls for each objective.
Yeah, this is it's going to be tough. I'm looking at the chat to see what they've got to say here. It says they say WSU is actually nasty on Invasion. So I know if they're nasty on Invasion, I want to see FGCU match that same energy, get us to like one of those hard points where it's just a single point difference. Those always get the blood pumping. That's incredibly exciting Call of Duty to watch right there. And I'm hoping both teams bring it extra hard for this match and just go, just pop off completely. All the players. I just want to see it go crazy.
Yeah, and as we begin map number 3 on Invasion, we're going to go to an aerial view. Again, be thinking P2 as we start this. Wright State with the first blood and the kill on point. FGCU still controlling it, but Wright State going to swoop in and try to get some of this initial time.
Yep, Justin, go ahead and hop it off. Ooh, comes in with the Semtex. Is he going to be able to get it? Oh, he's got the blast resistance on it, but he does fly in, take out Dunk. Beecher taking out Starbot, and FGCU getting some good time on that board. Back and forth right now. Still really close in this early couple minutes of the game. Yeah,
Wright State already making a play for P2. Unfortunate timing there from Germ. Laying down. He had his sights aimed on that alley, but laid down right as the FGCU player came around the corner. Kirch with a huge win on P2. He has Wheels there with him. Wheels with that elimination. It looks like, FGCU are already with the early lead, and they're set up for P2 here.
Yeah, this is looking. I still can't dice out exactly what's going here. The really good control early on by FGCU. Not a lot of kills across the board. A lot of frags flying in from both sides. It doesn't look like either side's really out-fragging the other one right now. It's just that positioning, like you said. This second point is just so exposed. It's hard to want to get bodies on it. And it looks like, Wright State, they're going for it. They've got a couple kills coming in. Unfortunately, do get traded out. 3 guys stacked up, but 2 go down by Justin. A nice headshot, right body kill, and Wheels flanking back around. Really big swing right there, and it looks like FGCU's got some time now as the Wright State University players are going to be spawning out. Yeah, and you said Wright State's going for it, and that was almost not the right play at that time. To your point, the hill is so exposed. 3 players overextend onto point. FGCU picks them off. We saw the 4th get flanked with the handgun there, and then after that, Wright State sends 1 for scrap, and they just say, hey, let's set up for P3. We're down 51-10, nothing that a full 60 can't make up for, and they have demanding map control, but we see FGCU eliminating Snakelet there in the middle, and that's really going to open up the map. They're going to be able to fly. Oh yeah, you can see him moving through right now. Unfortunately, taking out Starbot, unable to get that engagement across the horizontal there. And Beecher is starting to warm up a little bit here now. He was 1-5, 0-5 there at the beginning, but he's getting a couple frags. And whenever he gets turned on and locked in, that's part of it when it gets really scary.
Yeah,
Same thing with Kirch. Kirch right now, not super high on the frags. Wheels though going crazy with those kills.
Yeah, a lot of players from Wright State dropping mid-map, again, allowing FGCU to advance up and get map control. Dunk was the only one there on P3, ended up losing the gunfight, and then we just saw Wheels camping on it. 10-4 at a 2.5 KD, 45 seconds on time, paired with Justin with a 4.0 KD, approaching 1 minute. Wright State again approaching P4. FGCU here, they can't afford to continue to rotate early and lose that initial break. Let's see if they can break in, though, and take this P4 from FGCU.
This P4 is an absolutely brutal position to hold on the vertical. It's upstairs. There's no downstairs portion you can get to. You're going to have trophies in, so you're trying to stack as much util in there as you can. And it's so simple for a single person to lock it down. You just sit in the corner. There's not that many locations to breach in there. It's kind of like you said, right there in the corner on the head glitch, and it's just tough.
Yeah, and with that wood overhanging the door, we see Wright State doing a great job being patient, going in, looking for the trade, but you have to kind of squat through that, so it makes it hard to slide in and trade each other out, and so they should have had a little more time there. It took a little while longer to trade than they probably would have liked. Ultimately, though, FGCU coming out on top with the trade battle. They got the scrap time. Beaster with the cross-map nade. He said he had a slow start. He's now positive. They're set up an embassy on P5. Wright State looking for answers here. Again, trying to slow the pace down to match their play style. Starbot with 2. Let's see if they can break in and take embassy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough to break the defense that they've got set up here. I mean, having such an early rotation, they've got those alleys locked down. Dunk's going to try and do it. He gets in, gets the first frag. Can he get the second? He gets the second frag. Is there anyone else available? Not quite. Oh, but he does get caught out coming through the window by Wheels. So still in control by FGCU right now.
Yeah, and Wheels triple positive at this point. I think the player to watch in this map is going to be Dunk. Can they turn things around? Because they're really playing the objective and they're running that submachine gun. They're up close and personal with this fast-paced FGCU team. They're going to have to turn this around. Not that it all falls on them. They're having a great game. It's just so difficult for them to take on 1v2, 1v3, 1v4 on point time after time after time. As you said in map 1, this is where attrition FGCU is winning. But we're done with rotation number 1. We see FGCU with killing 3. Last one they know is on point. They're going to try to secure map control. They already have spawns for P2, actually. But number 4 from FGCU actually may be overextended here. He might spawn his team out if he's not careful. We got to keep our eye on that. But just like that, Wheels with a 5 spree, 20-6, more than triple positive. FGCU on point. Just really pinning Wright State in the back of the map set here on the second rotation here on Invasion.
Yeah, FGCU, they have showing a dominant performance on this map. I mean, this is a challenging map to play, but Wheels, he's running this like it's pubs right now. He is just flying across the map, looking for frags to the best of his ability. 22-8. I mean, it's hard to shut someone down like that. He's ready. Like, this guy is hauling across the map.
Yeah, we actually see Dunk switch. Actually, no, they still have the same gun out. I thought they switched away from it. Sorry, but we see this is the issue on the side of Wright State is Dunk is having these initial rotations and they're getting there first, but they're the only one there, right? And FGCU sending at least 2. When it's a 2 versus 1, that's going to win most of the time, if not every time. And so, just again, FGCU sends. But as I say that, Caster Curse, Wright State actually takes control. They have FGCU in their crosshairs. They're all spawning down the road. They could really get back in this game. I know it's 265, but a full 60 here puts them over 100 points.
Yeah, and they've just got to get a body in that point. But Wheels is just, my goodness, is he moving? And Starbot, though, he's responding and does get taken out by Kirch. I mean, like a lot of action going on. Like, kind of hard to keep track of. You get a nice double. Was it going to go to a triple? I already cut off real quick right there. And it's just, it's hard to see what's going on sometimes. So many people dropping left and right. But it looks like FGCU is going to go ahead and set up for this next point, try and get early control and shut this one out.
Yeah, I'm talking as fast as I can, said, but recovering from this cold, it's so hard to keep up with the action, and just like that, FGCU eliminates all 4 Wright State players. Wright State is spawning. Oh, looks like they got split spawns, actually. Number 6, Starbot, is in behind the action. I don't know if FGCU knows he's here. Looks like 3 and 1 did not see him. He actually gets the kill on point. That's a huge break for Wright State. Let's see if they can take advantage of it and soak up some time here.
Looks like Kirch with that nade coming in, taking out Snakelet. I mean, it's just, this is another really hard point to hold 2 massive doors, and you have to sit right in the middle. It's going to be challenging. They're getting some points ticked up. If they could get this 20 seconds, you know, they'd break the 100 mark, and if they could snowball from there, it'd definitely be possible. But being only 22 points off right now for FGCU, it's definitely a suboptimal position to be in if you're Wright State.
Yeah, Wright State going to break the 100-point mark, and if you look on their side, said none of their stats would indicate that they're down by over 100 points, right? I mean, the slaying, yeah, they're behind in the slaying category, but not by a ton. The difference maker here on this map is Wheels and Justin on the side of FGCU. We were bragging about Beeser and Kirch in map number 1. Wheels and Justin are here to play, and they're not messing around. But as I say that, Wright State eliminates all of FGCU, 4 down. FGCU spawning out. Wright State with the chance to get a full 60 here and get right back in the game.
Yeah, and they've got control of this really challenging point. See if they can keep it locked down. You know, having guys that are outside trying to keep those players from getting close up to push, it's really important, but they are getting dropped. There's only 1 on point right now, and well, it looks like they've actually got favorable spawns allowing them to keep hold of this, but they're going to have to get over to that embassy as quickly as possible. Snakelet dropping Justin as he pushes in. So it looks like, you know, Wright State should be able to get the last of this, another good 14 seconds, and that's going to be a huge boost to their score. But it's if they can get positioning on this embassy, that's going to be a tough one to crack.
Right, and when you're in this position and you're down by so much, you can't afford to give up the scrap time. And you saw FGCU just give it up. They just left. They know embassy is almost impossible to retake, at least in the first 13 seconds or so. They pick off Wright State. Wright State spawning all the way out. Not a shot to even touch the point. GG's map number 3 going to go to FGCU. Oh, but no one on time.
Oh,
FGCU leaving a window open. FGCU hops on. That should do it. Map number 3 going to FGCU with a commanding win there. Again, Justin and Wheels, incredible play. You see Kirch throwing his hands up like, what is going on? They almost allowed Wright State to get back into that, though, on that P4 rotation. I believe Wright State had a full 60 there. But again, when you're down by about 100, FGCU is just able to give up P4, rotate all 4 to P5. AR's looking across the middle of the map. It's just almost impossible for Wright State to get to that P5 rotation when they only have about 13 to 14 seconds left before FGCU takes map number 3.
Oh, it really was. You know, they had to lock down that last point to try and scrape out as many as they could. If they just left one guy there, FGCU could have come could have swung in and taking that guy out, and they would have lost it then and there. So it's a hard choice to make because you've got to push across that entire street, over the wall, and into the embassy and get them off of those points. Just not a favorable position to be in, especially off of that rotation. But I'll be interested to see how Wright State performs on the Skid Row hardpoint. I mean, this is our 3rd and final hardpoint for this series specifically. But if this is what Wright State picked, it's not even if they like the game mode, they just really like Skid Row. We could see a turnaround here. We could see a turnaround.
Yeah, and I think that turnaround starts with getting Dunk some help on point. Again, we multiple times saw Dunk rotate early for Wright State. But again, when you're staring down the rifles of 2 FGCU players to your 1 gun, it's going to be difficult to eliminate both when they're both aimed at you, right? And so they need to rotate someone with Dunk because Dunk is rotating just at the right time. They're just outmanned when they get there.
Yeah, it's really a challenging position for him to be in because he's getting some good flanks, but without any reinforcement, he's not able to capitalize on that. He might get 1 frag, but then he gets instantly traded out. You know, for that player, you want him to be able to open it up so you can get that frag and follow it up with those long guns and really clear out that point to establish dominance. But it's just so hard trying to position those players around the map. It looks like they're only running 1 SMG right now, so he's their only real entry. And you can see right here, he does just that, gets in, is able to get 2, but he doesn't have the support from his teammates to capitalize and end up taking over that embassy point earlier on in the match.
Right. And this P4 hill, or P3 hill, excuse me, was where FGCU won it, in my opinion. That first rotation when they eliminated the Wright State player in the middle and were able to fly through mid and get behind them, Wright State had no idea where they were coming from, right? It was total chaos, and that's really what gave FGCU the momentum to go on and win that map. But we also see what also gave them momentum, Wheels with a 2.07 KD at 29 and 14 with almost 2 minutes on Hill, and then you got Justin with almost 2 minutes on Hill. So again, they're rotating Wheels and Justin early. If Dunk can have a duo with him to rotate to the next point in this map number 4, I think we might see a much more even score as we enter into Skid Row.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this Skid Row hardpoint, how it's going to shake out with the setup, because I think, you know, with the nature of Skid Row, the verticality and kind of the maze-like structure of it, I think it gives Wright State a really good opportunity to kind of lay some traps, you know, hold some unexpected angles, take that space that they need, and they might just be able to, you know, lock FGCU out. But it's so challenging to say with how dominant FGCU has been on these hardpoint maps. I mean, those guys fly. They fly through the map. When they see an opening, they exploit it to the absolute max.
Yeah, and I think what's more impressive is Wright State just loses, and we see their team, and they're laughing, they're smiling. They're in good spirits. Of course, FGCU with smiles on their face. Looks like there's some comms coming in. They're all looking at one another, definitely strategizing. I mean, this is going to be a toss-up here on Skid Row. I think P2 is going to be one of the biggest points. You know, what we're seeing right here is P1. Okay, you can do with or without it, right? I mean, very little time is typically accumulated here. That P2 point and P5 on this map are really where Wright State can slow FGCU down. They can put their ARs up top, as you were saying, and they can even the playing fields and take a commanding lead where the other scrappy hills, yeah, okay, maybe FGCU bullies their way in or you know, kind of dominates those, but it's okay because if you get full 60s on 2 and 5, then you're going to pull out a W here on map number 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's gonna be a tough one. I'm trying to figure out what their setup for this might be regarding utility and things like that. Are they going to go for an up close and personal kind of build, running some more of those rivals? They're going to go for the long guns, running ARs. I feel like the formula they have so far, running 3 long guns and one up close and personal, seems to be working out pretty well for both sides of it. Honestly, it's just that fire rate on those SMGs. It's so immensely fast. We'll just have to see how they're able to employ it here as we start this match. A little bit of hard point on Skid Row. Yeah,
and we're going to see FGCU send 2 through Alley immediately. 5 is going to be met with some contention right off the bat. FGCU able to eliminate them. Again, that 2-to-1, you know, that duo trading out the one player from Wright State. They're okay giving up 10 seconds or 11 seconds on P1 because now they have that P2 spawn. I keep emphasizing that. I can't emphasize it enough. I know it sounds redundant, but we see, or we will see probably as we rotate, how essential that rotation is. Because now FGCU is trading out on P1, and they could actually go into this P2 rotation tied.
Dunk getting the jump around, getting that rival pistol switch in, always faster than reloading, switching that up pistol. And Wright State getting a lot of time on this first point. I mean, this is pretty big for them. This is pretty big for them compared to previous matches.
Yeah, but look at that kill feed, all green. Wright State throwing bodies at P2, but FGCU with that early rotation, able to spawn Wright State all the way out to P3. Number 4 set up here. He's going to have the comms. Hey, they're all coming towards me. They're flooding. He's just playing his life, doing a great job at that, and Justin's actually able to pick up the kill. He's just buying incredible time for his team here. Number 3 can just lay on the hill. Kirch, not even concerned, laying down on P2, soaking time. 33-20. We see that P1 leads quickly getting erased as Justin's doing an amazing job at playing his life here at the back of P2.
Yeah, it's really hard to dislodge someone from that position back there on containers when they've got that trophy up. And now we see, I think it's Germ. Germ does go down. I mean, he was trying his best to force Justin out there because it's such a powerful position. But Snake with a long-range fire, and Justin just spawns right back. He's right over there in that same spot. I mean, it's such a challenging area to get to. And now FGCU's getting, I think they're just going to end up getting all the points on this P2 right now. And Wright State's just going to have to establish 3.
Listen, Seth, I don't want to say I told you so at home, but that P2 is so vitally important on this hill. Wright State gave it up. They said, let's not feed streaks. Let's go over to P3. Let's play for this time. But we saw in the first game that we casted today, this hill is really difficult to get a significant amount of time on. FGCU is here, they're head glitching everything, and they're picking up the kills. Wright State throwing bodies at that staircase, but they're just getting funneled. And now they're going to spawn out. They have to take time to take a different route, or else they're going to feed FGCU streaks, and their lead is going to continue to grow. But just like that, they're able to eliminate FGCU. Kirch, though, has this pinch point, gets 2. Can he find the 3rd? Ooh. Oh, almost. He's calling one shot out. His teammate's there for the trade. Justin's going to hop time, gets another elimination. They're going to soak this last 20. Wright State, give it up. Oh, just kidding. On time, they're going to soak scrap, but FGCU already over at P4.
Yeah, and we can see Justin getting ready to push in over there towards Snakelet. Is he going to clear this corner? Ooh, looking just the wrong way. And now FGCU, they're just going to soak up. Well, I guess they opted to ditch that point. They're all going for a full retake on this next hard point. Let's see. All right, Wright State's in. We got a contestant already because Wheels, I believe, is in zone in this location over on Couch. And they're just gonna train guns on the door and wait for the best. You know, he needs some reinforcement, and Wheels is gonna pull back. I think he's got who's there with him. I can't quite see. Oh no!
Sorry,
he took out Beecher.
I didn't mean to laugh while you were commentating. Wheels shot Beester when Beester jumped through the door. Beester then trades shots with Wheels. Wheels then kills Beester. It's like they are so locked in. Anybody flying into P4, they are shooting. But we see Wright State during all this chaos actually accumulating a ton of points, but oh, Starbot with a huge kill on P4. FGCU already gave it up for P5. Wright State going to be able to accumulate the scrap, and we're essentially going to have almost a tied game going into P5.
Yeah, this is a really great play from Wright State. I mean, just getting those last few points, and it looks like, well, unfortunately, Wheels does take out Dunk. They're trying to get an advantage to push in because that, you know, FGCU's already got that point locked down, but if they're able to capitalize and move in, it's tough. FGCU's really spread out. They're kind of hitting them from every different angle as Wright State's trying to mount an offensive.
Yeah, and you see Snakelet here playing extremely patient. He knows someone's over at P2. He does finally get that elimination. That is their cue to go. You see, Snakelet gets the kill. They send 3 on the left side. They pick off the one deep left. Number 4 has a tough task here. Can Justin eliminate him? No, Germ trades him out. They get the other trade. Great retake by Wright State with 30 seconds left. If they hold this down, which they probably should with the map positioning they have, they're going to have a commanding lead, or it's actually going to be tied. Sorry, wrong math. Going into the second rotation here on Skid Row.
And Dunk with some really nice kills, using that rival to great effect. He's able to get a 3rd. Is he going to be able to convert, maybe get a 4th as he rotates around here? Let's keep seeing what he's capable of doing. He's popping that dead silence, so I'm expecting him to get a really solid flank. And now we're going to switch back over to Starbot. Going to clean up those last few points as it looks like FGCU is going to go ahead and get this first point and just barely eke out a lead with about 3.5 minutes left in the total round.
Yeah, and that's really impressive on P5, where Snakelet picks off that player that's sitting P2, and you can tell he just says, go. You just see all of Wright State push through the left side, eliminate that player deep left, and really retake a hill that's really difficult to do. But we do see P1. FGCU is getting a significant amount of time here. This is not really in the ordinary. This is out of the ordinary for Skid Row, where you're picking up 40 points or so on P1. But we do see Wright State learning their mistake from the first rotation. Number 7's already sitting in P2. They sniff out that player rotating in number 3. Number 7 has number 6. Wright State isn't doing exactly what we had said in between maps that they needed to do. They're sending 2 to new. They're setting up. And now 8's going to eliminate Tunnel. They have complete map control. Expect a full 60 here out of Wright State.
Oh, yeah, they've got this locked down. It's going to be really hard for FGCU to break. He's got the long angle. He's going to go take a trade there. He's going to take out a second one. Starbot, 2 really nice kills, holding off that angle, buying his teammates some more time as Dunk is going to contest that area in the middle. But Kirch, not expecting all the shots coming in. 3 players looking his way towards that garage. And Snake just absolutely farming down this alleyway right now, holding it down. And I think this is going to be a full hold from Wright State.
Yeah, it's really incredible to watch how lopsided some of these points are on Skid Row, right? You have to get there first, but not only that, you have to have someone else there with you to lock down the map control, because if you're just sitting in a corner on new and you're the only one there, most likely they're going to come in and they're going to trade you out. But we saw Wright State send 2. They're able to control P2. We do see them start to rotate for P3. FGCU all here, though. They're able to eliminate that player, and I think FGCU had a controlling lead on this P3 on the first rotation. Let's see if they could pick up significant points and retake the lead here again.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Wright State to crack into. I'm wondering if, but based on the time, they should, even if they let almost all of it go to FGCU, should be able to pull ahead again if they lock down another point, but they've got to try and get some bodies on there to stop this time from ticking up. I mean, FGCU is real close to tying it up again, and they should here in just a couple seconds, but I'm not sure what the plan of attack is. They seem like they're spawned pretty far out, and they might just be waiting. They say, okay, we'll just give you the 30 seconds and just take the next point, which will, once again, there's some lull time. A little bit of lull in those points still would give them advantage if they can hold the last pill 100% of the time.
Yeah, and something that really gave FGCU an advantage here, and we see Beaster pick up a kill on the P4 rotation, was Beaster, whether he knew it or not, he was blocking spawns on this P3. Wright State was spawning out all the way almost at P2. So they were having to sprint all the way across the map for P3. We see Beaster with the early rotation to P4 as well here on the left side of the map, and it's really given them control. And we see FGCU has people just watching crossfires. There's very few angles to get into this, and we see Kirch taking advantage of that and picking up a multi-kill there.
Oh, absolutely massive kills coming in from FGCU, but Dunk trading it out wheels there on that staircase, and Snake trading some out. Justin able to clean up a kill on Dunk, and it's an absolute mess as Wright State University players come flying through the door. Starbot taking that engagement, but gets caught out from behind. They're doing their best to get onto this point. They know they can't let them get the full time. Yeah, Wright State just needs to contest this. They need to survive. We saw them retake this P5, and we see number 7 and Germ pick up the kill. Oh, FGCU trying to find him. Oh, Wright State, Starbot had an advantage there, was able to get traded out. Germ doing a great job picking up 2, maybe 3 kills here. His teammates are here. He's bought enough time. Can Wright State effectively trade and take this hill? We see Snakelet get the trade, but Snakelet and Starbot go down. Number 2, Wheels doing a great job at playing patient, getting those trades. But we saw Wright State do it before. They're going to have to break it, and they're going to have to do it fast because FGCU is racking up the points and getting ever closer to 250 here on Skid Row. Yeah, you can see Wright State had a really bad set of spawns coming pretty far out, and they're only going to be able to attack from this one angle. You can see all the FGCU players rotating over from top now, and they're unable to get through that choke point right now. They've got only 10 points left. They've got to send it to try and get on, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I think this is going to end up going to FGCU. Yeah,
it's a really difficult... It's a really difficult time there. And just like that, FGCU going to take map number 4 and take the series 3-1. I mean, that angle that FGCU had there on P5, that head glitch that they had looking over the fence, almost impossible to pick off as you round the corner. And we saw all 4 Wright State players go down. They then knew, okay, we only have one more push. But they couldn't be as patient as they wanted to be. They were extremely patient in that first rotation and were able to pick up significant time off the break. There, they didn't have the luxury to wait for them to pick off the player that sits at P2. They had to flood across the open. FGCU's in perfect position, picks up that 4 down, and game over, right? But great game by both teams.
Yeah, that was the strongest showing I think Wright State had on any of these hardpoint matches. They were really able to put their plan into action for part of it. They held down a couple points for a really long time. They just had right there at the end when they needed it, FGCU manipulated those spawns to where they had to fly across the map and push through a really nasty choke point where the FGCU players have got one sitting on long looking down, one setting up a crossfire, one up in the building on P2. It's just hard to break a setup like that on such an exposed site.
Yeah, and there were glimpses of hope there at the beginning of that map number 4, right? Wright State with the P2 rotation, that was excellent, with that P5 break. But ultimately, as we said in map number 1, FGCU is all about the war of attrition. I mean, look how close it is here in these replays, 46-33. Players flying around the map. Ultimately, FGCU just playing map control, able to lock down some of those key hills there late in the game to pull away the victory.
Yeah, a couple TKs here on the side of FGCU this time. It happens to the best of us. That one though, with Wheels taking out Beaster as he jumped back around the corner. It's always something to laugh at with your friends. Didn't really have an impact on the game state ultimately, as it ended up ruling in their favor. Very, very, very close though, and a great showing from both teams. Was really hoping we'd get to that last S&D map. Love seeing Wright State on S&D. I was really hoping for another close matchup.
Yeah, and we see in the replay here, Dunk with that early rotation for P2 and rotation number 2, and then Starbot absolutely locking down that right side of the map. This is where Wright State, again, showed glimmers of hope on this hardpoint map, slowing FGCU down, having them in their crosshairs right where they wanted them. But then at the end of the game, we see in the scrappier hills, FGCU sliding in, using their secondaries, just effectively trading. Germ doing everything he can here at the end of the game. He was waiting for those reinforcements to come in. He thought he bought enough time, but again, FGCU was getting those closer spawns and were able to reinforce their players as they were going down faster than Wright State was able to provide those reinforcements.
Absolutely, and you can see here, guys, we got results coming in for FGCU. Everyone maintaining a positive KD over, and a pretty equal spread of hill time across all players. Wheels a little bit less because he was their impact, kind of running around trying to clean up kills where he could, but a really solid performance across the board from all the guys on FGCU. I mean, they had very, very dominant performances on these various hardpoint maps, and I'll be interested to see what they do later on, and if there's any other maps that they're going to try their luck at with hardpoint. You know, they've got options. We've got a lot of options.
Yeah, and if I'm a team here this weekend, I'm watching that match and I'm taking note of FGCU's play style, and I am vetoing those maps that they just played. Invasion, they got 1 kill, open the game wide open, right? Sub-base, just absolutely dominant performance in the map control. And if I'm Wright State, or if I'm a team watching Wright State, I know I need to watch out for them in Search and Destroy because they were tactical and flawless in their approach. So a lot of good things to take away if you're here on land watching these teams. If you're FGCU, hey, let's clean up Search a little bit, or maybe that's just not their map. Otherwise, kill-dependent game modes and respawns looking dominant.
Oh yeah, that's definitely where their strong suit is. You know, just unfortunate for Wright State that Search is, you know, we only have 2 Search matches in there. I would have loved to have seen their performance on the second one, which I believe was on Invasion, because we had a great one on Skid Row. They definitely are very dominant there. And every team, you know, they got their strengths, their weaknesses, and it varies by tournament, by format, by all these different things. But that was a very, very equal matchup. I know we didn't go to the you know, highly coveted 5-game series, but none of those matches were complete blowouts. There was a lot of really great Call of Duty played, and all the players did a fantastic job holding their own in those matches.
Right, yeah, I completely agree. If you are coming in and just seeing those scores and you're seeing the map 1 and the map 4 score, you're thinking, oh, FGCU won that easily. That is not the case whatsoever. Wright State hanging in there really till the last part of the second rotation in those hard points. FGCU just having the map positioning on those hills to pull it out and take commanding leads at the end of the game. Otherwise, it's neck and neck up through really the end of the second into the third rotation on each of those maps.
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing what each of these teams can muster up for their next matchups and as they progress through the tournament. Right now, I believe that puts FGCU, they're likely going to face off against the winner of the last game, if I'm correct. You know, be good to see the bracket here whenever we get the chance and figure out where the matchups are going to be going and who's going to be playing who. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Army's playing Georgia Southern right now. I think GSU. I don't know, though. I think it was GSU versus Army, and whoever wins that, I think that FGCU will face up against. Again, once we can see the bracket, we'll be able to tell. But, I mean, really, all these teams, you know, Wright State being out 1-1 doesn't really indicate their skill level, right? If you're looking at the bracket, you're like, oh, well, they dropped a map. Maybe, you know, they're still competitors. They're crazy competitive. Those games were close. We see the bracket here up on screen. Looks like FGCU took that, so they are the first seed. Wright State will play the winner, forgive me, I was mistaken, of Syracuse versus George Mason. So that'll be interesting to see who pulls that one out and who Wright State will be facing in their next matchup.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty good to see. And remember, guys, this is just the ranking going into tomorrow's tournament. Every team gets a chance to play tomorrow once again, so you get to see a lot of your favorite teams on stream and hopefully cheer them on into the finals, because today's just placement. You know, everyone's trying to do the best they can. You've got at most 3 matches for one team. You can see that would be the tiebreaker there between Wright State and whoever wins the match between Syracuse and GSU.
Yeah, and I know what you're thinking at home. How do these guys still have energy? They've been going since 10 a.m., but we were here hours before that prepping for broadcast, and that's because of our sponsor, Glitch Energy. Shameless plug here. We Want to shout out Glitch. We have Shakers here. We have their product on hand. Couldn't have done this event without them. So before we move on to any more action or gameplay said, we just got to thank our sponsors and the support that they have for Shenandoah University.
Yes, it's always fantastic to see companies that are willing to support emerging and growing esports organizations. I know, I didn't mean to say Wright State, but Shenandoah has been established now for a few years, going on 5 here soon. And the support from different companies and different groups like that allow individuals to grow within these organizations, and it really helps provide students an opportunity to keep doing what they love in a competitive, nurturing environment. So I'm much thanks to Glitch Energy for being a sponsor of Shenandoah. We really appreciate the support.
Yeah, but you know, it's going to be interesting, and I use that word a lot because these teams are so evenly matched that it's hard to find another word. Interesting is the only word I can use because all of these matches are going to be so close. But when we come back from break, we will see who's going to come out on top in our next matchup. We thank you for being here watching the Winter Warfare Invitational at Shenandoah University. And again, we'll be right back after this. And welcome back to the Winter Warfare Invitational. I'm Scroggs, the esports professor Scroggins, the academic director of esports at West Virginia University, and I'm joined by Sed, my amazing co-caster here. Sed, how you doing?
Hey, doing well, man, everyone. Good to see you again. Really been enjoying the games. I'm Sidorian, just some random med student who likes to do esports casting for fun. So hopefully I can bestow some knowledge upon you as we go through this and analyze this game and keep things hyped and having a great time.
Yeah, so chat, listen, I'm reading. I know you want to see Army. We are going to go to the Army game in just a few minutes. Before we get there, though, I had a chance during that break, Sed, to talk with the FGCU guys. They're feeling really good about their respawn. They are not so much about their search and destroy. I think we had kind of identified that, but, you know, they seem to be in good spirits. They're headed out of the arena now, but overall, again, just really positive takeaways as we were talking about their performance versus Wright State.
Oh, yeah, no, those guys, they were doing a phenomenal job playing. It definitely shows that they've practiced really, really hard on hardpoint. Search is also just a very challenging. It's, you know, with the game being so early on in its life cycle, you haven't really had a lot of time to work on certain maps and certain modes. And of course, they're still determining what the third game mode is because Control's currently not working as intended. And it'll just be interesting to see in the future how they shape up and if their search improves or if they mainly focus on slaying game modes like Hardpoint and Control, if that gets improved in the future.
Yeah, and as we pivot from that game over here, we actually have Army down 2-0. It looks like map number 2 was super close on High Rise, 6-5. Map number 1 on Invasion, 250 to 189. As we just saw in that matchup with FGCU, that score probably doesn't really indicate how close it actually was. So we haven't gotten to see these first two maps, but we're going to dive into map number 3 here in just a second. I know chat has been asking for Army. Sed, what are your thoughts on this matchup coming in? Army down 2-0.
I mean, this is kind of surprising. I figured it'd be tied up 1-1, and you can see it was almost a 1-1 series at this point. Only 6-5 with GSU versus Army. Would have loved to have seen that match. I'm sure it was incredibly close. But, I mean, we've seen the performance from both of these teams. They're very adept at what they do. Definitely in contention for being some of the spots for the top of the tournament. So I'll be interested to see how Army adapts. You know, they've got some great fraggers, but so does GSU. You know, it's all in that communication and that rotation. And sub-base, we've only seen it once so far. So I'll be interested to see what strategies they employ, who's going to be locking the spawns, who's going to be holding the crossfires, and who's going to be pushing that objective.
Yeah, as you said, I say it's surprising because I expected a 1-1 score as we pivoted over to this game, just because these teams are so evenly matched. But to your point, map number 2 could have gone either way. 6-5 is so close, and then 251-89 is not a blowout by any means, but we saw in the first match of the day GSU really playing as a team. You could tell by their movement, their rotations, and the way they were trading out kills that their communication was on point. But when we saw Army play as well, we saw them go on hot streaks and completely dominate some of those respawn game modes. So match number 3 could go their way still. We're here on Subbase, said we just saw this map in our last matchup. What are your thoughts on this?
You know, this is going to be a difficult one to predict because the amount that we've got to see from GSU and Army, and it's been a pretty decent amount, but I haven't fully dissected their strategies. I mean, GSU has really great rotation through the map and team pushes, but they also have fragging capability, so kind of a hybrid between what we just saw in those last maps, which was fragging and map as opposed to map control. And Army, they've got some, you know, really great players that individually take a lot of space on the map, but I'm not sure if they rely too heavily on that solo player having a really great game, such as React's a phenomenal player, but what if he's not having his best match? Will that impact Army's performance? I'm not entirely sure, but I think we're going to get to see it right now. Really good map to prod at people's weaknesses due to the size and the spawn layout and the location of the hills, as Georgia Southern's going to go ahead and take this first engagement and try and get some points on the board.
Yeah, we see Merc with an early 2 here. GSU has the preferential spawns. They're still trying to hold that down. We see number 7 kind of just making sure that no one's going to sneak in behind. We do have Reacts being a little sneaky. This is a great spot. He does get sniffed out and picked off. GSU, though, doing a great job at trading on point, keeping P2 spawns, and also picking up significant time here on P1.
Yeah, right now, Georgia Southern, they're not letting Army anywhere near this point. They just barely got on with the 4 stack coming through. But you can see GSU's, they're already set up to take that P2. They've already rotated off. They're like, we're fine. We've got 30 points out of it. Even if Army gets just a few, they've got a nice, 18-point lead going on for them right now. So, but Army's they're not letting that go up very easily. You can see GSU here in the back, a couple guys getting traded out, lots of frags coming in from all over, and it looks like they're down a few numbers where they need to be because Merc is just tearing it up out here right now, 5-2. And no one's put any points on the board on this P2 yet, and finally GSU does hop in and get that locked down.
Yeah, we saw it in FGCU versus Wright State, 15 seconds with this P2 pill untouched. It took 17 seconds for someone to finally touch it. Army is coming out on top. Georgia Southern did have significant map positioning here. It looks like they're trying to regain that. 2 down for Army, but they're effectively trading on point. But Georgia Southern has reinforcements, 2-piece there, and Georgia Southern should collect this scrap with P3 just outside of P2. This is going to be anyone's game as we head to that hill.
And right now we can see Will running around trying to catch people off guard. He does get caught out by Merc, unfortunately, but I've been noticing Will, he's definitely playing that off angle and just trying to catch people running around the map. Rilakuma coming in with a really nice slide across there, getting that kill, unable to convert to that second, and just a lot of trades coming out. Will being oppressive as always, getting people locked down on the site. And no real points yet. You can see Army's the closest. They did just get bodies on, but GSU's stacked up, and it looks like they're getting ready to execute onto this site.
Yes, and Army doing a really good job of blocking spawns so that they don't spawn close to the hill. You know, they're spawning them out other side of P2, but Georgia Southern is going to get high ground there and pick a few of the Army players off. Army's still getting close spawns, so they're going to throw more bodies at this, but you have to be considering P4. You see number 6 and Sketchy already on the rotation. He's going to go anchor. Number 4's, this gunfight is going to be crucial as they come face-to-face, head-to-head on point number 4.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Will in the middle just locking that section down, getting some shots on one of those Army players, which I can't quite see who that is, Jux, but Jux does trade Will out, and then Neppy taking him down as well. It looked like Georgia Southern was in a good position to get this first point, but unfortunately, I think they maybe, nope, no, they did. They got people on point, but a lot of trades still coming in. Still, points in favor of Georgia Southern at this moment.
Yeah, we see Neppy and Jux, not sure how to say their name, rotating early and getting some good kills on P4, but again, Georgia Southern being extremely patient, waiting for numbers, trading those players out effectively, and now they have significant map control. They know they're spawning out Army in front of P4. Number 7 and Sports Dude making sure no one's slipping by, but also going ahead and preparing to get those P2 spawns again, always thinking a few points ahead. Sports Dude again with the flank. Oh, he's controlling mid, which is crucial. Georgia Southern looking really dominant here as we go look for a P5 rotation.
And Neppy just caught Merc. Merc jumped into his Semtex and got caught with the team nade. Always unfortunate to see, but pretty humorous from our observation point. Georgia Southern, though, right now looks like they're in a good position to hop down onto this point, but a lot of Army kills coming through, and it looks like it's going to put GSU on the back foot as they're going to have to push into this Army blockade right now, and they've got some really good sight lines. Really good sight lines to stop GSU from pushing out.
And I say Georgia Southern was looking dominant during that rotation, but Army is clearly not losing their composure. They took their time, set up for P5, and they've collected every second of this hill thus far. Georgia Southern trying to find a way to break in. You see Army on just disgusting head glitches, just playing their lives, soaking time. We could really see them take the lead here as we go into rotation number 2 of these points.
Yeah, Reacts is really warming up. 2 really nice kills there, and Neppy as well. I mean, just great frags coming out across the board here, and if Army's able to lock this down for that full time, they'll be 1 point ahead going into this next one, which is going to rotate back here to the center. Always a dogfight in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and Georgia Southern breaking in just there at the end. We're neck and neck as we go into our second rotations. We see both teams on the side of P2, number 4 and Jukes getting picked off. Georgia Southern getting picked off on that P5 side, and it's going to be a scrappy P1 hill with Neppy coming out on top. Army with getting 3 down on the side of Georgia Southern. Georgia Southern, though, getting great spawns. They're spawning close, and they have spawns for rotation. Let's see how Army plays this. They should maybe push out far right or send someone far left here. Georgia Southern just continuing to come over the top with P2 spawns. Army has to figure this out. This could be dangerous. Georgia Southern about to tie it up, and they could easily take the lead if Army doesn't start controlling the map a little better.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, it's just right. Everyone's right across from each other, holding some really interesting angles. Merc trying to catch Willakuma fan out as he jumps up into this window, and he does do just that. Unfortunately, not quite ready with that burst. Maybe distracted, trying to take out another player further down in the set. But right now, I mean, Georgia Southern, they're getting a few points back. We're keeping it really close. That last 2 points right there in the last couple seconds. I mean, that is only a 1 point advantage. Well, a couple more now as they start to hit that new point. But we'll see how GSU can break into this. This is a notoriously challenging location to push into.
Yeah, Jukes and Neppy playing their lives. Jukes stayed alive just long enough to delay that push onto P2, buying his teammates time, and then we saw Neppy on hill just laying down his teammates coming in and flanking these Georgia Southern players. Army must have heard what I was saying because they have complete control of P2 here. They are getting close spawns, even though they lose the hill for temporarily to Georgia Southern. They should have numbers to get back on site as long as they keep it white like this. They're chilling, they're going into P3. But we do see Georgia Southern spawning P3 already, so Army has to play a step ahead to continue to hold this lead.
Yeah, I gotta say, right there, Sports Guy, Sports Dude was doing his best holding that power position right there at the bottom of the map. I mean, that is a really hard one to push people out. You've got a great line of sight from there. It's hard to push in when you can only come from above or take that gunfight where they've got you pre-aimed. So it'll be interesting to see if Georgia Southern's able to swing momentum in their favor. There's about 2 minutes 45 seconds left in this match, and they are getting bodies on this point and looking over towards that garage area to try and catch Army players coming through. They know they're there. They've got spidey senses are tingling. They're mashing up and putting up that horizontal wall to try and stop them from pushing through, but it looks like Reacts is flanking behind right now. Huge pile of GSU players on him, and they do catch him and trade him out as they're trying to put bodies on him.
Yeah, and it seems as if, in that instance, that Army's not having any control, and yeah, Georgia Southern is still getting time, but we saw Mert get a pick onto time. It stayed white for, 10, 15 seconds maybe, which is a crucial amount of time. Army is able to retain that lead. Yes, Georgia Southern's rotating, but React's flank paired with Merc's pick onto point really saves them a ton amount of time there, and they're going into this P4 rotation still with the lead, and they have good map positioning here. I don't think they know that Jukes is here. Can he get this kill? This is a huge kill. Great use of utility. He is able to pick up that kill. He needs to play his life. He is picked off, but we do see reinforcements coming on the backside. Let's see if Georgia Southern can pick them up. Otherwise, Army's going to have to try to bully their way through the front, which we see currently happening, getting a few kills. Number 1, this is a huge play. Merc is able to get the kill. He should get control here. Army about to break into P4.
And it looks like Army's getting on that. Jux catching some flack from behind. We can see a little bit of that split spawn coming in for GSU, and he's got to try and take this engagement. Oh, he almost gets that headshot, but Merc's able to clean him up. And now Reacts is going to push this center piece here. It is contested on that point. Can he stay alive? Can he play his life? And they are. GSU is able to hold on to this point for just a little bit longer. Those points are going to be crucial in keeping it up as the Army players start to trickle in. And GSU still has a great rotation over to this other point.
Yeah, we saw Army, though, the similar look before. We see Army get a pick here. They're all four looking at point. They're putting down bullets towards number 6, Sketchy. Sketchy's got to play his life. He's not able to survive. They pick up the second, Reacts with that kill. Army floods in, takes control, but just like that, Georgia Southern is getting trades effectively. They do pick the guy off time. Number 1 here, though, can he get him off time? Army doesn't have to get a significant amount of time. They just have to keep Georgia Southern off of it, but it's difficult when Georgia Southern is just throwing bodies at it. They're trading well, and they're getting close spawns. Army is just spawning too far out to contest with such... There's just so many reinforcements on the side of Georgia Southern.
I gotta say right now, Will is kind of bullying them in those backgrounds. I am watching that man take the longest flanks around the map to catch Army just completely from behind. He's on a 5-kill streak right now. I think he's still playing his life, still alive, maybe for streaking. Oh, unfortunately, is that a Neppy kills Merc? And Neppy dies from natural causes. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but now we've got that point rotating back over to the first one, and it's going to be an absolute scrap for this final point.
Yeah, Jukes, I was about to say, if he can play his life here, they're in a good spot. Jukes does drop. That's 3 down for Army. Georgia Southern just keeping all the bodies around point, but you do see number 8 making sure that no one sneaks through to P2. Army's starting to flood. Georgia Southern just has such good map control right now. Army has to pick off the guy. Okay, they pick him up off top. Gives them an opening to maybe get him off time. They have to stop them from getting any more time here if they want to be able to pick up some scrap and rotate to P2 and keep it close. But again, Georgia Southern just spawning so close to the hill, throwing bodies at it. It's just relentless on the side of Georgia Southern.
They're doing only 16 points off of that final score to take them home with a 3-0. Right now, they're just giving up this point. Well, no, Army's actually got them spawning out pretty far. They're not going to be able to get to P2 without a battle.
Yeah, Army is most likely going to pick up 15 seconds or so before Georgia Southern even gets to this. I mean, we're almost 10 seconds in. We see Army get off time just slightly there for a bit. But
oh my gosh,
again,
crashing through the window.
Georgia Southern just absolutely bullying their way through the front door. Sketchy with a turn on, another one. This is looking bleak for Army, but they do have people close by. They get him off time for now. They have to contest. Reacts there to save the day. Army, 3 down, 1 player close.
This is it right here.
This might be it.
I don't know if they can get people in on the point. I think this is going to go Georgia Southern, and it does. Crazy plays on that P2 point. I mean, that flash, that Sketchy with that turn right there. I mean, that's some mouse and keyboard movement, and I know that's not allowed at the tournament, so I'm impressed with how fast he could whip it around and get that guy down.
But we just saw a glimpse of the stats, and I'm sure we'll see them again. Both teams extremely balanced there. I mean, 250 to 209 on sub base. It was back and forth. I'm already losing my voice. I was trying to keep up with the action set, but it's just like trade after trade after trade. Army has map positioning. Georgia Southern has map positioning. At the end of the day, Georgia Southern positioned themselves where they're just spawning so close to hill. Army was really doing nothing wrong in a lot of those instances. It's just Georgia Southern had a ton of bodies to throw at time. You know, at some point, Army has to reload, right? And Georgia Southern takes advantage of that, trades out, and hops on point for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. It's you know, it was a tough-fought battle. We didn't quite get to see the first 2, but you can see with the 6-5 search or anything like that. I mean, these games were so close. It could have very easily been an Army 3-0 for this, but GSU just playing solid fundamental Call of Duty. I mean, they're locking the spawns, nothing too crazy, holding certain angles, holding back, waiting to push in as one, and at times getting scrappy, just throwing themselves at the point and looking for an enemy that's outlined in red and trying to drop them. So overall, a really, really great matchup between these two teams. It was really, really quite exciting to see. And I look forward to seeing these guys playing out through the rest of the tournament. I mean, truly some skilled players on both of these teams.
Right. I mean, you said it best. You know, this is evenly matched. It could have easily been a 3-0 in Army's favor. Definitely, they should be proud of their performance, right? Nothing to hang your head about. I know you didn't get the win, but they did not play poorly by any means. I mean, 250 to 189, 6-5, and then 250 to 209. None of those are a landslide victory for GSU. Army needs to keep their head up, go into this tiebreaker match later today, and I think that they can come out on top and still make the winner's bracket for tomorrow. They're still playing strong. It just didn't go in their favor. I think that they know what they need to work on after this, but again, nothing to hang your head about if you're Army. Played a great match. GSU just kind of coming out on top there in the end game of each of those maps.
Oh yeah, and you can definitely tell. I mean, it was a battle for every single player in that lobby. Looking even at GSU winning, most of the players barely positive, most not, at least half not positive. It was just a slog. I mean, they completely put everything on the line for that, trying to use their life however they could, trying to hold those spawns. It was really quite an impressive Call of Duty to be playing, because there was some of that strategy that came in, but it also at times looked like a pub match, which is what you get on some of those open points. I mean, it's always a lot of fun to try and see that strategy, but no good plan survives the first encounter. So you just have to adapt, and I think GSU did a really great job of that.
Yeah, and I think what indicates how close of a match it was, Seth, is we didn't really see any kill streaks, right? I mean, it was trade after trade after trade, and it came down ultimately to map positioning. Again, we've talked about that time and time again on these respawn-dependent game modes like Hardpoint. People that are able to block spawns and spawn the players out, it just adds time that the other players are running across the map, gives you an opportunity to eliminate them as they're sprinting across the open. Meanwhile, your team is soaking that time up while the other team is scrambling. So kill-dependent modes or respawn-dependent modes, we're not seeing a ton of like outslaying necessarily here on land. We're just seeing the map positioning and the spotting people out and strategically placing yourself on key points, really giving people the advantage.
Oh, 100%. I really think where that showed best for both teams, they both had players doing this at different times throughout the match there. The hard points, you know, they just locked them down really well, and it was fantastic Call of Duty from both sides.
Yeah, and we really appreciate everybody hanging out in the chat. We still got 60 viewers strong. Great participation in chat. We love just the engagement, you cheering for your teams, keeping it appropriate is the main point here. But we appreciate you hanging out with us. We've been playing COD since 10 a.m. here at the Winter Warfare Invitational at Shenandoah University. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back. Hang in there. We'll see you here in just a bit.
And we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all as we continue here for the Winter Warfare Invitational. I am yours truly, Big Rich X. I am joined by, once again, the vivacious and the absolutely incredible Virgil. Virgil, how are you feeling? Still got enough energy for me?
Glitch energy. I'm ready to go for the match. I know how enough. We have George Mason versus Syracuse. Both teams lost their first round, which means that should have a little bit of a closer matchup. I know sometimes with these brackets like this, these round robins, you end up with some uneven matches here and there, so everyone gets their records the way they need to be. But I'm excited to see this one. This looks like it's going to be a good match based on what I saw from Syracuse before, as well as George Mason in our last match. I'm really excited to see how the Patriots face off against the Orange today.
Definitely. I was able to have a quick conversation with some of the Syracuse players while we were waiting and watching that last matchup, and let's just say I think they are ready to bounce back and take the W. I know we saw some incredible clutch moments from George Mason, but sadly they came up short. Hopefully they don't here. I'm just ready and excited for more competitive Call of Duty. It's going to be a fun matchup. I can tell you all that much. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, thank you so much for sticking with us throughout this entire day. It's been a winter wonderland, to say the least, in terms of Call of Duty content. And, well, I appreciate you guys being here. I can't speak for Virgil, but I certainly do.
I can definitely speak on terms of the winter wonderland. It's definitely cold up here. Out my window, it was snowing this morning. So definitely a chilly winter wonderland for Call of Duty activity. But I've been enjoying this. It's been an absolute blast. Like I said earlier, it's such a shame I couldn't join y'all there. It looks like a lot of fun. But hopefully, again, a future event, and maybe one where it's a little better weather for me. But
Definitely.
I like you said, I'm very excited to see how they face off in this upcoming match. As we can see, as we head through the brackets earlier, FGCU, we saw play a bit, shortly before, performed very well in their first match against George Mason, and then went on and did a similar performance against Wright State, going 3-1. So definitely a very good match. FGCU will be the #1 seed headed into tomorrow's double elimination bracket. The winner of our match will go on to face Wright State for an opportunity at #2 seed, and the loser will move on to be the guaranteed 4th seed. So a little bit on the line here for these two teams for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Placement is going to be the name of the game, and I am really just ready to get this matchup started. I know we're waiting for a few more players to get loaded in, set, and situated, get their settings all right, make sure that their thumbs are ready on the joysticks and what have you, but it should be an interesting matchup to say the least, and I'm incredibly excited for tomorrow and see these teams come back and really start competing. This is mainly for placement, but I think the pressure is going to start mounting once we come to tomorrow's stream, so looking forward to that as well.
Once you start making it to semifinals, grand finals, you start running into this pressure. All of a sudden, that's on your back, creeping. And so, I know we talked about it before. You said, "What's my pregame ritual?" Do you have a pregame ritual when you load in?
Oh, absolutely. I mainly just get everything set up, ready to go. I check my personal settings and make sure I have my classes all set out and ready. But mainly, I just quick little YY spam. Little spin-a-rooney if I can get one in, and then it's just straight to the action, which is what I'm hoping for here. These teams have been, waiting for this chance, waiting for this land, and we're finally at this moment. So when it comes down to it, when you're in here, you're going against another team. It's you 4 against another 4, and to say the least, it's going to be a competitive scene, and lands just bring out the best, and sometimes a little too much passion from the players, as you've probably heard today, but I can't wait for more of it.
Yeah, I'd say if you've ever been in an esports arena during a match, you've definitely seen a little bit of this energy that overflows from the players to the arena and from the arena to the outside, because even you walk up to a hockey game or a football game and you can feel the energy from outside the building, and I can only imagine that that's what it feels like there right now. Some things to talk about. Obviously, map 1 is going to be Invasion Hardpoint. Invasion is not one that you or I have gotten to really see too much of today. We've seen it a little bit, but we saw back-to-back Karachis earlier. How do you think Hardpoint on Invasion might play differently? the game than we saw on the map earlier.
Well, I think there's more angles, more corners than there is in Karachi. Just a lot of tight, narrow alleyways. But you also have that huge left-hand side pushing into, I believe, P3 in that small cafe, and it can make it really difficult to break once a team gets set in there, especially with trophy systems and everybody getting set and situated. We take a look at the rest of our maps. We hop back to Skid Row for a little S&D, Sub Base for Hardpoint, Skid Row back on Hardpoint, and then a high rise. We may not get a round 5, but I hope we do, because we haven't seen high rise, I don't think, at all today. It's been a lot of Invasion, Skid Row, and a few sub-base maps. We got Terminal at the beginning of the day, but I don't think I've seen any high rise just yet. So hopefully, if these teams are as competitive as I know they are, we just may get that map 5 as we take a nice little fly through Invasion, Virgil.
You know, Invasion, one of my personal favorite maps again. Like I said before, I run around with knives a lot, which would get me slandered, I imagine, and I cannot blame you. But it's definitely a lot of fun on this map. There's a lot of mobility space you can use to cross ground without, there's a lot of long corridors, but alongside that, there's a lot of cover to work with. So it really makes for some good gunfights, as well as a lot of the points here have great angles. Obviously here, right in the center as coming up onto the camera, there's a point typically there where fighting from both of those buildings can be really entertaining to watch, especially as a lot of gunfights will break out and shots will come from other places in these buildings, but the fight typically spraying right here as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how we get to see both teams play on this map that we haven't gotten to see too much of today.
Yeah, this mid lane is just so open. Minimal cover when you're trying to cross and push to your next point. It just leaves you exposed from the far side on Palace. So they just have to be careful on these rotations and play aggressively. I think that's what we need to see from George Mason. They were a little hesitant, dare I say, against FGCU in the hard points. They just need to push the point and really just learn or adapt to breaking points. I find that they don't push aggressively enough once they've lost a point. And I understand there's time limits and you got to rotate to the next point, but you got to fight for each and every single point, Virgil, because that's what it all comes down to. It doesn't matter your KD, it matters hill time.
Absolutely. Hard point, obviously, and a total flip from how Search and Destroy is. Search and Destroy typically having a high KD dictates very much how your team is playing, how your games are going, and vice versa. In hard point, it could have nothing to do with it whatsoever. All the frags in the world won't matter if somebody's not anchoring on that hard point. So definitely going to have to keep an eye on those players. Sometimes I think people get slander in the wrong way for having too many lower KD and hard point. And in reality, the thing is, look at the hill time. Do they have a negative KD? Do they also have 4 minutes of hill time, 3 minutes, 2 minutes of hill time? That their team is relying on them to do that. So definitely a lot of stuff that goes into hard point. I think an all-time classic mode of Call of Duty, as well as probably my favorite mode of all time.
That's respectable choice. S&D has got to be my favorite, but to each their own. And we get a look at the Palace here. This is a critical hold, and we've seen it already today that once you lock down this point, it's very, very difficult to break through. It's just such an excellent defensive position. Plenty of these long hallways and windows you can peek out of and take out any approaching players. And hopefully we see just a hotly contested and beautiful game of hard point between these two teams competing for placement, and looking forward to where they can get set up for themselves tomorrow. But it's going to be a fun matchup. I like I said, I was lucky enough to chat with some of the Syracuse players and some of George Mason, and everyone's just excited to be here and compete. And it's a lot of players' first lands of the season as well. And it's mine as well, and I'm very much looking forward to this matchup as we get everything set and situated on the production side of things, people.
Absolutely. Really looking forward to seeing how they get to use this map. I think George Mason, some things they may have to definitely play around coming up. We saw Cammy with some crazy plays in the houses. I noticed that a lot of the fights that we saw Cammy taking before were definitely very indoor based, benefiting a lot, I think, because they were using that SMG, that sub, that pays off a little more than we saw with the AR. at the houses. But we can take a moment, look at our rosters here. We've got Syracuse's Call of Duty roster, BCL, Teej, Howl, and Booze, all representing the Orange today in Winchester. So definitely a really cool match as we see the Orange. I'm really excited to see how they get to perform. I think they've been doing a good job today. All the teams here, obviously very talented. So getting to see how they face off against the George Mason Patriots. We've got Percepts, Starboy, Cammy, and Omtuna, who we saw doing so well. Definitely a very synergized team. We saw a lot of synergy between the players. They play well together. There was laughing between rounds. So it means it's good community, good camaraderie, and I'm looking forward to seeing some good Call of Duty.
Definitely. I'm really going to be looking out for Cammy and Starboy to step up like they have before. Like we find ourselves in just a lot of coming from behind situations with George Mason, but I want to see them take the initiative and really dominate this lobby, and hopefully we get to see that here today. With their game against FGCU, like they were always fighting from behind. I don't think they took the lead for any significant amount of time in either the hard point or the S&D, despite the 2-0 to begin with. They just need to keep that aggression and not let their foot off the gas. They have to press the fight. There's a million ways to say this, but you understand what I'm saying, Virgil.
Of course. Yeah, no, absolutely. This is going to be a great match. I think some other things to talk about. Modern Warfare 3 obviously has brought back a lot of old maps. You said you mentioned earlier, we haven't seen High Rise yet today, and I said earlier today that was my favorite map.
Yes.
Of the ones to be brought back. But I think some other maps I'm unfortunate to see not in the competitive seeding. Favela is a personal favorite of the maps that are in Modern Warfare 3, of course, and I haven't been able to really enjoy that one in the competitive scene, as obviously it's not one of the options typically for the pool.
Yeah, I understand why that map irks me in pubs. There's too many levels of height. It's too varied. And don't get me wrong, it makes for some fun moments, but for a competitive scene, I think the map is just a little too much. There's too many angles, and it just doesn't work as well as like a Karachi or a Skid Row. But that's just my professional opinion. They brought back Terminal, and I'm already happy. I'm set. I'm satisfied and situated. What I'm hoping for is we see some of the maps from MW2, MW 2019, and just more classic Call of Duty maps. If there's one I would have to just veto entirely, it'd have to be Sadal Harbor. I can't do it. I don't know who enjoyed that map, but it was definitely not me. As we get loaded in, enough chit-chat about maps. We are here for some hard point between George Mason and Syracuse as we are off to the races, Virgil.
Headed into the fight now. Percepts finds first blood of the match. Brings down Howl, but Teej finds revenge for his teammate quickly. Cammy will fall. Tuna and Percepts able to find one in return, but Percepts traded off by his teammate already. Gunfight after gunfight breaking out. Howl's able to find two back-to-back, but Percepts respawns and starts heading back to join his teammate. Howl is on a tear, finds a third. Finally, Booze brought down. Howl shut down as well. Cammy able to find two back-to-back on a two-streak of his own, but shut down by Teej, sliding in the point, avenging his teammates, and now pushing out to make some space for another fight. Heading on to fight Percepts, brings down Percepts while he's not looking. An early kill. The next fight, Syracuse looking for a second. Teej able to find two back-to-back, looking for a third now. Pushing into the spawns, able to find it! Teej is unstoppable. Finds a third, and is now on a 4-kill streak, working his way up.
Yeah, a beautiful start for Syracuse here, and a hotly contested P1, a nice split difference, but George Mason getting the better of Syracuse here on the rotation. Starboy already on the point with some backup on those broken apartments, and Starboy with a nice little two-piece on the 3-streak, loaded up and ready to go once again for another push from Syracuse as George Mason takes the lead. Cammy with a nice little two-piece holding on that alleyway, and Starboy providing assistance. Gonna go down, though, as Howl and Booze push in. Percepts, though, is there to keep the point clear and in George Mason's hands, and a nice little flick, turning and burning with a nice little headshot on Booze. Great job from George Mason there, Virgil.
Absolutely, yeah. Really good fights breaking out here. We're not seeing anybody really go one way or the other. George Mason, an early lead on hard points, but no direct correlation like we saw earlier with Florida Gulf Coast As Tuna swings in behind, able to find one, but can't quite find the final blow. Howell turns around and finds the trade for Tuna. Looking for an opportunity now. Booze swings in, can't quite find it. Starboy, that X factor of George Mason, able to find that kill there. Cammy able to find another one, but Starboy shut down by Tej. Fighting on the point now. Tej able to find the second. Cammy will go down. Booze fighting on the point. Crouches is able to get one with the drop shot, but Booze is brought down immediately after by Starboy. The same names we're seeing in the kill feed back to back, being the difference makers for their teams as Perseps finds two to make the difference on this point, defending the point, waiting for another to push in. Howell looking for the opportunity, spraying in, doesn't find anything. The radar not able to show, and Howell met with the dastardly problem of Perseps really doing a good job here, Rich.
Absolutely. This is the P3 I was talking about earlier. It's so critical to hold. Syracuse, unfortunately, could not hold the entirety of it as Perseps was able to break in and hold a solid 5 streak and cooking up some more as George Mason is not letting their foot off the gas. This is the George Mason that I needed to step up and show out as Cammy and Tuna get a nice little two-piece pushing on to next point. Syracuse is there. Booze needs to hold. He's holding, but Tuna is just a little too aggressive, and George Mason is able to break in once again. Incredible stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. Perseps able to find 2 there in return elsewhere as well. Third now. Perseps on an 8th streak. He's actually unstoppable. Finally shut down. But Perseps managing to get 8 back-to-back. And Tej now the one pushing in. Careful to his left, there'll be one shortly. If we look at the capture point, it's controlled by George Mason once again. Syracuse getting some decent kills here and there, but it's not enough against the Patriots, who have 135 points and counting, and that's just what we were talking about before. A minute of capture time for Perseps, 30 seconds and 40 for Tuna and Starboy. The team is getting the objective, and they don't care about the KDA. They're just fighting. Perseps is able to find another one now, watching Tej. Tej is able to bring down Starboy. Early kill for Syracuse.
Yeah, Syracuse here getting set up on Palace. This is the critical point that they need to hold. This could be their turnaround moment. They need to hold here. If Syracuse cannot hold this point, I really think George Mason is going to take it. This Palace could be the flip if they can lock it down for the full 60, break 100, and just take this to George Mason. But Mason is not making it easy. Howell is now popping off for a nice little two-piece, but I spoke to early. Starboy with the headshot on Howell. Unfortunate there as Booze tries to hold, gets him in the little piggly wiggies, and those piggies do not make it to market. Syracuse is off point, and Starboy is holding. Beautiful job thus far from George Mason, breaking into these points and just preventing any significant time in Syracuse's corner.
Absolutely. What we're seeing here from George Mason is a flawless capture, essentially. 57 points. The 100-point club is going on right now. They're meeting. And 174 points and counting still. George Mason absolutely showing out that they are here to capture the point and they're here to win. They want that second seed fight opportunity. They lost to Florida Gulf Coast earlier in a 3-0, but only barely. And you have to wonder that, you know, in that process, they're going to be that second seed. They want to fight for it and earn it.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. We find George Mason in the 100-point club. We've seen them on the reverse side of this, but never in such a dominant fashion kind of lead. Cammy and Starboy holding on point. Perseps lurking on the outside. Tej popping off a nice little headshot, but Cammy shutting down any momentum Syracuse is trying to build. And George Mason starting to run away with this one. They're about to crack 200, Virgil, and it is not looking good for Syracuse. Tej and Hal have done a wonderful job. BCL has 25 seconds on Hill. Booze and BCL, though, just have to step up and win these one-on-one engagements. Tej able to take out Tuna as they try to get set up on P2. George Mason is knocking on the door of victory, Virgil.
Absolutely. Starboy able to find a kill there on Booze, but is it going to be enough for George Mason to hold out the next 40 points that they need or so? They're going to have to be controlled by the point. And Tej is making it very difficult for George Mason to get on the point here and there. Fighting, able to desperately find pick after pick. Tej is unstoppable with a 4th streak. 30 seconds on the point and over a 2 KD. 5, 6 is what he's looking for. Can he find it? The shots are landed, but not quite enough. Tej looking to play a game of horse, but can't quite find it. Tej with a massive streak there, giving Syracuse an opportunity to catch up on a couple points. 78 now, but Tuna on a killing spree of their own finds 5 back-to-back. Now positioning back to the point. Tej has already returned. He's able to line up 1 and 2 back-to-back. Tej unstoppable with the spray transfer. Beautifully done there.
Yeah, a really great job from Tej. But again, we find ourselves in another similar situation. George Mason found themselves in against FGCU. Cruise missile coming in from Tuna to no avail, but plenty of decent map information. But the Syracuse comeback, maybe too little too late. They're able to get set up on P3, but George Mason is coming. Perceps and Starboy getting them and looking for the finish. Going in on VCL, trying to finish this team off, and they do. Starboy gets in there with 2 other George Mason players, and this could be the deciding point. This P3, so easy to defend. You get a couple of trophy systems in there. You're protected. A cruise missile from Teach clears that one. Starboy still up, but Starboy with the 2-piece stays up on the 4 streak as the clock starts to wind down. Syracuse is able to break through, but Cammy and company are there to shut the comeback short. Unfortunate there as Perceps holds, gets a couple of picks, and I think George Mason is safely the winner here. Virgil.
Absolutely. Tuna and Perceps there, both holding a crossfire angle, allowing no one to enter the point, and with their team covering Perceps back, they were able to quickly and easily hold down the point as they needed to. Really great setup there. You can tell they've practiced and prepared for that one. And lots of fist bumps going around from team to team. That positive energy after a great performance from the Patriots there. Syracuse trying their best. Tej able to find some huge plays for the team, but just was not quite enough in the way that they needed. So it looks like we'll be headed to Search and Destroy next.
Definitely.
To finalize the next map.
Definitely. I'm so happy for George Mason just because I know they were eating a couple of tough L's, but racking a W on Hardpoint is definitely nice. It sets the momentum, sets the tone for the rest of the series, and just well done, George Mason. They dominated that lobby. Perceps locking down that point with Starboy and Cam. It was just a great team effort all around. There's no other way to describe it. George Mason was gunning for a W, and they finally got one as we watched some of these beautiful replays. Syracuse was no slouchers by any means. We saw Tej pop off for a couple of 4 streaks, but again, it was not enough. BCL and Booze just needed to step up and assist Howell and Tej. Unfortunately, they cannot win those one-on-one engagements, and it ultimately cost them this game, Virgil.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest problem there for Syracuse was just not winning enough of the gunfights. We saw a lot of good fights coming out from Tej. Howell definitely with a couple good breaks, but Booze even had a good 2-piece here and there. But unfortunately, you've just got to be able to have your whole team even at a certain break point on that KD. And unfortunately, it looks like for Syracuse, that just wasn't the option today. And George Mason came out and 15 and 11 with Perceps even in this scene alone, and 12 and 10 on Cammy. You can just see the difference in kills helps impact the time that they have on point. It just added up so quickly. George Mason was able to storm away with the game in the fashion that they were.
Yeah, and you can just see the kill differential on the Syracuse side. Tej was dominating but needed some backup. And we get a look at our hill times here. Starboy and Perceps stepping it up. I was looking forward to watching them play, and I'm happy I called them out because they definitely answered the call. Tuna not slouching either. A 1.5 KD, just shy of a minute on hill time. Again, just a great team effort all around, Virgil.
Absolutely, really well done there. It looks like next map will be headed to Skid Row. I know earlier when you and I were watching Skid Row, they played Hardpoint, which is a much faster pace. There's respawns enabled. Everything is faster, and lots of kills dropped in that kind of scenario. But now we're headed to Skid Row for Search and Destroy, which means it'll definitely be a slower game, I think, and a little less impact by aggressive play, and maybe some more careful angles will be pushed.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they play these objectives, especially with that long tunnel on Alpha side. It's going to be a difficult push if they can't secure positioning in Barbershop or at least on that stairwell. So hopefully they've done their work. That's why they're here. And hopefully it all pays off. George Mason, though, has the momentum, and it's swinging in their favor currently. I'll be excited to see if Syracuse can step up in, like we've been saying, the different beast, the different animal that is Search and Destroy. And I'm very much looking forward to it as we get things set up and situated on our end. I'm curious to see how they play the apartments as well. burning buildings can provide excellent cover over Bravo objective. You see here, you try to push through that open field similar to the mid in Invasion, and you're just it's like ringing the dinner bell for a bunch of wolves. You will be picked to pieces out there if you try to cross that. Try to move through apartment, sneak in behind, take a different route, please, and just
absolutely.
Go ahead, Virgil. I'm just excited. It's hard to contain it.
Hey, absolutely. Search and Destroy, like you said, your favorite mode, and definitely going to be a good one to watch here. We saw before Syracuse was definitely a little more cautious about the fights they were taking, and when they did it like that, they were able to find wins on victories in those fights, which I think could play to more of their style here in Search and Destroy. Skid Row is definitely, like you said, long corridors, lots of angles. You have to be really careful when you're swinging out, especially across that open field. You've got to be really careful on where you decide to rotate. So I think heading into this match, both teams, you're going to have to be very careful about how they utilize their space and the angles. They got to really make sure they're checking every corner, every long corridor, hallway, alleyway, whatever it is. You've got to make sure you're checking all of them because
Definitely.
The last thing you need to be is missing that last clear.
100%, and I've definitely been there in a few pub matches myself when I check every corner and I check every box, and the one thing you don't check, that's where the enemy's hiding out waiting for you. So hopefully we see methodical, stealth-like gameplay in some of those clutch 1v2s, 1v3s, or 1v1s, and some nail-biting excitement. I don't know if we'll get around 11 like we did last time, Virgil, but one can hope. A man can dream, can't he?
If I see an 11 streak in an SND, I don't know what to think about the game. That's hardpoint is one thing. Respawns are enabled, so people are just going to steadily stream into you. But 11 streak in Search and Destroy would 2 aces back to back essentially would. I don't really think that's
round
something
11.
I've ever heard of.
Like a round 11 goes 5 to 5.
Oh.
If we see an 11 streak, I'll be happy too. But
yes.
11 rounds. Sorry for the confusion.
No, yes. Well, I mean, and of course, an 11. We saw an 11th round S&D last time back to back. It was like you were seeing 2 different teams fighting every time. There was a lot of tension between each round, and yeah, absolutely. I have to say I was a little confused. I was like, I guess an 11 streak in S&D could be a possibility, but yeah.
If someone drops an 11 streak, an 11 kill streak in this game right here, I'll drop 50 gifted in the chat. No joke. I pinky promise y'all. If we see that somehow, I'll drop 50 gifted. I make that pinky promise to you, chat. So start hoping. Miracles can happen.
A pretty crazy feat to happen for sure if somebody manages to get away with that.
Would be insane.
Yeah, no, I think 11 rounds definitely a very viable thing that could happen here. Syracuse obviously had some strong points they were using on Invasion there, and I think that could be something we see, especially with the performance they had. We could assume that was not their map pick, which would mean headed into this one, this is one of their map picks. So they could be very confident on this. While we also saw George Mason perform pretty well in Search and Destroy. So Syracuse has a tough opponent ahead of them, but George Mason definitely has to be wary of what could be coming.
Yeah, I really think the favor swings in for George Mason, though. They won that hard point handily. Granted, I know I've said it before, but S&D is such a different animal, but George Mason has the momentum. I think they got their vibes right, and they're ready to have a nice, big, chill W, ladies and gentlemen. That's my take.
One, we all love a good W. Everyone enjoys taking home their Ws, and I think the result of today's this match right here, obviously, like we said, also determines the 4th seed coming out of this side of the bracket.
Yes. Yeah, that's going to have critical placement, Virgil. Critical.
Absolutely, definitely going to have some interesting. It's a lot of pressure, like we were talking about earlier. This being the group stages, not necessarily all the same pressure you get here in this mode. But now, speaking of the pressure is on as Booz will grab the bomb and head in and lead his team for this S&D round. Got to be careful of where Starboy's watching. Howl hanging out nearby, and we're seeing Percepts right now, keeping an eye on this long corridor, waiting for anybody to dare to swing it. Swings it, and Tej, who we saw winning so many fights earlier, finds the first blood, but Howl goes down shortly after to Cammy. We see the bomb now moving closer to the site, but not quite there yet. Clearing the door, they'll swing in. Can't quite find it, but Tuma there to help his teammate out. Booz goes down, and it's enough for the team to work with. The bomb down, 2 of them with a crossfire on top of it. Starboy,
There it
will be the one
is.
to clean it up, and George Mason grabs it, walks away just like that. The Rangers, I'm sorry, the Patriots will take the round away for themselves. 1st to 6 in S&D here, and George Mason starts out strong.
100% agree. Tuna with a nice 2-piece. Starboy and Cammy picking things up, and a beautiful round from George Mason, continuing their winning ways in round 1 of S&D as we flip sides. George Mason looking to gain some map control here. Boo's pushing through Rental and going to take a risk going up these stairs. He's got to check his corners like we were saying. Starboy just lurking in cam room. And now gonna peek out, but I think he got spotted there, but everyone's just sort of waiting each other out, but something's eventually got to give, and there it is, Tej striking first once again for another first blood as Tuna unfortunately goes down. 4v3, George Mason playing this one slow, Virgil.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping an eye on this one here. Howell watching down this angle, and this is a very good angle to have for your team. You know that one is dead. Tuna obviously already out. Starboy with the bomb in hand, but nobody's behind Howell. He has the best perspective you could want for this specific point. Absolutely no capability for George Mason to get on that site the way they want to unless they take out Howell down that long hallway. Cammy now swings out, gets in a fight with BCL, but no one goes down quite yet. 27 seconds. The rotation
nice nade
has been made. And the nade will bring him down. Perseps falls to BCL, and now 2 down. It's a 4v2. And we'll see what they can do next. Cammy getting himself in a fight with Booz. Booz able to clean it up and find the win. 3 down, 1 remaining. Starboy, the last one standing with the bomb. Looks like he will get the plant off over at A. Waiting his timeout. Starboy, though, brought down shortly after from Howell. Watching that angle and waiting, just like I said, and manages to turn the round. So Howell wins the round. Syracuse able to walk away with a 4-0 in terms of a flawless round.
Yeah, a flawless round from Syracuse, and what they really needed to bounce back and step up big time against this George Mason team. They sadly fell behind on the hard point. They lost the first round, but it didn't get to them. 1 round at a time, 1 game at a time mentality, and Syracuse is on the warpath as they pick things up on the attack side of things, trying to get situated. They're doing their pregame rituals, their YY swaps, make sure that their guns have the appropriate skins. They've been grinding camos, but now it's time to grind for W's. BCL the bomb carrier, and they're going to try to make a push down this long A tunnel. And you have Perseps at the end there. Tej looking for another pick, but it's Howell for the first blood this time around as they rotated up through apartments and are going to flip over to B side. Going to try to find a way through or behind these apartments. Starboy lurking on the window. Not a whole lot of action yet this round.
What a great angle from Starboy there as well. Able to essentially be safe from about 4 different angles while also covering the most important one for him up there. But the team now rotating under him. Syracuse going around looking for that opportunity to rotate to B. A wasn't quite working out, and B is going to be dangerous as Booz is brought down. Tuna able to find a kill on Syracuse. Now down 2. It's a 2v3 for Syracuse. BCL still the bomb carrier. Starboy grouped up with his teammate, looking for an opportunity to find a pick. A 2v1, your odds are just better than in a 1v1. Perseps holding down that long corridor, but won't be able to give his teammates the intel. Starboy goes down to Tej as he swings out the angle, and now a 2v2 for both of the teams remaining here.
Syracuse had a tough time breaking out of spawn, but they are able to push through onto B side and now rotating up through the apartments. Tuna lurking like a shark, but getting taken out like a goldfish, but able to stay up surprisingly enough. He gets pushed off bomb and gets caught either way. BCL taking him out, and there's the round. George Mason taking it. I didn't even realize the time was running out. George Mason able to stay alive. An anticlimactic finish to say the least, but George Mason gets the W either way.
And sure enough, we saw Perseps down there holding on those stairwells, keeping an eye out for the plant on A, and that realized with enough time, them going to kill his teammate. Unfortunately, he loses Tuna, but in the process, the time is stalled out, and they're able to grab the round. George Mason actually up 2-1 now, headed into round 4, 4v4 scenario. 1:20 remaining as they'll push in. Howell hanging out close to BCL right now. Could see an early blood from TJ. Once again, Tej finds one on Cammy, but is traded out by Perseps. So it's a 3v3 after the first fight breaks out. Starboy flanks over on Booz, able to find one, but if he swings out this corner, he's going to meet some friends that aren't so friendly. But Starboy, unstoppable, able to find Howell as well, looking to clean up. BCL able to find one on Tuna. but now has to fight off Starboy and Perceps together in a 2v1.
Yeah, a really nice head glitch that he had to give up, unfortunately. He's got to rotate up to bomb and flip this one around. Perceps and Starboy getting set up. BCL rotating right up into the window, but not going to be able to get any picks. He's just giving up location information right now, and unfortunately is going to have to go through this tight corridor and try to find a way to get to bomb. Quick peek, drop shot, BCL stepping up big time, and now a 1v1 to clutch up, slides in with the pistol and gets shut down. Unfortunate there. George Mason clutching up big time in the 1v1 and taking a 3-1 lead. Beautiful job, George Mason. Almost a disaster as BCL was tearing it up in the apartments, Virgil.
Yeah, BCL went on a really nice tear there. That drop shot kill, absolutely. I mean, that was clean. You couldn't see, but I made a face when it happened because that was kind of filthy. It was a little filthy, if I do say so myself. And
definitely.
Unfortunately, just couldn't clean it up with a pistol. So another round to George Mason. And first to 6, George Mason halfway there on what I can assume is Syracuse's map pick is not exactly what you want to see if you're the orange. But now Tej holding this angle, waiting for his team to rotate, giving that coverage down the long hallway. Question is, will Perceps be the one to swing down once again? He learned the lesson the hard way the first time, and now 2 of Syracuse will swing out against Perceps, making it difficult to fight this fight. Can they find one? No. Booze will bring down Perceps, but it's traded out by Cammy. Cammy able to find the trade for his teammate. Tej is going to push in. He's able to find one on Starboy, evening the playing field once again, giving him the upper hand. George Mason now down 2 to Syracuse's 1. BCL, the bomb carrier, once again looks like he'll be heading into A to plant. But headed down long is Cammy. He's got to be careful if Cammy's been doing a lot so far. Tuna able to find Howl elsewhere. Cammy cleans up Tej, but BCL able to cover it long enough to bring down Cammy. And we see BCL as the last man standing once again, this time against Tuna.
Yeah, BCL's got to get set up, peeks out, and gets spotted. Tuna waiting to strike, and there's the wall bang. Big Tuna, baby, getting it done in the 1v1. George Mason stepping up big time. Wow, a beautiful job from Tuna, playing patiently and getting it done. Nard Dog would be proud, absolutely. Big Tuna. Nard Dog would be proud. 4-1 George Mason.
George Mason takes yet another round, and I think you could literally see the process as it hit Tuna, where BCL was playing. Shot behind the wall, realized they hit, and then immediately went, hey, wait, I can keep shooting, and sprayed across and found that wallbang kill. Closed out the round, so congratulations to George Mason on that round, looking to give themselves that opportunity for a number 2 seed out of this side of the bracket. Tuna going with a nade early for the opportunity to find an early pick. Can't quite find it, but Tej finds 2. Howl finds another, and Syracuse stomps the round out. That's the fastest search and destroy I've ever seen. Syracuse unhappy about the result of the first rounds, and swiftly takes that one for Syracuse.
I think that was a mix of skill and poor timing from George Mason. Skill on the side of Syracuse, just well done, set up perfectly by the 2-piece from Tej. Booze and Howl cleaning things up as the offense from George Mason just fell apart, Virgil. Hopefully they'll reform on the defensive side of things. Tej here rotating up through alleyway with the rest of the team in tow, looking for the kill and finally taking out Tuna. Starboy sliding up, but Tej shutting it right back down. George Mason in trouble early, and Perceps all alone in a 1v4, Virgil.
Absolutely. We saw a really good job there from Tej, keeping an eye on that angle, waiting, daring somebody to swing out of that corner, and he was able to find the value he needed, bringing them down. Now Perceps, the last man standing for George Mason, has to be really careful because if he swings the angle he's considering, he's going to have 3 people, and that's the field you were talking about. You got to find a back way through there. Can't cross that one open-ended, and sure enough, Syracuse able to shut that one down quickly. 2 rounds back-to-back. The Patriots have to be a little more careful now, as it looks like this one is going to be a good one after all. 3-4, and Tej currently 8-3. A really almost a 3 KD, and as well as on a 3 streak now, so maybe 11's not so impossible.
Maybe not. My wallet is a little nervous, to say the least, but Perceps shutting down Tej and the Shyest streak. Perceps with a nice little 2-piece, and George Mason getting back to form. They're in a 3v2. Starboy unfortunately went down. Howl getting drop-shotted by Perceps, and Perceps is looking for the ace, ladies and gentlemen. Just got the 3-piece, and now BCL all alone, but Perceps is hunting, sitting in the video store. He's going to kick his feet up and grab a big bowl of popcorn before going for this final kill. Tuna and Cammy defending on the plant, and BCL's got to be sweating on this one, Virgil, as Perceps waits and possibly might ace season to his right. Cannot get him. BCL shuts it down and stays alive. It's a 1v2, Virgil. I'm getting a little nervous on this one.
Perceps able to turn that one around for his team by K3, but George Mason cleans it up. BCL, how we've seen time and time again, has been the last man standing and has nearly been able to turn it, but just like a 4th down, couldn't quite convert it once again, and BCL can't quite get it. But Perceps nearly had an ace there, which would have been incredible. First one of the day, I believe, that I think that has been streamed, I believe.
Yeah.
Definitely would have been a really great performance there, but we see George Mason across the board, much more even in terms of kills, but Syracuse hanging with the big dogs in terms of KD right now. We see a 2 KD from Tej and BCL. But speaking of a KD, Perceps able to find Hal. Booze is able to bring down Perceps in return. It's a 1-for-1 on Perceps, but now it's a 3v3. Booze the bomb holder this time instead of BCL.
Yeah, Syracuse
I see
holding.
Cammy waiting.
Go ahead,
waiting
Virgil.
patiently. Tej now pushing in with his team. Looking for the opportunity here. Starboy waiting patiently for anyone to push in. BCL brought down by Cammy, and now it's a 2v3. Booze, Tej, the last 2 remaining, but Tej evens the playing field for his team. Cammy goes down, and there's an opportunity as Tej is unstoppable. Finds another one down the long ways, and then he knows it's clear. His team is pushing down A. Booze goes to the plant, and Tuna has to rotate quickly. Tej will be watching his teammates back, and we could see the round in right here. No, as TJ actually has broken away from that LOS, and Booze has rotated off elsewhere to watch from an angle. Now the crossfire should provide a safe entry here for them, and Tuna can't get in safely. Caught out. Tuna fell right into the trap of the crossfire, and Syracuse will fortunately find that round for themselves, and George Mason unfortunately couldn't quite hold out the way it looked initially.
Yeah, that was a tough round. We saw that slide. Tuna just didn't hit it at the right angle and got caught in the window frame, and it was just a free pick for Syracuse. And we see once again Tej dominating on the KD side of things and just needs some assistance from his teammates to keep alive in this one. But Tej starting things off once again with yet another first blood and a 2-piece. Tej can't be stopped. Booze taking out Perceps, and Tuna all alone once again. Tuna traditionally, they swim in a school, but Tuna is a lone wolf in this one and has got to find a way to clutch a 1v4. But the pick, Syracuse dominating, and we might see another round 11, ladies and gentlemen. I wasn't expecting it. We're not getting an 11 streak, but we do get a round 11 as it comes down to the wire here for us. Virgil.
George Mason made a crazy run earlier on.
6 streak
we
from
saw them
Tej.
get a couple rounds in a row, but Tej on a 6 streak and going crazy right now. I mean, I have to say, Tej is definitely the Syracuse winning factor here. Perceps already rotating early. Tej waiting patiently, daring somebody to head out that door, as unfortunately no one will. Cammy nades it but decides to rotate off. Booze now rotating over to play with his team. The bomb carrier, Cammy, headed over to A. But Booze has got to be careful hanging out in this corner. Starboy will be the next one to push out, but he's all of a sudden he's in a 2v1. Booze in a tough spot, can't quite turn it the way he wants. Yeah, Booze goes down early. Starboy finds a kill. Starboy with another one, back-to-back 2 for George Mason, now in a 4v2. And that's not what you want if you're Syracuse. You made the comeback, you fought your way here, and now George Mason tearing away with the round. Seemingly difficult, but BCL able to shut down Starboy. Could be a 3v2 now. BCL and Tej definitely in a position where they could turn this fight for themselves. Tej and BCL rotating up the stairs, heading to go cover for this bomb. Cammy playing on that site, has the dead silence available, but will rotate off. Sprays down, is able to find some damage, but no kill. BCL able to bring down Cammy at the 2v2 as Tej goes for the defusal.
Sticks up BCL.
Tuna
Defusing. Oh,
Tej.
baby, George Mason clutching up. What a round. Came down to the wire. Almost got away with the ninja in a round 11, but George Mason was able to sniff it out and shut it down, Virgil.
Tuna jumps across, nearly able to find that play, but didn't see Tej, who was hanging out on the ground, going for the defusal where no one was looking for it. And I have to say, a ninja would have been a first for me.
I would have lost it at the desk. I would have run up to the stage and freaked out probably. But what an incredible round. What an incredible game for George Mason. Another close S&D this time going in their favor. Near disaster, but luckily averted in the final seconds of the defuse as they take a 2-0 series lead after a very impressive hard point and a nail-biter of an S&D, Virgil.
Absolutely, which means we'll be headed back to hardpoint on the next map, if I remember correctly, which means we should be headed to sub-base, one that we have not gotten to see yet today. So that'll definitely be good, but we can see here some of the highlights from our last match. Tuna able to find a kill there. Booze swings in, able to bring down Cammy. Some beautiful plays this game between Syracuse and George Mason.
Definitely. I think Tej definitely populated his highlight reel for a while in this game. Sadly did not come up with the W, but a really, really beautiful game from Tej as BCL on this head glitch. I knew that this head glitch and those hallways were going to be the determining factors in this one. Syracuse was often caught in their spawn. There's not a really decent way to push as a full team that's not a tight corridor or alleyway where you can just be, laid out by, a single player if your whole team is caught out on that rotation. And what an impressive game from Syracuse all around. I mean, we saw them annihilate George Mason in record time, probably, Virgil, on, I believe, this round 4.
Yeah, we saw Syracuse clean up the round in, I think a matter of 10, 15 seconds.
Oh, it was fast. Faster than fast. Quicker than quick. But a beautiful game all around. Perceps got things started off with that nice 2-piece in the final. And it was just all downhill from Syracuse. But what a clip it would have been if they got the Ninja in around 11.
I don't even know how to express how insane that would have been had that defusal gotten off. And unfortunately, could not quite find it for themselves, but George Mason able to grab themselves that 2-0 lead. Currently on track. I have to say I'm proud of my Virginia residents fighting hard for this victory, but Syracuse definitely is putting up a good number. Tej with one of the most impressive performances that I've seen from a player yet today.
Yeah, and now this is interesting. You see here, it's only one player on George Mason was able to break even, but it was how they spread out their kill, how it balanced out that ultimately determined it. Syracuse popped off. At least Tej was playing lights out, but it needed to be an even spread for it to be the W. That was the deciding factor in this 6-5, I think.
Absolutely, and we have to remember George Mason won a round without the bomb being defused or without everyone being eliminated. They won a round simply off time, which definitely will be an impacting decision on those KDs. One extra round full of kills and wipes could have potentially changed a couple of these to be either just barely positive or go even. But looks like we're finally headed into sub base. Hard point, 58 seconds to go on the first point, and the clock is counting down for the Orange to reverse sweep if they want to fight for that second seed place. And George Mason fighting desperately to send Syracuse to that 4th place position.
Yeah, Hal and Tej both getting started off with a couple of kills, and they do get on point first. We haven't seen too much of sub-base, but my, it's anything but a cold map. George Mason looking to secure the victory, like you were saying, Virgil, as Tuna and Perceps both scoring kills but are unable to get on the point, and Syracuse building a solid P1 pointage here as Cammy just interrupts me and makes me eat my own words as Syracuse is already off of P1, and every player is going to start playing for P2. George Mason trying to pick up a little scrap as Tej brings in the lead bullets from above, looking for a pick, looking for something, just getting plenty of hit markers, and finally rotating to go down to Starboy. That is unfortunate Call of Duty timing right there, Virgil.
Yeah, Tuna able to lock down as much time as he could at the end of that point now, and 15-15 is how that first point ended. So now 19-14, Syracuse able to grab some early points on P2, but looking as the fight will continue and break out. Tuna pushes in, able to find one, looking for an opportunity to find another one. Booze able to be brought down by Starboy, spraying as he vaults a ledge. Definitely a different play than I've seen in a while. Tej brings down Starboy. Tuna will also fall. Syracuse holding down this point quite aggressively at this point. 30 seconds remaining on P2, and only an 8-point lead for Syracuse, but it is ever climbing. And take the words out of my mouth instead. 21 points now and counting for George Mason. The point flips as soon as I say anything. Cammy look to see who's shooting and turns around.
Beautiful little two-piece from Tej. I think we lost you, Virgil. Can you still hear me, bud?
Hello,
Syracuse.
yes, sorry.
There we go. Copy that, but Syracuse here taking the lead as it's a much, I think this is going to be a hotly contested hard point than we've seen, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen a lot of 250s to sub 100 games, but I think this one's going to be a lot closer in terms of pointage between these two as Tuna and company clear house and get on point. Tej, though, ever deadly with another two-piece and is just annihilating this entire lobby, sitting at 11-4 already, leaving his teammates in the dust. You can have the star player, but will it be enough to elevate above George Mason? KDs don't matter in this hard point. It matters kill time. Syracuse has a slight lead now, but how long can they maintain it, Virgil?
It does seem like Syracuse's team is taking huge advantage of the space that Tej and the rest of the team is providing here. Tej 12-5, but only 11 seconds on the hard point. His teammates with 14 and 15 apiece. So if somebody's going to be finding the kills, Tej's teammates have recognized that they'll be happy to be the ones to sit on the point as Syracuse comfortably cleans up a good fight there. Only about 20 points up on the hard point right now as George Mason will look to retake the hard point, but pushing in now. Starboy alongside his teammates takes some fall damage on the way in. Not something you see all that often in COD.
Not too often, but it can have a factor here. BCL holding on the outside as Syracuse locks down this E4 and are doing a wonderful job thus far on the defensive side of things, but how long can they maintain it? Howell with a nice two-piece gets taken out by Tuna from behind, but are able to maintain the point thanks to Booze and Tej, a dynamic duo if there's ever been one. Howell and Tej currently carrying their team in both kills and I believe assists, as Booze is currently the hill kitten, but getting a two-piece of his own on the 4 streak before being taken out with just shy of a minute. George Mason able to get a bit of scrap, but Syracuse has done a good job on their rotations and not allowing George Mason to break through on point. George Mason has been wonderful on breaking through, but Syracuse have found their rhythm and have been able to lock down these points for a good chunk of time, hence why they're in the lead, Virgil.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of fights going on, breaking out, but Syracuse stayed tried and true to this method of being able to get just barely a couple more points than George Mason every round. And we see this lead ever growing, 98 counting, or I'm sorry, 44 and counting now for George Mason, as BCL is able to find one Tej, will find another one. Cammy kills his own teammate, so 3, actually 4 now for Syracuse. BCL on a killing spree and finds 5, but finally gets that streak. Still holds on to it, 11-7 right now from BCL. Subbase must be his pocket pick of a map. Having a good time so far as Tuna looks for an opportunity, pushes in, watches somebody go down before he even needs to find the kill. BCL finally shut down. Tej will find 2 to avenge his teammate. And the Syracuse Orange are doing what they can to try and hold on to these points.
Definitely. Syracuse have been locking these ones down. You have Tej lurking on the outside, Booze to hold the point, and BCL and Hal on support. It's a smart strategy, and it's been working so far as we rotate back to P1 and get a fresh set of rotations. George Mason now on the point, really cut into that lead Syracuse was able to build up. We'll see if they can take the lead, but it's not looking like it. Tej now on point, playing defense on an incredibly aggressive map as they extend their lead. Starboy going down. Beautiful shots from Tej once again. Just cracked 20 kills. Might look for the 30 bomb, Virgil.
Tej with 21 right now. Finds another one with a nade just after you say that. Finds a kill, but traded out by Cammy. Right now, Cammy, Starboy holding down the point, though. KDs will not matter if George Mason is able to storm away with more time on the point. And as the point will actually rotate here shortly, we're going to see, is Syracuse the ones prepared to actually rotate and hold it down versus is George Mason going to be able to find the fight that they want? Tej, Booze, both able to find one. Tej with another back-to-back. Looking to find a 4th now for the team wipe, but as some respawns will happen, it will no longer be a wipe. Howell swings down Tej, able to find yet another Tej on a 3 streak. BCL on a 2 streak. 4 now for Tej. Unstoppable at this point, essentially. Yeah. He looks for another fight. 2 more will swing. He finds 1. Can he find another? He'll pop back up here in just a moment. The stun grenade to buy himself some room. The trophy system to keep him alive, but will go down to the nade. Tej finally shut down after a great spree there. And the point still being held down by Peter here for most of these fights. BCL finds 5 and is able to kill him across the room. Tej able to find 2 more as well. Syracuse on a fantastic spree here. 18 seconds to go on this hard point, and a phenomenal trap from Syracuse for the last 2 points, which...
Absolutely. You see that there. We have a full point lead difference as Syracuse cracks a 60-point differential. I believe exactly on the money, 60 points, as Hal has the high ground, looking for a pick. Percepts with a nice 2-piece. Tej clearing house. Hal getting another as George Mason tries to lock down this sub point. But it's going to be difficult. It's just such an exposed objective that it is difficult to hold for any significant amount of time. But George Mason, Starboy in particular, is doing an excellent job, and the caster curse, unfortunately, going to him as Tej continues to dominate, cracks 30 as Booze and company push in. Still plenty of time on this hill. George Mason is able to crack 100, but Syracuse still has a solid 44-point lead and climbing now that they get to pick up some of this scrap. If I was George Mason, I'd just try to rotate to next point, lock it down, get set up, get situated, because Syracuse is cooking right now with this strategy. Tej being the real difference maker on this one, Virgil.
Absolutely. A 2 KD with 32 kills is absurd. Howell has just brought down Starboy, now looking to hold down the angle with his teammate. Should be able to hold down over there nearly a 30, almost 40-point lead at this point for Syracuse, but nothing that we haven't seen George Mason make a comeback before. As we see BCL able to find another kill before Hal is brought down elsewhere. Tuna brings down Booze, but the fight on point won't matter if the point isn't being captured. Tej finds 3, 1, 2, 3. Whew. Tej unstoppable on a 4 streak, finds 3 back-to-back just like that. BCL able to find another 2 with a pistol. Starboy will go down, and the points continue to fall into Syracuse's hands. BCL with another kill on Cammy. 36 and 16 from Tej, and a phenomenal performance from Syracuse Orange. Rich.
Absolutely. I think Tej could drop a 50 bomb here as he gets another 2-piece. BCL and him are cooking right now for a combined 11 streak. 120 hill time for Tej as well. He's doing it all. Booze had 114, but Tej just said, nah, I'm going to be on point and get as many kills as I can. 40 for 16 finally goes down after accumulating an 8 streak. BCL on the 5 streak still and getting on to point as George Mason starts to struggle on sub-base here. BCL and company locking down this point, getting the high ground. BCL on a 7 streak and can't seem to be stopped. BCL and Tej are an absolute menaces to George Mason right now. BCL finally going down, but George Mason can't seem to find a way to break through this defensive strategy from Booze, Hal, and the rest of the Orange, Virgil.
Absolutely closing in on a 100-point club right now. BCL and Tej essentially have been unstoppable back-to-back. The two of them have dropped over a 2 KD together and have been unstoppable in terms of gathering points and finding kills for the team. It's been incredible watching the two of them play around as aggressive as they have this time. Tej able to find yet another one. 41 kills. We're 9 away from a 50 bomb. There's only 24 points remaining in it for Syracuse in terms of hard point, and about 124 to go for George Mason. Unfortunately, they have not been able to find these points that they needed on the hard point, and it's just proven to be the downfall of this round.
Yeah, they're accumulating a little bit now, but Syracuse has been absolutely nutty, ladies and gentlemen. Tej finally going down. They're able to stay up, excuse me. That was a cruise missile coming in from Tej. Tej staying up and now trying to push into point. Gets the high ground, looking for something, gets another, and it's just 7 away from a 50 bomb. BCL bringing in a cruise missile of their own. Can they sneak it in there to find something? A 3-piece! BCL with the cruise missile, and that could be the decider right there, ladies and gentlemen. Out of nowhere, like an RKO, that cruise missile just decimated George Mason. What a placement. You never see a 3-piece like that, especially with trophy systems in this game. Are you kidding me, Virgil?
For George Mason, there was a phenomenal streak there where they were looking like for a moment they were going to capture the point and hold it down for a long period of time. Like the momentum could have switched, but Syracuse has to thank BCL for that one. Turns the momentum, turns the tide of that fight just like that. Now Tuna holding down the site with his team, looking for an opportunity. Tej finds another one. He's 4 kills, a mere 4 kills away from being able to find a 50 bomb. 3 now as he finds another one. Tej finally shut down, but Booze will be able to find one before he's traded out. BCL has the same experience. Tuna, Starboy able to find the trades for their teammates as well. Starboy playing underneath, brought down by Tej, but Tej quickly traded out. He's only 2 kills away from the 50 bomb. Cammy finds 3 back-to-back, and a little bit of a shot on the body there. Cammy finds a huge streak back-to-back. A nice streak there to wipe the rest of Syracuse.
Tej just hit 50.
Like that, George Mason appears to be back in, and Tej with the 50 bomb over a 2 KD as well.
What
a
an
3K.
insane. Oh my goodness.
I mean,
we're speechless, ladies and gentlemen. We are speechless here in the booth. That is insane. I've never seen a 50 bomb in hardpoint. I think Syracuse is trying to shut this one away, but Starboy and Cammy are not giving this one up without a fight. They're trying to break into 200. They're trying to lock down this point. It's going to be difficult. Perceps going down. Tej with another nade. Tej coming in and just frying. Absolutely dominant from Tej, clearing point, clearing house. BCL cleans it up for Syracuse, and my goodness, what a game from Tej. BCL on the all of Syracuse. What a hard point, Virgil. Whew.
What a game. No matter what you think about either of these teams or how they've been playing, everyone has to take a moment and acknowledge how insane that game was. Tej dropping 50, BCL also with that over 2 KD, and overall just a phenomenal game. A nail-biter to follow up that search and destroy. These teams are not going down without a fight, and they're going to be fighting desperately to see which team is going to have that chance for that 2nd seed and which team will be knocked down to 4th seed headed into tomorrow. I mean, 50 bomb is worth kudos upon kudos upon. I mean, hats off for sure.
If I was wearing one, it'd be on the ground. It'd be so off. That is insane. I've never seen a 50 bomb in hardpoint, in LAN, in online. In a competitive Call of Duty, I've never seen it, plain and simple. I haven't seen that level of just dominance in terms of KD. That was an insane game from Tej, and I honestly think you should just put the whole game on his highlight reel. You put that game, you post it anywhere, people will take notice of you. That puts you on the map in places, and just a great game all around. BCL was stepping up there, and at the end of this matchup dropped a 30 bomb, I'm pretty sure, but it plays second fiddle to a 50 bomb. No disrespect to BCL at all. A great game from Syracuse all around. George Mason kept it close in some moments, but Syracuse just pulled away.
Yeah, I don't want to badmouth the rest of the team at all. What we saw from Tej was an outstanding performance, but Syracuse as a whole absolutely had. I mean, it was almost like watching a different team, more or less, than we saw on that first hard point. We saw Syracuse, everyone essentially doing their part, holding down the point, finding value in every fight that was taken. Every gunfight had something positive for Syracuse to take away. And this one was Tej was just an outlier that was able to do so much more. And the 3K, yes, the 3K cruise missile has to be something else. I mean, BCL able to get that cruise missile and find some value. Cammy with a nice return there, though, as well, was able to find those 3 that nearly was able to turn the momentum in the favor of George Mason.
For all of you lone wolfers out there that don't play the objective, check Tej's stats for me real quick. Lead hill time, lead KD, a 2.12 KD with 141 on hill. Plain and simple, period. Ship it and send it off. If you don't play the objective in an objective game mode, I don't want to hear it. You don't get to talk to me about it, all right? That was still speechless. I'm going to have to watch that back just to make sure I said everything right, because I'm losing my mind here. It was absolutely an incredible game to watch, and we're going to a map 4 back into Skid Row for some more hardpoint, and I can't wait. After a hardpoint like that, can we see back-to-back 50s, dare I say? I know it's a bit different of a setup, but I think Tej is thinking, I got one more in me.
Absolutely, and we saw Tej perform really well on Skid Row before.
As we
could
get
definitely be
loaded
something
up.
we see happen again, and look at that, Tej right off the bat headed a different route.
And already got the first blood. Headshot on Tuna quickly goes down as George Mason setting the tone early, getting on point, getting these first couple of kills, and trying to lock it down. Perceps with a nice little drop shot on Booze as the action is non-stop here today at Winter Warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, Cammy and company trying to lock it down. George Mason getting 21 points and counting on a P1, which is just incredible. As bite my own tongue as Syracuse is able to break point and get just a little bit of this scrap before George Mason recontests Starboy, taking out BCL, and a beautiful start from George Mason, but Syracuse is getting set up well on this P2.
Yeah, Starboy, Perceps, Tuna all able to find one, and as the team find three there, George Mason looking strong headed into this round of Skid Row. We saw them play really well on Skid Row earlier today as well as Perceps. Cammy finds two, a nade into a headshot, but Howell is having none of it in his house. Starboy and Cammy shut down before they can do any more damage. BCL able to bring down Perceps, and Cammy able to bring down Howell in return. Starboy finds another for George Mason. Teach shuts down Tuna elsewhere for Syracuse's revenge. Booze able to bring down Starboy, and another one for Syracuse as Perceps will fall. Cammy goes down as well. Syracuse with a crazy number of kills going back and forth here. Are we in a TDM or are we in a hard point? Everybody's fighting down one corridor and no one's playing on the point, but finally Syracuse grabs the point, grabs some time and some points for themselves to see if they can turn this one around into their lead.
Yeah, it was just a meat grinder there for a second as they tried to all funnel through that tunnel, but it ended up in Syracuse's favor, and they're going to take the lead here on Scrap. George Mason going to try to get set up in this back alley for P3. Tej already popping off and tying this lobby for kill leader. BCL with a nice little headshot rotating through. Booze catches Starboy. Tuna goes down. George Mason is on the point, but I don't know how long Cammy can hold it, and it's not for very long. BCL and Booze cleaning house. Perceps is there to contest, but Tej, of course, is right there to contest as well. Starboy with a nice little two-piece. Starboy and Cammy retaking point. This is going to be a nail-biter of a match. I can already feel it, Virgil.
Absolutely. Starboy able to hold down this point, find some good value there while waiting on his team. The Hill Kitten will stay, but in the meantime, Starboy pushes out, able to find one more. Booze goes down. He's now looking to push onto the site. Looks to kill one, can't quite find it, and now could get double swung here. But Tej able to swing in and find a kill on Cammy. Nonetheless, he stands back up. Perceps will be waiting, but Tej is waiting for him. Tuna, the only one standing to contest Tej at this point, as Tej baits for a second and able to find a kill. Tuna goes down, and Starboy able to find a kill. Perceps find another on BCL, and Booze finds one traded out by Cammy quickly after Syracuse able to grab some time on the point, but will head out with 2 seconds remaining as it moves to a new point. George Mason will be the ones holding it down. 55 points and counting for Syracuse's 44. 3:45 seconds remaining in the match, and Tej is looking to find another kill. He does, but he's shut down quickly by Starboy. BCL able to bring down Perceps, and we see another fight potentially coming up soon.
Yeah, absolutely. A very close game of hardpoint here. Ladies and gentlemen, George Mason trying to lock it down. Cammy staying up as we continue here. Tej leading and tying with Starboy for kill leader as Booze and Company get set up on this P5. Ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be interesting. Tej trying to keep George Mason off this point. Cammy clearing up a lot of scrap as George Mason is trying to crack triple digits. Tej and Company trying to get set up for this P5, but Barbershop is all in the hands of George Mason. BCL taking out Perceps, but Cammy still holding on point. Starboy taking out BCL. Tuna taking out Starboy, but Starboy got the two-piece. It was a costly mistake as Booze takes out Tuna. Unfortunate TK there, and Syracuse is set up incredibly well on this P5.
Tuna with some beautiful headshots there. Unfortunately, they were just against the wrong team, but unfortunately, George Mason still able to hold down the point long enough to get that lead, 50 points almost. But closing in as Syracuse takes a good fight here. Tej able to find two back-to-back, looks to make it three with a pistol. Can't quite find it. Perceps shuts him down, but is brought down quickly. BCL able to find the trade for his teammate as Booze and BCL will rotate over. Look for the hard point, and nade shuts down BCL before you can even make it on the point. 28 seconds to go on this hard point, and Tej will find a kill on Starboy to set up a fight on the hard point. Nobody on it now. Nobody controlling it as George Mason will grab it back. 120 and counting. They'll grab that lead of over double now over Syracuse. Syracuse not even bothering with this point anymore, it seems like. Starboy finds two. Tej and Booze both go down. Starboy finally shut down by Howell, but Cammy able to find a revenge elsewhere on BCL. Howell now finding a second one back-to-back, brings down Cammy, avenging his teammate, looking for another one, but Perceps shut down by Booze. Tuna brings down Howell in return, and the fight breaks out inside the rooms, and Tuna goes down shortly, but Starboy and Cammy both able to bring down one in favor of George Mason, fighting on the point now. Two more pistols enough for Tej to find one more. The nade cleans up
the
two.
popcorn,
Howell
baby.
able to find another one.
Tej just dominating this lobby on the 3 street, 20 for 10. Syracuse is mounting the comeback, but will it be enough? They're down
bad, and it is unfortunate to see as George Mason breaks through. Tuna holding on point currently as Syracuse has got to find a way to mount a comeback and step up big time. Cammy with a big two-piece, keeping it in control of George Mason, and Cammy already getting set up nicely on this P2. Percep's able to hold on P1 and just increase this lead. Cammy is unstoppable right now on a 5 streak and just locking down this P2. They're fighting for scraps on P1, and Cammy is just playing ring around the rosy as he keeps getting more, making a 7. Cammy popping off, baby. Cammy getting it done on P2, and the point wasn't even live yet. He is locking down P2 for George Mason, Virgil.
Cammy, 19 and 8, a 7 streak, and a minute and a half on the hard point. Cammy has taken notes.
Oh, there it
just
is.
last round and finds another 8.
Triple
from
headshot.
Cammy. As
Oh,
the team
nasty.
will be able to clean up yet another fight. 178 and counting for George Mason, thanks to the team playing as a team. Percept, Starboy,
Oh.
Cammy all having a fantastic round so far. And Cammy, an 8-kill
This is
streak and
insane.
essentially unstoppable at this point. Teej now the one to swing out, gets in a fight, able to bring down Tuna, but
There
has
you
to
go,
swing and find
Teej.
more. Starboy shut down Teej, reversing
Oh,
the momentum for his
teammate.
team, but Boo's able to bring him down, shuts down his teammate's own spree with a nade. And the fight
Yeah.
will continue. Cammy still miraculously on that 8 streak from before, hasn't gotten in a fight quite yet, and likely could make it more. Stun grenade will connect. Starboy swings out, able to find a kill on Hal, but gets stunned himself. Has to be careful where he's going to be swung from. The trophy system goes up, gives him a chance to swing. BCL able to find one, but Starboy able to find the trade on his teammate. BCL will go down, and now playing in this back hallway is going to be dangerous. Pushing on top of Starboy here shortly. The point is going to have to be contested if they want to win this game and hold out their advantage. 216 and counting for
there
George
it is.
Mason, but Syracuse desperately trying to fight and bring it back. Booz finds 2, assisted on the 3rd by BCL. And the team
this is a
is
close
bringing it back. Syracuse looking to hold this point out and take it to a map 5. George Mason looking to wrap it up and bring this one home. for
Oh,
the Patriots.
Starboy,
But Starboy with
no.
a nade that kills 2. Cammy, Percepts, both
Oh.
fall. And the fight is never ending, Rich.
Yeah, he stays on the point miraculously, but he took out 2 of his own teammates. He's seeing red and can't tell friend from foe. George Mason just 20 points away from locking this one in and securing the W. Teej, I don't think it's dropping a 50 bomb here. George Mason has stepped up their game big time on Skid Row. As we rotate into the barber shop, someone's going to get cut. They got to be careful. Booz and Teej locking it down. BCL holding on point, but here comes Starboy. Here comes the rest of George Mason ready to storm the gate. Starboy gets one, looking for some more. Booz going to take Cammy, but Starboy and Percepts take another. It's Teej all alone. He's cooking in the kitchen, trying to stay alive, but Starboy says, you can't handle the heat, son. Kicks him out of there, and George Mason is looking to lock this point in and secure the W. BCL and Booz trying to stay up, and Percepts with the 2-piece
Percepts
locks it down.
Percepts with 2, 3 points remaining for George Mason. Syracuse has got to
Teej
get on
is
this
gone.
point any moment now, and George
Woo!
Mason manages to capture it, swings it home, wrapping it up for the Patriots. George Mason brings home
they
the
already
round.
up. Wow, what a hard point, Virgil. What an incredible hard point to finish on that series. George Mason stepping up big time. I'm staring at my monitor. I am losing it over here in the land. You heard some of them yelling. It is intense between these two teams, and I couldn't be happier. That was incredible. Just incredible.
Absolutely a crazy match to watch. I mean, that whole series was left and right and back and forth in terms of where the teams were going. Syracuse had a really rough start early on that map 1. We saw right afterwards George Mason able to turn it around and walk away with a much bigger victory. And then immediately after, Syracuse gives us the hope for a reverse sweep. Thought we might have been actually going to high rise for a map 5 today.
Sadly, no.
But unfortunately, George Mason took a note out of Syracuse's own handbook. Top frags Cammy with a crazy hold in that 1 point to be able to deny so much. And Syracuse, unfortunately, just can't hold on, as George Mason will carry on for one more match. And Syracuse will, unfortunately, be knocked down to that 4th place seeding position.
Wham, bam, Cammy getting it done on that P2. That was nasty. The objective wasn't even in play. You're just setting up for that rotation. You don't expect that much heat so quickly, but Cammy, I think, got an 8 streak at the highest point. What an insane, insane hard point to finish on. George Mason was in the lead for all of that. They did not let off the gas. That is the George Mason team I was needing to see in this one. I thought they hit the brakes a bit against Syracuse on the sub base, but what an impressive game from this George Mason crew, Virgil. As we watch some of these highlights back, Tej, BCL, and company were not going to give this up without a fight, and my goodness, what a fight it was. Tuna making sure to have himself a game as well, but I'm still stuck on Cammy holding that P2 point at the end of this hard point matchup, but you see plenty of two pieces from Tej. Perceps was playing wonderfully on Hill Time, and just an incredible game all around between these two incredible teams.
I mean, we saw absolutely outstanding plays from the teams. Tej even right there, able to find that double kill with the nade. Cammy and this hold that they made was incredible. Nobody could make it up those stairs. And absolutely, that was a deciding factor, I think, for George Mason taking that game away to their favor.
Yeah, what surprised me even more is that Starboy got a two-piece with a nade right there and was able to still hold the point afterwards. Absolutely insane. Perceps popping off in that barber shop and locking it down. Just an incredible game for Perceps and Starboy right there.
Yeah,
look at that.
Perceps and Starboy with a crazy performance that game. 25 and 19, 30 and 16. BCL and Tej tried their hardest but just could not manage to find that turnaround for their own team. Skid Row, the match to watch George Mason on, because whenever they're there, it seems like they're in danger. Syracuse fights valiantly, but just could not bring that one home, and that, unfortunately for me, means no more high rise. No high rise today. Maybe tomorrow is what I can hope for.
I'm sure we'll get some hard point or some high rise in there. We've had plenty of hard point. I think some of the KDs were mixed up on that last screen because I know Cammy got at least 7 in that P2 at the end there. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, an incredible matchup, and what a wonderful time to be had at a LAN here. If you can ever make your way down to a Call of Duty LAN, especially where me and Virgil are casting, be sure to make your way down there so you can enjoy and feel this energy as well. This was a blast today, and I can't wait for tomorrow. Maybe I got one more game left today. I'll double check with production afterwards, but Virgil, it's been a blast today. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely. Today has been the most fun I've ever had casting, and I cannot wait for the rest of the matches that we'll have tomorrow. I do see some of the play. Oh,
sorry, Virgil. I was just saying none of this would have been possible without our sponsor, Glitch Energy, so huge shout out to them. Please be sure to pick up some Cherry Bomb or some of your other favorite flavors. Grab the shaker, get it down the hatch, and get to gaming. Go ahead, Virgil. Just shameless plug.
Absolutely. I mean, the matches today have been nothing but electricity in the room. Every time I hear a crazy play happen on screen, I can hear it in the room behind you. People yelling, people shouting, excited about how a play just went. And there's nothing quite like that positive atmosphere that exists for any game, COD or another esport alike. So absolutely kudos to Shenandoah for putting on such a fantastic event so far. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow, where I'm sure there will only be more to come.
Absolutely. If we just get a quick breakdown of that previous matchup, like I was saying, George Mason needed to step up big time, and they did. They did not let their foot off the gas. George Mason came out swinging. They got a little caught up on that second hard point, in sub base, but that matchup in Skid Row put any doubts in my mind about George Mason immediately out the other ear. That was just textbook hard point, and why I see why it's your favorite mode.
Absolutely. George Mason put on a show that last match. Tuna struggling a little bit in terms of playing that one, but the rest of the team picking up the slack for sure and had a phenomenal round. George Mason performed above, I have to say, as a team, that might have been one of the best matches we've seen since Florida Gulf Coast hardpoint map earlier today.
Just what a fun day, and again, shout out to the production team. Thank you guys so much. They've been in our ear all day helping us out. They've been here sweating with us, working with us, and getting this event put out to you guys. So please be sure you're following the stream as well. You don't want to miss any of the events coming up this year, especially some more of the COD events they have planned in the pipeline. Just ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back. don't you dare go anywhere, because if you do, I will shed tears, and you're not going to want to get any of this equipment wet. So don't leave. We'll see you soon.
And we're back at the Winter Warfare Invitational here at the Shenandoah University Esports Arena in beautiful Winchester, Virginia. My name's Chris, the Esports Professor Scroggins, and I'm joined by my amazing co-caster, Sed. Sed, how you feeling, man?
Oh, I'm feeling great, Scroggs. Really happy to be here once again as we go into one of our later rounds of the day. I'm not sure if there's one going on after this, but in the interim, I did a little decorating. If you guys have been watching, I now have my giant plant and a Christmas tree put up behind me for more viewer enjoyment. It is the holidays after all, so enjoy a little bit of festivity and, of course, a little bit of Call of Duty.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here looking at it, Said it looks amazing, the framing and everything. You can tell you're from broadcast. You got the rules of thirds, plant far right, Christmas tree left. It looks great, man. I love the ornaments and the lights on the tree in the background.
Thank you. It was my fiance's idea. She was like, all right, well, let's put up this Christmas tree now. And I you know what they say, a happy wife is a happy life. So we're here to let that go. And it just happens to build the scene a little bit better. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. And hopefully you'll enjoy some more fantastic Call of Duty that we've got coming up for you guys. It's going to be Shenandoah University versus Army. Again, the rematch already this early in the tournament. I'm going to be excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, Sed, I've been waiting for this, honestly. I figured we'd be back here based on the quality of both of these teams. I mean, yeah, they dropped a map throughout the day, but they're just too strong of competitors to lose 2 in a row, right? So Army winning against Shenandoah, dropping their next match. Shenandoah taking that early loss, but bouncing back against ODU. And I got to say, during the break, I was watching Shenandoah play ODU, and they ended up dropping their search and destroy in a heartbreak fashion, but their respawn is looking immaculate. They played a terminal hardpoint where I think they beat them 250 to around 50 points or so. So it looks like they've woke up, they've warmed up, and they're ready to play.
Oh, that's exciting to hear. I'm always looking forward to some good games, especially after, it was definitely a challenge when they were first going up against Army. We only caught the tail end of it, but I'll be interested to see how they're able to turn it around here, and maybe we'll see Shenandoah take the second seed in the series and beat out Army in this little bit of a revenge arc that they've got going on here only a couple matches later.
Yeah, you can see on your screen bracket A here, how we've gotten to this point. Early on, again, Army overtaking Shenandoah in match number 1, Georgia Southern beating ODU. Shenandoah then beating ODU to then match off against Army because they dropped to Georgia Southern. And so Georgia Southern sitting at 2-0 in bracket A, Army and Shenandoah sitting at 1-1, and ODU entering tomorrow as the 4th seed at 0-2. So a lot of good COD. Again, ODU at 0-2, but even against Shenandoah, they played a tough match, right? I mean, even the last hard point was like 250 to 200. So all of these matches that are being lost are really hard fought, and I think that honestly, one, speaks to the kind of quality of the competitor here on land, but also to Shenandoah University. They opened up this invitational, and they've been able to put together a bracket that the competitive balance is amazing, which makes for some great gameplay, not only for you to watch at home, but for the competitors on the main stage as well.
Oh, absolutely agree. I've seen some tournaments run in the past where the way the teams are lined up, it's kind of unfair. We all know everyone does their best, everyone tries their hardest, but some teams, they're just separated into different leagues of competitive viability. And when you've got a team that's a grassroots movement or something, non-scholarship students going up against a full scholarship stack of some of the best players, arguably in the U.S., it can get a little one-sided. So the fact that Shenandoah's been able to balance these brackets to give really enjoyable and engaging games for the viewers and the players, it really is quite impressive, because that's an art in and of itself.
Yeah, it speaks to the bracketology. It speaks to the students and the professional staff that have been working on this event for, I know, weeks, if not months at this point. But also Said, I don't mean to pivot quickly, but I just was reminded, because I can hear him over here to my right, GMU during the break also picked up a big win against Syracuse. I'm wondering if we get through the Army-Shenandoah game, if we're not going to have a chance to hop over to them, because, again, another team that got a slow start today, but definitely woke up and their respawns were looking really solid.
It will be really interesting to see if we can make it over to that. I'd like to see, a 5-game series out of Army Shenandoah, but I'd also, wouldn't mind if it ended just 1 or 2 matches early so we can pop over and see Wright State, George Mason. I mean, Wright State put up a really, really great fight against FGCU. As you can see here, we've got the bracket B, FGCU taking that 1st seed, and Syracuse is right now at the 4th. So it's going to be a battle for 2nd and 3rd in bracket B between Wright State and George Mason. And I was very impressed with Wright State's performance in the games against FGCU.
Yeah, sorry for the lack there of commentary. I was taking a swig of my Glitch Energy. We've got to give them a shout out as well. You see their logo on the top right. They've been powering us all day long. Delicious flavor, great clean energy. Thank you, Glitch Energy, for sponsoring the event, making this possible. Yeah, man, Shenandoah can pull this match out, right? We've seen Army. They've played really strong all day. Shenandoah sometimes just gets ahead of themselves, right? And so what I saw against ODU during the break is they were able to slow things down, especially when they started to get a little flustered, and they were able to pull out some really tough maps against a hard opponent like ODU. So I think they have the momentum coming into this match, said, because Army's been sitting, getting cold for an hour or so. Meanwhile, SU literally just got done playing before we went live, and now they're on the main stage loading into the lobby against Army.
Yeah, it'll be really good to see if they're able to take that momentum that they just had from the last game, transition it into this one. Because, I mean, it's two ways to look at it. Army, they've had a little bit of time to rest and recuperate, as opposed to Shenandoah rolling right in, but that can work for you. It can work against you. I know fatigue definitely plays a role, but now we've got a really fantastic lineup. This is why I would love to go for this to go to 5 games. We've got Terminal, Invasion, Karachi Subbase, and High Rise. So 2 maps we haven't had the chance to cast yet, and I would love to see High Rise Search and Destroy. I think it's a lot of fun, can get kind of chaotic, but it's just such a classic map and for such a classic game mode.
Yeah, and as I said, Shenandoah played Terminal against ODU and won it in a pretty convincing fashion, right? And so I have to believe that SU's first pick was Terminal Hardpoint. I don't think that Army sitting there watching those results would go ahead and pick that match, right? And so as we are talking about Shenandoah and their convincing win, let's check out the team. I mean, this team has been together now for 2 or 3 seasons. SU started COD 3 or 4 years ago, had a really rough start, but has since been in the top 32 teams or so in the country consistently, and this roster has really proven to have that mental and that emotional maturity to overcome adversity and come out on top more times than not.
And it's always great to see a team grow like that. I mean, it's really hard when you're first starting out, especially if you're playing with guys that you've never really known before. You've got to build that friendship, that trust in each other, that when someone's like, I'm pushing this objective, that they can commit to that you're not like, I've got to watch out because John's gonna just keep pushing over and over again and getting fragged. You can trust them to act and do that, and it allows you to have more reliability in your teammates. And also it helps with communications. If you play with these guys constantly over the course of years, when someone makes a noise or when they make just like a little jip or remark, that they're going to, that could mean something important and you're going to act on it. It's definitely the art of communication between these guys.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see in this match how that map 3 goes, the Karachi Hardpoint. I get shivers every time I say it's said, and I get shivers because I've played this map with the guys on the team, and we always have struggled, especially at Search and Destroy. I'm interested to see how they handle Hardpoint on Karachi. I think it might play more to their style than Search and Destroy on the map, but only time will tell, and I'm hoping it goes better than when we all played a few weeks ago.
All right, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing us get to that map. I mean, I believe Karachi was number 3, so that's a guarantee at least. And I'm very excited for Terminal because I haven't seen Terminal yet, and that is when I think of MWIII, I think of Terminal. When those old maps, that was the map. I remember sitting there with my friends and trying to do trick shots and all that crazy stuff off the plane. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see it composed in a competitive setting with 2 fantastic teams going head and head. I figure we'll probably be getting underway here pretty soon. I know that you said they're getting the lobby set up, aren't they?
Yeah. It seems as like everyone's locked in here. Everyone's sitting at their seats. So I imagine they're just building the lobby. Unfortunately, with a new game like this, there's still some bugs to work out. If someone maybe stepped away for a second and takes too long to get into the lobby. If you've played competitive and private matches, the lobby crashes. You have to rebuild it. So again, another testament to our TOing staff here. We have staff at every station behind me that are ensuring that players are getting in a timely fashion, getting the lobby codes to broadcast, and getting it up and running. So definitely a well-oiled machine here on the side of event management at Shenandoah University. But we should be underway here in a second. But if I'm Shenandoah said, I have to take maps 1 and 2, right? Again, Karachi's kind of this toss-up. And then I don't remember the second half of the map pool, but I know they're good at Terminal. Invasion Search, they've been struggling at Search, it seems, today. Invasion is kind of that weird hybrid map where you can play it various different ways. And so here we go. Perfect. Thank you, production. So Subbase and High Rise, I think that they have to take Terminal Invasion. They have a great chance on Subbase. I'm not sure how High Rise Search and Destroy will play with their current play style. So if I'm SU, if I can win Terminal Invasion, I'm okay dropping Karachi as long as I can pick up Subbase, right? I really am, if I am their team captain, I'm really telling the guys, let's stay strong these first 2 maps. Map 3 is a toss-up, but let's get these first 2 dubs at least.
Yes, absolutely, because we know Karachi is going to be a complete battle. We've seen them go against Army on that map, and Army has some really great strategies, really great ways to lock out individuals on that map. And it's a tough map overall in general. So if they can get those 2 wins, that would be really, really good for them. Then again, I want to see Game 5, so I want to see that High Rise at least once during the tournament, if not today, tomorrow at the very least.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to not have any bias in this match. Again, I'm at West Virginia University now, but my previous job was at Shenandoah University, where I helped build the academic program here, right? So these guys are near and dear to my heart. I coached them for a couple of years, and so Stream, I promise I am not going to have any bias towards them, but if you hear me start getting a little more antsy or excited during moments where it's a little contentious and SU is on the ropes, just know, again, they're near and dear to my heart. I know these guys personally, but they're nothing against Army. But I promise I am going to leave my bias out of this set. Call me out if I start rooting for SU mid-match, but man, these 2 teams today have played lights out. Yes, they've dropped a few matches here and there throughout, but I mean, what I saw SU doing and what we saw Army do in their first match of the day, almost flawless Call of Duty. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup, this rematch, where both of them are now, got their feet under them on land. They're warmed up. I think this is going to be the most even match of the day that we've seen.
Oh, I really think it's going to be quite an even matchup. I mean, even in that first one, it kind of could have gone either way between the 2. Army did have a very, very strong presence in that match, but in the rematch, it's been a little bit. It's going to take them a second to get used to it, and the map pool's really diverse this time. I've seen some of these setups so far. We've had a lot of Subbase, Karachi, and Skid Row. It seems like those are the primary maps people are focusing on, but throwing in Terminal and throwing in High Rise as a mix-up, I mean, those are 2 kind of wild cards. We haven't really seen them play on any of those maps, so it'll be interesting to see what they're capable of doing. And as the chat requested, they said they would riot. Here is Army's cams coming for you guys. Get a good look at them. They're going to be playing their absolute hardest here, and hopefully have a fantastic series ahead of us before we take our leave for the night.
Yeah, and I was about to say, chat is calling for this. Please give them what they want. And so I think the key people to watch out here are Reacts and Jukes. We've seen them pop off. I'm going to call them Jukes. Jukes. I'm going to go with Jukes. But we've seen them go on hot streaks and really take over matches. On the side of Shenandoah that we just saw there, Steve-O actually wasn't even at his station. But, Steve-O, Toxic, they can go on hot streaks. John and Mossman are 2, or Relic and Mossman are 2 that you really got to watch out for. A lot of times they're playing OBJ, but they're doing the dirty work. Their stats might not reflect it, but if they are popping off, Shenandoah is in good shape.
Yeah, one thing, the guys that don't get the most respect, it's an indie game. If it's Halo, it's the flag carrier. Call of Duty, the hard point. Homie, the guy who's always hanging out there. They're throwing themselves at that. They might not be fragging out, but they get those impacts, and they're getting the essential points to win the game. So at the end of the day, don't look down on the guy that might be 9-17 if they ended up winning, but he's got 3 minutes on the hard point. He's doing arguably one of the worst jobs, which is throwing yourself into the melee to try and score for your team.
Yeah, and a funny story, on the last Call of Duty, I actually played a match with Mossman and Relic, who we'll see competing, and we were playing Hardpoint, and we tried, for me, not to get a single elimination and win the game, and I ended up going like 1-32, and we ended up winning, and it just showed, because I had over 3 minutes on the time, I think, it showed that it doesn't matter how many kills you get, as long as you're playing as a unit, to your point, you could be soaking time while other people are fragging out, and you could go 1-32 and still pull out a victory.
Yeah, it really is, just you have to kind of get all your ducks in a row with the team lineup. You can't have 4 people that solely focus on fragging, or else you're not getting points on that objective. And it'll be really interesting to see what role certain individuals on Army and Shenandoah side step up to fill, especially as we've talked extensively before. Who's going to be running the short guns, who's running the long guns, what angles are they going to take, who's going to be your in-game leader. Just so many things going on all at once. It's always fun to see how that develops throughout the series, and more importantly throughout the LAN itself. Having these 2 teams go up against each other so early on, they may have picked up a few tricks off of each other. They might have a better way to counter certain strategies. It'll be interesting to see how Shenandoah can adapt an Army to the adaptations.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a great point, and I was going to bring up the same thing. Tomorrow will be interesting, not to go ahead and jump ahead, but all these teams will most likely have played each other at some point, right? And so it'll be really interesting to see overnight. Most of them have their coaches here. They go back to their rooms. They start strategizing. They even have hospitality rooms here on campus where they can go and strategize. Learning across these matches today is going to be essential. And we could see someone dominate today and maybe not do so well tomorrow because all these other teams are adapting and overcoming the challenges that they saw this afternoon during competition.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what the coaches say whenever they get back to the hotel or the rooms today, and they try and strategize a few things, maybe tweak the playbook before they get into that next match, and see how everyone implements all of this new information that they just garnered today in the matches tomorrow. I mean, we could see some real upsets potentially if people are able to come up with effective strategies to counter. But once again, the universal constant is still fragging. You have to have that capacity to get those kills to impact the game in a positive way, tangible way for your team.
Exactly said. Well, hey, everybody, hang on tight. We're going to make sure everyone's comfortable in the lobbies, in their place. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after this short break with the action here at the Winter Warfare Invitational. Hang tight. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Winter Warfare Invitational here at Shenandoah University. We appreciate you hanging with us while we took a slight break. We're having some technical difficulties, but all the players are getting into the lobbies. I am super pumped and excited for this match. As we've been saying, this is going to be one of the most evenly matched competitions that we've seen today with Army and Shenandoah University.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited for this, and we do want to apologize for the technical issues, but I've got to say, if we're only getting hiccups now 7.5 hours into the total stream, that is phenomenal. I really love to see, and just want to give a huge shout out to the production crew and everyone behind the scenes, keeping this running as smoothly as they can. You know, as it is with new games, sometimes things get a little quirky and break. So we're trying to resolve that as quickly as we can. And now, as you can see, a beautiful map fly in for Terminal, which means we will be getting started here with some gameplay in just a few moments.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, look at this map. This gives me nostalgia, man. Like, just flying through and seeing Terminal in Call of Duty again makes me smile. I mean, this map is going to be extremely scrappy, but man, I think I have SU pulling this one out in a close and a match that is going to go down to the wire, but I think I have SU favored here.
Yeah, I'd love to see SU take this first map. I haven't had a chance to see them on Terminal yet, so if they can shock me with some fantastic gameplay, that would be phenomenal. So I love the structure of this map. It really is so nostalgic, and they stayed true to even this remastered version of it. It plays exactly the same. You know, you're having a great game, and then the guy sitting in the library with a riot shield throws a knife at you, and you die. It's a universal constant for this map.
Oh man, you're bringing a tear to my eye remembering 6 stacking on this map with riot shields in the plane. Just actually impossible to get past. You know, thankfully we won't see that here. It could be rather frustrating, but you know, Terminal can be kind of lopsided. This is very much a momentum-based match. I've seen some pro scrims on this map, and I've seen people go up by over 100 points, but then the momentum swings, and they end up losing by 30 to 50 points. So it'll be interesting to see who can actually, you know, continue to persevere through the end. Just getting a hot start is not going to be enough on Terminal.
Absolutely, and this kind of falls in with the old, I guess, thought of how to develop maps and stuff. I mean, it's very rotation heavy. There's not a lot of verticality on this map. The highest point you can get is up to like on top of those AC units in the middle of the map, but that's kind of a, "Aye, look at me guys, someone shoot me, I'm up here." But otherwise it's 2 stories. You've got the ground floor and you've got the plane and the rest of the building, and there's not too many ways to kind of stop people or put up a big wall. It's long hallways where you're going to have to risk exposing yourself from multiple angles no matter where you're going to peak that fight. So I can definitely see this becoming a very, very, very lopsided match if the momentum gets too carried away.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like any of the players are really concerned about that or have that thought. I mean, everyone looks just calm, calculated. It looks like they're probably calming right now, helping each other out. I believe we're loading into the match now, though. Both teams looking confident, looking like they're ready to go. They are definitely locked in, said. I am looking forward to an extremely competitive map 1 here on Terminal Hardpoint between Army and Shenandoah University.
I think it's going to be a really good one for you guys. We're going to have a fun series here. I'm really hoping for that 3-2, no matter who ekes it out in the end. It's just, I love 5-game series. They really get the hype up, because once you get to that 5th and final map, it's all right. I mean, we can go either way with this, and that is some of the most fun to cast, some of the most fun to watch. The hype is unreal, and it's just fantastic to see. Just fantastic to see that down to the wire gameplay.
Yeah. Again, apologize for the delay. We're just making sure everyone's loaded in. We want to make sure everyone's comfortable and ready to go. As you can see here, we're taking a tour of Terminal. Burgertown on this map is going to be an essential hill. It's going to be one of those game-changing hills, what we call a money hill, right? There's such a sneaky spot on that hill that you can hide in the back and just peek out, and the defense or the people coming to attack the hill can barely see you. But with that, we're underway. Said, take it away, man.
All right, guys, we've got right here, it looks like Shenandoah pushing over here to this first point, P1. Army setting up a nice stalwart, and you can see they're right both on either side of this pillar, just barely in the zone. Merc, Neppy dropping 2 SU players. I can't quite see who they dropped on my side. Toxic, it looks like, Toxic to go down, and so was Relic. Yeah, but Stevo, he's squaring up. He's ready to start taking this fight to him right now, but it looks like Army's got a pretty strong hold on this, and they're trying to stop these rotates coming through to the backside. Now Shenandoah is spawning out, trying to push in up those escalators, a very dangerous area to be in.
Yes, Ed. I mean, Steve-O's definitely a player to watch. If he can get hot, Army's in trouble. But you see that Army was preparing for P2 already. They spawned SU over to Eskies. SU trying to power their way through Book. They actually get 2 down. This is a great play for them. They need to move swiftly but calculated. They have to converge on this point, but they have to do it in a way that's calculated so that they're not just throwing away their lives. Can they sniff out this guy? They do. They see the other guy, Terminal. They're going to hold off, I believe, on making that push. No, they both get picked. Still pushing through Book. It'll be interesting to see if SU can kill this guy, Terminal, because number 7 is currently cutting them off.
Yeah, right now Toxic with some really nice kills, and you know, Shenandoah, they're swinging in here really well, pushing through the tunnel area and getting over there to Store. But MWIII, he's dropping in too. We got 2 players over in Store, and let's see if he's able to convert on this. He's got a lot of shots coming in, but it's taking a lot of damage himself. And Steve-O does take out Jux. I believe he takes out MWIII as well. Some kills flying in quick here. Now Relic's there to support his team. Is hopefully they'll be able to get another 15 points here and bring it a little bit closer to Army, who seems to be kind of spread out around the map, but now collapsing over there towards boxes to try and get on this P3.
Yeah, Seth, I think Steve-O really bailed Shenandoah out there. You know, they had no map control. They were all stacked on point. Thankfully, he got that 2-piece to bail them out. They got that scrap. Army has control of P3 here. Let's see if SU can power their way through the front of plane and not get absolutely, you know, funneled through this tight corridor that is the front of plane.
So then we've got Jux taking a few shots over there towards and getting a nice wall bang on Mossman. He's taking a look over to the books, and you know, the unfortunate part is now Shenandoah players got to force through a really narrow area. But he does get caught out. Toxic dropping him real quick and switching back over. A lot of shots coming in from all over, but Army is holding this point in the plane. They've got to get some people in there, but only having 2-3 avenues of attack, very narrow avenues of attack, makes it very challenging to get any points. You know, it's kind of a little bit of a money hill right there.
Yeah, and while you were talking, Sed, we had a major battle going down over at Burger Town. It was Mossman versus MWIII. MWIII unfortunately gets that gunfight, and Army secured the spawns, but it looks like Shenandoah is actually able to retake those spawns. Again, this is the money hill on Terminal. Yes, they gave up almost a full 60 on Flame, but if they can get a full 60 here, we'll go into P5 tied up basically at 98 apiece.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing some really shutout defense right now. You can see, unfortunately, Toxic did go down there towards the outside, but is spawning out and could wrap right behind the 3 Army players if he's able to move quick enough. But they're collapsing into that site so quick, just flying in, dropping those Shenandoah players in the site. That was a really, really fantastic push from Army, and now Relic is going. Eski's going to try and see if they can get up there, but it's so hard to push into that area unless you've got a full stack.
Yeah, we saw Jukes in that spot I was talking about in Burger Town where you can barely see him. Army still there again. Relic trying to slide in and get that kill. Unfortunately, not anyone there to trade it out. Army did a great job at overtaking this. You see SU in the kills division on the side of the kill feed. Actually, most of it blue right now, but Army still has control, getting those kills that matter. MWIII sitting at 12-6, double positive. He's really the game changer for Army right now. As we head into a P5, it seems like Army has good map control. SU throwing bodies at this bookstore hill. Let's see if they can slow down, take their time, and effectively trade. And just like that, Toxic gets 2. Again, if he gets hot, Army's in trouble. We do, unfortunately, have a nade team kill coming in from Relic, but people are getting hype in the arena. SU starting to show some life. Army on hill. Let's see if SU can really get some map control here and bring this game back, Sed.
Yeah, I'd agree. MWIII did just go down. I want to see what he ended up getting to for his kill streaks. He was on quite a little streak there for just a moment. Maybe we've got a Predator missile inbound, or maybe an SAE or anything like that to help swing it in their favor a little bit more, because that utility for those open sites really helps, especially that P1 point. If you can drop a Pred missile on that, I mean, that can be a massive game changer, changing the momentum. But Relic pushing in here hard. Fortunately, he does get caught out just ever so slightly.
Yeah, I'm hearing SU bark behind me. Dead! Dead! Steve-O definitely getting into the action. As you said, Relic maybe overextending onto that P1 point. SU's got to slow down. Just like that, though, 3 down for Army and a team kill coming in for SU. Let's see if SU can keep this map positioning. They don't have... Okay, now they have someone on point. They both get picked, though. SU is soaking time kind of behind that trash can. Army able to back them up. SU has reinforcements coming in. Let's see if they can throw bodies at this and keep Army from getting significant time on P1.
Yeah, right now, peeking these angles over by the Burger Town area and trying to get shots onto that site, this is just pure gun skill. I mean, that there's no real strategy. You can maybe get some nades, maybe get some flashes, but this is pure gun skill. This is the essence of the game. It's I'm taking this 1v1. Can I convert? You know, can I get the guy off the head glitch? Am I able to slide properly to catch one of them off guard? We might see Steve-O being able to do that just here. It looks like Jux is rotating around, and Steve-O, he's waiting. You know, it's the true Call of Duty thing. The moment you look away is the moment they round the corner. It always is.
Yeah, that's COD timing. You know, Steve having a strong map at 22 and 10. His teammates at SU maybe starting to pick it up, though. We see Toxic with a crucial two-piece in makeup here. Toxic has to play his life. Don't peek this. Just lay down. This is perfect play from Toxic. You see reinforcements coming through plane. Toxic with his third kill on point. I hear SU barking behind me, yelling, dead, dead, dead. They're flooding through plane. We see Army, though, securing those plane rotations for P3. This is maybe going to be closer than it seems now, as SU is starting to show some life.
Yeah, SU's really turned on here in just the last few moments on a few of these hills. I mean, Steve-O, 24 and 11 right now. Top fragger in the lobby. He is going very hard. He does get dropped right there, but now, the spawns are all over the place. You can see it's just going to be chaos for a moment until we can get some spawns locked. But it does look like Shenandoah has a nice place. Couple guys in the plane right now. Let's see how this engagement goes. Trading out equally across the board. No one having it. Well, now Army getting a body on that point. He's back of the plane. And let's see if Relic is going to be able to clear in here and take out that player and try and get some points on the board. He's got to do it quick.
Yeah, Seth, that's just a perfect example of how map positioning will win you hardpoint. SU and Army trade 2 for 2 on that P3 point, but Army had those spawns blocked, so SU spawning all the way back behind Burger Town, all the way across the map. We can see it's taking them 20, 30 seconds just to get there to touch it. Army's looking really good here. They look like they're positioned to take this map number 1, as Steve-O is still popping off. Team kill, unfortunately, but still 25 and 14, having a strong, strong map.
And I can hear that crowd getting absolute wild even through my headset. So I'm sure you guys are hearing a lot of hype coming in here, but it looks like, a huge collapse coming in, and they do take out the Army player. But right now, it's going to be tough. Merc with a huge kill right there. Massive kill streak off for him. Up 28 frags on this match. And it's just, I don't know if Shenandoah can get here quick enough. I mean, they've got utility. They got to throw it in. There's only a couple more points left, but unfortunately, it does go in Army's favor. Terminal, hard point, goes for Army.
Yeah, I think the key difference there is, we saw Steve-O popping off. The rest of SU, a little slow to start. We saw Toxic picking up that momentum. We saw Relic and Moss have some really good moments throughout that map number 1. Just too slow of a start. Plus, Army had amazing map positioning there, especially for that P3 hill. It looked like on both rotations. So that P3 hill into the Burger Town hill really made the difference there for Army, as they were able to take a convincing map 1. Now they're 1-0 up against Shenandoah University, said.
Yep, I mean, that was definitely a very tough fought battle. I mean, there was a lot of really great exchanges of gunfire there, but I think at the end of the day, what really put Shenandoah on the back foot was whenever Army was able to lock out that plain hard point for just the whole time. I mean, that's a lot of points, and they tried to recapture the best they could. I mean, saw some really great fights from Toxic holding down shop and everything like that, taking those 3 frags to get, try and get their footing back. But losing a full hard point, I mean, that's a huge setback in the match.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the score differential, I don't have it up on my screen now, but I think it was, 120 points or so? And I mean, so you have one hill being half of that difference, which, again, is hugely impactful for them. As we look at some of the replay, you can see Army took an early lead here. SU, though, was able to bring it back at one point. This shop or makeup hill, as you're calling it, and the plane were really difference makers for Army as the map progressed.
It really was, especially their lockdown right here. This clip specifically of Burger Town. I mean, that was a really solid play from them, where they pushed in with 3 players, were able to wipe it out and just continue to hold that point. It's such a hard area to push into solo, but definitely a lot easier with a group. I mean, if you're able to just nade stack it and then push in with bodies, you should be able to capture it. But unfortunately, Shenandoah just kept getting split off those spawns. You can see here, look at the scores coming up. Reacts with a lot of hill time, 2.5 minutes. Really a lot of time to go towards Army's position for that.
Yeah. I mean, and clearly, Merc was popping off at 29 and 16, but otherwise, it's just, as we've said about Army today multiple times, it is a sound performance across the board from their team. You have Merc popping off, going almost double positive. You have Reacts with 2.5 minutes on Hill, but Neppy and Jukes hanging right in there, doing the dirty work and getting crucial Hill time and those pivotal kills to help, secure that win for their team. But as we look at the map and modes here, said Invasion, Search, and Destroy, I think, again, I said if I'm SU, I want to win map 1 and map 2. Yes, you drop map 1. You need map 2 here. Invasion, I think it plays to some of their strengths. They're going to be able to slow it down a bit, really control the map in the areas where their ARs can shine. And I know they just lost map 1, but again, I have SU here in map 2.
I can't cast my net either way. It's such a close matchup. I really can't. I wish I could. I'd love to see a swing back. Like I said, I'm a big fan of multi-game series. But if one team comes out hot, I think it's just whoever can get that momentum at first is going to be who takes it home. I feel like at this point between these two teams, with how competitive they are, if you don't have momentum from the start, I don't think you're going to be able to gain that momentum partway through. You've got to come out of the gate hot.
Yeah, and I see some people in chat talking about certain players and stuff. It is just unbelievably hard to play on LAN, right? And I think some players that have one bad map, don't be too quick to judge, because I think as we head into map 2 in a different game mode and game, it plays to their strengths better than maybe Hardpoint. And as we've said in the past, going negative doesn't really reflect if you're doing well or you're doing poorly. And so I'm looking forward to seeing some of these SU players bounce back in map 2. Again, I think it plays to their strengths. They're going to be able to slow it down and just take a deep breath and kind of regain, right, Said? I think that you just forget map 1. Okay, we lost, whatever. Learn from it, but don't really beat yourself up over it, and head into map 2 completely refreshed with that off your mental.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it'll be interesting to see what strategies they do employ going into this Search and Destroy map, because it's a totally different pace, and both teams have a similar style of play, as opposed to like Florida Gulf Coast, where they are high speed, low drag. Those guys are flying through the map. Both Army and Shenandoah tend to try and group up and make pushes. It seems like Army prefers to do larger group pushes instead of taking solo gunfights, but Shenandoah's got the ability to do that as well, with some really great long rifle players able to get those impact kills. So however these two teams match up, I think it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, and talking with the Shenandoah coach after their loss to Army earlier, he was giving them props. He said, man, some of their strategy was just really remarkable. The patience they showed as a team in Search and Destroy was something that we went and talked about after our match. So I think that they learned after their first match of the day, Said, and to your point, their strategies and their gameplay and game style are very similar. I think SU talked over some strategy for Search and Destroy, and it'll be interesting to see what they apply here that maybe they didn't do in their first match of the day versus Army.
I really do think it'll be interesting. I mean, it seems like there's been some adaptation to what's been going on. I don't think we quite got to see the Search and Destroy match for them. So, this will definitely be my first look at how Shenandoah does against Army in this specific game mode. So it'll be interesting to see if they did learn from their previous encounter. A lot of teams for Search have a series of set plays that they're trying to go into it with. And it's always that mental game, that mental back and forth where it's, do we maintain our same strategy because we won last time from Army's perspective, or do we try and switch it up and throw Shenandoah off if they've prepped for that strategy?
Yeah, and as we open up map number 2, get that aerial view, it looks like Shenandoah is going all in at A here. They might catch Army off guard, but he might have heard someone, because you see the players from Army that were B-side all starting to rotate over to A and really looking that way as React picks up the first blood and is able to get away with his life. Steve-O's got to be careful here. He got tagged up by some team shots, and he also gets killed by React. React starts out 2-0, SU down 2 guys early on.
I'd like to see how Moss and Relic are going to rotate through the map here. It seems like I don't know, are they going to go for a B split? They're definitely going to take cover as much as they can on this map, because those Army players could be quite literally anywhere. We can see Neppy is holding this whole hallway, this whole horizontal in the middle of the map, waiting for someone to come by. So if they get caught out by him, I mean, that's going to be round. He's really well hidden. And there...
Ooh, Relic knew he was there somehow, just not able to clean that kill up or get that kill. Moss there to trade, and then Moss gets traded out. Army with an early 1-0 lead here on map number 2 on Invasion.
It was definitely a challenging round. I mean, as you said, especially on this map, it's if you are able to plant, it's more likely to go in your favor as opposed to just getting shut out on the defense. I mean, it's really hard to defuse on this map. So let's see if Shenandoah is able to lock it down with this defense, or if Army's just going to go for a hard push onto one of the sites. I always love seeing how their strategy evolves. It looks like Army's kind of fanning out, doing a 4-prong approach, and then they're rotating back up, grouping over there on that right side. So it looks like it's going to be a B hit, but it could also be a feint.
Yeah,
looking to see how this develops.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by this play set. I mean, B is just out in the open, but Army looks like they're committed to it. You know, Bomb goes A side, peeks, doesn't see anything. Probably doesn't feel comfortable not being able to, tell if there's anyone that side. They say, okay, well, let's try to power our way through B, but Steve-O's going to get the information. He's going to calm. You see SU making that rotation. I would like to see 1 or 3 rotate to watch the backside of Army, but Mossman going to pick up first blood. Only 40 seconds left. Army has to be decisive here and make a play.
Yeah, it looks, I mean, they're getting a lot of shots on. Relic looks like he's going for a flank here, see if he's able to do that. Steve-O playing for his life right now. Very, very heavy on the damage. And now, okay, so Relic's coming in. He's pinching behind. There's a few guys there. He does see, I think he sees one. He's catching some flack there, and trades are coming in. And out of nowhere, a massive win from Shenandoah. They just caught me by surprise. I was watching Relic sneaking up behind, and they snuck right in and just overwhelmed Army on the point.
Yes, that was absolutely clinical. You saw Relic playing his life there. The guy's head glitching the tank. He's able to actually play his life, get away with it, and then Toxic comes in, picks up the trade. Meanwhile, someone else from SU cleans up the 4th Army player to knot it up at 1-1. If I'm SU here, I'm being decisive. I'm either hitting A or hitting B, but I'm doing it quickly because you cannot allow Army to get the map control that they did in round number 1.
No, you definitely can't. I mean, that's going to be the hardest part here, is chaining a... I think if you're able to trade back and forth, it's fine, but you've got to be able to get one attack side or one, I'd say one attack side if that's going to be your weak side.
Yeah, sorry, Seth, to cut you off, but that was a huge kill by Relic there. He turns around, and the guy's playing a close corner. He ends up winning that gunfight against all odds, and then puts the bomb down A. So they have a man advantage with bomb down. Didn't mean to cut you off, but Relic really bouncing back there, winning a crucial gunfight, and again, being decisive and putting bomb down so that they have to force Army to overextend and play for the defuse.
Oh, no, you're completely fine. If you see something good, like these 2 frags coming in, but Relic, now for his second, is he able to convert the third? Unfortunately, unable to do so. And it looks like the defuse is coming in. That's 4 down for Shenandoah, and only 1 more. It was Relic versus Merc, and he was already a little damaged from that last fight. Best shot there, and a really nice turnaround from him.
Yeah, there I'm gassing Shenandoah, but Army with a beautiful retake of that bomb site. You saw they ended up getting it to a 2-1 advantage. They kind of pinch Relic there. Relic has to choose one or the other. He eliminates one, but Army there just playing close quarters, able to pick up the trade and get the bomb defused with about 3 seconds to spare. So definitely a tight round. Unfortunate for Relic that he gets pinched from both sides, but great retake by Army there to go up 2-1 in map number 2.
Yeah, right now frags across the board pretty equal. Steve-O with a really nice kill there on Jux, as Mossman's going to drop back. And now we do have a man advantage in favor of Shenandoah right now. Let's see if they're able to convert that. But Reacts does take out Steve-O. Relic coming in with a nice kill on Reacts. So a lot of, like you said, a lot of trading going on here.
Yeah, and this is good search and destroy, to be honest, from both sides. The way they're trading rapidly is exactly what you want to see. It's a numbers game. If you have a man advantage, you need to be holding hands and getting those trades, and we saw that with SU there to keep that man advantage to go up 3-2 here. But Relic has to be careful. Oh, he gets out with his life, almost nades himself. He's just going to kind of lay down, play his life. Army's trying to sniff him out because they know he's one shot, but SU kind of rallying back over to Relic to ensure that he's safe. Let's see if they're able to pick up this round, but Toxic gets picked. Great shots out of Army. Relic has to be careful here. He has a submachine gun. These other players, I believe, have ARs. He has to be careful. They're out and open. Nappy with a huge kill. They're lined up, though. One down, the other on bomb site. Mossman with the huge play here. He has to reload. Oh, man, that's heartbreaking. Out of bullets, tries to switch to his secondary. Just not able to get that Simtech out and switch to his secondary in time. Wise play out of Army to just push him there, understanding that he has to reload. Oftentimes you would think that's an overextension of the player, but I think he had good map and situational awareness there and knew, okay, I have a good chance if I push him.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really quite a nail biter right there. He tried to get that Semtex out, tried to get that reload, and ultimately just couldn't get that switch fast enough. Really great play from Army on that. You know, knowing when to take that advantage that was given to them to push on a player that's reloading. It's all part of the strategy.
Yeah, and it's 3v3 here. SU has to be careful. Stevo with a great pickup there. But they're just wide open in the road, and I don't think they understand that Reax is behind them. Reax can make a huge play here. He has to take it slow. He finds one. Great trigger discipline. He's going to eliminate one SU player. He knows where another one is. I think he saw the other one. But Stevo with the huge kill. 2v1 here. SU needs to get together and be decisive. Let's see if they can pull out a win. This is a crucial round for them. Let's see if Jukes can clutch the 1v2 or if SU can pull this game closer to 3v2.
Yeah, but 2v1, it's always challenging, and, you know, they've split up at this point. You can see Jukes taking a few rounds over there. Relic did just get that bomb down. You know, it's, I got to be quiet. I got to watch it play out.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here stroking my beard with anticipation. Jukes is playing this actually really well, though. He's being extremely patient. He's got his eyes on one, gets tagged up, but again, 2v1 advantage. Shenandoah playing close enough that they're able to call out where Jukes is at, pick him up, and man, this is neck and neck every round, it seems.
Yeah, this is some high quality back and forth gameplay. If Shenandoah is able to, now they are on the defensive. If they can hold the line here, tie it up 3-3, I mean, that just gives them an even better chance. You never want to be more than one round behind, and we've seen in some of the past games people have been playing coming out at like a 6-5, because it's not a like other competitive game modes where it's a win by 2 in Counter-Strike or Valorant or something like that. It's just the first person to get to 6, which is always that one round difference. Now we see Reax taking a few shots over here to the side. Not able to convert anything quite yet.
And that was a bold re-challenge by Stevo there. I think that was a little bit of a heat check. He's at 8-3, but definitely one shot. I would have never expected him to stand back up and put shots down range. So both players get away with their life. 4v4, interesting strategy from Army here, just kind of slowing it down, looking to maybe get an initial pick before they push one bomb site or the other.
Just see Mossman. He's, you know, we've got 4 Army players stacked up on the bomb site. He's trying to take that challenge. Always hard to get people off the head glitch like that. He's got to play his life, wait for his teammates to rotate over. It's still 4 up this late into the round. It's really shocking. You can see Relic trying to sneak behind here, moving through the buildings, but there's so many different angles to clear, so much verticality on this map. Because you've got that one Army player tucked back up into the side. I wonder if he's going to peek up there and be able to see him. I'm not sure with how he's thrown out.
Yeah, it seems like he knows someone's back there. He's just not sure where. Relic does get called out and is picked off. And finally, first blood with 24 seconds left to defuse the bomb. Army, though, has a great position here at B-bomb. Stevo's the last alive. 1v3 situation with only 15 seconds left. I think he's just playing life here. He's close to streaks. He doesn't want to throw away his life unnecessarily. He's going to see if he can pick up another kill or two and secure that cruise missile.
Yeah, and he's running. He hears that player coming behind him. Is he able to get... Oh, that's dirty. They were going after him to try and stop those streaks coming alive. I thought he had him with a knife there for a second, but it was the pistol out, so not quite as bad as I thought. It's always so disparaging when you get killed by a knife in a competitive setting like that.
Yeah. So 4-2, we got, this seems like a heavily offensive map. I don't know if we've seen a defensive hold thus far. It seems like maybe most of the wins have been when teams are on offense, which is really interesting, but we do see Shenandoah coming out in round 7 here, just going to full send it towards B. Steve-O just pre-firing Alley, letting Army know, hey, we're all here.
I wonder if they're going to commit to this B bomb site push or if they're just trying to do a feint, because Merc's got a really, really great line of sight looking over towards that B bomb site and able to lock down mid by holding back towards Embassy. But it seems like they're stacking up here. Reacts holding down this angle right in the center, you know, using his peripheral vision to try and see what's going on. Relic also trying to take a look at what's going on. I don't know if they're trying to play a little bit of the mental, but it looks like they might be getting ready for a setup and going in to take a look.
Yeah, I like the aggression early on in the round, but now they've kind of stalled and they've put themselves in a hard position here if you're on the side of Shenandoah. Only 29 seconds left on the clock, and no one's really made a move. They don't have much positioning here. They have to be careful. They have to know Army is kind of sniffing out this play. We see number 7 just with eyes on bomb. I think he's maybe able to see them. He knows something's up. Let's see if they're able to get the bomb down, and they do, and it's still a 4v4 here, Said.
Toxic with some really nice shots over there. Towards, I can't quite see. I believe it was Neppy getting the first few through the wall, and then as he slid across, just very low life. Nice pre-firing on that. Now Relic's going to hold off. He's got 3 players rotating back through. He's going to go ahead and drop 1 as the other 2 remaining Army players reposition. It's going to be hard to chow this same angle. Relic doing his best to stay alive. The 2 Army players trying to push in, but getting caught out. Such a narrow area to push through, and the round does go to Shenandoah.
Yeah, 4-3, another offensive round won by Shenandoah. Let's see if they can win a defensive round here. I don't know if they pulled out a defensive round. It's all been offense on this invasion, map number 2. So let's see how SU adjusts. Army's been really decisive in some rounds early on, but the last round that they won on offense, I believe they slowed it down and just waited for picks.
Yeah, and it looks like they're mobilizing here, getting a 2-2 split setup. So we've got Mossman looking over B, Steve-O holding down that mid B section, and 2 guys right on top of A. And it looks like a huge commit coming in from Army onto that A site. Unfortunately, Toxic goes down, but a nice frag from Merc. And I'm not, oh yeah, that's completely overwhelming them on that A bomb site. Steve-O is able to trade 1 out, but we did lose Relic and Toxic in the process there.
Yeah, and Army maybe waiting a little too long, allowing SU to rotate. We see Steve-O pick up a kill. Number 7 does get a kill onto, I believe that was Moss. Oh, no, that was onto Steve-O. Moss, oh, gets a good kill here. A 1v1 situation. I don't believe Bomb was down. Or is it down?
No, I don't think Bomb's down, and Moss has got to play up his life. They didn't end up going through the defuse.
Oh, it is down, actually,
Said. Come down to it.
They got Bomb down, so yeah, Moss is going to have to play fast. Oh, he's read this kind of perfectly. If he, that's COD timing for you.
COD timing for you. Pushed it just the wrong second, and then realized that bomb was down. I don't, have any of those beautiful audio cues to hear the beeping sound, and I didn't realize they'd got it down. They sneaked one over on me, and I've got a full view of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize it either. I was just paying attention to all the trades. Again, both of these teams trading effectively. SU here with their backs against the wall. Game point for Army. Again, Steve-O having an amazing map, 11-5. Let's see who on the side of SU is going to kind of back them up here and provide that much-needed spark, as unfortunately Steve-O gets first blooded, leaving SU in a 3v4 here in round 9.
Yeah, Steve-O's been putting in that work, but you can see that Neppy and its Reacts, they are just they are putting in a lot of work as well. And as this round continues on, I'm gonna have you take over for just a second while I power up the camera again.
Of course. Yeah, and so SU here picking up a kill to bring it to a 3v3. Both sides just kind of playing slow. I don't think SU is aware that Reacts is where he is at. His positioning is going to be really advantageous for Army. Let's see how he can make a difference here in the round. Neppy also rotating over. I'm wondering if Reacts maybe heard someone or had some audio cues, because it appears that he was confident in his rotation. He gets a frag down. SU sliding in to get that kill. They take a 3v2 advantage. Let's see if they put the bomb down on A and see how Army can rotate and adapt. But just like that, bomb actually is down. It did not get planted. Mossman has to plant here. It is a 2v1 situation. If Army could pick him up. Oh, but SU comes in, gets the kill. It's a 5v4 now. Let's see if SU can, again, win a defensive round. They've been dominating on offense, yet to pick up a win on defense.
All right, and we have returned with that quick technical fix. And I'm ready to see. It looks like Shenandoah picking up a round. We're really close. They got to get 2 more in a row. So Army's in a position to take it. But if Shenandoah can lock down this defense, this has got to be the one where they do it. I know they've been having a challenging time doing that. And I think if they could turn it around here, this is their best opportunity to swing it through, because their offense has been pretty stellar.
Yeah, and actually this is maybe where kills play to their advantage. I know they don't have more than the side of Army, I don't think, but typically if you go into overtime, whoever has the most kills gets defense. That might actually work out to Shenandoah's advantage, because they can stay on offense where they've been really dominant here on map number 2. Oh, Toxic, his aim assist is dragging everywhere. He gets both players one shot, not able to finish one of those kills. Unfortunately, Relic just too far away to get that trade.
Relic, he's waiting. He's waiting to see if any of these players run by, and he's going to reveal himself just a little bit with that sound, but he's got to reposition as we've got some flashes coming in. No effect from that flash coming in, but right now, bomb sliding by, real quick shots. Ooh, got to play your life, dropping down. Kills, doesn't kill the player that was weak, but now Army's swinging through. They've got a 1 player left on Shenandoah. Mossman against the world, trying to keep this map alive, and unfortunately Reacts does take him down. Wonderful shooting from him, and a great play overall from both sides.
Yeah, amazing map. I don't know about you, Seth. I felt like that map was like an hour and a half long. Just the amount of strategy and each team approaching the offense rounds so carefully, taking their time, especially Army. We saw them being aggressive the first couple rounds, but then taking their time, moving very methodically and slowly up the map, and ultimately it was beneficial for them. They pull out the dub 6-4 and take an early 2-0 lead on Shenandoah University.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really close game. We definitely saw that Shenandoah's strength is that attacking side, and as you had mentioned before, I hadn't realized how powerful that attacking position can be. Like, once you get that bomb down, it's really hard to dislodge people from that attacking side, and it's only if they're able to convert a little bit more on defense, which is one of the most shocking things. Like, normally defenders have an easier time on S&D, but this map, I mean, it's unique in how it's played with all those little nooks and crannies that you can hide.
Yeah, you get bombed down on A. Defense has to not only sprint in time, because you have limited amount of time once that bomb goes down. You have to check left. You have to check right. I mean, you had said it several times, said the verticality of that map. There's second and third stories on some of those buildings. And so the offense seemed to be really strong as we watched some of the replays. Again, just such a battle. Both teams going back to back to back. You saw Relic with this huge kill, but Army ended up overtaking it here. Again, with this ideal pinch out of the team, Relic was one shot from that gunfight and couldn't finish it off. Here, Moss just not able to reload fast enough, gets eliminated. SU was just that close, but again, Army playing flawless at times and able to pull out the map.
It was a really, really close series of games. I mean, once again, you always love seeing something that goes 5-6 or 4-6. Really great play from all around. I mean, just in general, it was just there's a few key kills that came in towards the end. You know, Moss trying to push that guy to get the defuse off and just getting caught out with bad timing. Once again, this is one of those matches that could have gone either way.
Yeah, and if I'm Army, I'm feeling really good heading into map 3. And if I'm SU, yes, I'm disappointed I dropped the first 2 maps. I know I said Karachi is a toss-up, but I think you're starting to figure this Army team out in the way they play. We saw some effective trading. Like here, unfortunately for Relic, it's a 3v1. Here, Moss just not able to finish that kill. But again, a few kills go the other way, and that game's going into round 11. So I think each side is starting to figure each other out. this map number 3 should be very, very competitive.
Oh, I believe it'll be very competitive. It's gonna be interesting to see how they take on this hardpoint style again. And I know it's such a peculiar position to be in, where there's only 2 game modes. So if you happen to not focus one of them before you came in, well, you better hope that you didn't focus search and destroy, because there's just overwhelmingly more hardpoints in this. It really is a respawn game right now.
Yeah, and as we look at the map results, Reacts 11-7, Neppy 10-7, Merc and Jukes just behind them 5-7, 5-8. Again, I can't say it enough. This Army team just so well-rounded. It seems that every role, their chemistry, everything is just clicking now. You could definitely tell that they've been practicing. And Said, you bring up a good point. You know, when we were off stream, I was talking to the Florida Gulf Coast guys, and I think it's noticeable, but they said, hey, we knew everyone was going to be practicing search and destroy, because that's always what happens at the beginning of a new game. Rather than practicing search, we've been practicing hardpoint. And lo and behold, we have 3 hardpoint maps in the rotation, as you can see here, and we're heading into Karachi hardpoint. Teams that practice hardpoint leading into this tournament probably have an advantage here on land.
I would have to agree with you. I mean, you can see the prep for the teams that really focused on hardpoint and their ability to push when needed, and we're getting ready to see that right now. I'm not sure who focused what, if it was Shenandoah or Army that really focused hardpoint in their preparation, but hopefully we have a really close match here and we keep pushing this series forward. Shenandoah's got to take this map to stay alive, or Army takes it and they have another shutout 3-0 victory.
Yeah, and it's really interesting off the initial break. No team even going for it. We saw 25 seconds tick off the clock before Army even jumped on. What's great for Army is not only were they able to get that initial time, they're also able to kind of secure the P2 rotations. But we see Shenandoah get 3 kills here, maybe starting to push forward a little bit, but Army is ready for P2. Let's see how SU can adapt and maybe push through and secure these P2 rotations.
Yeah, we can see a couple Army players already holding for that rotation right now. Shenandoah is locking down this site, trying to milk out as many points as they can, but Army's set up to catch this rotate. It looks like they've got a couple players up above, and they do catch a Shenandoah player out in the open, unfortunately for them, but now it's in favor of Army holding this point down as players come flooding in from all over, trying to track it. Stuns coming in, and now those points are ticking up, and it looks like it may tie up here in just a moment.
Yeah. So Army tying it up. I didn't even realize that Shenandoah had the lead, to be honest, that it's so back and forth. But it looks like Army might have P3 spawns here. I think 7 actually just got a really fortunate spawn. SU, though, starting to push across the map. It looks like they're okay with Army getting this 20 seconds or so of scrap. They really want P3. This is a money hill here on Karachi. Let's see if they can secure the map positioning and get a full 60 here on P3.
That would be absolutely massive for whoever takes this point, especially for Shenandoah. It'd give them a really big boost. Stevo with 2 really nice frags against Reacts and Jux. And now Neppy, he's trying to push in, trying to get some feet onto this site. But Stevo's going to push with that pistol and get a nice frag on him. Pop the reload, and now it looks like Shenandoah's got a pretty solid defense on here as Army's going for a 4-prong approach to try and take out all the players on this hardpoint.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Army players that get eliminated spawning well across the map. But number 6 here is one to watch. Merc is being so patient. He gets spotted, though, but he's playing his life, sliding back and forth, waiting for his team. Relic eventually does get that pick. Army playing extremely patient, maybe a little too patient here, but we're seeing it pay off now that they get time on the hill with 20 seconds still left. Again, just methodical with their approach to these hard points. We see Neppy with the 2-piece. No one on time, but Army breaking that hill, not allowing SU get a ton of time, and it looks like it's a race for P4 at this point.
And we can see Stevo jumping out. He wasn't able to clear that door corner that had the Armor player behind it, and does get caught out as he jumps out. Really bad area to be in. I mean, there's just not a lot of cover when you go out into that street, and there's so many different high rises looking down on it. Reacts with the pre-aim, and he does get him through the wall. It looks like Army is going to be right on top of this next point as 3-4 kills come flying in for their favor. Shenandoah's got to get their spawns in order and get a counteroffensive going here.
Yeah, Shenandoah getting another slow start in the respawn. We're going to see them pick up over time, but they got to pick it up before it's too late. It's still close, 82-52. We see Army with positioning, but SU getting close spawns here. Stevo getting a pick. sliding in. Mossman maybe starting to heat up a little bit. SU taking control with plenty of time left. They cannot forget about the rotations, though. As you're saying, they have to start securing map control, or else they're going to keep spawning all over the place.
And that's going to be the hardest part of this entire match. It's going to be maintaining those spawns on this map. I mean, right now you can see it pretty close, just 20 seconds out from tying this match up. Going slightly over as the time bleeds out on this final hard point, just letting it go to waste. But Army is in position to receive Shenandoah coming in here on this next point.
Yeah, and P4, Merc had a massive two-piece to keep SU from getting significant time. Again, I feel like I'm a broken record. I keep saying that. Army getting massive kills to keep SU from getting points. But SU swarming in, killing 3 Army players, but Jukes with the two-piece. Massive play out of him. Stevo has to play his life. Don't overextend. You have reinforcements coming, but so does Army. Play your life. Get as much time as possible. Let your team play around you and trust those kills. But Merc, whoa, X-ray vision. What is that? Shooting through the wall, getting some good tags. But SU holding strong. I'm really impressed with this P5 hold from them.
Yeah, they're doing really good. Toxic popping that dead silence right as he rounds the corner, is able to pick up that frag, still keeping that alive and putting it to good use. He might be able to circle back around MWIII here and see if he can convert some of those frags into really pivotal things. And Mossman's doing just that, taking Merc out, but unfortunately being taken out himself as we switch over to Toxic and watch him trying to wrap around to this middle point, the really exposed one, and catch this Army player out.
Yeah, Relic in a tough spot here up top with the submachine gun, but throws out a Simtech. His teammate slides onto point. Moss picks up another. They're going trade for trade here in mid. Merc with a massive two-piece finally gets traded out. SU still holding point. Army kind of spawning all over the place. They're getting split spawns. It'll be interesting to see if SU can pick this up. Almost an impossible read on their point, but they have to start thinking about P2. They're flooding into middle, which is leading to time right now, but no map control. But we see one finally starting to rotate as Army picks up a three-piece on P1. SU gets a fortunate spawn, number 2. Mossman spawns right on point. Let's see if they can knock down this first wave of Army push onto P2. And as I say that, Reacts gets picked. Yeah, sorry, Seth.
But then switches back. And you know, it's the caster's curse, but it's tied up a little bit. Looks like it's going to go in Army's favor in just a moment here as MWIII swings that corner. Jux getting that frag. Jux picking up the rifle again, but then finally being taken out by Toxic. And seeing if maybe we can get Shenandoah on that point, but Army is playing shutout defense right now. People flying all over the place as Stevo's trying his best with that pistol to get onto this point and get those frags. He's a player wraps behind, and Merc with another frag.
Yeah, I think Stevo unfortunately got caught in a YY there and ended up with his pistol in hand instead of his AR. But hey, listen, if you're at Shenandoah, you're okay with these results. We're heading into this rotation. It's almost tied up. You're barely down. You're starting to heat up a little bit. You know, some of your players started triple, quadruple negative, but now they're picking it up. This is the best case scenario if you're Shenandoah. They have P3 rotation set. Let's see if they can take a deep breath. Again, slow things down. This has been the classic case for Shenandoah, maybe playing a little too fast. If they can slow things down on P3, they had a great hold last time. Army, though, methodically approaches this hill. Let's see if they can get a break.
Yeah, and we can see Mossman with a really nice, or Stevo, really nice frag on MWIII there. As Mossman, he's already behind that counter, cooking up some espresso for his team, trying to get those points up on the board. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty decent hold coming in right now. Really great frags coming in from Shenandoah. Relic with a solid burst coming in there, but MWIII does trade out Stevo from behind that bar finally. However, right now Shenandoah still does have bodies on this point, and they can maximize, you know, their return on this investment of that point. They are going to be able to push it just up to tie or slightly over, actually.
Yeah, and MWIII getting some crucial kills there, just staying alive top chicken, and it's going to pay off for Army. Again, such a slow approach to this P3, but both times on both rotations, they've seen at least 20 points coming in the form of scrap time, which has been really beneficial, and it's really the difference in the game right now, right? They're about to be up by 40 points, which is the scrap they've picked up off of that slow approach to P3, both rotations.
Yeah, and right now you can see Shenandoah's going to go ahead and set up to get this next one. They do have bodies on that point, as it looks like Army, they've kind of scattered out throughout the map. See how these spawns come in as trades start picking up. It does look like Shenandoah no longer is getting points on that board, as an Army player is pushing down there into bottom. And that's the bad part. I mean, like, you're just caught in this hallway. From any angle, you can be shot.
Yeah, and I kind of like that hesitation play out of Shenandoah because it kind of had Army guessing, where are they? But as soon as Shenandoah jumps on point, Army says, okay, they're on P4. Let's converge on it. We're in position to do so. And you see their position on the map is beneficial. Jukes with 2, Merc with another. SU going 3 down and having to just flood this hill. They got to slow down. They got to play more methodically if they want to trade on this point. But now they also got to be thinking P5 because they can't give up too much scrap, but they also can't lose that initial rotation to new.
Completely correct. I mean, it's so close. They need one single good hold. If they can lock down 1 point, that'll put them back in the game. But right now, I mean, Army, they're getting just not the whole team, not like a full preemptive rotate, but they're getting 1, 2 people just in a very strange spot. Like you see Toxic able to clear that out. Is he able to clear out more as he pushes in, but he gets caught out. It's just the timing seems to be off. It's not lining up for him.
Yeah, and I think it's really a testament to Army's positioning on the map, as I said before. I mean, they just have every angle covered. To your point, said Shenandoah's going to have to time it perfectly as they push because of Army's positioning, but I mean, things just aren't going their way. You know, COD timing here, out of place there, and Army's just playing flawless Call of Duty right now as they're only 12 points away from 3-0ing Shenandoah here in their last match of the day.
And it looks like Relic was doing his best to try and hold on and get a few points there. Now Mossman, he's also going to lock in the Army. They're just getting these trades because the spawns are coming out. They're not great, really, for either side. It seems to be kind of all over the place. And this is looking like a pub with how they're throwing themselves at it. But whenever you're down to 11 points, you've got to get bodies on that point. Only 8 seconds left. Slightly less now. The Army's holding down this middle point. Shenandoah's got to get in there and contest that. And unfortunately, they're unable to do so.
Yeah, and I'm laughing not because Shenandoah lost, but because as you can see, Army immediately jumps up. I can't see behind me right now, but I could hear them getting loud and getting hype, which is well-deserved. Again, flawless Call of Duty on that Karachi hardpoint. Again, just Army really, really impressed with just their methodical, slow approach, both in search and destroy and breaking hills and hardpoint, said.
Yeah, Army, they played some fantastic Call of Duty in this 3-game series. I mean, it got close at a few points there early on, but they did that thing where they maintained just enough of a lead to feel comfortable, try some risky things, and ended off paying off for them, especially on that last hard point that we just had. I mean, they were getting those spawns all sorts of jacked up. It was kind of impossible to predict where players are going to be coming from. So you've got all these independent gunfights going on, and you'll be able to see it if you look down there in the bottom left. Everyone at home, you can see really weird spawns coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, on the side of Shenandoah, that's just so frustrating, right? I've been on the receiving end of that where, to your point, said, their positioning is so good that you're spawning all over the place. They have such good control. You just don't know where they're going to come from. You're scrambling to get in position. Because they have all the angles covered, you're not ever really able to get there. So you just feel like you're constantly sprinting throughout the match, but maybe not making much progress. And so Shenandoah had it close at one point. Extremely frustrating with the just tactical approach from Army there. And again, I think that's really a testament to just Army playing kind of flawless Call of Duty across this 3-map series. Shenandoah had some glimmers of hope. They had some shining moments, but Army just consistent across the board. None of their players really going triple positive at any point. Everyone just pulling their weight, right?
Yep, absolutely agree with that. It was just, I mean, it was a really impressive series. I look forward to seeing what both teams are able to do tomorrow as we've, settle into those brackets and start moving through the final bit of that tournament play. And whoever has to go up against Army, they're going to have a pretty tough battle. And then whoever Shenandoah matches with, it's going to be, they're going to be duking it out for these final positions tomorrow.
Yeah, and as I was saying, kind of an even spread across the board. You had Merc kind of standing out from the pack with a 1.54 KD with over 2 minutes on time. It seemed like Merc had Shenandoah's number throughout these 3 maps. Always going positive, always getting a lot of time on hill. Definitely a great series from him, but also got to give a shout out to the rest of the Army guys and the guys at Shenandoah. Everyone playing solid COD across those 3 different maps. As you said, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow when both of these teams go back, regroup, talk it over. I think we see a stronger Shenandoah team show up, and I think we see an even more consistent Army team on land tomorrow afternoon.
I agree. I mean, if there's one thing Army has, it's their consistency. Looking at those frags at the end, I mean, 20, 20, 18, and 18, you can't really get more equal weight pulling from a team than that. So it'll be interesting to see if they can continue that tomorrow, being in a different place and seeing how all the other teams adapt after having all this footage. I don't know if maybe the coach is going to pull a late one tonight and try and get some film and take some notes, or if it's just going to be a good night out, a little bit of melatonin, get some sleep.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the side of Shenandoah and you want to spend some time looking over some VOD this evening, I think there's just a few tweaks that you make, and I think it maybe isn't much in the gameplay or the style that they have, but maybe in the roles. I think that maybe you put some ARs in some of the submachine guns' hands, and you put some submachine guns in some of the hands of the ARs. I think a slight role change on the side of Shenandoah might be beneficial tomorrow, as we see some people playing fast with ARs and slower with subs, or vice versa, and so I think that they're going to have some really valuable conversation this evening. Come back again, like I said, stronger tomorrow. Not that they played poorly today, just on the losing end of two of their matches, both to Army. So they're going to study this film, maybe change up a few of the roles on the team, but come back strong tomorrow.
I think it'll be some very interesting games that we've got lined up tomorrow. And I'm not sure if I don't have the full schedule. Will there be more matches after this, or is this the final wrap-up for the evening?
I am not sure, Seth. I think that there might be one more match after this. I would love to see a schedule or a bracket from broadcast at some point, but I know, unfortunately, Seth, this is my last match for the evening. I'm looking down at you here on screen. It's been an absolute honor to cast with you today. I mean, we'll be back in, less than 24 hours here at Shenandoah University Esports Arena at the Winter Warfare Invitational. That's a mouthful. But, man, it's been such a pleasure here on stream with you. I really appreciate all the interactivity, keeping it mostly appropriate in chat, and rooting for your schools. It's been a great day of Call of Duty thus far.
I have to agree. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you, and I look forward to picking it back up tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp, and doing it all over again with some amazing teams, amazing production, and some amazing people running this whole event. Very fortunate to have been able to do this, and let's look out and get some good casts and calls tomorrow and have a lot of fun.
Yeah, and as we prepare for tomorrow, again, as said, we will show up at 9 o'clock, but I believe the tournament goes live again at 10 a.m. sharp, so be looking out for that. Thanks, production. We got the bracket up here, bracket A. We can see 1-1. We just saw Army and Shenandoah. Shenandoah dropping down to that 3rd seed, Army securing the 2 seed, Georgia Southern with that 1st seed, and ODU entering tomorrow at that 4th seed. So I believe out of this bracket, we'll see ODU and Shenandoah start in the elimination bracket, while Army and Georgia Southern will be at the top. And that's really important for Georgia Southern and Army, because being in that winner's bracket means that they have to lose twice to be eliminated, while Shenandoah and ODU, if they have one bad match, that's the end of their LAN.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one tomorrow. It's definitely gonna be really tight between all the teams. Some players, like you said, they're gonna be fighting for their life. I'm not sure exactly the full structure of everything, but if you're that 1st seed, I don't know if you get a bye or if you're going right into it with how we have the teams staggered. But I mean, it's gonna be another long day. Let's see if they can get a lot of rest and see if some of those teams that maybe not have had the stellar performance they wanted today are able to turn that around and make an underdog run.
Yeah, as you said, long day tomorrow. Definitely a long day of COD today. I'm starting to get a little tired, Seth. With that in mind, we're going to throw it to a short break. We'll be right back with more action here at the Winter Warfare Invitational at Shenandoah University. Welcome back to the Winter Warfare Invitational here at Shenandoah University. My name's Chris, the esports prof, Scroggins. I'm joined by Sed. Sed, it has been a long day at Call of Duty. How you holding up, buddy?
I'm doing well, you know, trying to keep that natural energy going through it all. We've got our last game that we're talking about here. We've got GMU versus Wright State, Map 5 Karachi Search. It could be, you know, Search, it doesn't feel like it takes that long sometimes whenever you're going through them, or those games can be absolutely grueling. So let's see how this one finishes it out. Try and keep it strong, and you know we'll let Virgil and Rich wrap it up for us at the end.
Yeah, and you gotta excuse me if I seem a little distracted. I got GMU right here to my right, and so I can hear them getting hype. The atmosphere, although you see the seats behind me are mostly empty, everyone's still here. They're just gathered around the final team, so they're just off camera getting ready for this round, or this map 5. Let's see who comes out on top here. If I remember correctly, Said Wright State was really strong in their last search and destroy we saw on stream.
Oh yeah, they had a very dominant performance. I want to say it was a 6-1 match. I don't remember exactly who they were playing against, but they had a very, very dominant performance. So it'll be interesting to see right now. I mean, tied up 2-2, we've got two very powerful teams going against each other. And as we get the little fly in here, it'll be interesting to see how this search shakes out. Yeah,
wait, this is Karachi. For a second, whoa, I'm losing my mind. I thought this was Invasion with that fly through, but yeah. Oh, I'm getting those chills again. Said we're on Karachi, map number 5, and we saw Wright State 6-1 Florida Gulf Coast earlier in the day. GMU dropped their first match, but ever since has picked up the momentum, and we see it carrying them into a Game 5 here. Let's get underway here. Map 5 Karachi, Wright State versus George Mason. Said, what are we looking at?
So we've got a nice little aerial view coming in here. It looks like they're going to run a 3-1 split, as Dunk is going to potentially push in over here to Starboy, who's holding this this off angle towards that A bomb site. But they're actually just getting it in. Oh, they were going fast on that bomb plant, but unable to actually get it down. So now they got to wait. They got to try and get that bomb back. It's a bad place to be in, right there out in the open.
Yeah, especially in that P4 building, right? It looks like George Mason has maybe rotated 2 back Percepts with their second kill of the round. Oh, Starboy making that 3. It is a 1v4 situation here early for Wright State. George Mason playing extremely tactical, just holding angles and sight lines, picking that bomb off on B. Like you said, almost impossible to recover, and we see GMU take an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, not a whole lot that that last player was able to do there. You know, pushing in the 4 players, highly unlikely to result in a win, especially at such a high level like this. But we'll see what Wright State's able to do on, I believe, are they on the attack? They are on the defense now. So let's see how their defense shapes up here on this match.
Yeah, and so this match, I think we had talked about Karachi before. It is extremely difficult to win an offensive round, right? Like we just saw George Mason just holding angles and getting picks. Oh, but we do see Daunt coming face to face with the GMU player. Starboy able to get that trade, 3v3. Germ, wow, with an unbelievable kill. Cammy trading that out. We're seeing him go back and forth, 2v2 here. I think Starboy knows where these Wright State players are, though. He does. He picks up another 1v2 situation for Wright State here.
Yeah, this is going to be, you know, 1v2. It's definitely not unwinnable, especially when you're on defense, but they're going to rotate over to that B bomb site, so he's going to have to be on the offense, unfortunately, as he starts to rotate over. So Starbot's going to have to clutch up if he wants to get this. I mean, bomb going down right there, 45 seconds to defend. And now he knows where it's at. It's over at B, and these guys are going to tuck back into the corner here. It's going to be really hard for him to take them out of this position.
Yeah, not to take away from the in-game play here. I thought I was going crazy. Starbot and Starboy, and they're on different teams. I kept seeing Starbot, and I thought it was Starboy, and I was seeing Starboy, and I thought it was Starbot. Okay, I got it cleared away now. Starbot up for Wright State. Starboy up for George Mason as well. Let's see Starboy getting the kill on Starbot to take an early 2-0 lead for George Mason.
I know that had me going for a loop for just a moment there myself. Talk about a coincidence, that's for sure. Only a 1-letter difference. Well, I guess bot uses a 0 as opposed to an O, but You know, we'll try and keep them straight best we can as we get into this. Right State getting ready to take that bomb and run it in. See if they can pick up their first round for this this search and destroy that we've got on Karachi.
Yeah, we've seen George Mason playing really slow and methodical. I know I've used that word a lot in the last couple of matches, but both Army and George Mason having similar play styles in Search and Destroy. We see them again just waiting, looking for a pick here early on. But Wright State finally going to find that first blood. That's going to tell GMU, hey, let's rotate. Let's see if Wright State commits to that B plant or if they try to rotate A. But it does look like Bomb's going down on B. Number 5 right there. He kills him, but Bomb is down. So that is a great play from Wright State. Let's see if GMU can retake. It's a 2 versus 3. Now a 1 versus 3. Cammy might just play life here. He hasn't lost a life yet, so he might be playing streaks. Oh! One line off the ladder
ran right
there.
by each other. Right by each other. And yeah, it looks like, well, he might be able to capitalize here. I mean, that's a 2v1 if he can push in and get the frags that he needs. He knows where 1 is. He's going to push in hard, and he does get taken out. A valiant effort on his part to try and clean that up and see if he can get that defuse.
Yeah, he was running in there. I mean, definitely a valiant effort. Again, he was 3-0. I don't know if I would stop. I would play slower, try to pick up another pick, go into, you know, round 4, 4-0, just 2 away from that glide bomb. But, you know, valiant effort on his part. Movement really great there. Let's see if Wright State can pick up a win on defense. George Mason won their last round on offense, so let's see what adjustments Wright State's going to make out of the gate here.
Yeah, I see a lot of trophies coming down here to try and block that util coming in, but Snake does take a shot, seemingly coming right through the smoke, and hits. He does get an impact on one of those players, but you know, just getting blocked up, those trophy sentries are massively important for something like this, and the bomb does go down. Unfortunately, he's unable to burst him. Really thought he was going to get that hat. The player had to be just at a few life on that final burst.
Yeah, I mean, George Mason playing extremely aggressive. We finally see Snakelet getting that kill. It's a 4v2 retake here for Wright State. Again, George Mason just strolled on in there, planted the bomb. We don't typically see that. Starboy, great trigger discipline. Gets that kill, going to relocate. Does get picked up by Germ, and Wright State going to tie this up at 2-2 going into round 5.
Yeah, that was really smart on his part to just sit there and kind of wait to see if he could bait out any additional players. I mean, very, very impressive game sense that a lot of these players have. The moment I see the guy, I'm just like, all right, well, let's take him out. You know, I don't want him to defuse the bomb, but trying to use that bomb planter as bait, just, you know, coax some of the other teammates to come out. Didn't quite work in his favor, but I love the idea.
Yeah, and I think if he can get around the corner to the back steps there, that's a different story. I mean, like you said, just that patience really paid off for a second, but fortunately for Wright State, they were able to pick him off before he gets around the corner. Speaking of pick, Germ able to get away with this live just barely. We have number 1 and number 7 over on the right side of the map set. It looks like they're just looking at each other. I'm assuming one's on the second floor, one's on the first floor. And yep, as we look at Germ's POV, we can see that. It looks like Wright State, though, might be maybe making our first play we've seen towards A here.
Yeah, and I think this could be very beneficial for them. You know, Starboy, he's holding down this alley, and that's the worst thing to try and push through. Bomb's just waiting outside, and it looks like they did get some players rotating off a B to reinforce. So Germ with a nice pick. Germ with a second pick. Huge entry frag as the bomb comes in. What is he? He's waiting? He's waiting? All right, he finally takes him out. I feel like maybe just a little bit too long, but he did bait another player in there, Starboy. Getting taken out by Germ. I guess Germ said, hey, you know, this is going to be my round, guys. Let me get the last one, get a nice 4K.
Yeah, we have Germ at 7-2 on the side of Wright State. We Starboy's patient play again, just benefiting George Mason there. Ultimately, Wright State is able to trade him out finally. Germ picking up, I think, 3 out of the 4 in that round, just absolutely popping off and making crucial plays for Wright State to take the lead as we head into round 6.
Yeah, really, really big plays coming in from Germ on that. Actually, he got the 4K.
Yeah.
He aced that round. Wow, that is impressive, Germ. 8-2 right now. Impact kills.
Yeah, someone give this man a thing of glitch energy for his performance. Good grief. I think that might be our first ace we've seen today. I mean, we've been playing COD for well over 8 hours at this point, and Germ picking up a perfect round here when it matters the most to give Wright State a lead. As we say that, though, we see George Mason about to hit A. Was that a streak or was that an explosion from a Semtex, said?
Not 100% sure. I know he threw a Semtex over in that area, so I'm inclined to believe that. Maybe blew up a car or something like that. But bomb is down in favor of George Mason. Only 2 Wright State players up right now. See if they're able to push in and maybe get some of these picks. Germ dropping in.
Oh, Germ doesn't see him on the steps!
He doesn't see him on the steps!
Oh, Germ!
It's stressing me out.
Germ, turn around! Oh, Germ is surrounded, said, and he doesn't even know it, man. Oh, man, if he picks up that kill on steps, it might be a different story, but both players just didn't see one another. Germ walks right by the player on the steps, and the player on the steps just stands up and goes upstairs.
Yeah, that stressed me out. With how eagle-eye some of these players are, the fact that they ran just right by each other, it's absolutely uncanny.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about a close match, and we want to have it any other way here to close out our time on stream. Said 3-3, map 5. I'm hoping for a round 11. Both of these teams seem extremely evenly matched here as Wright State looks to pick up a win on offense.
Yeah, Starbot with a really nice frag coming in. It would be huge for these players, you know, trying to get that second seed is going to be massive. It really determines your bracket loadout. And Tuna taking out Snake, Starboy flying in again, taking out Dunk, and now it's a 2v3. So Wright State, I mean, they've got to get that bomb, but it's caught out there in the open, and you can see GMU players rotating over towards A as Starbot takes down Tuna. So I'm not quite sure where this is going to go.
Yeah, and I'm really confused by that play, honestly, said. I thought that maybe GMU knew that bomb was down B. Maybe they were just trying to cover all their bases and go check A, but with that rotation, their other teammate gets picked, Tuna does, and now Wright State, they capitalize on that opportunity to put it down, and we see Germ continue to pop off. It's a 2v1 here. Let's see if Cammy can go huge. Germ, absolutely one shot. Let's see if Starbot can cover him as he regens and see what Cammy decides to do here.
Oh, really nice shots. He played that staircase very well, not exposing himself till he got right up on top of that player and giving Wright State a very nice win on that round. Only 2 more, and they're able to take this series home. But we know that's going to be a battle all the way through.
Yeah. If I'm George Mason there, I'm questioning, hey, why did we rotate over to A really quick? We could have just camped on B, but again, we can see everything, right? We have an overview of the map. They might not have known bomb was down at B. They tried to pivot back quickly. They did a pretty good job at doing so. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the man advantage, and Wright State took advantage of some of those early bloods in order to win that round.
Yeah, we've got Dunk right here. He's waiting. He tried to time it just right. Unfortunately, I think he's going to get caught out. He almost got away from him right there. But now Starboy, he's sneaking around. He's going to get the flank on this Wright State player. Potentially, my goodness, this guy is flying through the map. Yeah, and they just traded positions.
Yeah, and I think the Wright State player saw Starboy. Starboy definitely didn't see the Wright State player, which actually worked to his advantage. He was able to get away with his life and just sit in a corner. We see Wright State down. It's a 2v4. You know, we've been giving Germ props for his 9-3 performance. Starboy is also 9-4. We have to give props where props are due. We see Wright State trying to guess where bomb is at. They're about to know because bomb's down on A. 2v4 situation, retake for Wright State. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting retake. I mean, only 2 players against a full 4 stack. It's going to be hard to break this. Germ taking some shots to the back from Percepts. And Starboy also taking it. 1 life on Percepts. He just, if he stubs his toe wrong, he's going down. But not quite converting in favor of Wright State to get those impacts that they need. As Starboy's just, you know, his favorite positions hanging out right there. And JMU taking a really nice round. Tying it up 4-4.
Yeah, GMU ties it up 4-4. I think that was Starboy's 10th kill. Already in double digits with at least 2 rounds left. Yeah, 10-4. It's a Germ versus Starboy right now, right? Not that anyone else is playing poorly. It's just these 2 guys from each side are just popping off.
Yeah, this is some really impressive play that we've been seeing going on between these 2 teams. To say they're equally matched would be an understatement. These guys are on the same level, and it's just who can eke out that slight advantage in the setup or the timing or really just the COD luck.
Yeah, yeah, and if I'm Wright State, oh, we see Perceps pick up that first kill on Germ. That's going to hurt Wright State, but Starbot's going to even it up, so it's a 3v3 here. If I'm Wright State, I'm questioning, oh, Starboy picks up a kill. If I'm Wright State, I'm questioning, why am I trying to go B? We haven't really won a round yet. GMU seems to have mastered this B retake, but they do get the bomb down. Tuna overlooking, he gets some information with that nade. Cammy picks up that kill, understanding that there's someone on bomb. Let's see what Dunk can do in this 1v3 situation.
Yeah, this is going to be really challenging for Dunk as the defuse is going to come in. Starboy flanking behind Dunk and Cammy turning and catching him, just falling right in, you know, getting pinched by 3 people. There's not a whole lot you can do in that situation.
Yeah, and they saw Dunk jump from Satellite, I think, or AC up there, down into Chicken Coops, and I really like the play out of George Mason. They just said, hey, we have a 3v1 situation. Someone go Chicken, someone watch over Bomb, and someone stick it, right? They're not going to waste any time there to take a chance to let a 1v3 happen. They jump on Bomb, get a quick defuse. Now they're up 5-4, game point George Mason.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I mean, this has got to be the round for JMU or for GMU to tie it up, or not to tie it up, but to take the win. And Wright State's got to get the tie here, and then try and go for a back-to-back.
Yeah, I think there's a few players on Wright State that have maybe overextended at times, so if I'm Wright State, I'm playing extremely patient. They don't know those Starboys right here. Starboy with a huge win on Snakelet, gets away with his life, going to just lay down, play life, regen. We see Perceps pick up another one. Dunk with a huge kill, though. We got a 2v3 situation. Starboy picks it up, down to a 1v3, all riding on Dunk here in a 5-4 round. George Mason game point. Let's see how Dunk plays this out.
Yeah, he's got to just send it. I mean, there's nothing you can really do. You know, he's trying to dance around, but 3 players, you've got to look everywhere and hit all of your shots as that bomb does go down.
Yeah, and what's tough? Yeah, what's tough there, sorry, Seth, is that Dunk gets spotted out, right? So they know that he's somewhere mid, most likely has wrapped Chicken, so all eyes just fixated on where he's coming from. Dunk does pick up one. GMU gets the trade. As you can hear behind me, GMU is maybe a little fired up here on LAN. Dropped their first match of the day, but win the rest, and they are hyped. They're letting everyone hear it here said. You can see them wrapping up behind me, wasting no time in-game, wasting no time cleaning up and getting out of here.
Oh, yeah, I don't blame them for wanting to get out of there. They've played a lot of Call of Duty today, and especially finishing out that series, taking the 2nd seed for that bracket, and just, I mean, that was a slog. That was a battle for those last couple matches, bringing it down to just 2-round difference. And it's very impressive to see on Search.
Yeah, I was really impressed with GMU's bounce back throughout the day. Again, they dropped a match early on this afternoon, but the last 2 matches, they played really well. We saw that neck and neck. Again, I think Wright State is going back and just wondering, you know, where did things go wrong? Because to your point, very evenly matched. I think they go back, watch the VOD tonight, maybe pick up 1 or 2 things that could have gone in their way if they would have maybe made a different play. But other than that, pretty much flawless COD out of both sides there as we watch match number 5.
Yeah, that was some really fantastic COD. A pleasure to jump on over to this, even though it was the last map, to get to see this play out. A really great, you know, full series, all 5 games with a lot of really great highlights that I know these guys are going to want to clip for themselves to add to that portfolio. And overall, just fantastically even match COD.
Yeah, and as we're watching the replays here, really we have to highlight Starboy's patience here. Picks up 1, understands someone's coming back, right? He picks up this kill, spins around, lays down, picks up the 2nd. You know, on the side of George Mason, it was Starboy. On the side of Wright State, it was Germ. It was just back and forth throughout, as we're seeing here. Tuna with this crucial kill onto B. I think Wright State actually pulled this one out, though. Again, just an absolute slugfest as both sides traded back and forth round for round.
Yep, overall, a really fantastic series that we had here, and I'm looking forward to how these brackets are going to be built out tomorrow and seeing how that shapes up, because I know we've got a lot of great games coming in stall for you guys, so make sure to check back in tomorrow. And And we'll be here for you. We'll be doing it again. You know, you'll get to enjoy the wonders of Scroggs and Sed, and also Virgil and all of them and everyone. And I'm rambling because my brain just shut off after all of this fantastic Call of Duty.
You are good. You are good. We're looking at the map results here, and Starboy 13-5. Which one of you is Starboy? Who's Starboy behind me? Which one? Long hair. Hey, Starboy. He can't hear me, but I'm giving him some air knucks. 13-5, dropping a 2.6 KD here on land to take that map number 5. Just ice in his veins, right? And again, we got to give props to everyone here said, not only GMU, Wright State, Army, SU, all the other teams that we've had the pleasure of watching today, but we can't forget the tournament staff and the broadcast staff as well. Everyone has been performing at a top level, absolutely an immaculate experience here on land at Shenandoah University. I just got to give a huge shout out to everyone.
Yes, everyone. Fantastic job, and we look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Broadcast, you know, they've always got something special planned for you guys, trying to keep it going and having some great games. Here, you're going to have Rich and Virgil coming in for that last match for you guys to round it out, and then we'll be back bright and early in the morning. So it's been an absolute pleasure to cast today.
Yeah, Seth. It's been a great day. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, for contributing and participating in chat. We are actually going to send it to a short break. Seth and I are going to hop off desk. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, though. We'll be back soon here at the Winter Warfare Invitational at Shenandoah University.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game of the Winter Warfare Invitational. I am, of course, Big Rich X, joined by the vivacious, the voluptuous, the absolutely fantastic Virgil, who's been with me every step of the way. Virgil, you still got enough energy left with me?
Absolutely. You know, I'm always here ready for some fantastic Call of Duty. Looking forward to this match between Syracuse Orange and the Old Dominion Monarchs.
Woo! Gonna be a fun one, competing for the 7th and 8th seeds respectively, getting everything set and situated for our final setup and bracket for tomorrow. And I know we've already seen a lot of wonderful things from Syracuse. I have not had the chance to cast for Old Dominion today, but I'm excited that I get that chance right as we are about to wrap up. Syracuse, of course, we are looking forward to seeing them on Subbase once again, hopping over to a back-to-back Skid Row, and should we get to see it, a back-to-back Terminal. Either way, gonna be an interesting one, and I'm excited to see Tej tear it up in Subbase once again, Virgil.
Absolutely. Terminal, a map we've both been hoping would come into the rotation for a match we'd see today. Has not quite happened yet, but may still come around in this set here. Definitely looking forward to seeing Syracuse show up and play. We saw earlier Tej putting in a lot of work against George Mason, so the question is, can ODU match that? Both these teams finished 4th in the bottom of their group, so the question is, this is deciding for 7th versus 8th seed. So now it's the battle of the bottom, unfortunately, and ODU has got to try and fight what they can. I heard some good things about Old Dominion when they were playing earlier today. So the question is, will it carry on into the match against Syracuse that we're headed into right now? Once again, as per usual, Frizz. I'm sorry. It looks like, was there a roster change from Syracuse?
So either way, Tej and company getting things started with a first blood. Some nades getting tossed out and traded all in P1 as Syracuse is off to the races on this P1 point, Virgil.
Absolutely. Really fascinating stuff starting off already. Now playing without Howell, have Frizz in place, so no idea what to expect from that side of Syracuse, but not even the faintest what to expect from Old Dominion. Love and Raw currently holding down the point, grabbing some points. It looks like they might be restarting, probably just a technical issue, I assume. So sometimes it happens. For those, for those of you who've taken part in a tournament before, seen run it, whatever part you've been a part of, you've seen it happens. Technical difficulties, human error is bound to come about, but still looks like a good start there. Human. Absolutely, and off the bat already, we saw Old Dominion with a couple little early fights. They got a couple up, and they were already on point, holding down the hard point.
Yeah, now everything. We are on the precipice of finishing, ladies and gentlemen, of completing this LAN. We are tired. We are hungry. We want to make sure we get these teams the spotlight they deserve, so please be patient with us while we get everything set and situated. Now, we haven't seen a whole lot of Subbase, but it is the one map Syracuse was able to win against George Mason, if my memory serves me right. So I'm hoping they can replicate that here, give us a good start, and might go for the sweep against Old Dominion. Like you said, we are in fact at the battle of the bottom, so I'm just excited to see how these teams fare against one another, Virgil.
Exactly. I think we're definitely looking forward to a really close match here. I think these two teams are going to make absolutely, if there's a reason we would go to map 5, this could be it. But now it looks like we're headed back into Subbase, starting off once again. We'll see if they do the same strategy we saw before, and we've seen so often. Tej always heading off in his own direction, seems to be the most outside player, but putting in the most inside the team. So absolutely getting the value he needs. I am wondering what differences we may see from Syracuse, no longer having Howell in the team, but instead having Frizz. Those are all things that will have to time. Will be the only thing that can tell, but Tej already doing what Tej does best, finding an early 2-piece for the team, and Old Dominion is struggling to have a recovery here.
Yeah, Tej is just, I mean, like you were saying, he may play it lone wolf, but on those hard points, I think on the 50 bomb, he dropped the most hill time as well. So Tej might just be the MVP to lift Syracuse up out of this bottom bracket, get him that 7th seed as Frizz and Tej lock down this P1 and I think are going to get them like a solid 20, 25 points just off of the P1. So a great start. We'll see if they're able to rotate onto P2 efficiently enough and lock it down in a nice little two-piece for Old Dominion as we begin our rotation to P2.
And absolutely, we see an early lead in terms of hard points for Syracuse, but the question is, Old Dominion has a lot more kills so far. We see Tej putting in a lot of the kills for Syracuse. Trophy system brought down early will cause an explosion, not quite enough to find a kill. Booze will find a kill there on Raw. Now the question is, will he be able to find another one? Holding down the point here, the nade finds a kill. Frizz goes down. BCL able to avenge his teammate, but Booze will also be traded out. Tej able to find one, and if I know Tej, he's there in the kill feed again. Finds himself a second back-to-back. And this point still being held down by Syracuse and doing a phenomenal job here.
Tej has the same amount of kills as his entire team combined. He finally went down after going 8-0, so he's got that cruise missile in the back pocket. Raw here, trying to get the high ground, able to rotate back, Static rotating in, and a nice three-piece for Old Dominion on this rotation, but will they be able to lock down point? This is on the sub, too much expose you. It is going to be a tough hold, and Syracuse was able to break into that P2 no problem. Old Dominion might be in trouble here. Tej with a headshot before getting traded out. Booze and Tej popping off. A beautiful, beautiful two-piece, and just like that, like I said it, Syracuse breaks through, Virgil.
Yeah, Syracuse doing exactly what we may have expected from them. Seeing on the map that we saw them dominating on earlier, Tej clearly very comfortable with this map like it's a second nature, because right now, 13-3, doing everything he can to make sure his team is not only in this, but they're in it and winning it. And right now, Frizz able to find a kill. MWIII will go down. Tej brought down in the process, but the question is, will they be able to hold out this lead that they're gaining right now? 72-26 and counting. Syracuse doing a really good job to take fights. Tej finds two. BCL able to find one before he's traded out with those Modern Warfare 3 spawns. Tej also brought down in the process, and unfortunate start to that fight, but still we're seeing Tej 15-5, a 3 KD right now, and some of Old Dominion is still not even positive. So we're definitely seeing a different game here as Static actually finds two, 10-8. MWIII
Nice.
able to find two in return as well. Old Dominion with a clean, well-done takeover of that point. And I think if they can keep up with that, they'll be able to keep up with Syracuse.
Absolutely, and someone call Michael Scott, because threat level MWIII just arrived, got a 4 streak, able to break even, go positive, giving them the 5 as Old Dominion rocks it on this P4. Static lurking up top, looking for another pick, is able to take out BCL, and now has the high ground, has a lot of cover over this mid lane, and looking for some more. Tej, of course, killing out even more, 16-7 already, absolutely fragging out as BCL looks in to try and get some scrap, but just gets beamed. Booze here with the trade. Tej getting some more on the 2 streak once again. MWIII going down, unfortunately, for Old Dominion, as Syracuse is already set up on next point and looking to lock it down. Tej in the corner with some support from Frizz. Now peeking in, Tej, BCL, everyone on Syracuse dropping kills now. And Tej can't be stopped on the 4 streak. Love is able to get BCL and Booze a nice little 2-piece to bounce back as Tej deals with some shots on the cross. Able to stay up, and oh my god, Tej and Syracuse annihilating Virgil.
Unstoppable. Yeah,
That
Syracuse
was beautiful.
unstoppable. Goes on a crazy spree there to take the point back, still holding a double score of the hard points compared to Old Dominion. Old Dominion fighting where they can, trying to create themselves an opportunity to break through, but Syracuse absolutely holding down these points, not even allowing the slightest opportunity. Tej still 20-7, almost at that positive KD of 3.0, and he sets himself. Doing a good job here. Static able to find one, but traded out in the process. Booze finds a kill, but is traded out by Love. BCL able to find a kill for MWIII. But the question is, who will take over the point now that Old Dominion has it? Waiting at the hard point, sets them up for the opportunity to early cap and get a free 10 points now. The question is, will they be able to hold it down? Behind them, MWIII sneaks in, able to deny Frizz before he can even make a play. Tej brought down elsewhere as well. Booze will find a kill for Syracuse, but BCL traded out quickly afterwards. And Syracuse is just having a really hard time turning this specific point back to their own favor. We saw Old Dominion grabbing this one early on as well, and now doing the same thing that it's rotated back here in time. Syracuse going to have to find a way to break through if they want to guarantee this victory for themselves, as this is building a lot of momentum for Old Dominion.
100%. Static has done an excellent job locking down this point, playing these boxes perfectly, getting some support from MWIII and Old Dominion storming back on this P1. Syracuse had done a good job up until then, a breaking point, but a lot of that P1 pointage went to Old Dominion, especially behind Static's hold. We'll see if they are able to lock down P2 as efficiently as Syracuse picks up some scrap. Tej back on the streak, sitting at a nice 22 for 11, leading his team currently as Frizz holds on Hill. Tej is right behind him with 56, and BCL and Tej scoring kills. Frizz gets another, and now just needing one more. Tej gets it. Of course, it's Tej's Raw and company. Try to rotate back in, but Syracuse once again breaking this point, Virgil, and just doing a good job of holding it for the rest of it as BCL and company lock in.
Absolutely. We're seeing some really good stuff here from Tej. The kill feed got a little quiet there for a minute, but Tej is back and gets a 5th before finally being shut down. Syracuse not happy to have Tej in their house.
Nice little two-piece from
really
Raw. Go ahead,
really
Virgil.
good stuff here. We're seeing some really good stuff here from Syracuse in terms of being able to gather and hold these points. They got that lead, now they're able to hold on to it. 165 and counting for Syracuse and 107 for Old Dominion. And Tej looks like he may have missed the jump there, but still a dominant force in the hands of Syracuse, and we're seeing him do so much in terms of winning these fights. Raw pushing all these angles, making sure he clears out, able to find a fight. He brings down one. Raw able to find a kill. Booze goes down.
Oh,
MWIII looking for another one. Finds two. BCL and Frizz didn't stand a chance with MWIII behind the box.
Michael Skarn would be Tej coming in with the cruise missile, but taking out his own teammate. A tough Tej two-piece. You hate to see a friendly fire like that, but Tej coming in and laying down the fire with the pistol. Tej finally going down. Unfortunate there, but a beautiful push nonetheless. Old Dominion, though, keeping this one close and are now down by just 40 points. Old Dominion has stepped up big time behind Love and Static here. And, of course, Love and Static are the ones that go down. MWIII with a nice two-piece, but again, another TK. We've seen a lot of TKs on both sides. Tej hits the 30 bomb as MWIII and company try to get set up on this midpoint. This midpoint was their go-to, their money maker, as Scrog likes to say, as Old Dominion gets set up and situated. Frizz and company look to rotate through behind Tej's 30-16 game. Can they break through and dominate the point? Old Dominion is catching up quick, Virgil.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fights breaking out here. We saw Static and Love single-handedly turn it around. We've seen MWIII take some easy fights with Blood. He makes them look easy. And as Tej pushes in, Booze able to work alongside him. Booze, Tej able to find 1, 2, 3 back-to-back as a team. Tej breaks out the pistol, can't quite find it, and Booze brought down by a grenade. What looked like a good fight for Syracuse rapidly turned into a fight in favor of Old Dominion. A moment ago, I was going to ask if we think we could see a second 50 bomb from Tej, but he's having a hard time turning it around here. But he's turned it back around, able to find a kill, brings down one, pushes in, and is brought down quickly. But Booze able to find the trade for his teammate Frizz, now pushing in with Booze, looking for an opportunity to find another fight. 200 points now for Syracuse, less than 50 points away from victory of map number 1. Old Dominion a little less than 100 away from that victory as well, as they find a double kill on Booze, but Love will go down to Tej and the fight prevails, ever ending. 45 seconds to go on this hard point, and there is a lot to happen in the next couple minutes.
Definitely BCL and Booze, the B2B connection, getting it done as Static comes in, causing some static and some panic for Syracuse. A beautiful two-piece, but sadly getting taken out. Booze and Tej, of course, coming in with another two-piece as they lock down point once again. Tej on the high ground. They are not forklift certified, and Tej has to get him out of the warehouse. Who's holding on point and quickly getting taken out as Tej is just dominant in this lobby, has a minute on Hill and is about to drop a 40 bomb. Ladies and gentlemen,
and a 40 bomb it is.
Holding, but Love finally shutting it down as Booze and company get a bit of scrap, and Syracuse just has to sneeze on the next objective, and they have the W here. But can Old Dominion keep them off long enough on this P1? It was another strong point for them, but it's going to be a close and hotly contested fight, Virgil.
Absolutely. 48 seconds to go on this point. We'll be on it currently, as Syracuse actually will take it right back over. But Old Dominion has been so strong on this exact hard point. The question is whether or not they can do it again. Because if they're not, Syracuse is going to swoop in and take this opportunity away. And with 10 points remaining, it looks like they may do just that. 42 kills. Tej has 8 points, or another 71 to go from the other team. If Old Dominion is able to do that, it'll be enough for Tej to be able to find the 7 he needs for another 50 bombs. 2 50 bombs on opening day of a LAN is surely something you write home about.
Oh,
But BCL is also putting up numbers, able to find 2 and hold out the points. Syracuse grabs it, takes it away. And another overpowering victory from Syracuse on sub base.
Yeah, they really got to give their props to Tej tonight. That was a incredible performance once again, just shy of a 50 bomb, but I think he finished with what, 43, 44 at the end of the Minute Hill. A beautiful game from Syracuse on sub base. That seems to be their preferred mode and their preferred map. Well done to Syracuse, and a valiant effort from Old Dominion. They were swinging, but it just, again, came too little too late.
Yeah, absolutely. A really great performance there from TJ. Able to drop 43, and even still, something to tell your friends about, brag to your friends even. I went on sub base, and I dropped 50, and then I dropped 40. And so definitely something to be proud of, as he put on a very strong performance there on sub base. Syracuse able to bring that one home once again for themselves. So now we'll be headed to Skid Row next, a map with a lot of action and definitely some interesting S&D options. But let's take a quick look at some of the replays from this last match.
It's going to be a lot of Tej, ladies and gentlemen, just letting you know in advance. Tej starting off with an 8-0 and just keeping it going for the rest of this matchup. Syracuse had the lead the entire time and did not give it up. A beautiful, well-played game from Syracuse. I really enjoyed what Static was doing, just very mobile and aggressive on points. Didn't seem to hold back, but just needed some support in the long run, Virgil.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot that's been going on in this game. Some things to definitely keep an eye on is the synergy that we're seeing with Old Dominion. Syracuse, we see them often. We saw it on other maps before, and we're seeing it here still. The crossfires, the angles, they're very familiar with the positions they need to be playing from and the rotations that they're making as a team. You always see Tej running off in the direction he needs to be headed, and the rest of the team posting up in the spots that they need to be for the hard point. And the same thing we're seeing from Old Dominion here is that exact synergy. They're playing as a team, they're having crossfires, and they're working together. And that capability is going to mean that this match may be one of our closest we've seen yet.
100%. I am excited for this S&D matchup on Skid Row, as you see this nice little two-piece from Static rushing in, had to swap to the pistol, and of course another beautiful clip from Tej, has to hop over, hanging out right outside the point, looking for that finish and finally getting it. And we get to see this wonderful, wonderful stat line. Frizz came up short with the kills, but had nearly 2 minutes on hill time and a 1.95 KD from Tej. That 43 for 22, just doing everything he can to ensure Syracuse takes the W, and luckily they did.
I have to say, Tej has one of the most consistent abilities to impress me with how he will drop the most kills on his team as well as still have that hill time. To all the people I get in my multiplayer lobbies, I say, watch this game. Tej can do it, so can you.
Exactly.
Definitely putting on a lot. I like you said pretty well, putting on a clinic on subbase.
Absolutely. As we get everything set and situated for Skid Row S&D, I'm just, again, thankful for our sponsor, Glitch Energy, and thank you to Shenandoah Esports for allowing us to cast this wonderful LAN. And I'm excited. I'm really just happy to be here. Virgil, thank you so much for being my co-caster today. We got a few more games, few more matches to get through, but we're going to get through it together, Virgil. You and I, and chat watching us every step of the way.
Absolutely. This has been a lot of fun. I've had a couple of my friends who are big Call of Duty guys send me a message in the middle of the day, and they went, "Hey, that's you. You're casting that." And I went, "Yeah, I know. I am aware." So I've had a great time here. I couldn't thank Shenandoah enough for the opportunity to take part in this, as well as thankful to Glitch Energy that I've got the energy to make it through. We're closing in on 12 hours for the day for how long we've been working on this stuff, and the production team has been behind it for even longer, so make sure you guys thank them for making this happen as it has. I know, as somebody who works in production,
a
and a
tough
student of
1v3. Sorry to interrupt. We just hopped right into the gameplay.
Yeah,
yeah. Sorry.
I
just wanted to make sure we didn't get too distracted. Tej already in a tough situation against Old Dominion, and Old Dominion coming out swinging, ladies and gentlemen.
And Old Dominion grabs the first round of
go.
S&D here. Tej was the last man standing in that S&D, and now headed into round 2 of S&D. We'll be seeing if Syracuse can turn it around. We've seen some good performances from Syracuse today on S&D, but I have to say it's definitely not their strong suit compared to the hard points that we've seen from them today.
100%. And it's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen, so please be patient with us as we jumped right into the middle of that gameplay and caught the tail end of Syracuse going down. T's trying to clutch that 1v3 as Old Dominion now on the attack, looking to continue this, continue the win streak after that first round and bounce back from that tough hard point as Frizz goes down. Booz and company trying to rotate up, protect Alpha as we see Static rotating behind. Gonna go for Alpha, it looks like, now bouncing back to push into Bravo. Nice little shot from Love as BCL doesn't realize they're pushing in, and he rotates out into the middle of no man's land and gets caught. Unfortunate there, Booz all alone, able to re-peek and take out Midnight. It's on a 1v2. Booz, though, gotta feel the pressure, Virgil.
Absolutely. Booz drops down straight into the hands of Old Dominion, and they'll walk away with another round under their belt. Syracuse took map 1 pretty decisively, but it looks like now we're looking at what Old Dominion may take as their own map. They're very confident here, comfortable with the rotations they're making, and they're not really slipping up on any mistakes of jumps, rotations, or anything like that. And Syracuse is definitely going to have to make a different play to match this here because Old Dominion is powerful. And as they're kicking off this round, Love headed in. The bomb carrier will be Booz for Syracuse, but Love coming down this angle. We've seen Tej down here a lot today, but not this round. He'll be holding elsewhere this time, keeping an eye out for Static, who could peek that corner at any moment. But if you're Static, you've just got to be patient and wait for even a slight opportunity to make a play as a team instead of waiting for somebody to just swing something you don't need to. So Static making the smart, safe play here. The nade, what a nade would have been huge if somebody was pushing in here, but we're just seeing Syracuse not make this push up this angle. They're taking their time, and they're waiting for someone to make a sloppy mistake or bait something out, and that could be what we see here. Moments away, Tej now pushing in, waiting for a misstep, even in the slightest, as Booz will go down elsewhere, and Old Dominion will once again take away another half. It looks like we may have had another technical issue again. So it does seem that we're trying to sort it out, but
we'll get it set and situated. We'll get you right back to Skid Row. Don't you worry about a thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day here, and we just got to make sure we get everything working properly. Virgil, what do you expect? Copy. I just got news from our production team. We just had to reset lobby real quick. Virgil, if you're Old Dominion, how are you going to keep this momentum after the reset?
I mean, it's a thing you see in a lot of sports as well. It's called seeing somebody. You do it with timeouts in a lot of games, and I think that could be something that unintentionally just happens here. You go on a great streak. Getting 2 rounds back-to-back is a great thing for momentum, morale, and everything on a team, but the question is whether or not they can turn that back or into their favor when you start off here again. They've had a minute. They're out of the zone. Their shoulders might be slack. They might not be as focused as they were. So I think definitely they have to really stay locked in, never lose that opportunity they had moments ago.
Yeah, they got to find a way to keep that momentum, like you were saying, and really just take advantage of the confidence they built on those 2 rounds and not let it slip away. I think this Syracuse team can be incredibly deadly, especially behind Tej. As long as you have Tej staying up and sort of leading his team, I think they can follow him to the W.
Absolutely. We've seen some really heavy starts here from Tej every round, breaking off from his team, going on that wide angle and able to find 1, 2, 3, even 4 sometimes right off the bat. And that is a game changer to be able to get that momentum, that ball rolling underneath your team.
Yeah, I would have to agree, especially with S&D, getting that first pick, getting just the team map control and getting the team in your sights is the most important thing in Search and Destroy. The more info you have, the better off you are in that round. And I think Old Dominion just has to keep that up if they're gonna, maintain this and, keep going throughout this this matchup against Syracuse, because Syracuse ain't going to stop, especially behind Tej. I know we keep hyping him up, but yeah, I mean he's got to be the star player for Syracuse. No discredit to any of the other players on Syracuse, but when you drop numbers like 40 and 50 in hardpoint, it stands out.
Absolutely. I think we've seen a lot of really talented players here today. We've seen BCL with some really good plays on Syracuse. We've seen some really good stuff so far from MWIII, Raw, Love. Some really good stuff from those prior teams and those players as well. George Mason had some really good stuff with Starchild, Starboy, and so definitely a lot to keep an eye out for as we move on. But I think you're right. Absolutely, Tej has been doing so much this game for his team, as well as just standing out as that player that can do so much for the team. And it's very clear that they've picked that as a win con, something they can play around going into these matches.
Absolutely. And I know we were kind of hoping for some high rise, and I know we're not getting it today. What can we expect from, should this go to a game 4 and 5, what can we expect in the terminal? I know I'm speaking in theoreticals, but I enjoy that kind of talk. If we get to a terminal hardpoint and S&D, who's taking it on that map that we haven't seen too much of today, but offers just a classic Call of Duty experience?
I think it'll really depend on what we see right out the gates. Obviously, Terminal has a lot of options for how it can be played. We've seen things before. I've seen clips on TikTok and in my games alone of people loading those nades and getting them in a great lineups through those ceiling panels. So if you can manage to get some good nades lined up, you can very comfortably give yourself an upper hand in S&D and in terms of controlling the points in hardpoint. So it's definitely going to come down to whether or not the teams have practiced those capabilities on Terminal, because I'm sure most of the guys here have played Terminal before, but the question is not whether they've played Terminal in the past and have experience on it, it's whether they've practiced it since they became a competitive COD player, and those players will be able to stand out and make the difference for their team, I think.
I could not have said it better myself, Virgil. We're still getting things set up for Skid Row S&D. I know Syracuse was having a bit of a rough start there, going 0 for 2 on the rounds against Old Dominion. How do they adapt to Old Dominion's strategy now that they have sort of 2 rounds of information, I guess, against them and their routes, their movements, and how they play? How can they use that to their advantage, Virgil?
Absolutely. I think Syracuse has done a really good job. Like we saw earlier, there's consistent routes where the team goes one way and they send Tej on an outside angle to be able to find stuff like that. And when you combine that kind of gameplay and tactics with the fact that Old Dominion has been playing very tightly knit as a pack, essentially, you have a very interesting gameplay going on, because Old Dominion is able to always get those trades. You saw constantly, if one person, 2 people were down immediately, MWIII, Love, Raw, one of those players would be able to turn around and find 2 in return, 1, 2, or 3 to avenge their teammates. And so if Syracuse can't handle that, then they're going to have trouble dealing with Old Dominion running around the Monarchs as a pack.
Again, just a wonderful take on this Syracuse team and how they can really just adapt to the situation. I'm curious to see if, like you were saying, if Old Dominion can keep their momentum after the break. What was the term you called it exactly? They used, timeouts as a way to interrupt the momentum.
Yeah, in sports a long time ago, I learned a term called icing. You call a timeout. You ice somebody. You take the pressure off their back, and all of a sudden they're no longer locked in. They're not in the zone or a flow state, as some would call it, even. So definitely going to have to see if they can get back into that focus that they had a moment ago and turn this one around. We saw them have a good start going back in the second time, but the question is whether or not they can hold it out again. Clearly, Old Dominion confident on this map. So we'll see if they can do this for another round. Now 3-0, Old Dominion will be up, headed into round 4. A little bit of spamming here, those pregame rituals you were talking about, and we'll see right off the bat what happens is the team is now moving as a unit. No time for Tej to split up until finally it looks like they may split a little bit of their ways. But an early double kill coming out for Old Dominion, a nade, and Tej able to find 2 but shut down, so it's a 3 for 2, and Raw and MWIII are the last 2 standing against BCL. It's going to make it very difficult for MWIII to get the bomb planted here, but it looks like they're going to possibly rotate somewhere else, as they've decided A may not be the safest option, or at least the main route may not be the safest path to travel. Raw now clearing for his teammate, covering up the stairs, looking around, and they'll head over to B. Gonna decide to not take any extra risks they don't need to. Now they'll have to push across through the back doors here of the apartments.
could be an opportunity for a play if BCL decides to rotate through, but instead we're going to have Old Dominion has all the time they need. Moving over to B could be an option for the play here finally. Could get the bomb planted and that timer ticking.
Yeah, BCL just has to play this a bit more aggressively. He's been a little stagnant on the Alpha side, and Old Dominion able to get the easy plant after rotating through apartments. They played the cover. They did not go into no man's land. Raw watching the flank from alleyway and MWIII protecting from apartments. They just have to wait for BCL to make his move. And it looks like he's going to start doing it, pushing into Laundromat now. Just busting through the door. Probably should have just peeked it. Might have been able to sneak in. Tossing the nade, get some hits, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive, but he proves me wrong. BCL putting Raw on the dumpster and taking him out. Now going for the defuse. MWIII is still lurking on the outside, but here comes the smoke, trying to chase him down. BCL got him lost in the fog. BCL with the clutch in the 1v2, baby. Oh,
BCL.
my God. No, the timer ran out. I wasn't paying attention to the clock.
No time to defuse for BCL, but a beautifully played fight, throwing the nade to cover some space for himself, able to push through and then take that fight and somehow winning with on top of the dumpster. A beautiful read as he pushes in, and unfortunately for Syracuse, BCL able to find that other kill, but just could not quite hold out the bomb going off, and the stall that Old Dominion needed being enough to win that round. So now headed into round 5, we'll have to see what differently Syracuse can do now that they have the bomb.
Yeah, a little misplaced hype there. Good clutch from Old Dominion, playing the delay, dancing around the objective, as Raw has a tough toss, has to rotate out and almost goes down to his own nade. As Booze goes down, Tej is able to get the trade on Raw, and Tej with another 2-piece off to a wonderful start in this round 5. Static in apartments, MWIII on the opposite side as the 3 peeps left up from Syracuse make their rotations into Alpha. Static spots one, but Tej goes down from MWIII. BCL to take out MWIII. Now Frizz trying to get the finish on Static. BCL holding on objective currently and gets the plant. And they're able to rotate back and reset, Virgil.
Absolutely. Pulling in with that pistol, able to find some damage, but not quite a kill for his team. Static, the last man standing for Old Dominion, gets in a fight, able to find one. Static, though, traded out by his teammate, and that's just what we were talking about moments ago, where Syracuse is playing really well as a team. They have the cross angles and the crossfires to make sure that nobody goes down without a trade being taken for their teammate, and that is absolutely huge in a mode like Search and Destroy. 1-4, Old Dominion's favor, headed into round 6. First to 6, Old Dominion only 2 points away from taking away the map.
We'll see if they are able to bounce back after losing their first round. Static, the bomb carrier, going to be making an aggressive push towards Alpha, it seems, for his holding in Video Store as Tej and company get some trades. Raw going down, Tej going down. That's a big pick for Old Dominion, and Love to take out Frizz. Boo's going down. Old Dominion's pretty hyped about that one as they take a 5-1 lead, ladies and gentlemen.
Old Dominion with a very strong performance that round. Unhappy that they even dropped one against Syracuse, it appears, and immediately turning around. And I would say one of the fastest rounds I've ever seen, but there was a pretty quick one earlier today from Syracuse themselves. So Old Dominion, 1 round away now, map point for Old Dominion to take this one away. BCL with a bomb in hand.
Looking to rotate to Alpha, and a tough game for Syracuse. I think you were talking about that icing tactic, and Syracuse has been iced for sure. I don't think I've ever seen a negative KD on Tej today. Booze gets the first pick on MWIII though, and Syracuse looking good so far as Tej gets another. Raw is able to tilt the scale somewhat in favor of Old Dominion as Love and Raw stay up. BCL goes for the plant on Bravo, and now Old Dominion has to make a long rotation through the alleyway. Love creeping around the corners, but not finding nothing. Now making a bit more of an aggressive push with Raw. Raw coming out, goes down to Booze. Booze behind on the dumpster, gets peeked by Love, just barely getting the tip of his head. Unfortunate there, and now a 1v2 for Love. Virgil, can Love clutch up here in the 1v2, or will he fall?
The question is whether or not he clears all the angles. And it's going to be a no. Unfortunately, Syracuse just could not quite hold that one out the way they were hoping to. And another one goes for Syracuse. The Orange taking that one now 2-5. Still map point in the favor of Old Dominion. But definitely we saw a really strong performance there from Love, almost able to turn that around, but just didn't quite clear out the angles. So whether or not Syracuse can have a start like we saw earlier, where they just rush, we could see that turn the tide of this match very quickly.
And a hard push alpha from Old Dominion, all Russian tunnel, able to break through without a sweat. And we see Frizz peeking on some of them, but I don't think he's going to be able to get any. Frizz now rotating out, going to run into MWIII, but MWIII taking out Frizz, and it's already in favor of Old Dominion, not looking good for Syracuse. A great push from Old Dominion as Raw holding on the head glitch, waiting for a peek, waiting for some movement as Old Dominion begins to rotate. Tej spots it out and gets the headshot on Static. Bomb carrier down as Old Dominion can't seem to grab it. Tej is hovering over Bomb like a hawk. BCL in apartment still waiting for any kind of rotation. And now Tej on the bottom of the stairs, pulling a little Harry Potter strat, waiting to peek out. Love coming in. Tej taking him out. Tej on a three-piece looking for another. Can Tej get the ace here and force the 5-3? Raw last one up in a 1v3 situation. Raw has got to be careful here as Tej and company are beginning to rotate. Here comes the wave. Who got that final kill? I don't know. Did Tej get the ace or not, or did his teammate yoink it from him? Either way, it's a Syracuse W as they win 3 in a row.
Absolutely. Syracuse able to take that
Two
one
in a row,
and turning
excuse
this
me.
to 3-5 now, as it's still map point for Old Dominion, but Syracuse definitely showing a different dog now that they're fighting with a little more flow in their rhythm, and they're ready to go. No more icing after we finally got off the ground and rolling. Syracuse finally showing a little bit of their true colors here, those orange and blue showing out their best as we see an opportunity, but Booze goes down early, not what Syracuse is looking for. Frizz has the bomb in hand. Love will live, but only narrowly. Some shots being taken, but Tej gets traded out in the process. Love goes down, and Love able to bring down Tej, and unfortunately for Syracuse, that is not how you want your round to start. Static, Love, Raw, and MWIII all still standing as Frizz and BCL, the only two remaining for Syracuse here. MWIII, the one on the rotation, making sure he's covering those off angles. Nobody's able to run around on the outside like they have in earlier rounds. BCL now going to push in, could catch Static unaware if he clears fast enough, but no catch Knowledge.
What a nade. A perfectly played Static taking out BCL, but Frizz is there to clean up, and now a 1v2. Old Dominion might be in trouble here as Frizz is able to get the plant. A beautiful set of trades there, Virgil, in apartment, but Frizz gets caught jumping out the window, and threat level MWIII shutting it down. Old Dominion gonna take the W here, Virgil.
Absolutely, really good job there by Old Dominion. Patience is key. They knew if he has to plant the bomb, he plants it and he'll jump out the same rotation they always would see. And Old Dominion, just like that, excited, grabs map number 2. So it's 1-1. We're headed to map 3. And that means at the very least we're getting 1 day of Terminal.
We're finally out of the sub-base invasion Karachi combo. We're getting Terminal. We're getting a little variety in our map choices tonight. I know I'm excited. Terminal's my favorite map, and I hope we get some high-rise tomorrow for you, Virgil. But what an incredible S&D matchup from Old Dominion. Way to bounce back from that tough hardpoint loss.
Yeah, we've seen some really good play here. Old Dominion able to play a different game than we were seeing on hardpoints before. Hardpoint, obviously a mode that has spawns enabled, and there's a lot more fast-paced gameplay going on. People running in, spawning behind you, spawning in front of you, near the point, far from the point, everything going on. But S&D is down to simple, plain and simple. 4v4, don't die, or you're out for the round. And sometimes that just comes down to which team is going to play a little more careful as opposed to otherwise. Here we got some replays from how the round went.
Yeah, beautiful plays from Syracuse and Old Dominion. Doing a little skeet shooting from Old Dominion, taking out Syracuse mid-air. BCL able to stay alive, tried to get this clutch, but time ran out and unfortunately went down for the bomb. A little misplaced hype on that round, but that's why I love S&D. Sometimes even the casters get a bit confused in the booth. Beautiful trades from Syracuse, keeping this one competitive, and it was just Old Dominion winning out in that 1v2 at the end. A beautiful, beautiful game of S&D, Virgil. Just wonderful.
Absolutely. Could not have asked for a more entertaining S&D matchup there. And well, don't worry, if you enjoyed your stay at Skid Row, we're headed back one more time We're going back for another hard point this time, which we've seen very strong go to Syracuse's favor most of the time. But the question is whether or not ODU will surprise us. Not really sure what to expect after Subbase. We know that's one of Syracuse's dominant maps, and they do really well on that. But the question is, will ODU be able to turn that around, and how good are they going to be on a hard point that isn't Subbase? What do you think, Rich?
I think if I had to put my 2 cents into the pot, I'm giving this one to Syracuse. Their rotations are just phenomenal. They may have a few underperforming players in terms of KD, but when they're just rocking on hill and you have Tej on the outside protecting, you should be just fine. Tej protects his hill kittens, and we appreciate that from Syracuse. And I'm excited to see how Tej performs once again in the hard point. So I'd have to give this one to Syracuse. How about yourself, Virgil?
I'd like to say that my gut is going to go for cheering for my home state, people of ODU, but I've got to say Syracuse has shown some promising plays today. Tej has been a phenomenal player. I think I'm right there with you. I'm Team Syracuse for who might be able to take this one away. So ODU is definitely going to have to fight, and I'd love to see him prove me wrong, but Syracuse has just been so talented on these hard points today, and with those being the next 2 maps back-to-back, I just have to assume that Syracuse is going to keep doing what Syracuse does, and more specifically, Tej is going to keep doing what Tej does, and that could turn that game into 2 hard points for the favor of the Orange very quickly.
Definitely. Now, in terms of predictions, how many kills could we probably expect from Tej here? Are we saying I'm going to go with mid to low 40s? I don't think we'll see another 50 bomb tonight.
I think we've seen it on Subbase, so that's definitely a favorited map. I don't know that we're breaking 40 again. Maybe on Terminal, I would say we'll break 40, but I think we'll be just under 40. For Skid Row here coming out from Tej. I think we'll see a lot of good plays coming out from Booze. We saw a lot of good stuff earlier on Hardpoint on Skid Row from Booze and BCL as well.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the chat, put your picks in now. Let me know who you got winning this one, and how many kills do you think Tej is going to drop? You going with the unable to break 40s, or I'm going with 40 to 45, and Virgil's saying he won't even crack 40, but we've seen him crack 40 at least 2 times tonight, so I'm putting my money where my mouth is.
Yeah, we've seen him do it. I definitely am a believer that he could do it again, but I think just on the I'm a low baller, you know.
All right,
yeah,
I can respect it. Got to respect the hunch. If you're feeling it in your gut, trust your gut, ladies and gentlemen. And now, in terms of just different modes, especially doing the same map back to back, how do you tackle this map from an S&D standpoint, from a hard point to a hard point standpoint, I should say, because you have to switch up your entire play style for hard point as opposed to S&D, Virgil. So, give me your thoughts.
I definitely think Hardpoint is a different map. I'm a very music-oriented person when I'm playing games or watching them. Otherwise, I think very much for me, I would have to focus up differently. I would listen to different music for Hardpoint versus Search and Destroy even. But the question is whether or not they can find that same focus up. We've seen Syracuse do really well on Hardpoint, and then in turn we see them go to S&D, and they perform like they're good players. You can tell they're talented, skilled, and they know what they're doing, but S&D just not being their mode every time. And so we're seeing the same thing happen with Hardpoint and Return. Old Dominion, clearly good players, able to get time on the point and fight back. But the question is whether or not they can take that and execute it on a map where Syracuse has already proven to be a strong and powerful force.
I could not agree more. I'm just excited to get this matchup set and started and see how these teams are able to tackle these rotations. That P5 on containers, I think, and P2 on the far side of the map are going to be critical deciders in this one. Mainly because P2, it offers great defensive cover as well as great positioning. You have the high ground, you have the window on this tunnel, and plenty of plenty of window space to take plenty of pot shots as people try to approach. Apartments, we sadly don't see a point in here, but it could offer nice rotation into barbershop. Same with laundromat to the back alley point. So I'm excited to see how players truly utilize these maps and which points will play to their strong suits. And I know Syracuse is going to give us a good one. Tej, break 40 for me so I can shove it in Virgil's face. Please and thank you.
Absolutely, I would love to have it shoved in my face about that. Nonetheless, that would be if any reason, that's a great reason for it to happen. So absolutely looking forward to seeing if that's how it's going to go. 100% hoping that we can see another 40 or even 50 bomb come out from Tej or anyone willing to prove that wrong for that matter. I think Hardpoint definitely a very fast-paced mode, and when you combine that with somewhere that has a lot of opportunities to fight like Skid Row, we're going to see a really fast-paced, high-kill game. We saw 11 streak earlier come out with George Mason, so definitely capability for a crazy play. Still hoping that we might get to see one of these juggernauts we've seen equipped for people, but entirely certain as we head into Skid Row here shortly. Shouldn't be too long as we have a little bit of a map fly around, getting to look around at all the different points that we're also familiar with. We saw crazy plays today here from Cammy holding down on those stairs, denying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people up those stairs back to back. So all sorts of crazy plays have already been made today. The question is, what else is still to come today and tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sure there is plenty in store. There is still a lot of Call of Duty to be played by these teams here. We are just, again, determining position for 7th and 8th seed in the bracket tomorrow. Winner here will, of course, go to 7th. Loser will sadly fall to 8th. This long tunnel is going to be a tough push out to P2, but again, I really think Syracuse is going to lock this one down as we get loaded up, locked, and ready as Old Dominion looks to keep the momentum from the S&D, and Syracuse looking to bounce back in their go-to mode. Best of luck to both teams, and I'm excited to see this one kick off as Booze and Frizz are first on point, and Booze with the first blood, getting things done in the apartments and holding as he finally goes down. Frizz contesting, gonna get pushed, but able to stay up, has to rotate out, but gets caught. Unfortunate there. Old Dominion already breaking onto points and doing an excellent job thus far. MWIII with a solid 2 streak, Virgil.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really good stuff already. We've seen some counter plays, some trades for their teammates, and now Tej keeping an eye out for anybody to dare to push through that garage. Even for a split second, the opportunity of peeking through puts you at risk of Tej bringing you down, and just like that, brings down one. Raw will fall. The fight is back in the favor of Syracuse here. Although
Beautiful shot from Love.
Although Old Dominion has the point right now, it's whether or not Syracuse will be able to hold on to the next one, which they've already got right off the bat. Syracuse already racking up points. Syracuse, by the way, now on the right, Old Dominion on the left.
Yeah, this P2 is the one I was mentioning earlier. It is going to be incredibly difficult for Old Dominion to push through, especially with how accurate Syracuse has been shooting today. Tej on this head glitch protecting tunnel. Love able to get one. Tej able to stay up, but a beautiful push from MWIII is able to take out Tej. Trying to get that trophy system, but Love got distracted, taking out the equipment, and goes down to the player. Syracuse getting pushed, and surprisingly, Old Dominion's on point and breaks through. I am eating my words right now. Old Dominion with a beautiful push onto this P2 and able to take the lead and pick up this scrap time. Syracuse has got to step up their defense. They should have been holding this point for a lot longer. MWIII going down. BCL going to be able to pick up these last few seconds of scrap, and we're going to have ourselves an incredible game of Hardpoint. I can already feel it, Virgil.
Absolutely, lots going on here. Currently, Static able to find a kill on Frizz. Booze will find one on Static. Tej able to bring down another one, but Booze traded out quickly from Raw. We see a lot going on over here on this point, but the question is whether or not they can hold it down. And Old Dominion with a sweep. MWIII, Raw, Static, all able to find their trades. MWIII with 2 even. And they're able to sweep out the point, grab it with 40 seconds remaining. Could not ask for a better time to take over the point. And right now we're seeing another fight, but Tej pushing in, able to find 1, 2. And then denied by Static. No more. Love able to find one on Booze, and we see right now nobody really capturing the point as they're both just sitting there contesting it. One person just barely on the point. Nobody wants to go be the one to die right away. Frizz able to find a kill there for Syracuse, but the question is whether or not they can hold down this point for the remainder. It looks like 15 seconds remaining. They may have just allowed this time to go. Chalk the point. MWIII able to find a kill as soon as they try to push in. Tej goes down early in the question. Wow, can they follow up? No! BCL able to clear out that kill and set up Love to be able to bring down Frizz. Unfortunately, Tej able to bring down Love as well in the process. Old Dominion up 80 to 55, and the lead is no longer climbing as Syracuse closes the gap with control of the point right now.
Definitely. This is one of the first times I've seen Syracuse behind in an S&D. or excuse me, in a hard point today. They've been excellent in hard point, as BCL, Booze, and Frizz are all on point. Frizz getting a nice little two-piece raw going down. Syracuse doing a wonderful job in hard point thus far, as we've seen them lose a couple of hard points. I misspoke earlier. It's just been a long day, ladies and gentlemen, so please pardon my mistakes as BCL, Tej, and company try to hold on. Booze is there to clean up and keep the point in Syracuse's hands. Booze with a really well done 4 streak, able to bounce back from a bit of a deficit on their KD and just boost their hill time as Syracuse takes the lead. They're getting nice rotation onto P5, but Old Dominion is lurking and getting nice wallbang from Static to take out Tej. Old Dominion is not going to go down quietly. They will not go quietly into that dark night, Virgil.
Yeah, Frizz able to find a kill there on MWIII to open it up. Static now playing from behind on containers like you were talking about moments ago. Static now keeping an eye out as there's 4 pushing him. He's in a really tough spot. He's not even inside the point to capture. Or no, I'm sorry, he is inside the point to capture, but playing from on height will not work out for him. Booze, BCL both go down. Frizz able to find a kill and trade, but Frizz quickly traded out, and Tej just to find another one to avenge his teammates. But now Syracuse with their first opportunity to take over this point here. And they will. Syracuse now on point, 20 seconds to go here. Tej able to find one, but Booze brought down in the process as a trade. Tej still fighting, able to find another one. Static goes down, playing alongside a fence. It's got to be risky when you're that low, but no one there to contest it. 9 seconds remaining. It looks like Old Dominion is going to chalk this point and allow Tej to rack up the last couple points there as BCL pushes in, but brought down quickly by MWIII. The wallbang shot, able to find the final blow. MWIII able to find a second, looking for a third now. And the question is whether or not they can set themselves up to take this one even further. Syracuse holding this lead, but it's much closer than we've seen from the leads so far today.
Definitely. Old Dominion able to re-rotate onto P1. Frizz trying to push through apartments, is going to get caught. Got to be careful. Love taking him out. BCL rotating in from behind, but quickly gets spotted. Old Dominion with the wipe. A beautiful, beautiful hold here, and now they can just sit back, rack up the points, and rotate out, hopefully clear out any pushes coming from Syracuse. Boo's able to get one and looking for some more, but has to rotate onto point as Old Dominion starts to climb. Boo's and BCL both scoring kills. Frizz able to rotate onto this P2 already, try to get set up with his teammates as well. This P2 is critical for Syracuse, and they can get a lot of points from it as MWIII cleans up scrap on a 4 streak over on P1. A beautiful hold on that P1 for Old Dominion as they take a solid 40 or so point lead. Shots coming already from P2. Tej looking for a pick, trying to find something. They really just got to play smart and not get picked off. Tej holding up top, Frizz down below. Boo's on the head glitch, but a beautiful shot from MWIII. Now Old Dominion starting to cook as they push into P2, Virgil. Can Frizz and Tej hold? And it doesn't look like they can. BCL and Tej and Frizz going down. Static and company taking over, and there's the wipe. Old Dominion has been dominant on these pushes and been able to break through any kind of defense Syracuse sets up. That was a beautiful team push from Old Dominion.
Absolutely. We saw Raw, Static make crazy plays there to keep their team in that fight. Love able to find 1 kill, keeps spraying, looking for another, but makes it out alive. As MWIII will swing and get brought down by Tej. Can't quite make the fight that he was looking for. Boo's able to find 1 as well for Syracuse, setting themselves up for a great success as they're going to turn this fight. Tej going to swing with his teammate. They're able to find 1, pushing in for another opportunity. Tej on a 3 streak right now, looking to hold down this point as long as they can. Grabs the point initially and then runs out, needs the difference maker in terms of finding the kills for his team. Finds 1 there as Love will go down, and the opportunity for Tej to set his team up for even more time on this capture point is there. Old Dominion currently up by nearly 40 as Syracuse is behind in a hard point, as well as having a hard time holding this one down now as Static pushes in. He's able to find 2 back-to-back. On a 6 streak now. Whew. Unstoppable at this point.
A beautiful job from Static.
Understand why they call him Static, because he's electric.
Boogie woogie woogie as he finally goes down. Tej with a TK on the cruise missile. Unfortunate there, the only kill from it. You hate to get streaks, you hate to not get kills, but it's even worse when you take out your own teammate as Old Dominion is knocking on the doors for the W. Can they put it away in the barber shop as Tej and company try to rotate? Love on the head glitch. MWIII getting a 2-piece. Love going down. Frizz last one up. Can Old Dominion hold?
Friz doing the smart thing and contesting, but Raw getting up close and personal and clearing off point. BCL trying to break through. Got one, could not get Midnight. Midnight starting to cook in the kitchen on the 4 streak, staying up with Love. Midnight and Love getting it done. Midnight still contesting point in the barbershop, has to slide out. They trade positioning a bit, but Midnight on the 5 streak, clearing house, and finally going down to BCL's 2-piece, and Tej coming in to try and grab some of this scrap, and Tej on a 2 streak, able to lock it down for Syracuse, but Old Dominion is ever closer to getting the win here, Virgil.
Absolutely. Booze already setting up to hold down the next point for his team. 17 seconds and contested, but now 10 seconds and counting as BCL looks to grab the last couple points they can. You're keeping the game close. Got to grab whatever you can, the scraps of the hard point, but now Friz already set up on the point with his teammate protecting, covering so they can grab that early capture, but Booze able to find 2 back-to-back, 3 for Syracuse as a whole. And we see Booze on a 4 streak playing on the point. It's exactly what you want to see if you're a Syracuse believer, and right now we see BCL able to find 1-2 back-to-back. Syracuse on a nice streak here, able to find enough kills, and the time on the hard point. Friz finally brought down by a cruise missile, and Raw able to find one on BCL, but Booze still playing on that point, waiting for someone to dare to cow him so that he can take this fight. As the Old Dominion kills one of their own with a nade. Tej finds 3! 1, 2, 3! Tej! Just like that, sets Syracuse into a better place than they were moments ago. 2:23 and counting. Could see them take the lead back here and even take home a victory if they can get themselves set up on the next point as well. Friz looking to push this corner, unaware of the player, and 2 trophy systems waiting for him as Static and Midnight both find 1, giving Old Dominion a possible play to contest this last point. And that's what's going to be most important, is this next coming point right here will be a decider of this match. 56 seconds and both teams
close.
12 points away from victory. We'll see a decider right here as Friz, Booze both fall. Tej able to find 1 for Syracuse, but Tej able to find a second back-to-back, looking for a 3rd. He does! Tej is unstoppable! He finds 4!
On the
Tej
point!
Unstoppable!
Syracuse on the point, breaking through. 245 to 242. Can Old Dominion find a way to come back? But no, it's gonna be Tej! There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. Tej and company, 250 to 242. Virgil was right on the money with the 30 bomb from Tej. It was just the right amount of kills that Tej and company needed, clearing house, both literally, figuratively, emotionally, however way you want to see it. Tej and company just clutched that big time in a 7 streak to finish it off. Tej woke up at the end of that one and came up big for Syracuse, Virgil.
Absolutely. We've seen some really good stuff here from both Tej and the rest of his team. BCL having some really big plays there for the team, as well as Booze making a phenomenal stand on those points to be able to turn that one around and absolutely winning that one for their team. Syracuse making a ridiculous comeback from down 70, 80, almost 100 points to turn it back around against Old Dominion. And that just goes to show how quickly the momentum can switch from one team to the other. And I'm really looking forward to what we'll see next coming up on Terminal. What about you, Rich?
Oh, Terminal's going to be so much fun to watch. I cannot wait. That was an intense come from behind from Syracuse. I thought it was all over. Old Dominion had them on rotations, were able to break through on those points. But on that P5 that was so critical, Syracuse dominated on that P5. Were able to bounce back and just dominate. And behind Tej's monstrous push up through apartments, locking it down. And we saw how close it was, 250 to 242 behind that push from Tej. My round of applause for Tej, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause in chat, please.
Absolutely a phenomenal experience to be a part of that match, as well as the rest that we've seen today. But don't worry, we're not quite done yet. Some of the matches we've seen done in 3 maps just like that, but Syracuse 1 more away from match point, and ODU looking to find that reverse here and take 2 more to bring home a victory for themselves. Remember, they're fighting for 7th and 8th seed here. This is the opportunity to not be on the bottom. You instead get to be 1 up and have that opportunity to really take your way through the rest of this tournament. Double elimination bracket tomorrow So definitely going to be a crazy match to keep an eye out for in the future is whoever Syracuse is playing, because they fight and they stay fighting through every team they play, no matter how much better or worse the round seems for them. Syracuse is always there fighting as they take away that one by 8 points on hardpoint.
That was a close one, and I'm excited to see how they fare in Terminal. We finally get my favorite map in just Call of Duty history. I just loved it for its design, these long hallways, plenty of peaks for snipers, and I don't think we'll see any snipers today. Plenty of MCWs, though, as we get started here. Match point Syracuse. You got to get to the burger town. You got to get set up. Tej and company contesting first point. Frizz is there. Raw on that nasty little cover. I have seen so many people take a Tej with a two-piece, but once again, another TK. You might have to switch two-piece Tej to team kill Tej, unfortunately there, as Syracuse is able to take the lead, but Old Dominion able to contest on that sneaky hold right here. You see Love holding behind that trash can, just has his forearms in, but allows Old Dominion to secure the point and contest, not allowing Syracuse to take too much of a lead on that P1.
Absolutely. Static Love here holding down on this point right now, looking for an opportunity to really secure this one for the bit of time. 7 seconds remaining. It looks like they're just going to chalk it and allow points to expire. Now pushing up. Love looking for an opportunity. Finds one, but traded out by BCL. The teammates of Syracuse don't allow one to go down with no trade in return. Tej able to find one. Now going to swing for another. Frizz pushing with his team, looking for an opportunity to swing this in their favor. Syracuse has done a great job of this so far, fighting as a team and shutting down the Old Dominion pack, but currently having a hard time finding an opportunity to really push in this point. Old Dominion needs to make a play to break in, but they just can't. Booz able to find 1, 2 back-to-back. Syracuse essentially impenetrable when it comes to holding down a point.
Absolutely. Syracuse was having a tough time, I should say, against Old Dominion on Skid Row, but have seemed to return to form, and I may have spoke too soon, as Love was able to break through, but Tej and Poos locking it back down. Syracuse going to get a nice chunk of pointage from P2, and we're starting to see Old Dominion try and rotate to P3. Frizz going down as BCL holds on HVAC, looking for some nade tosses, trying to get a pick on the long range. And Booz succeeding. Tej still holding it for scrap time. Already rocking a 6-1 KD on a 4 streak with 21 seconds on Hill. Tej is going to have a great game. I'm just feeling it. Static and company on P3. Raw and MWIII currently holding. There's so many different little head glitches you can use in this plane, so it's going to be difficult for Syracuse to break through. We'll see if Tej can get something going, but MWIII and company shutting it down. Raw finishing off that third, and Syracuse going to be in trouble on that P3, Virgil.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff here. BCL now pushing in, looking for the chance to turn this fight back to their own point. Old Dominion currently on the point, 44 and counting for Syracuse is 59. 20 seconds to go on this point, 4 minutes, just a little bit of change remaining. BCL waiting for somebody to dare to push after their teammate. It brings him down. Static able to find a kill on Frizz, but quickly traded out as soon as he pushes any further. BCL now playing around the corner, waiting for the next 2 victims to walk into his line of sight, waiting for 1 and 2. Raw, the first one to come around. It looks like the Call of Duty timing may have been the play here. As soon as he swings around, Static. Woo! Raw able to find one, avenging his teammate Static from moments ago. BCL goes down. The wall bang is enough. Frizz able to find a kill on Raw in return, but the trophy system is up, and Syracuse is on the point, racking up points 74 and counting for Syracuse to Old Dominion 67.
Yeah, Frizz and Tej go down. Booz is still holding. BCL going down, and now Booz all alone on point. Static gonna rush in, get behind. Can Booz hold on? A lot of shots being fired, not hitting. Had to go in close with the pistol, and Static clears point and makes sure Syracuse doesn't get too big of a lead. But the nade from Frizz clears off point. What a toss to take him out in the Burger Town. A classic Call of Duty spot. You'll love to see it as we get set up for P5. Syracuse still holding, picking up some scrap, taking a minimal lead as Static plays whack-a-mole in the plane. Love rotating back through security. He forgot his bags in the car, and now waiting for the push. Beautiful 2-piece for Old Dominion. MWIII starting to cook a little bit. Static current kill leader for Old Dominion as Raw holds on the current point. Static with a double headshot. You love to see it. Reading them like a book in the bookstore. Tej holding on the outside, waiting to push, waiting for backup, and now sliding in, going down. Old Dominion doing a beautiful job of holding on this bookstore point, Virgil.
Yeah, absolutely. Old Dominion taking their first lead back in quite some time. BCL and Frizz, though, looking to turn that around as Frizz finds two, but BCL, Frizz, Tej all fall. Old Dominion takes an early advantage for this upcoming fight. Booz now pushing in, looking to clear the corner, doesn't clear the right side. Booz brought down, MWIII able to find another one, as we'll see Frizz go down. Tej now playing on top of the point, looking for a chance to find a pick to help his team, but just has not found one, but he does finally. Tej able to bring down one, but traded very quickly by MWIII. And Old Dominion is storming away once again with a lead now in their own favor instead of Syracuse, as we're seeing BCL able to find a kill there on Love. Tej able to find one on Raw. Now the tables could turn into the favor of Syracuse. And we're seeing Tej goes down. Frizz able to find one on Static. BCL able to find another one as MWIII will fall. The trophy system denied as Frizz will be the next one to push up towards point. Old Dominion no longer in control of the point as we see Syracuse holding down the point and gathering that time. Tej able to find a kill on Love, but Booz able to be traded out. Frizz and Tej able to find two more for their team. Raw and MWIII both go down. 136 for Old Dominion, but 117 and counting for Syracuse.
Yeah, and a three-man hold for Syracuse on this P1. They are definitely taking the lead here. I don't think they're going to give up any more of this P1 to Old Dominion, but Dominion getting set up on P2 by Perfume, excuse me, and it's going to be a tough push. Can Syracuse rotate through security and get it done? But a big two-piece from MWIII once again. MWIII starting to cook. 11 for 7 on the 2 streak, holding on the check-in, going in for the melee. Are you kidding me? MWIII had to get up close and personal, use his bare hands for that 3 streak, and what a beautiful play that was. Sometimes you just need to give him the left and the right, not the lead bullets. But Tej storming back with a nice double headshot, currently sitting at 17 and 9. Tej is still having a wonderful game, and this one's still close. A 22-point differential, but Old Dominion is climbing. Booz got a nice 2-piece. Can Syracuse break through the point and contest? Not for long. Old Dominion holding. Old Dominion dominating. Static and Raw keeping it 100 and locking down in Perfume. Beautiful job from Old Dominion right there.
Absolutely. Old Dominion taking away this lead that they managed to finally grab away from Syracuse. And now taking it and extending it 190 and counting.
Oh, nice 2-piece from Frizz. A beautiful job from Syracuse trying to contest these points, but Old Dominion has this defense locked down. Syracuse able to break through on plane. Static looking for the wall bang, but can't seem to find it as Tej holds on this back wall. Now has plenty of head glitches, takes out the trophy system from Old Dominion, and now begins to wait. BCL with the shots. BCL with another one. Booz holding on point with Tej. Static looking for something on Bookstore and is able to get one, but Syracuse is still on point. Now only down by about 30. Booz holding, going down. Tej has got to stay up here, and he does. Tej staying alive. Someone call the Bee Gees, ladies and gentlemen. They need to give Tej some more music. That was a beautiful hold from Tej, now on the 4 streak, Virgil.
Yeah, Tej able to find a huge streak there alongside Booz to hold down that airplane, and unfortunately just fell over shortly after, but the point grabbed enough points gathered to make a comeback. 185 for Syracuse and 194 in the hands of Old Dominion. We're looking at just possibly a game as close as the last, as Old Dominion will grab the point here, up about 15 points right now, and have full control of Dining's point right now in Burger Town. They're posted up. MWIII playing from inside that kitchen like a line cook back there, waiting to see what he can chef up of the Syracuse Orange. Daring anybody to try and step into his domain, a dangerous place to try and play back here in this corner as we see an early kill from Tej, able to find 2, able to laser him through the shelves. French fries won't save you from those. Tej able to find another one. Love will go down as well in the process, but Tej able to find 4 back-to-back on a streak, and now holding the point down for his team, 195 and counting for Syracuse, trying to close this gap and even take the lead back.
Yeah, we've seen this before.
Frizz able to find a kill with the grenade, and BCL and Tej able to find one more, but Frizz quickly brought down, and now as the point will make a jump, Old Dominion is not even set up to be capturing it next, and Syracuse all of a sudden looks like the favored team to potentially be in this scenario.
6 streak on Tej. He's cooking. We've seen this before. Tej locking it down on the 7. He cracked the 30 bomb. Back-to-back 30s already. Tej dropped the trophy system. Set up beautifully. Got another. Has to swap to the pistol, and Tej on the 9 streak. Can we see another 11, Virgil? This is incredible gameplay from Tej right now. 235 and counting. Syracuse trying to win this one with everything they got. Booze and security. You're on the no-fly list, buddy. Raw, get out of here. Tej still going, still cooking on the 10 streak. He's running out of ammo, ladies and gentlemen, and finally goes down. MWIII breaks through and prevents the W from Syracuse for now. Booze rotating up, though, trying to contest. MWIII doesn't see him yet. Beacon over the counter. MWIII takes him out with a headshot on the ground. MWIII starting to cook up, reading them all like books. He's getting a stack of them. Make sure you bring your library card or your gift card to the bookstore, ladies and gentlemen. This is a close hard point as Old Dominion and Syracuse are just separated by 8 points. 8 points. There's all that's determined in this right now, and Old Dominion gets set up beautifully on P1. Can they hold it long enough? Syracuse is storming. They get on the point. They got a dolphin dive and contest, but Tej. Oh my goodness, Syracuse!
Syracuse able to hold on and bring it back last second. We saw moments ago Syracuse was not even touching the point, and sure enough, last second, a dolphin dive onto the point to deny it. The last 2 hard points within less than double digits of each other combined. And that is an absolutely insane thing to think about. A match was not only so close, but so close that double-digit numbers doesn't even define the difference between 2 different maps.
That was insane, Virgil. I could not have said it better myself. What a way to wrap up this Call of Duty day, this Call of Duty LAN, and what an incredible day it has been. That was one of the closest hard points we've seen, and another really close one from Syracuse. I mean, a really intense back-to-back hard points, and I couldn't have asked for a better co-caster. Thank you so much, Virgil. Your thoughts on that round, that matchup of hardpoint?
Absolutely. It was really nice to be able to finally see a change of pace and change of scenery heading to Terminal. We saw some really great stuff, and I know we talked about it earlier. Not sure whether Tej would be able to drop 30 or 40 or even more, and here we see a replay of some of the highlights of last round. Tej, absolutely a dominating force for the team here, able to make huge plays, 4, 5, 6 streaks consistently. Shows not only a good player, but a talented one, a skilled one, and one of the best here at the event, I would say. Static did a lot for his team as well. We saw Old Dominion definitely more spread out among their leaderboard. You see among their leaderboard, they're going to be much closer and tight-knit, while on the other side, you have Syracuse with 1 or 2 players typically storming away as a pack, and you have 2 players also that typically spend a lot more time on the hill.
Yeah, MWIII getting a lot of really, really nice 2 pieces towards the end, starting to catch up to Static and even things out. But the undeniable Tej on Syracuse was just too good. With a 32 and 12, that 9 streak at the end in bookstore, Miss Frizzle would be happy with how many books Tej was reading in there, able to stay up and stay alive, lock down that point, and really just clutch up once again for Syracuse.
Absolutely, and we've seen some really great stuff here from all around. Like you said, it's been a really fun day of stuff. It's been a long day of Call of Duty, casting, production. Make sure if you guys see a production person somewhere, you say thank you, because this beautiful production and scene would not be possible without them running it behind the scenes, doing the hard work that makes everything so easy for us, where we just get to sit here and talk about y'all's fantastic gameplay. And I could not be happier to have casted with you today, Rich, a phenomenal co-caster, as well as it's been awesome to get to know you.
Absolutely. I have to say the same, Virgil. We appreciate each and every one of you who stuck with us through the full, I think we're at a 9-10 hour stream now. So if you were here all the way throughout the entire day, we appreciate you so very much. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. Our bracket is set. Syracuse gonna take the 7th seed and Old Dominion the 8th. A beautiful game to finish off on, and just an incredible day here. And I am certain another incredible one tomorrow as we finish out the day. Virgil, anything else to add or to say to the folks at home other than be sure to grab some glitch energy?
Not much coming out from me. I definitely think that they had a great performance today. A lot of the different teams doing some phenomenal stuff. We saw some really good plays from every player. Every team had their star shining moments, which just goes to show that they're all capable, talented, and skilled. So really looking forward to seeing what we're going to see tomorrow as we have a more finalized bracket with proper seating set up.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again so much for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow. And, of course, don't forget to follow. Turn those notifications on. We'll see you bright and early, 10 a.m. if I'm not mistaken, start time. We'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Bye, everybody.